Chapter 72, The Synthesis of the True Dragon, Ascending to Level 9 True Dragon. Response to the host. An auxiliary space will be available upon reaching VIP Level 4. The system responded to Jun Ruochén. It turns out there is indeed a system space. However, it requires elevating the VIP level to 4 for activation. Currently at VIP Level 3, to upgrade once more, one must attain Level 60. Level 60 feels somewhat distant. Nevertheless, with diligent effort, it is merely a matter of time, especially since I've already reached Level 47 in just 7 days. Once I conclude my time in the novice village, I will strive further. Achieving Level 60 should not prove difficult. Very well, I shall endeavor to reach Level 60. Jun Ruochén murmured to himself. While Level 60 is an aspiration for others, it does not seem overly challenging for him. Closing the virtual panel, Jun Ruochén laid down to sleep. Time passed by, second by second, until evening. Notification. You have consecutively held the top rank in a level leaderboard for 7 days. Reward. 3x experience scrolls *3, dragon soul fragments *3. The notification chimed in Jun Ruochén's ear. The reward for being first on the level leaderboard had arrived. Upon hearing the notification, Jun Ruochén awoke, his face alight with excitement. After 7 days of waiting, it had finally come. In his inventory, the dragon soul fragments had accumulated to 21 pieces. Name: Dragon Soul Fragment. Function: Synthesize True Dragon. Quantity: 21 pieces can be synthesized. Would you like to synthesize immediately? Upon examining the dragon soul fragments again, Jun Ruochén discovered the synthesis prompt. Synthesize. Without the slightest hesitation, he clicked on Synthesis. Synthesizing True Dragon. Synthesis complete. Would you like to activate? In an instant, consuming 20 dragon soul fragments, Jun Ruochén successfully synthesized the True Dragon. In his inventory, a magnificent True Dragon emerged. Without any hesitation, he double-clicked on the True Dragon within his bag. Notification. The pet mount page has been activated. Notification. True Dragon has been successfully activated. Notification. Details can be viewed on the pet mount page. After activating the True Dragon, the notifications chimed once more. Simultaneously, on the virtual panel, Jun Ruochén observed an additional page. The total now reached 7, with the 7th page dedicated to pet mounts. Indeed, on this pet mount page, a formidable True Dragon appeared. Name: True Dragon, Level 1, 0/10,000. Function: Mount Combat Companion. Combat Power, Level 50, 500,000. Skills: True Dragon Roar, Spatial Traversal. Note: the True Dragon's level can be enhanced using Galaxy Coins. Entering the pet mount page, Jun Ruochén understood that the True Dragon served as both mount and combat companion. Presently, the True Dragon was merely at Level 1. Yet even at this level, it possessed a combat power of Level 50, which seemed extraordinarily formidable. In the notes section, Jun Ruochén discovered that the True Dragon's level could be elevated using Galaxy Coins. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to try. Notification: Galaxy Coins -10,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 2. Indeed, it could be upgraded. By expending 10,000 Galaxy Coins, the True Dragon ascended from Level 1 to Level 2. Name: True Dragon, Level 2, 0/20,000. Function: Mount Combat Companion. Combat Power, Level 52, 700,000. Skills: True Dragon Roar, Spatial Traversal. Note: the True Dragon's level can be enhanced using Galaxy Coins. After the upgrade, the True Dragon's combat power reached Level 52. The next upgrade requires 20,000 Galaxy Coins. Continuing on, as I possess an abundance of Galaxy Coins. Notification: Galaxy Coins -20,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 3. Notification: Galaxy Coins -40,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 4. Notification: Galaxy Coins -80,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 5. Notification: Galaxy Coins -160,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 6. Notification: Galaxy Coins -320,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 7. Notification: Galaxy Coins -640,000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 8. Notification: Galaxy Coins -1280000. Notification: True Dragon upgraded, now at Level 9. Goodness, the cost in Galaxy Coins for such upgrades is substantial. The expenditure of Galaxy Coins doubles with each upgrade. Before long, Jun Ruochén elevated the True Dragon to Level 9. As he prepared for further enhancement, a notification rang out. Notification: the True Dragon's maximum level is 9. Notification: to advance the True Dragon, you must consume 10 Celestial Jade and 10 Dragon Blood. As the notification sounded, Jun Ruochén found himself unable to upgrade the True Dragon any further, for it had reached its pinnacle at Level 9. To elevate it further, the True Dragon must undergo advancement. However, to advance the True Dragon, it would require celestial jade and dragon blood, both of which he had no knowledge of, let alone possession. It seems I must concede for now. Name, True Dragon, level 9, 0/celestial jade, *10, dragon blood, *10. Function, mount combat companion. Combat power, level 75, 14 million. Skills, True Dragon Roar, spatial traversal, devastating strike, spatial strangulation. Note, the True Dragon reaches a maximum level of 9, and advancing to the Celestial Dragon requires precious materials. Impressive. Powerful. Upon witnessing the attributes of the True Dragon at level 9, Jun Ruochén felt a jolt of astonishment within. The combat prowess of a level 9 True Dragon reaches tier 75, boasting a staggering power of 14 million. It was only slightly lower than his own. Moreover, the skills of this level 9 True Dragon encompassed 4 abilities, each formidable by their very names. With a cost of 2.59 million galactic coins, the True Dragon ascended to its utmost pinnacle. What could evoke greater exhilaration than this? At this moment, he longed to manifest the True Dragon, to ride it forth and wreak havoc upon his foes. However, after some contemplation, he refrained. He decided to regard this True Dragon as one of his secret weapons. With a combat companion of comparable strength, his own prowess had effectively multiplied several-fold. Such a trump card ought to be concealed to maintain its advantage. Now, he must remain vigilant for the Celestial Jade and Dragon Blood. These materials would facilitate the True Dragon's advancement to the Celestial Dragon. Even a fool could discern that such a transformation would render it even more terrifyingly powerful. If his True Dragon were to become a Celestial Dragon, its combat capacity would be utterly horrifying. He felt a surge of excitement for quite some time. Once Jun Ruochén had composed himself, he engaged in a brief discussion on the chat screen before finally retiring for the night. The novice village was now on its 8th day, August 10th. With only 3 days remaining until the day of annihilation, the countdown was growing ever shorter. At the break of dawn, the 1,000 individuals from the novice village departed to hunt ferocious beasts in the deepest corners of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, striving to level up and acquire equipment. Previously, there had been cross-server battles and contests at the pinnacle of cross-server competition. Yet, following the emergence of the faction wars, the cross-server battles and pinnacle contests were rendered obsolete, as yesterday, the novice village of the Dragon Kingdom annihilated the novice villages of other nations, leaving no room for even faction wars. In other words, for the remaining 3 days, they could only engage in the mundane task of grinding monsters to level up and acquire equipment. There were no other activities. If I do not reach level 20 in 3 days of seclusion, I shall vanish forever. Seclusion, seclusion, seclusion. On the cross-server chat screen, countless novices voiced their thoughts, or rather, their last words. Many had yet to reach level 20. Time was running out. If they failed to attain level 20 before the impending annihilation, they would be obliterated when the time came. A palpable sense of dread permeated the cross-server chat screen, as everyone felt the weight of mortality bearing down upon them. In these final moments, we must exert ourselves even more. Indeed, let us refrain from chatting during the day and focus on leveling up and acquiring equipment. We shall eradicate all beasts within level 40 surrounding the novice village. Before the annihilation arrives, we must strive to reach a combat strength of 130,000. We must ensure that all are above level 30. Farewell, sisters, I must dedicate myself to this endeavor. No idle chatter during the day. We shall reconvene at night. The 1,000 novices from the village left messages in rapid succession, then plunged into a frenzied cycle of grinding and leveling up. They had long surpassed level 20, their combat strength exceeding 100,000. Yet, the more powerful they became, the more cautious they felt. Or rather, the less they wished to meet their demise. Thus, in these final hours, they made their utmost efforts to ensure their survival through the impending beast tide, hoping to endure the onslaught and safely return to the city. I almost forgot something. Just as Jun Ruochén prepared to strive forward, suddenly, he recalled an important matter. Yesterday, there had been a notification regarding the opening of the Tower of Heaven dungeon. What were the rules for this dungeon? And how could one gain entry? With this thought in mind, Jun Ruochén made his way towards the Tower of Heaven, intent on clarifying the details surrounding the dungeon. Chapter 73, Rules of the Celestial Tower Instance, reach level 49. Soon, Jun Ruochén found himself standing before the Celestial Tower. Its pitch-black form loomed into the heavens, exuding an aura of terrifying majesty. Notice, the first place in the Celestial Tower is Jun Ruochén. Do you wish to challenge the tower? As Jun Ruochén arrived near the Celestial Tower, a prompt echoed in his ears. This voice was not that of the galactic will, but rather emanated from the tower itself. The sudden sound startled Jun Ruochén, for he had never encountered such a notification before. No, I do not require it, he replied, cautiously engaging in dialogue. May I inquire what you wish to know? Indeed. The prompt is a privilege of the top 10 of the Celestial Tower. It only activates upon reaching the 40th floor. The voice resonated once more, enlightening Jun Ruochén. It became clear that this was a privilege reserved for the top 10 of the Celestial Tower leaderboard, which only manifested after attaining the 40th floor. No wonder he had not heard the prompt yesterday afternoon. What privileges do the top 10 possess? How does one enter the Celestial Tower instance? What is the nature of the Celestial Tower instance? Jun Ruochén eagerly posed 3 questions, for these were matters he needed to comprehend. The top 10 of the Celestial Tower leaderboard. No queue required to challenge the tower, unlimited entries into the instance, and answers to queries. During the Novice Village phase, the Celestial Tower instance is not accessible. Entry must be made from the city. Celestial Tower instance. At the 40th, 45th, 50th, and 55th floors, instance entrances will appear. Each floor contains 5 instances, categorized as normal, hard, death, catastrophe, and destruction levels. The Celestial Tower instance can be tackled solo or in a party. The instances exist as independent worlds. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards, albeit the dangers increase correspondingly. Normal level death rate, 30, hard level death rate, 80, death level death rate, 90, catastrophe level death rate, 99, destruction level death rate, 999999999. The prompt from the Celestial Tower resounded, elucidating Jun Ruochén's inquiries. The revelations left him profoundly shaken. He understood that the top 10 enjoyed the privilege of no queue for tower challenges and unlimited entries into the instance, whereas those not in the top 10 faced limitations on their entries. Presently, the Celestial Tower instance had not truly opened. Only upon returning to the city would the entrances be accessible. This instance, commencing from the 40th floor, featured platforms every 5 floors, each with its own entry point. Each floor contained 5 entrances, each presenting varied difficulties: normal, hard, death, catastrophe, and destruction. The higher the level, the greater the peril. Of course, the rewards were equally enticing. The instances, as separate realms, implied the existence of otherworldly beings within, correct? Jun Ruochén queried. Affirmative, responded the Celestial Tower. Is there a time limit for the instances? Jun Ruochén inquired again. Normal level, 1 day, hard level, 3 days, death level, 5 days, catastrophe level, 7 days, destruction level, 9 days. You may leave the instance and return to the city upon completing the tasks. Failure to complete the tasks, death, or exceeding the time limit will prevent your return to the city. Regardless of whether it is normal or destruction level, the time outside the instance is 1 day. 113-151-7191. The Celestial Tower instance will yield precious special equipment, unique items, special materials, and high-tier gear. The Celestial Tower answered once again. Understanding dawned upon Jun Ruochén as he turned away from the tower and walked towards the outskirts of the Novice Village. He realized that he could not yet enter the Celestial Tower instance and would have to wait until he returned to the city. Moreover, the gameplay of this instance was far from simple. Although fraught with danger, the potential rewards were enviable, yet they remained undisclosed for the time being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jun Ruochén soared on his flying sword towards the westernmost part of the Novice Village. He was headed towards an area inhabited by monsters above level 30, intent on hunting them for experience and equipment. As for the equipment, he knew he would not be able to utilize it himself. As the Novice Village did not feature Tier 6 gear, any equipment he obtained could be sold to other players in the village. He aimed to elevate his level to 50 before time ran out. As for increasing his combat power, that was largely negligible. With low-tier gear being ineffective for him and high-tier gear elusive, how could he enhance his combat strength? Besides, there were no events available. Despite being a Novice Village, these events were incredibly alluring. Boom, boom, crack, boom. Congratulations on slaying the level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, and earning 456,000 experience points. Level 33 beast, Thunderhawk. Dropped 300 galactic coins, 1 Tai Xian ring. Congratulations on slaying the level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, and earning 456,000 experience points. Level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, dropped 300 galactic coins. Congratulations on slaying the level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, and earning 456,000 experience points. Level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, dropped 300 galactic coins. Congratulations on slaying the level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, and earning 456,000 experience points. Level 33 beast, Thunderhawk, dropped 300 galactic coins. Jun Ruochén arrived at the level 33 beast area. He activated a triple experience scroll and wielded his Red Dawn Emperor, unleashing a torrent of terrifying attacks. Instantly, powerful beasts fell before him, and the prompts continued to chime in. Experience surged, and galactic coins flowed in abundance. He became wholly immersed in the slaughter. Time passed, minute by minute. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 5,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén as the prompt resounded. He had leveled up to 48, increasing his combat power by 5,000. Considering the amplification, it amounted to 5,000 by 288, 144 combat power. The effect of the triple experience scroll had nearly expired, but Jun Ruochén was unconcerned, as he had plenty of scrolls. Subsequently, he accessed his virtual panel and entered his inventory, discovering a plethora of Tier 5 gear, mostly white, with only a few orange and red items. Without hesitation, he placed the equipment into the resource marketplace. At this point, he ceased engaging in the public chat, as those lacking equipment would naturally visit the resource marketplace. Having sorted everything, he resumed monster hunting. Boom, boom, crack, boom. The Red Dawn Emperor continued to unleash its attacks. Finally, by evening, after eliminating another level 33 beast, Jun Ruochén paused. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 5,000. Golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén once more as the prompt sounded. He had leveled up again, reaching level 49. To achieve this level, he had tirelessly farmed monsters. During his journey, he had not returned to the novice village but instead sought a secluded and safe spot to rest and replenish his energy before continuing to grind monsters for experience and loot. It was only upon reaching level 49 that he decided to stop. Today, he concluded his endeavors. Tomorrow, he would continue. Jun Ruochén murmured to himself. Having reached level 49, the evening had fallen. It was time to return to the novice village for rest and to resume monster hunting the following day. His harvest today had been considerable, achieving level 49 and acquiring countless pieces of equipment, all of which he had sold. Alongside the galactic coins he collected, he had amassed a total of 780,000 galactic coins. In truth, as long as the drop rates were high and his combat power was formidable, earning galactic coins was not an insurmountable challenge. However, it is much easier said than done. How could the drop rate possibly be high? How could one's battle power be elevated? For an ordinary individual, the drop rate is merely 1. Can such a drop rate yield equipment and items? Therefore, despite Jun Ruochén's formidable battle power and high drop rate, he remains incomparable to others, existing in a stratum of his own. Otherwise, with every beast he slays, he would invariably acquire galactic coins, occasionally obtaining equipment as well. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. With his feet upon a flying sword, he soared towards the novice village. His current speed had reached a terrifying level, covering a distance of 100 miles in under 5 minutes. Upon returning to the novice village, twilight had already descended, and most had returned, with only a handful arriving from afar. Upon seeing Jun Ruochén, they greeted him courteously, their expressions filled with admiration. They all recognized his high battle power and level. Yet few considered the immense effort he exerted, rising early and retiring late. In truth, Jun Ruochén's early departures and late returns had only transpired over the past couple of days. He had not been particularly diligent at other times. After bathing, he accessed the virtual panel, noticing that the chat screens of the novice village and cross-server were eerily silent. It was evident that, as the countdown dwindled, an unprecedented pressure loomed over them. For those who had not yet reached level 20, the specter of death approached with each passing moment. For those who had attained level 20, the intangible pressure of the beast tide drew ever closer. Closing the virtual panel, he collapsed into slumber. Chapter 74, Level 50, New Title, Golden Martial Sovereign. Novice Village. Day 9, 9:10 a.m. At dawn, as the first light broke, countless individuals emerged from the novice village, embarking on a day of toil, for tomorrow marked the day of annihilation. Failure to reach level 20 would result in their erasure. Following the annihilation, the beast tide would soon descend. Announcement, cross-server chat screen closed. The voice of the galactic will resonated, and simultaneously the cross-server chat screen was shut down. This was to be expected, for with the cessation of activities in the novice village, tomorrow heralded annihilation. The cross-server chat would serve no purpose, as countless novice villages would vanish and innumerable lives would be lost. Although merely a simple announcement regarding the closure of the chat screen, it amplified the pressure for countless individuals. Boom, boom, boom. Even in the early hours, the sky erupted with thunder and arcs of lightning, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In truth, the end had been nigh for several days already. The world had transformed into a game. This was, in essence, the apocalypse. Now, the thunder and lightning heralded the imminent annihilation and beast tide, akin to an omen. Jun Shun, at the southernmost edge of the novice village. A distance of 130 miles, level 40 beasts had appeared, alongside those exceeding level 40, coordinates 400109. Just as Jun Ruochén stepped out of the novice village, he took to the skies upon his sword. At that moment, a notification chimed, indicating that someone was messaging him in the chat screen. Upon entering, he found Zhang Xiao had reached out. Zhang Xiao, possessing S-class talent, ranked within the top 10 of both the level and battle power lists, had cautiously ventured to the southernmost edge of the novice village that morning, encountering level 40 beasts, and even those above level 40. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, he had no choice but to retreat, discreetly messaging Jun Ruochén with the coordinates before stealthily withdrawing, not daring to disturb the level 40 beasts. Alright, you all handle those below level 38. I will take care of those above level 38, Jun Ruochén replied, directing his sword towards the southernmost part of the novice village. His heart heavy. The emergence of level 40 beasts was unforeseen. When the beast tide arrived, it would be unusual for these level 40 creatures to remain hidden. This indicated the terrifying nature of the beast tide. Undoubtedly, there would be beasts exceeding level 40. A few might be manageable, but a dense horde of such formidable creatures would spell disaster for the inhabitants of the novice village. For now, he must focus on clearing the beasts he encountered. Better to prepare for the worst than to be caught unawares. Received. Understood. Acknowledged, came the replies to Jun Ruochén's message. They were not fools. They grasped the gravity of the situation. The presence of level 40 beasts in the novice village meant that the forthcoming beast tide would surely include creatures of that caliber, and they had no confidence in defeating beasts above level 40. The number accompanying the beast tide would undoubtedly be staggering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On his sword, Jun Ruochén arrived at the designated coordinates within 5 minutes. By this time, Zhang Xiao had long since vanished. It was evident that he had retreated with his battle power. He was no match for level 40 beasts, and remaining would only lead to his demise, a wise choice to leave. Utilizing a triple experience scroll, the chiming Heavenly Emperor unleashed a meteor shower of flames, summoning the Biluogen array. Instantly, Jun Ruochén entered a state of slaughter. Level 40 beasts fell before him, dispatched in an instant. Congratulations. You have slain the level 40 beast, Great Strength Diamond King, and earned 1,200,000 experience points. Level 40 Great Strength Diamond King drops 500 galactic coins. Congratulations. You have slain the level 40 beast, Great Strength Diamond King, and earned 1,200,000 experience points. Level 40 Great Strength Diamond King drops 500 galactic coins. Congratulations. You have slain the level 40 beast, Great Strength Diamond King, and earned 1,200,000 experience points. Level 40 Great Strength Diamond King drops 500 galactic coins. Congratulations. You have slain the level 40 beast, Great Strength Diamond King, and earned 1,200,000 experience points. Level 40 Great Strength Diamond King drops 500 galactic coins, and the Blade of Koishui X1. With the triple experience scroll and the 400 experience state, Jun Ruochén gained 1,200,000 experience per level 40 beast slaying, in addition to 500 galactic coins and occasional equipment drops. Now, to ascend from level 49 to 50, he required 1.6 billion experience points. This meant he only needed to hunt 134 level 40 beasts to achieve his goal. Thus, this place became a sanctuary for leveling up. Time passed relentlessly. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Battle power, 10,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén as the notification rang out. He had leveled up to 50. This advancement directly augmented his battle power by 10,000. Whoosh. After leveling up, Jun Ruochén withdrew a distance, exiting combat mode. He opened the virtual panel and navigated to the character information section, where he discovered he had reached level 50 and could activate a new title. Congratulations. You have reached level 50 and can claim a new title. Claim successful. He accepted the title and examined it. Name, Golden Martial Sovereign. Attributes, Battle Power 68, 888. Additional, level title suppression. When equipped, it will impose a 30 suppression on titles below Martial Sovereign. Upon seeing these attributes, Jun Ruochén could not help but exclaim in awe. The title of Golden Martial Sovereign not only conferred a battle power of 68, 888, but it also imposed a 30 suppression on those with titles lower than Martial Sovereign. This meant that if an opponent bore a title inferior to Martial Sovereign, their full battle power would only manifest as 70 in his presence, subjected to a 30 suppression. He donned the title, replacing his previous one. The title of Silver Martial Master has vanished, replaced by the title of Golden Martial Sovereign. With this change of title, alongside the combat power accrued from yesterday and today's upgrades, his overall strength has surged by a remarkable 2,016,000. Thus, his comprehensive combat power has now reached 18 million, with a combat assessment rating of 77. Having donned his new title, he soared forward, stepping upon his sword, as the Celestial Emperor Qi Ming unleashed another onslaught, igniting the battle once more. Crack, boom, roar, boom. Amidst the roaring thunder and flickering arcs of electricity, Jun Ruochén became a harbinger of devastation. Beasts fell one after another. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 10,000. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 15,000. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 15,000. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 15,000. Golden light shimmered as the sky dimmed. Jun Ruochén's slaughter came to an abrupt halt. In the westernmost part of the novice village, the beasts had been entirely eradicated. He discovered that the highest level of beasts in the novice village was 45, having cleared the westernmost area of the novice village of its beasts. His level had also ascended to 54. The combat power gained solely from leveling up amounted to 55,000. Now, leveling up required 300 million experience points. Future upgrades would demand experience not in the tens of millions, but in the hundreds of millions, making it increasingly arduous to level up. Swish, swish. Jun Ruochén traversed the celestial expanse, emanating an aura of terror. He resembled the sovereign of the galaxy, flying towards the novice village. His countenance reflected neither joy nor sorrow. Yet within, a flicker of unease and trepidation lingered. It was now certain that the highest level of beasts in the novice village was 45. While he could annihilate 45-level beasts in an instant, what would happen when the beast tide arrived, bringing forth even more formidable foes? Thus, for the inhabitants of the novice village numbered 1,000, the prospect of safely returning to the city became daunting. The hope was that the beast tide would not unleash an overwhelming number of beasts above level 40. Otherwise, the death toll could be catastrophic. According to the current strength of others in the novice village, most could only contend with beasts of level 38 and 39, while those among the top 100 on the combat leaderboard could handle level 40 beasts. Contending merely meant enduring. It did not guarantee victory. For level 40 beasts possessed combat power ratings of 43 or 44, while the majority of the top 100 in the novice village boasted combat power ratings of 44. Brother Ruochén. Upon his return to the novice village, he encountered Mu Xiu, who, upon seeing Jun Ruochén, exclaimed with delight, "Brother Ruochén." Ah, Jun Ruochén snapped back to reality. Nodding in acknowledgement. "Brother Ruochén, what troubles you?" Noticing Jun Ruochén's demeanor, Mu Xiu inquired with concern. Naturally, she did not connect his worries to the impending beast tide, primarily because his level and combat power were so high that he seemed unperturbed by such threats. "Nothing, just a bit weary," Jun Ruochén replied, choosing to say little. Everyone was already fraught with anxiety. As the pivotal figure of novice village number 1,000, he felt compelled to stabilize the minds of all. If he expressed worry about the beast tide, it would only sow discord among them. "I see," Mu Xiu responded, visibly relieved. Subsequently, the two ventured into the novice village, traversing the square before parting ways to return to their respective quarters. Chapter 75. The 10th day of the novice village. The annihilation approaches. A night passed without incident. The next day marked the 10th day in the novice village. 1010. This was the final day of the novice village. By evening, those who had not reached level 20 would face annihilation by the will of the galaxy. Although the inhabitants of novice village number 1000 had all surpassed level 20 and were safe from obliteration, the impending annihilation instilled fear in everyone. Moreover, following the annihilation, the beast tide would descend. Today, all were to return to the novice village before 3 o'clock. Jun Ruochén awoke, refreshed, and after washing up, activated his virtual panel to enter the public chat screen. He sent a message. Today is the final day. It's advisable to return to the novice village a few hours early. Given the current level and combat power of the inhabitants of novice village number 1000, there isn't much that can be gained in just a few hours this afternoon, which significantly alter the situation regarding the beast tide. Returning to the novice village allows us to assemble and strategize, preventing chaos when the beast tide arrives. Okay. Responses flooded in, each person replying with a single word. After their replies, the public chat fell silent once more. It was evident that everyone had gone to hunt beasts for upgrades and loot. Not one to idle, he took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the southernmost part of the novice village, determined to eliminate all beasts above level 40. Each beast he could slay could potentially alleviate a fraction of the burden, perhaps ensuring the survival of one more person from the novice village as they returned to the city. Utilizing a triple experience scroll, Jun Ruochén activated it immediately and embarked on his slaughtering spree. Crack, roar, boom. The celestial emperor Qi Ming erupted with cold radiance, meteor showers cascading from the heavens, enveloping the area in the azure sword formation. Every beast struck by his attacks was swiftly annihilated. Experience points surged, galaxy coins rained down, and occasionally, a piece of equipment would drop. Time slipped away, second by second. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 15,000. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 15,000. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 15,000. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, having exhausted the 3 triple experience scrolls, Jun Ruochén finally reached level 57. The experience required for leveling had become exorbitant. Elevating from level 54 to 55 demanded 300 million experience. From 55 to 56 required 400 million, and from 56 to 57 necessitated 500 million. In total, 1 billion experience points were needed for these 3 levels. Subsequently, the experience requirements were only expected to escalate further. Having cleared the beasts in the west and south, Jun Ruochén paused, gazing at the sky. He then took to the air, directing himself back towards the novice village. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his quarters. Name: Jun Ruochén. Country: Dragon Kingdom, Novice Village 1000. Age: 20 years. Level: 57, 28, 760, 000 experience points. Wealth: 10, 225, 335 galaxy coins. Reputation, 28, 896 points. Talent, Eye of Observation, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills, Sun Crossing Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Shower, SSS grade. Azure Sword Formation, SSS grade. Combat Power, 21, 375, 717, 2, 880, 000. Assessed based on Equipment Amplification System damage. Rank, 78th tier. In his past life, he had perished with a combat power of merely 27 tiers, barely surpassing 10,000. In this life, before the Beast Tide's arrival, his combat power had already reached 78 tiers, totaling 21 million. In his previous existence, he had only attained level 22. In this life, he had achieved level 57 before the Beast Tide's onset. Ranked first in the Tower of Heaven, he held the top position in level and combat power. Riding a 9th tier true dragon mount and adorned in resplendent gear, Jun Ruochén inhaled deeply, reflecting on the stark contrast with his previous life. Indeed, it had been a dismal fate. In his past life, he was but one among countless ordinary individuals, a member of the billions who have experienced loss worldwide. After taking a shower, Jun Ruochén reclined on his bed, seeking to restore himself to his prime state, ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. With an hour remaining until dusk, the countdown was steadily approaching 0. As he awakened and exited his room, he found that the other inhabitants of the 1000th novice village had already congregated in the square. Each face bore a solemn expression, despite the fact that they had all surpassed level 30. Though they were not targets of the impending annihilation, the specter of such destruction naturally filled their hearts with trepidation and concern. After all, those who faced obliteration were akin to them, even sharing kinship. The sorrow of the rabbit and the fox, the coldness of the lips without teeth. This is the essence of humanity. Jun God, the Great One, Brother Ruochén. They greeted him upon his arrival, acknowledging him as the soul of the 1000th novice village. Jun Ruochén offered a slight nod in response. Eventually, he found a spot to sit at the edge of the square, flanked by Tang Ziming and Shu Mengshi, where silence enveloped them all. Announcement: the combat power leaderboard is now closed. Announcement: the level leaderboard is now closed. The voice of the galactic will resounded, marking the moment when both leaderboards fell silent. Announcement: the apocalypse has arrived. The galactic will has descended, transforming the world into a game to empower humanity to confront the unknown challenges and disasters ahead. Tip: in a world where the strong are revered, only the fittest survive. Tip: those who fail to reach level 20 within 10 days will be deemed unfit for this world and will face annihilation. Tip: countdown to annihilation, 9,876 seconds. The voice continued, reiterating the causality behind this event. The apocalypse had prompted the galactic will to initiate a global gamification, a means to strengthen humanity and prepare them for the unknown calamities that lie ahead. As the countdown ticked away, when it reached 0, the sky transformed dramatically. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the heavens, electric arcs illuminating the firmament, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Following this, a golden light cascaded down, an unstoppable force that swept across the land. In an instant, the golden radiance enveloped everyone present. Yet, miraculously, no one in the 1000th novice village perished, for all had attained level 20. One could only imagine the fate of those who had not. Surely, they were obliterated in the wake of that golden sweep. The cacophony of thunder and electric arcs persisted, and as all gazed upon the spectacle, their expressions shifted in a whirlwind of emotions. In that moment, countless hearts trembled with relief, grateful for having reached level 20. Otherwise, they would have met their demise. 1 minute passed, then 2, 3, and 5. At last, the thunder and arcs dissipated, the world returning to normalcy, even graced by auspicious clouds, reminiscent of a serene sky following a storm. Announcement: annihilation complete. Tip: the total number of those annihilated, 1,809,011,009. The voice of the galactic will pronounce the conclusion of the obliteration, which had eradicated a staggering 1.8 billion souls. The realization struck: 1.8 billion individuals failed to reach level 20. Moreover, the casualties inflicted by beasts prior to this annihilation were likely even greater, leaving one to ponder how many would survive to return to civilization. The chances seemed slim, 1 in 10, if that. Such cruelty was only the beginning. Following the Beast Tide, it was certain that even more lives would be claimed. The inhabitants of the novice village listened intently to the galactic will's announcement, their expressions grave, many faces ashen. The sole reason they had escaped this fate was the presence of Jun Ruochén, a prodigy in their midst. Without him, the 1000th novice village might have met the same fate as others. In that moment, an outpouring of gratitude surged within them for Jun Ruochén. Yet he, in silence, gazed at the sky, as if awaiting something. A new announcement from the galactic will concerning the Beast Tide. Chapter 76. The forewarning of the Beast Tide. 5 minutes elapsed since the annihilation concluded, and the sky remained tranquil. Jun Ruochén continued to wait. Announcement: the Beast Tide will descend tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Tip: The tide will consist of 999 level 20 beasts, 999 level 30 beasts, 999 level 40 beasts, 99 level 50 beasts, and 9 mutated beast kings, level 60. Tip: the duration of the beast tide will be 3 hours. Tip: there are 2 methods to withstand the beast tide. 1. Eliminate all the beasts. 2. Survive the full 3 hours. Finally, the awaited announcement regarding the beast tide materialized, detailing the number and levels of the impending monsters, as well as the strategies for survival. In an instant, the faces of all present drained of color. This was a veiled annihilation. While level 20 beasts could be managed by those who had survived the earlier obliteration, the level 30 beasts posed a formidable challenge, particularly given their overwhelming numbers, 999. Just the level 30 beasts alone could decimate any novice village. Not to mention the 999 level 40 beasts and 99 level 50 beasts, along with the 9 mutated beast kings. For the 1000th novice village, the level 20 and 30 beasts could be dealt with. They had the capability to take them down. The top 50 could handle the level 40 beasts individually. However, the sheer quantity was daunting. As for the level 50 beasts and the mutated beast kings, Jun Ruochén would have to manage them. Although even he might find himself stretched thin, this was the beast tide, truly terrifying. While they could handle the level 20 and 30 beasts, the sheer volume was excessive. Could such a multitude still be deemed a tide? The top 50 were now capable of confronting level 40 beasts. However, level 40 beasts possessed combat power in the range of tier 43 or 44, likely requiring tier 45 strength to defeat. The top 50 could take them on individually, while the top 200 could collaborate against level 40 beasts. Jun Ruochén should have no trouble with the level 50 beasts. But the mutated beast kings remained a significant challenge. Dear friends, this is not merely a one-on-one scenario. We face a veritable tide of beasts. Indeed, a multitude can bring down an elephant. If we in the 1000th novice village find ourselves in such dire straits against the beast tide, what awaits the other novice villages is unfathomable. As the announcement concluded, the novice villagers fell into a brief silence. Following this stillness, the chat screen and square erupted with fervor. The gravity of the beast tide was far beyond their imagination. If the 1000th novice village struggled against such a threat, one could hardly envision the plight of the other novice villages, who were all but awaiting their doom. In the square, Jun Ruochén maintained a calm demeanor. Yet within, a tempest raged, for the announcement regarding the beast tide had deviated from the course of his past life. In that previous existence, the announcement had merely stated the beast tide would commence at 8:30 a.m., lasting 3 hours, without divulging the quantity or levels of the beasts nor the methods of survival. This time, however, the details were far more elaborate. What could be the reason for this change? After the rebirth, nothing had fundamentally changed. The only alteration was the slight advancement of free trade. Even though the outcome diverged from that of his previous life, the Galactic Will's announcement remained unchanged. Jun Ruochén was perplexed. Finally, there was indeed a distinction, albeit a trivial one. The announcement merely disclosed the quantity and levels of the beast tide's monstrous entities. Everything else remained constant. After all, in his former life, he had perished at the onset of the beast tide and was oblivious to all that followed. Reborn, in this new existence, he resolved to start anew. Once his emotions settled, Jun Ruochén activated the virtual panel and sent a message on the public chat screen. Gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone should focus their efforts on eliminating level 20 and 30 beasts, and try to team up against level 40 beasts to ensure a swift kill. Every beast slain alleviates the pressure. I will handle the level 50 beasts and the mutated beast kings. After 10 days of preparation, it is time to confront true slaughter. We must reduce the number of beasts before the tide arrives. Rest early tonight and conserve your energy. This is the plan of the key figure. This plan was not particularly brilliant. It was almost a futile declaration, for when facing the beast tide, one could only fight with all their might. The sheer number of beasts during the tide was overwhelming. While level 20 beasts posed little threat to the 1,000 individuals in the novice village, their multitude could still be perilous. After all, they were not Jun Ruochén. His combat prowess and level ensured that beasts below level 40 could not breach his defenses. Received. 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 Jun Ruochén's message was pinned at the top of the public chat screen, visible to all participants. Upon reading it, everyone acknowledged receipt. Before long, the chatter gradually subsided, and the villagers in the square dispersed, retreating to their quarters to prepare for rest, aiming to restore their mental states to peak performance for the battles ahead. This night was destined to leave countless individuals sleepless. Sleep? Who could possibly sleep? The beast tide was imminent, and after its arrival, death would follow. Under such circumstances, only the exceptionally skilled could find peace in slumber. The Galactic Will's announcement posed a challenge, albeit not insurmountable, for the 1,000 novice village, where all members were above level 30, boasting a collective combat power of 100,000 and a population nearing 9,000. In contrast, the other novice villages were predominantly comprised of individuals with levels around 20,000 their combat power barely exceeding 10,000, and their entire populations only totaling 3 to 4,000. Such a configuration stood no chance against the beast tide. It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Tomorrow morning, the tide would descend upon them. Yet they were ill-equipped to handle even level 30 beasts. A staggering 999 level 20 beasts could easily claim the lives of the villagers, who numbered only 300. This was sheer extermination, perhaps even more terrifying than mere annihilation. How could they contend with level 40 beasts? How could they slay level 50 beasts and mutated beast kings? Tomorrow would mark the end. There would be no turning back. In the 9th district, only the 1000 novice village could withstand the beast tide. How envious they were of those villagers. Having just reached level 20, they had narrowly escaped extermination, only to face the looming destruction of the beast tide. At this moment, novice villages across the 9th district, and indeed all 100 districts worldwide, were engulfed in panic, facing the impending assault of the beast tide with no glimmer of hope, only despair. They had once believed that reaching level 20 would guarantee their safety, allowing them to endure the tide. Yet, following the announcement, they realized that everything preceding the tide was merely a prelude. The beast tide itself was the true harbinger of annihilation. In truth, among the 100 districts worldwide, numerous powerful novice villages existed, capable of easily withstanding level 20 and 30 beasts, and even managing to slay level 40 beasts. The only threats lay in the level 50 beasts and mutated beast kings. Time slipped away, second by second. The final night, which should have been a time for rejuvenation and preparation for the beast tide, instead saw no one able to sleep. Anxiety tightened their nerves, and many had already lost their composure. As the hours passed, night yielded to dawn, and only an hour remained before the beast tide's arrival. Boom, boom, boom. The ominous sounds of thunder, arcs of electricity, dark clouds, and crimson skies painted a terrifying picture, inducing a sense of dread. Countless individuals gazed at the sky, where the dark and red clouds seemed to conceal monstrous beasts, creating illusions that rendered faces solemn, with some even descending into madness. Chapter 77. The Beast Tide Approaches. Riding dragons into battle. The terrifying thunder and arcs of electricity set hearts trembling. Early in the morning, the villagers of the 1000 novice village arose, gathering in the square with expressions of anticipation. In this moment, they awaited Jun Ruochén, the pivotal figure whose presence alleviated their fears, especially against the formidable beasts above level 40, which they could not confront alone. In times of peril, a key figure was of paramount importance. Do you see? Are those beasts lurking behind the dark and red clouds? Is it an illusion? The beast tide would descend from the sky directly or surge towards the novice village like a mountain torrent. Today, my mind is in turmoil. With 999 level 20 beasts, each of us must hunt at least 11. As for the 999 level 30 beasts, we must each kill at least one. The level 40 beasts will be left to the top 100 elites. The level 50 beasts and mutated beast kings will depend on Jun Ruochén. Is he still asleep? Our novice village is strong, yet facing the beast tide is so daunting. I cannot fathom how other novice villages will cope. We should focus on ourselves. Although we can slay level 20 and 30 beasts against the relentless tide, it's a matter of life and death. The murmurs of concern rose like a tide. Most were filled with trepidation. Only the strong remained unperturbed, as level 20, 30, and even 40 beasts posed no catastrophic threat to them. Even level 50 beasts and mutated kings could easily be managed by Jun Ruochén. Time continued its relentless march, and only 12 minutes remained in the countdown. At this moment, Jun Ruochén emerged from his dwelling. Jun God, brother. Upon seeing Jun Ruochén, many called out to him. More individuals gravitated towards him, seeking his protection. However, some kept their distance, aware that Jun Ruochén would engage level 40 beasts or higher, often contending with level 50 beasts and mutated kings. Being close to him could be perilous. Furthermore, during the actual battle, he could not possibly escort them all. The first wave of the beast tide is imminent. Do not engage directly. I will scatter them, and then you may strike. Hold nothing back, Jun Ruochén commanded, simultaneously posting a message on the chat screen. In his previous life, he had faced the beast tide, but, due to their inherent weakness, they perished when the beast tide arrived, never having witnessed its true magnitude. However, even without direct observation, one could surmise its nature. The beast tide, as its name suggests, undoubtedly surged forth like a tidal wave, converging towards the novice village from a singular direction, or perhaps from all sides. Regardless, there exists a focal point, the novice village itself. Before the beast tide could scatter, no amount of strength could withstand it. Thus, it was imperative to first disrupt the tide to allow others a chance to resist its onslaught. Everyone nodded in agreement with Jun Ruochén's strategy. As students of Jiangxing University, they were far from foolish. Faced with the formidable beast tide, it was essential to divert this overwhelming force, for once fragmented, its potency would diminish significantly. Announcement: the beast tide is imminent. Tip: Level 20 beasts will drop 888 galactic coins. Level 30 beasts will drop 888 galactic coins and equipment. Level 40 beasts will drop 222 galactic coins and equipment. Level 50 beasts will drop 111 galactic coins, exceptional equipment, and flying swords. Mutated beast kings will drop 888 galactic coins, exceptional equipment, flying swords, and rare materials. Countdown: 59, 585, 756 seconds. As the time approached 8:30, the proclamation of the galactic will echoed, announcing the items to be dropped by the beasts. These creatures were sure to yield bountiful rewards, akin to those from cross-server monsters, with a 100 drop rate. Moreover, level 20 beasts guaranteed 888 galactic coins, while level 30 beasts assured 888 galactic coins and equipment. The higher the beast's level, the more lucrative the spoils. A single level 50 beast could yield 111 galactic coins, while a mutated beast king would provide a staggering 888 galactic coins, along with exceptional equipment and rare materials. Finally, the countdown commenced. As excitement surged, weapons were gripped tightly, and everyone stood poised for battle, ready to unleash devastating attacks. Level 40 beasts and below are yours to handle, Jun Ruochén declared with a smile. His words were not merely factual, but also motivational, for the tone conveyed that hunting these beasts would yield rewards. The drop rates surpassed even those of the cross-server scenarios. This was indeed the last welfare event of the novice period. Seizing the opportunity meant fortune, while failure would lead to annihilation. Let us cleanse the entire beast tide. This wave of fortune is immense. The galactic coin, soon to become the world's singular currency, is undoubtedly precious. In this final battle for the novice village, I strive to earn some galactic coins to secure a bride. I no longer wish to live in poverty. The level 50 beasts were daunting, but surely one could slay a level 40 beast. Prepare for battle. Fight, fight, fight. The atmosphere in Novice Village 1000 was electric. Although the beast tide had yet to be seen, previous worries and anxieties dissipated, transforming the beasts in their minds into beneficent creatures offering galactic coins and equipment. Yes, these were indeed the welfare monsters, even superior to those in cross-server scenarios. Countdown: 9, 876 seconds. With mere seconds remaining, as the countdown reached 0, thunder roared across the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire space. The air crackled with the howls of beasts, a cacophony that sent shivers down their spines, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. The ground quaked beneath them, and everyone felt the impending tide of destruction surging towards them. This was no ordinary tide. It bore the ferocity of an 18-level tsunami. But they all understood that this was not a natural tide. It was the beast tide. The novices gathered in the village square. Those on flying swords could see the multitude of towering beasts approaching, some mere meters tall, while others loomed as high as hundreds of meters. Wherever the beast tide swept, devastation followed. Space shattered, mountains crumbled. Witnessing such chaos, the countless individuals on flying swords were left aghast. The numbers were staggering: 999, 999 level 20 beasts, 999 level 30 beasts, 999 level 40 beasts, 999 level 50 beasts, and 99 mutated beast kings. The data in the upper left corner of the virtual panel appeared, sending tremors of fear through them. Let me take charge. Jun Ruochén, who had been seated, rose and spoke with an unparalleled calmness that radiated immense authority. As he spoke, he soared into the air on his flying sword, yet he did not rush towards the beast tide. Instead, he gazed into the distance. Merely 3 seconds later, he summoned the true dragon. With a roar that echoed through the skies, the 9th level true dragon, measuring 200 meters in length and 10 meters in girth, shimmered in silver, exuding an unmatched dragon majesty. As the dragon emerged, its roar resonated across the heavens. Jun Ruochén swiftly leaped onto the dragon's back, directing it towards the beast tide. Chapter 78, The Man Riding the Dragon, Slaying the Mutated Beast King. A dragon. A real dragon. Jun Ruochén summoned the true dragon. How magnificent. In Novice Village 1000, countless individuals who had trembled at the arrival of the beast tide were left in a state of shock upon witnessing the true dragon summoned by Jun Ruochén. They stood in awe, their mouths agape, transfixed by the sight of the 200-meter-long dragon. Once they regained their senses, a wave of excitement surged through them. The man riding the dragon was simply too dashing, and as the apocalyptic beast tide approached, he charged forth alone. In their eyes, he was a deity. Kill, kill, kill. Soon, the villagers of Novice Village reacted. Those with flying swords took to the skies, while those without dashed forward. In that moment, everyone surged towards the outskirts of the Novice Village, colliding with the beast tide. Leading the charge was Jun Ruochén atop his true dragon. Upon leaving the Novice Village, they were met with an astounding sight that left them once again in awe. There stood Jun Ruochén on the back of the true dragon, wielding the Crimson Emperor's sword, resembling a god of war. The dragon disregarded the overwhelming tide of destruction, diving straight into the fray. Boom, boom, roar, roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the skies, its might suppressing the very fabric of reality. As the true dragon collided with the beast tide, a crimson light erupted, and countless beasts were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments and blood. The dragon's power was already terrifyingly unmatched, and as the progenitor of all beasts, it embodied the noblest and most powerful lineage. The inherent suppression of its bloodline and strength rendered the beasts akin to glass, shattered by missiles. At that moment, the beast tide was shattered. At least its momentum was disrupted by the true dragon. Kill, 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 kill. Witnessing this scene, all of Novice Village 1000 awakened, no longer hesitating. As they surged forth towards the beast tide, understanding that such an opportunity was rare. Should they fail to seize it, their fate was sealed. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 demon beast, the true water Xian snake, gaining 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 demon beast, the true water Xian snake, gaining 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 demon beast, the true water Xian snake, gaining 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 demon beast, the true water Xian snake, gaining 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 demon beast, the true water Xian snake, gaining 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 demon beast, the true water Xian snake, gaining 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. In the heavens above, the voice of the galactic will resounded continuously, announcing Jun Ruochén's triumph over a level 50 demon beast. Each beast yielded an astounding 555 experience points. However, the galactic will did not disclose the equipment or items acquired. Only the experience points and galactic coins were revealed. Jun's prowess was formidable, his demeanor captivating, and his strength unparalleled. In the midst of slaughter, countless individuals were envious upon hearing the proclamation of the galactic will. While envy permeated the air, a greater sentiment of excitement arose, for Jun Ruochén possessed the ability to vanquish level 50 demon beasts with ease. Many harbored hopes that he would eliminate all level 50 demon beasts, ensuring their safety. Moreover, once Jun Ruochén eradicated the level 50 beasts and the mutated beast kings, he would come to their aid. Boom, boom, roar, roar. Amidst the chaos, only destruction and roars echoed through the realm. This cataclysmic battle seemed endless, with blood staining every combatant, both that of the demon beasts and their own. The number of demon beasts dwindled, and the pressure gradually lessened. Jun Ruochén frequently soared above the throng on the back of the true dragon, circling through the dense mass of demon beasts, leaving a trail of blood and destruction in his wake. The mere sweep of the true dragon's 200-meter-long tail could reduce hundreds, even thousands, of demon beasts to mere fragments. Warning: Mutated Beast King has appeared. Warning: Mutated Beast King has appeared. Warning: Mutated Beast King has appeared. At that moment, the voice of the galactic will resounded again, issuing a warning about the emergence of the mutated Beast King. Roar, roar, roar. As the warning blared, the earth trembled, and a towering peak, over 1,000 meters high on the western edge of the Novice Village, shook violently before collapsing, revealing a colossal demon beast that dwarfed even the mountain itself. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt an involuntary shiver of fear course through them. Oh heavens, that mountain was the mutated Beast King. My goodness. I once relieved myself atop that mountain, never realizing it was the mutated Beast King. How shocking to discover that the mutated Beast King had been lurking within the Novice Village all along, disguised as a mere mountain. To be precise, that was not a mountain. It was merely the slumbering form of the mutated Beast King. Undoubtedly, the peaks at the very edge of the Novice Village might also be mutated Beast Kings. The towering mountain was, in reality, a mutated Beast King. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Not only them, but even Jun Ruochén himself could hardly believe it. He had once rested atop that peak, never suspecting it was a mutated Beast King. Name: Mutated Beast King. Level: 60, mutated. Combat power: Tier 70. Drop rate: 200. Standing atop the true dragon, Jun Ruochén activated his Eye of Insight and gazed at the mutated Beast King. In an instant, the information about the mutated Beast King materialized before him. Alas, the mutated Beast King was indeed level 60, as anticipated, but he had not expected its combat power to reach Tier 70. Thankfully, his own combat power had reached Tier 78. The true dragon also reached level 9, boasting combat power of Tier 75. making it capable of effortlessly slaying the mutated Beast King. Otherwise, they would have truly been doomed. It was worth noting that there were a total of 9 mutated Beast Kings amidst this beast tide. Whoosh! Jun Ruochén dismounted from the true dragon and soared towards the mutated Beast King on his sword. Simultaneously, the true dragon also charged toward the mutated Beast King. Boom! Boom! The Biluogen array unleashed a deluge of swords upon the mutated Beast King, while the true dragon's massive claws delivered a devastating blow. In that moment, both Jun Ruochén and the true dragon's attack struck the mutated Beast King simultaneously. A man and a dragon engaged in a fierce battle against the mutated Beast King, causing all spectators to tremble with anticipation and excitement. Boom! 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 Amidst the thunderous roars, the mutated Beast King erupted in a brilliant shower of blood, ultimately collapsing in defeat. The earth quaked as fissures spread for miles. Announcement: the mutated Beast King has been slain by Jun Ruochén, granting 333 experience points, and 888 galactic coins. Following the fall of the mutated Beast King, the announcement from the Galactic will rang out, declaring the demise of the mutated Beast King. By hunting down a Beast King, Jun Ruochén earned 333 experience points, and 888 galactic coins. As for the equipment and materials dropped, no one knew, for the Galactic will did not disclose such items. Roar! 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 After defeating the mutated Beast King, Jun Ruochén returned to the back of the true dragon, which continued its rampage against the remaining foes. Meanwhile, Jun Ruochén rested atop the true dragon. You have successfully slain the mutated Beast King. Mutated Beast King drops 10 title fragments, 10 sword intent seeds, 10 celestial jade, 1 royal ring, 1 light of creation. A notification chimed in his ears, announcing the items and equipment dropped by the mutated Beast King. As for the experience and galactic coins, those had already been announced, so no further notification was necessary. The royal ring was part of the royal set, while the celestial jade was material for the true dragon's advancement. Upon hearing the notification, excitement lit up Jun Ruochén's face. The rewards from the mutated Beast King were immensely gratifying. Just these 2 items alone filled him with joy. The principle of the strong remain strong was vividly illustrated through Jun Ruochén's experience. Without the ability to defeat the mutated Beast King, he would not have been able to obtain the royal set equipment or the celestial jade. Boom! 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 Calming his mind, Jun Ruochén stood up. The true dragon weaved through the throngs of demon beasts, causing them to dissipate into nothingness, while waves of experience, galactic coins, and equipment continuously flowed into his inventory. Observing his nearly full backpack, Jun Ruochén could only store the items of golden quality or lower in the resource shop. Whoosh! After organizing his backpack, he resumed the hunt for level 50 demon beasts, moving toward the southwestern edge of the novice village, where he suspected the mountain was the mutated Beast King. He planned to wait nearby for the beast to awaken so he could strike. Warning! Mutated Beast King has appeared. Warning! Mutated Beast King has appeared. Warning! Mutated Beast King has appeared. Indeed, as Jun Ruochén approached within a minute, the warning from the Galactic will echoed once more, indicating the emergence of the mutated Beast King. Simultaneously, the mountain he suspected to be the mutated Beast King began to tremble violently. Chapter 79, one of the royal set, Royal Feather Garb. As the mountain quaked, just as it was on the verge of crumbling, Jun Ruochén raised the Qi Ming Heavenly Emperor in his hand and swung it forth. Immediately, a cold gleam sliced through the air, striking the mountain on the brink of collapse. Roar! Roar! Boom! A reluctant roar filled with anguish followed, and then the mountain crumbled to dust. The collapsed mountain peak transformed into a river of blood, for the mountain itself was a mutated Demon King. Before the Demon King could fully awaken, it was slain by Jun Ruochén. This scene was witnessed by countless onlookers, who stood in a daze, their faces pale with disbelief. Such a display of power, slaying a mutated Demon King before it even had the chance to awaken, was unprecedented. This could well be the most unfortunate of Demon Kings. Announcement: the mutated Beast King has been killed by Jun Ruochén, earning 333 experience points, and 888 galactic coins. The announcement from the Galactic will echoed, marking yet another Demon King's demise. The mutated Demon Kings were the most terrifying and formidable beings amidst the beast tide. Now, 2 had been slain, and the remaining 7 posed no challenge. Jun Ruochén was indeed formidable. This unfortunate Demon King met its end before it could even awaken, a testament to Jun's overwhelming strength. With 333,000 experience points and 880,000 galactic coins, such feats could only be achieved by Jun Ruochén. The rewards of the strong were well deserved. With determination, the objective was set to eliminate the entire beast tide within 3 hours, as these were beneficial creatures. Within an hour, all the demon beasts could be cleared away. During the battle, many kept a close watch on Jun Ruochén's every move, for he was the pivotal figure. At level 50, He was the only one capable of slaying the mutated demon kings. Thus, he was of the utmost importance, and any misstep was unacceptable. Should anything befall Jun Ruochén, the entire novice village of 1,000 would face catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing the announcement confirming Jun Ruochén's latest kill of a mutated demon king, spirits soared among the crowd. The current counts of the various beasts were as follows: level 20 beasts, 6, 891, 299, 999, level 30 beasts, 49, 009, 999, level 40 beasts, 723, 999, level 50 beasts, 5, 899, mutated demon kings, 79. The remaining numbers of beasts displayed on the virtual panel dwindled steadily. The true dragon soared through the beast tide, wreaking havoc wherever it went. Fortunately, this true dragon was Jun Ruochén's mount, and its attacks were not indiscriminate, sparing the humans of the novice village from harm. Otherwise, few would have remained. Perched upon the back of the true dragon, Jun Ruochén sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. You have successfully slain a mutated demon king. Loot from the mutated demon king: 10 title fragments, 10 sword intent seeds, 10 celestial jades, 1 emperor's bracer, 10 triple attack scrolls. The defeat of the mutated demon king yielded title fragments, sword intent seeds, and celestial jades. Indeed, 1 piece of the emperor's set was obtained. The previous time it was a ring, and now it was a bracer. At this rate, should all mutated demon kings be vanquished, a complete emperor's set might be within reach. Having cleared all the level 50 beasts, Jun Ruochén did not change his equipment, as it was not his habit to rummage through his bag during combat. At this moment, he opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and gleaming with wisdom, akin to the stars in the night sky. With a swift motion, he leaped off the true dragon, soaring toward a level 50 beast. Simultaneously, he commanded the true dragon to engage the level 50 beasts. The level 50 beasts had already awakened in great numbers and needed to be eliminated first, otherwise, they would pose a dire threat to the other villagers. As for the mutated demon kings, they could be dealt with once they awakened. It would be a simple task. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has slain the level 50 beast, True Water Shin Snake, earning 555 experience points, and 111 galactic coins. The announcement rang out repeatedly as Jun Ruochén continued to eliminate these formidable foes. In the sky, the voice of the galactic will resounded, declaring the slaying of the level 50 beasts. The combatants understood Jun Ruochén's intentions. He aimed to clear out the level 50 beasts to prevent them from harming the others. With their levels and combat prowess, even a single touch from a level 50 beast could spell disaster for the lower-ranked players. As the moments passed, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 40,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén as the notification chimed, indicating his advancement to level 58. With a combat power increase of 40,000. The higher his level, the more attributes he gained. However, leveling up became increasingly arduous. Ascending from level 57 to 58 required 600 million experience points, while the next level demanded 700 million. Calculating the potential gains from clearing the beast tide, paired with the triple experience scrolls, it seemed feasible to reach level 59, but level 60 felt utterly out of reach. Time passed swiftly. Within half an hour, all level 50 beasts of the tide were eradicated by Jun Ruochén and the true dragon. During this span, he had already hunted 3 mutated demon kings. The third yielded an emperor's feather garment, part of a 9-piece set. Now, Jun Ruochén possessed 5 pieces. With the level 50 beasts finally cleared, the beast tide posed no further threat. Without the level 50 beasts, the remaining creatures could be managed easily, leaving only 6 mutated demon kings. A reserve bounty exclusively for Jun Ruochén. A sense of relief washed over him. Would the other novice villages face annihilation? Perhaps not. Did they not notice that the level 50 beasts were significantly slower than the others? The mutated demon kings were even slower. As long as they could outpace both, they would avoid being slain. However, the true concern lay with the overwhelming numbers of level 20, 30, and 40 beasts. The villagers had to steer clear of the level 50 beasts and constantly evade the attacks of the mutated demon kings. Gradually, the atmosphere in novice village number 1000 lightened. With the absence of level 50 beasts, the other creatures posed no threat. As for the mutated demon kings, Jun Ruochén stood vigilant. They would be swiftly dispatched upon awakening. Indeed, the level 50 beasts were formidable, with terrifying attacks, yet their slower speed meant that, with careful dodging, villagers could evade their assaults. The mutated demon kings, though slower, possessed even more devastating attacks. A single hit would be fatal. At that moment, Jun Ruochén stood atop a peak at the eastern edge of the novice village. This peak was home to yet another mutated demon king. However, the demon king beneath him remained dormant. The instant it awakened, Jun Ruochén would unleash a cataclysmic assault. Am I being too arrogant? Will I be struck by lightning? Jun Ruochén pondered silently, contemplating if it was a bit presumptuous to wait atop the mutated demon king for it to awaken. Time ticked by second. Finally, a tremor beneath him signaled the demon king's impending awakening. Chapter 80. The End of the Beast Tide, the Heart of the Galaxy. Warning, mutated Demon King appears. Warning, the emergence of the mutant Demon King. Warning, the emergence of the mutant Demon King. In the heavens above, the proclamation of the galactic will reverberate it. The mutant Demon King is about to awaken. As the ominous sound echoed, the mountains trembled, and in that very moment, Jun Ruochén wielded the Qi Ming Heavenly Emperor, striking fiercely upon the pinnacle of the mountain beneath him. Simultaneously, he took flight upon his sword, departing from the mountain peak. Roar, roar, boom. The mutant Demon King, still in the throes of awakening, was assailed by devastating attacks from above. The roar that followed was heartrending. Ultimately, the towering peak, standing 1,000 meters high, transformed into the mutant Demon King, crashing violently to the ground, warping the air and fracturing the very fabric of space, leaving the earth marred with fissures stretching for miles. Announcement: the mutant Beast King has been slain by Jun Ruochén, earning 333 experience points, and 888 galactic coins. The voice of the galactic will resounded. A mere 5 seconds elapsed in total. 5 seconds prior, a warning heralded the appearance of the mutant Demon King. 5 seconds later, the announcement of its demise was declared. What more could be said? Words failed in the face of such prowess. Truly, Jun was formidable. The mutant Demon King pondered. Is this truly a novice village? Surely, it cannot be the ultimate map. How could such a powerful player be encountered? To be annihilated in an instant? Who would believe such a tale? The statistics of strength and level were irrefutable, leaving no room for disbelief. Did Jun require the validation of others? The inhabitants of the novice village, amidst their battles, engaged in casual banter. Gradually, they ceased to cooperate, opting instead to hunt the 20 and 30 level beasts individually, while the more formidable among them targeted the 40 level beasts. At this moment, they felt no pressure whatsoever. They began to seize the beasts with fervor, for these creatures were akin to bountiful rewards to them. One might say they were merely collecting galactic coins and equipment. Unable to contend with the 40 and 50 level adversaries, they still dispatched the 20 and 30 level foes with ease. You have successfully slain the mutant Demon King. The mutant Demon King has dropped 10 title fragments, 10 sword intent seeds, 10 celestial jade, 1 monarch's medal, and 10 triple experience scrolls. A notification chimed in Jun Ruochén's ear. This marked the 4th mutant Demon King he had vanquished. Without a hint of doubt, he acquired one of the monarch's set, the monarch's medal. Following the defeat of the mutant Demon King, Jun Ruochén soared on his true dragon, heading towards the next destination. Anticipating the awakening of the 5th beast. The statistics read, 20 level beasts, 2, 408, 899, 999, 30 level beasts, 20, 079, 999, 40 level beasts, 33, 999, 50 level beasts, 99. Mutant Demon Kings, 5. In the upper left corner of the virtual panel, the remaining number of beasts dwindled significantly. Only 14 20-level beasts remained. Merely 15 30-level beasts were left. The 40-level beasts numbered only 130. The 50-level beasts had been extinguished. 5 mutant Demon Kings still lingered. As time inexorably passed, the tide of beasts rapidly diminished. The further they progressed, the quicker the numbers dwindled, as everyone had activated their beast-snatching mode. With many congregating to besiege a single 20-level beast, they cared not for whose beast it was. They struck first and questioned later. Perhaps it would end up belonging to them. This scenario became increasingly commonplace. Time froze at 117 minutes after the beast tide commenced. In Novice Village 1000, no beasts remained. The 20-level beasts were extinct, the 30-level beasts had perished, the 40-level beasts were eradicated, and the 50-level beasts had vanished. Now, only one mutant Demon King awaited awakening. Meanwhile, Jun Ruochén stood atop the northernmost peak of the Novice Village, the true dragon spiraling gracefully in the sky. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, that man, akin to a divine being. After the final Demon King was slain, the beast tide would surely come to an end, someone remarked. Following the tide, they could return to the city, with all beasts eradicated. Could this not be considered a conclusion? It should be, indeed. The entire combat ordeal of the Novice Village hinged upon Jun's final strike. Yes, with a mere wave of his hand, the Novice Village would be left behind. 10 days had finally elapsed. What awaited in the city remained a mystery. Calculating the time, the last mutant Demon King was on the verge of awakening. Once all beasts were eradicated, the villagers of the Novice Village returned to the square. Many gazed towards the northernmost point, awaiting the awakening of the final mutant Demon King, which would inevitably be dispatched by Jun Ruochén, leading to the complete disappearance of all beasts from the tide. Warning, the emergence of the mutant Demon King. Warning, the emergence of the mutant Demon King. Warning, the emergence of the mutant Demon King. At last, as the clock struck 120 minutes, the warning from the galactic will proclaim the imminent awakening of the mutant Demon King. Boom, boom, boom. The peak at the northernmost edge of the Novice Village began to tremble as Jun Ruochén soared upon his sword, unleashing a cataclysmic attack that cleaved down upon the summit. After his devastating strike landed, the mountaintop was sheared flat. Roar, 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 boom. The freshly awakened mutant demon king, not yet fully transformed into its beastly form, was struck down by the obliterating blow. A mournful wail echoed through the heavens and the earth, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Announcement. The mutant beast king has been slain by Jun Ruochén, earning 333 experience points and 888 galactic coins. Announcement. Jun Ruochén has slain all 50-level beasts, earning 999,000 experience points, 1,000,000 galactic coins, 888 reputation points, 333 celestial jade, and 1 tender-hearted jade belt. Announcement. Jun Ruochén has slain all mutant demon kings, earning 999,000 experience points, 550,000 galactic coins, 888 reputation points, 10 dragon blood, and 1 demon king gem. In the skies above, the galactic will proclaim the demise of the mutant demon king. Simultaneously, Jun Ruochén reaped abundant rewards. He had slain all the 50-level beasts and all the mutant demon kings. This reward was thoroughly deserved. You have successfully slain the mutant demon king. The mutant demon king has dropped 10 title fragments, 10 sword intent seeds, 10 celestial jade, 1 monarch's sword, and 1 light of fallen dust. A notification chimed in Jun Ruochén's ear. It was complete. He had gathered all 9 pieces of the monarch's set. Victory! 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 At that moment, all the inhabitants of Novice Village 1000 erupted in joyous celebration. Elation filled the air. Since the dawn of the apocalypse, everyone had remained on edge, never truly relaxing. Now, with all the beasts of the tide vanquished, it heralded their return to the city. Nothing could bring greater joy. Indeed, many were so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down their faces. Announcement. Novice Village 1000 has defeated all beasts of the tide, successfully evading the onslaught. Announcement. All members of Novice Village 1000 receive combat power 30,000, 188, 888 galactic coins, 888 reputation points, and 1 exceptional flying sword. Announcement. Jun Ruochén, leading Novice Village 1000 to evade the beast tide, receives combat power 100,000, 888, 888 galactic coins, 888 reputation points, and 1 heart of the galaxy. The announcement of the conclusion of the beast tide reverberated. The galactic will declare the end of the beast tide. In addition, all were rewarded with combat power, galactic coins, and reputation, as well as an exceptional flying sword. This exceptional item was not of white quality. At the very least, it boasted an orange quality. And what of Jun Ruochén? As the pivotal figure guiding the Novice Village through the beast tide, the rewards naturally are more substantial. First and foremost, a combat power of 100,000, along with 880,000 galactic coins, 180,000 reputation points, and an item known as the Heart of the Galaxy, the specifics of which remain unknown, including its quality and grade. Nevertheless, whatever it may be, it is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. The crucial point is that the beast tide has come to an end. Announcement. The portal of light returning to the city will open in 60 minutes. Announcement. Those who have survived will be automatically transported back to their original locations in the city. The announcement that everyone had been eagerly anticipating has finally arrived. After 10 arduous days of struggle in the Novice Village, was it not for this very announcement that they had persevered? The decree of the Galactic will is far more exhilarating than the previous rewards. Countless individuals, upon hearing it, were moved to tears. Now, they need only await the arrival of the portal of light to return to the city and to their former lives. Chapter 81. A complete set of royal equipment. The return to the city is finally within reach. At this moment, the words I most wish to express are, Lord Jun, I love you. Even as a man, I must say, Lord Jun, thank you. The Novice Village number 1000 has flourished due to the presence of Lord Jun. Since the initiation of team competitions, our fate has taken a positive turn thanks to him, leading to inter-server confrontations, followed by faction battles, culminating in the current beast tide. In my heart, the image of Lord Jun undoubtedly surpasses that of the galactic will, a man riding a dragon, a divine existence. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall forever stand by Lord Jun's side. Though the beast tide posed dangers, it also brought us great rewards. With merely 1 hour remaining, rather than anxiously waiting, it would be more prudent to tally our spoils. Yes, counting the loot would serve to pass the time. The Novice Village 1000 is bustling with activity, alive with excitement. The chat screen has once again come to life, with most conversations revolving around Jun Ruochén. The experiences of 10 days in the Novice Village have indelibly etched the name Jun Ruochén in their hearts. It is precisely because of Jun Ruochén's presence that the Novice Village 1000 has thrived, transforming calamity into fortune, turning misfortune into blessing, and charging ever forward. All of this is intrinsically linked to Jun Ruochén. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 40,000. A golden light envelopes Jun Ruochén as the notification sounds. He has leveled up. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 50,000. Just as the previous level up notification fades, another golden light appears, bestowing yet another advancement. Jun Ruochén's level has now reached 60. How to articulate this? I had roughly estimated that by utilizing triple experience scrolls and clearing all the beast-tide monsters, it was possible to reach level 59. Yet upon clearing the monsters, I found myself still at the same level. Little did I anticipate that the Galactic would reward a staggering 99,990,000 experience points, and an additional 999,999,000 experience, propelling me directly to level 59 and then to level 60, 2 levels gained in an instant. The occurrences in this world are truly inexhaustible. The surprise came so suddenly that I can hardly contain myself. I am about to soar to new heights. Jun Ruochén could not resist letting out a shout. Indeed, this surge propels him into the stratosphere, and he could hardly fathom what incredible heights his combat power would reach. Whoosh, whoosh. Without further delay, he takes to the skies on his sword, heading back toward the novice village, eager to assess his spoils and organize his equipment and combat power. There is no doubt that his power will surge dramatically. It is merely a question of how terrifying it will become. The excitement is palpable. The royal set is complete. At level 60, one can upgrade to VIP status. At level 60, one can claim a new title, with Dragon Blood and Celestial Jade in hand. The true dragon can be evolved. In 5 minutes, Jun Ruochén appears in the novice village square. Lord Jun, Lord Jun, Lord Jun. The villagers of the novice village greet him with joy, their eyes filled with awe and their faces radiating admiration. He is a man who rides dragons, a divine being. Jun Ruochén nods slightly in acknowledgement before heading directly to his exquisite abode. He bathes and dons clean clothing. At this moment, he yearns to burn incense as he bathes. First, he replaces his equipment, donning the entire royal set. Then, he inspects his backpack for any useful items. Upon examination, he discovers name, Tinder Jade Belt, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888, combat power enhancement, 20-fold. Attributes, attack speed 9, speed 9. Bonus, increases backpack capacity by 200. Name, Demon King Gem, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888, combat power enhancement, 20-fold. Attributes, agility 100. Bonus, immune to all poisons. Name, Heart of the Galaxy, special, color, combat power, 18,888, combat power enhancement, 20-fold. Attributes, super aura, speed 9, attack speed 9. Bonus, hidden function, teleportation. Name, Dominion of Heaven, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888, combat power enhancement, 20-fold. Attributes, speed 18. Bonus, high-level footwear that automatically triggers like willows in the wind to evade attacks when under assault. Jun Ruochén reviews his backpack, which is brimming with 6th, 7th, and 8th tier equipment, all in red, gold, and colors, as he has placed the white equipment into the resource mall. After examining for a while, he finds several items suitable for himself. Damn, the Heart of the Galaxy, akin to the King of Inter server, possesses hidden attributes. Upon seeing the Heart of the Galaxy, Jun Ruochén's heart stirs, and he cannot help but exclaim. This Heart of the Galaxy serves as an aura, with its hidden function being teleportation. It resembles the teleportation rings found in games. Additionally, Dominion of Heaven is a pair of shoes. Though it lacks hidden functions, its bonus is remarkable, automatically triggering like willows in the wind to evade attacks when under threat. The belt is also quite impressive, doubling his backpack capacity to 192 slots. After making the changes, Jun Ruochén equips the following: Royal Crown, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Royal Necklace, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Royal Feathered Garment, 8th tier, color, combat power, 38,888. Royal Sword, 8th tier, color, combat power, 38,888. Royal Battle Bracelet, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Royal Wrist Guard, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Royal Ring, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Royal Battle Ring, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Royal Medal, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Tinder Jade Belt, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Dominion of Heaven, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Demon King Gem, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Heart of the Galaxy, 8th tier, color, combat power, 18,888. Nine Heavens Galaxy, 7th tier, color, combat power, 18. 888. Heavenly Phoenix Wings, 7th tier. Color, Combat Power, 18, 888. Note, Royal Set activated. Total attribute enhancement of 15-fold. Attributes can stack. 50 triggers to ignore attacks. After equipping, Jun Ruochén enters the equipment page, a smile gracing his face. Aside from the wings of the Heavenly Phoenix and the flying sword of 9 Heavens Galaxy, everything else is 8th tier and colorful, an entire Royal Set. Furthermore, once activated, the Royal Set grants a total attribute enhancement of 15-fold, which can stack, unaffected by the combat power enhancements of the 3 colorful pieces of equipment. What is even more terrifying is the 50 probability of triggering an attack that ignores defenses. The attributes of this set are indeed astonishing. Jun Ruochén took a deep breath. This ensemble is simply too formidable. It appears that until he acquires a superior set, there is no need to change his equipment. The primary reason being that the attributes of this set are extraordinarily powerful. My combat strength must have reached at least 30 million, he mused. Before the onslaught of beasts, his strength was merely over 20 million. Now, having received countless rewards and donned the Emperor's set, his equipment has been upgraded, and his level has increased. These elements all contribute to his combat prowess. At present, his conservative estimation of strength stands at a minimum of 30 million. He is aware that it is likely far greater than that. Subsequently, he accessed his character information page to scrutinize his ultimate combat strength along with various statistics. Chapter 82. Combat Strength at Level 88, Returning to the City. Name, Jun Ruochén. Country, Dragon Kingdom, Newbie Village 1000. Age, 20 years. Level, 60. Experience, 10, 459, 000. Wealth, 41, 996, 204 galactic coins. Reputation, 264, 448 points. Talent, Eye of Surveillance, F level. Infinite Devour, SSS level. Skills, Sunslaying Sword Technique, SSS level. Meteoric Fire Rain, SSS level. Azure Sword Array, SSS level. Combat Strength, 77, 984, 661, 38, 400, 000. Assessed based on Equipment Enhancement System damage. Rank, Level 88. My combat strength is nearing 80 million. The Beast Tide is indeed the greatest boon. As Jun Ruochén gazed at his character information, his expression oscillated. Prior to the Beast Tide, his strength was merely 21 million. Yet within just 2 hours of the Beast Tide, his strength surged to 77, 98 million. Undoubtedly, the primary factor for this was the attributes of the Emperor's set, which augmented his combat strength by 15 times. The combined attributes of the 3 colored pieces enhanced it by a staggering 20 times. Calculating it all together, the overall combat strength augmentation amounts to 2 by 2 by 2x4 by 1548 times. In other words, while it superficially appeared to grant him 10,000 combat strength, it effectively increased his strength by 480,000. Today, while hunting level 50 beasts and mutated beast kings, as well as level 20, 30, and 40 beasts, he devoured an additional 420,000 combat strength, alongside the 150,000 from equipment replacement and 130,000 from leveling up, plus the 100,000 from the galactic will reward. The total superficial increase in combat strength today is 420,000, 150,000, 130, 000, 100, 000, 800, 000. Thus, today's total augmentation amounts to 800,000 by 48, 384,000. Originally, his combat strength before the Beast Tide was just 21 million, and with the Emperor's set amplifying it by 15 times, plus the 18 times which became 20 times, this results in a combat strength of 39, 584, 661. With all calculations, it culminates in a combat strength of approximately 77, 98 million. In addition to the increase in combat strength, his level has reached 60, his galactic coins have reached 42 million, and his reputation has soared to 260,000. In his previous life, he perished with a combat strength barely exceeding 10,000. In this life, as he departs from the newbie village, his strength approaches 80 million. Jun Ruochén murmured, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Ordinary individuals truly cannot be compared to those who possess extraordinary abilities. The disparity between the two is simply insurmountable. It is worth noting that even in this incarnation, many in other newbie villages possess combat strengths that do not exceed 10,000. Newbie Village 1000 has, due to Jun Ruochén's efforts, reaped countless rewards and benefits. The current combat strength of others should still be less than 300,000, with the majority hovering around 200,000. Yet he, on the other hand, boasts a staggering combat strength of 80 million. Reflecting on this is quite reasonable. During the newbie village period, many event rewards were unique. And once one departs the newbie village, they will never experience them again. Although the newbie village may seem like a mere starting point, many aspects are indeed singular. The Beast Tide represents humanity's most harrowing moment. However, It ultimately became his greatest boon. No one else could have achieved what he did. After a moment of calm, Jun Ruochén entered the system interface. Beep. Host has reached level 60. VIP upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? The system's voice resonated. Having reached level 60, he is now eligible for an upgrade. Post-upgrade, he would attain VIP 4 status. Without a hint of hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Currently at VIP 3. Upgrading to the next level requires reaching VIP 4. Upgrade estimated time, 168 hours. VIP upgrading. The system's voice announced the commencement of the upgrade process. However, the upgrade will necessitate a consumption of 168 hours, equating to 1 week. This detail, Jun Ruochén naturally found inconsequential. After all, during the upgrade, the system support would still be present. Moreover, with his current level and combat strength, even without the system, he'd be fine. Notice, premium housing will soon be reclaimed. Notice, please evacuate promptly. At this juncture, the notification sound echoed. The premium housing's time limit had expired. Moreover, as he was about to leave the newbie village, the premium housing would inevitably vanish. Upon hearing the prompt, Jun Ruochén composed himself, stood up, transformed his equipment, and exited the house. He found others already gathered in the square, likely having received the notification as well. In this moment, they were all brimming with excitement. As they were about to leave the newbie village and return to the city, this 10-day ordeal of hellish torment was finally coming to an end. Time passed. Second by second. Countdown, 9,876. At last, the countdown began to tick down. In the sky, golden rays appeared, swiftly descending. When the countdown reached 0, the golden light enveloped everyone, before vanishing into thin air. The newbie village dissolved into nothingness. Sizzle, sizzle. In his ears, he could only hear a series of faint sounds, akin to fabric being torn. This sensation persisted for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, a bright light filled his vision, a fierce wind struck his face, and the teleportation concluded. Everyone returned to their positions from 10 days prior. They had returned, finally returned. Still in the classroom, still in the dormitory. Everything remained unchanged. The sole difference being that he had grown stronger. His level remained intact, his combat strength persisted, and his galactic coins and equipment were all still there. I have returned from the newbie village. How nostalgic it is to be back in the city. However, the newbie village was not without its charms. It feels as though there are very few students around. Could it be that only those from newbie village 1000 have returned? No, considering the time elapsed. All who survived should have returned. Those who haven't likely fell victim to the beast tide. I should check if anyone else from our school besides us is here. Yes, let us take a look. The chat public screen was still active. Upon returning to the city, everyone was abuzz with excitement, initiating conversations. However, many soon realized that the once vibrant and bustling Jiangxing University now appeared desolate, with only the few thousand from newbie village 1000 present. There were no signs of anyone else. Whoosh. On the dormitory rooftop of Jiangxing University, Jun Ruochén returned, gazing at the familiar surroundings, his heart filled with profound sentiment. I have come back alive, Jun Ruochén murmured, his eyes surveying the once familiar Jiangxing University. Standing tall, he could see far and wide. The people from newbie village 1000 were the first to return to Jiangxing University, for he had not seen anyone else in the school. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A full minute elapsed before shadows began to materialize in various parts of the school. These figures emerged from other novice villages, yet in stark contrast to the staggering 9,000 individuals who had appeared simultaneously from village 1000. These shadows were almost negligible due to their scarcity. Besides Jiangxing University, other locations also witnessed the arrival of figures, enveloped in a golden light as they descended to the ground. Time ticked by minute, and after approximately 10 minutes, the sky fell silent, devoid of any further golden light. Announcement: the novice village has concluded. Notice: all living individuals have been teleported back to the city. According to statistics, a total of 1,538,974, 870 individuals have returned to the city worldwide, with the Dragon Kingdom leading the count at 360,992, 555 people. The voice of the galactic will resonated globally. After a 10-day ordeal in the novice village, billions entered its confines, yet only 1.5 billion emerged alive. The mortality rate soared to an astonishing 85. The Dragon Kingdom, as a premier global power, managed to have 3.6 billion individuals survive and return from the novice village. Chapter 83, The Contest for City Lord, a harrowing revelation of core secrets. My goodness, in merely 10 days since the apocalypse began, the global population dwindled to a mere 1.5 billion. Now, only the elite remain. This is indeed extraordinary, after enduring the ravages of ferocious beasts, team competitions, cross-server battles, faction wars, and the obliteration at level 20, coupled with the final beast tide, the survival of 1.5 billion is nothing short of remarkable. Those who withstood the faction wars and the beast tide are surely not mere novices. I narrowly escaped death at the hands of a mutated beast king. Fortunate to have evaded its attack due to my swiftness. The beast tide was a matter of running and flying. Combat was futile. Surviving the beast tide relied entirely on evasion and speed. Failure to escape meant certain death. The novice village was akin to hell. Upon returning to the city, uncertainty loomed over what the future held. With the world now gamified, would we be forced to battle monsters and upgrade our gear henceforth? Upon hearing the voice of the galactic will, the survivors were struck with astonishment, knowing all too well how terrifying the beast tide had been. To have returned alive was a testament to one's strength and fortune. The first day in the novice village marked the descent into hell, with countless lives lost to the onslaught of beasts. The second day offered slight reprieve, and by the third day, most had acclimatized to the harsh survival conditions. Yet, team competitions claimed yet another wave of lives. Surviving those led to the onslaught of cross-server battles, which would inevitably claim even more individuals. Once past the cross-server battles, the faction wars arrived, a veiled form of annihilation that would lead to the obliteration of numerous novice villages and even entire nations. All of this has now passed. The level 20 obliteration arrived, eradicating those who failed to reach that threshold, resulting in the loss of 1.8 billion lives. Well then, the obliteration has concluded. However, the beast tide has come, presenting the ultimate trial. Countless level 20 beasts, numerous level 30 beasts, and terrifying level 40 beasts, alongside the cataclysmic level 50 beasts. The final mutated beast king was a death incarnate. Surviving the beast tide hinged on both strength and luck. Announcement: the world has been gamified. This has become the norm. Announcement: life has returned to a semblance of normalcy. Those seeking to level up may venture beyond the city, where formidable beasts await. Announcement: the galactic will is the sole network globally, interconnected with all nations, each country gaining a national chat screen. Announcement: the galactic coin is the exclusive currency worldwide. Properties within the city belong to their occupants, while unoccupied properties will be confiscated and must be purchased from the resource marketplace. Announcement: the contest for City Lord will commence in 3 days. The voice of the galactic will echoed once more, conveying a literal message. Life has returned to a semblance of normalcy, yet the gamification has become a fixture. For those in need of leveling up or acquiring gear, they may exit the city, where powerful beasts await hunting. Moreover, properties within the city will belong to those who previously owned them. Those without properties must purchase them from the resource marketplace. Furthermore, if an individual possesses multiple properties, only the one they currently reside in will be theirs. The rest will be confiscated. Renting does not count as ownership. The contest for City Lord? What does that entail? Jun Ruochén stood on the rooftop, furrowing his brow. Although he had returned to the city and life had resumed its course, competition still lingered, exemplified by this contest for City Lord. Attending school was now an impossibility. First, he needed to acquire a residence and settle down, then gradually explore his options. Jun Ruochén entered the resource marketplace and began to browse. He discovered that the current resource marketplace offered 100-fold more items than during his time in the novice village, encompassing nearly everything he had previously known. From snacks and daily necessities to intricate textiles and expansive properties and factories, the marketplace brimmed with abundance. Of course, equipment, flying swords, resources, and materials were also significantly more plentiful. Before long, Jun Ruochén set his sights on a villa near Jiangqing University, Yushui Bay. This villa district was renowned as the affluent enclave of Jiangqing, boasting exquisite surroundings and splendid views. Its residents comprised the city's billionaires, with each villa priced at a minimum of 100 million, and the finest reaching up to 2 billion, something he had only heard of before the calamity. Now, unexpectedly, he found that within the resource marketplace, out of the original 99 villas in the district, a staggering 78 had been confiscated and were now available for sale. This indicated that the former owners had perished in the novice village. Villa number 17, priced at 1 million galactic coins. Villa number 38, priced at 1 million galactic coins. Villa number 92, priced at 1.05 million galactic coins. Villa number 96, priced at 5 million galactic coins. Villa number 99, priced at 8.88 million galactic coins. After perusing the listings, Jun Ruochén noted that all prices exceeded 1 million, with the currency being galactic coins. He estimated that a villa previously valued at 100 million could now be acquired for a mere 1 million galactic coins, establishing a ratio of 100:1. Additionally, he observed a note at the bottom of the resource marketplace. The minimum galactic coin denomination is 0.01. This meant one could pay as little as 0.01 galactic coins. This was reasonable, given that the value of galactic coins was 100-fold greater than before, with many items priced below 1 galactic coin, thus necessitating decimal support. Furthermore, galactic coins were processed via a virtual interface, functioning as a form of digital currency devoid of physical representation. Instant noodles, once priced at 5 yuan per pack, now cost 0.05 galactic coins. During his time in the novice village, they had required 1 galactic coin. Truly outrageous. Jun Ruochén glanced at the daily necessities in the resource marketplace. Now that life had returned to a semblance of normalcy, prices were once again reasonable. Reflecting on the past, purchasing a pack of instant noodles for 1 galactic coin was absurd. Without hesitation, he decided to acquire Villa number 99, promptly paying 88 million galactic coins to secure the residence at Ushuaia Bay. After all, he was not short on galactic coins. Even if he were, he could venture outside the city to hunt beasts. With an exceptionally high drop rate, there was no need to fear a shortage of galactic coins. Selling acquired gear would yield ample currency. Notice, galactic coins, 880,000. Prompt, acquire ownership of Villa number 99 in Ushuaia Bay for a duration of 1 year. The notification sound echoed. A deduction of 88 million galactic coins was made, and now the ownership of Villa number 99 in Ushuaia Bay belonged to him. For a term of 1 year. 1 year? What kind of property rights last only a year? Everything seemed normal, yet, this property right felt rather comical. Was this truly no jest? Or was it a scheme to deceive? Prompt, all properties worldwide possess a duration of merely 1 year. Prompt, after 1 year, the world will face annihilation. Upon hearing Jun Ruochén's inquiry, the voice of the galactic will resounded, addressing Jun Ruochén's concerns. Damn, a year until global annihilation. What does that mean? Moreover, I'd wasted 88 million galactic coins. Jun Ruochén couldn't help but curse, unable to contain his frustration. Just returning from the novice village. To be told that the world would perish within a year. This surely cannot be a jest. Prompt, as the sole cross-server king in the world, you possess the right to know certain core secrets, albeit limited. Just follow the prompts from the galactic will. Prompt, you must leave Earth and enter the Ninefold Mountains within 1 year. The reminders from the galactic will reverberated in Jun Ruochén's mind, causing his heart to tremble. Could it be true? Would the world genuinely face destruction in a year? And what are the Ninefold Mountains? It was evident that the people of the world remained unaware of this, for it was a core secret. As the only cross-server king, he had the right to know part of these secrets. Otherwise, the galactic will would not have divulged this information to him. A cross-server king. Am I the only one among the 100 major regions? Jun Ruochén pondered, astonished. Initially, he had believed that each major region would have one cross-server king. Prompt, cross-server king. Unique. Prompt, activities and rewards in the novice village are often of unique nature. The galactic will responded. After absorbing this information, Jun Ruochén finally comprehended. It turned out that many rewards from the novice village were indeed unique, meant solely for him, such as the title of cross-server king, the galactic heart, and even the emperor's set. Calming his emotions, he closed the virtual panel. With a swift motion, he mounted his flying sword, heading towards the villa district. The Ushuaia Bay Villa area was merely 5 miles from Jiangxing University, and at his current speed, he would arrive in a minute, even at a leisurely pace. After all, this was not the novice village, but a bustling city. There was no need to be overly ostentatious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, Jun Ruochén arrived before the villa district, gazing at the opulent villas with immense anticipation. In his previous life as an orphan, raised in an orphanage, he had never imagined that he would one day be connected to such luxurious residences. Now, the finest villa here belonged to him. Chapter 84. The Global Tower of Heaven rankings commence. Who will be the first? Entering the villa district, he continued to soar. With the world now gamified, flying was not an uncommon sight. Of course, it was also a means of flaunting. After all, possessing a flying sword was an exceedingly rare privilege. And his was a 7th-tier colored sword, the 9 Heavens Galaxy, making his flight resemble the galaxy cascading from the heavens above, with him standing atop it as if he were the sovereign of the galaxy. A flying sword was far more precious and rare than luxury cars. Soon, Jun Ruochén stepped into the villa. Indeed, a villa once valued at 2 billion, now purchased for 88 million galactic coins, was extravagantly luxurious, with an astonishing land area. According to the villa's specifications, it spanned an impressive 800 square meters. The entire estate was enclosed by electric fences, featuring 2 3-story villas, a garden, fruit trees, a swimming pool, a garage, a lawn, and a pavilion. It had everything one could desire, and the furnishings and decor were exorbitantly costly. It was evident that the former owner had been a multi-trillionaire from Jiangxing, possibly even the wealthiest individual in the city, who had perished in the novice village. After the apocalypse, everything had begun anew. Although the villa had remained uninhabited and uncleaned for 10 days, it was remarkably pristine. Jun Ruochén explored every corner before settling down. After a refreshing bath, he lay down on the expansive, soft bed, quickly drifting into slumber. Although he had been reborn before entering the novice village and had gained a system that rendered him invincible, he had still felt a sense of unease within the novice village. Now, back in the city, with his mind at ease, fatigue washed over him, and he decided to rest well, leaving all other matters for after his sleep. The galactic coin truly held immense value. In the novice village, it had seemed worthless. But now that prices had normalized, he realized how exploitative the resource marketplace had been back then. In this world, galactic coins were everything. Combat power and levels were the true path to dominance. The network of the galactic was remarkably robust. With so many people chatting online, there was no lag. I am currently level 23. What level are you all? I am level 22. I am level 25. I am level 21. The national chat screen was bustling with countless conversations, creating an atmosphere filled with excitement. Now, the virtual panel's chat screen had lost the cross-server chat, but gained a national chat and a regional chat, where all participants were citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The Novice Village chat screen remained active. The chat screen in the Novice Village number 1000 was equally lively, as they were a close-knit group, once comrades in arms, and possibly future allies. Since Jun Ruochén's return, he had not been active. With the absence of the level and combat power rankings, they were unaware of Jun Ruochén's current status. Regardless of his level or combat power, they vowed to keep it undisclosed. Yes, we must not reveal anything. Now that we are finally safe, I must seek out Brother Ruochén to play. I glanced at the regional chat screen, noting that many teachers and students from Jiangxing University had returned, with the total number surpassing 16,000. Alas, for our Novice Village number 1000. It was unimaginable how difficult it had been for other novice villages, given that Jiangxing University originally housed 50,000 individuals, yet only 16,000 had returned. With our Novice Village number 1000 accounting for 9,000. How they managed to evade the beast tide remained a mystery. It was said that they merely fled, avoiding the 40 and 50 level demon beasts, as the mutated demon king moved sluggishly. The inhabitants of Novice Village number 1000 were actively chatting on the screen, sharing peculiar tidbits of information they had gathered from the outside world. This day, the city resumed its former vibrancy, illuminated and bustling, even more so than before, as people from small towns and rural areas had been transported from the Novice Village to the city. Now, only 38 cities remain nationwide, with powerful demon beasts lurking outside their borders. The Galactic Will would naturally not transport anyone outside the cities. Each of the 38 cities housed nearly 10 million individuals, with the majority congregated at the city center, creating an even livelier atmosphere. The fringes of the cities were devoid of residents, as formidable and terrifying demon beasts roamed outside. No one dared to venture there. That night, the celebration was nothing short of extraordinary, as survival against all odds warranted festivity. The next day, countless individuals found themselves somewhat disoriented, for in the Novice Village, dawn heralded the time for hunting ferocious beasts. Now, upon waking to discover themselves in the city, there was, for the moment, no intention of venturing beyond the city limits to hunt. The reason was simple. They still possessed galaxy coins, enough to stave off hunger. After enduring 10 grueling days in the hellish Novice Village, did they not deserve to savor some leisure? Announcement: the Tower of Heaven dungeon is now open. Announcement: ascending to the 40th floor of the Tower of Heaven grants access to the dungeon. Announcement: the global leaderboard for the Tower of Heaven is now active. Rewards will be given to the top 10,000 players. Final settlement at the end of the month. Announcement: the global points leaderboard is now active. Rewards for the top 10,000 players. Final settlement at the end of the month. Tip: players with fewer than 10 points each month will be eradicated. Tip: points can only be obtained from the corpses of ferocious beasts. The higher the level of the beast, the more points dropped. It was morning, 8:30 a.m., when the announcement from the Galaxy Will reverberated, proclaiming the opening of the Tower of Heaven dungeon. Simultaneously, the global leaderboards for both the Tower of Heaven and points were unveiled, with rewards for the top 10,000, while those with fewer than 10 points would face obliteration. Thus, even in the city, one could not afford to be complacent. Hunting ferocious beasts remained imperative, lest they be annihilated by the Galaxy Will. Initially, they believed they could rest easy, only to find it was impossible. The global leaderboard for the Tower of Heaven was eagerly anticipated. I am currently on the 25th floor, and I should be able to secure a position within the top 100. Among the 100 global regions, I wonder who holds the title of the top player. It is now July 11th, the month well into its second half, and with nearly 20 days remaining before the final settlement of rewards at the month's end. One must strive diligently. Achieving a minimum of 10 points each month should not be too arduous. However, the acquisition of points also relies on drop rates. With good fortune, one could secure points, while ill fortune might yield none even after slaying dozens of ferocious beasts. Hurry, the global leaderboard for the Tower of Heaven is about to unveil, and I am eager to discover which nation claims the top position. The national chat was abuzz with excitement, for the Dragon Kingdom boasts a population of 3.6 billion people. At this moment, curiosity swirled regarding who would emerge as the top player on the global leaderboard for the Tower of Heaven. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the voice of the Galaxy Will echoed, a magnificent golden screen, soaring to a height of 100 meters, materialized above the central squares of cities worldwide. A spectacle visible to all within the cities. Upon this golden screen appeared a series of inscriptions. Global leaderboard for the Tower of Heaven. First place, Jun Ruochén, 40th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Second place, Ling Tianxiao, 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Third place, Xia Qingyu, 36th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Fourth place, Sophia, 34th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Fifth place, Miyamoto Zong, 33rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Sixth place, Murong Yao, 32nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Seventh place, Shangwan Yuntian, 32nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. 8th place, Taichu Lingling, 31st floor of the Tower of Heaven. 9th place, Yu Qinghu, 31st floor of the Tower of Heaven. 10th place, Lei Jun, 31st floor of the Tower of Heaven. On that golden screen, the top 10 names shone resplendently, occupying a third of the display. Particularly, the name in first place radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors, even from 1,000 meters above. Every name was crystal clear. Jun Ruochén, a name that seemed to reign supreme over all others like a monarch. Beyond the top 10, the positions within the top 100 remained equally striking. This screen bore only 10,000 names, chronicling the top 10,000 players. The last name on the list was from the 25th floor. A staggering 99% of the leaderboard comprised players below the 30th floor, with only a select few reaching the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The first place, Jun Ruochén, stood proudly at the 40th floor. Who is this Jun Ruochén? The name certainly suggests a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Among the top 10, 8 were indeed from the Dragon Kingdom, and within the top 10,000, 581 hailed from the same nation. Could this Jun Ruochén be the one from Jiangxing University? Why is there no information circulating about the first place player? It is perplexing, surely. As the top player, he must be well known, yet no one has mentioned Jun Ruochén. Could it be that he was the only one to return from the novice village? How did he achieve the 40th floor? What level of combat prowess must one possess? After the leaderboard for the global Tower of Heaven refreshed, the national chat erupted with fervor, almost boiling over. The first place belongs to the Dragon Kingdom, with 8 of the top 10 being citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, many were left wondering who Jun Ruochén truly was. Chapter 85, The Descent of the Tower of Heaven, The Arrival of the Lord of the City. In Yushui Bay, Villa number 99, on the spacious, plush bed, Jun Ruochén awoke naturally. Suddenly, a cataclysmic sound erupted, akin to thunder or the earth itself crumbling, causing Jun Ruochén to pause in shock as he rose and made his way to the villa's balcony. Before him unfolded a breathtaking scene. In the distant cosmos, a golden radiance emerged, enveloping a pitch-black tower that descended slowly. The tower tore through the golden light, rapidly increasing in size until it landed firmly upon the ground. The earth quaked violently, mountains and rivers collapsing and fracturing. The Tower of Heaven. This was the true Tower of Heaven. The tower connected the heavens and the earth, resembling a staircase leading to the skies. While they had glimpsed the Tower of Heaven during their time in the novice village, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the current tower. This was the authentic Tower of Heaven. Even at 100 miles away, one could perceive its enormity and majesty. Announcement. The first place on the Tower of Heaven leaderboard is located in Jiangxing. Tip. Therefore, the Tower of Heaven will manifest in Jiangxing. Tip. Other cities and nations may spend galaxy coins to teleport near the Tower of Heaven. The voice of the galaxy will resonated, revealing the rationale for the Tower of Heaven's appearance in Jiangxing. As the first place player resides in Jiangxing, the Tower of Heaven materializes there, a boon for its inhabitants. After all, the distance from Jiangxing to the Tower of Heaven is merely 100 miles. With a flying sword, it could be traversed in 10 minutes. Without one, it would only take about an hour. At least, it is not as burdensome as the expenses incurred by other cities and nations for teleportation. This is the true essence of the Tower of Heaven, vastly larger than that of the novice village. The emergence of the Tower of Heaven in Jiangxing has saved us a considerable sum of galaxy coins. Could it be that the esteemed Jun Ruochén, the first place player, is a resident of Jiangxing? Jiangxing is a place of exceptional talents. And now the first place player of the Tower of Heaven hails from our city. How did he conquer the 40th floor? Regrettably, the level and combat power leaderboards have been closed, leaving us in suspense about Jun Ruochén's true strength and level. I possess only a handful of galaxy coins. After resting for 2 days, I must venture beyond the city to hunt ferocious beasts. The Tower of Heaven lies outside the city, and to challenge it, one must traverse the beast-infested territories. Globally, across the nation, the announcement from the galaxy will ignite a fervor among the populace. Most felt envy. Yet many harbored a sense of indignation, particularly since the first place player, Jun Ruochén, was from Jiangxing. Thus, the Tower of Heaven appeared in Jiangxing, inciting excitement and pride among its residents. After all, the top player, Jun Ruochén, is one of their own. Brother, where are you? Standing on the balcony, his gaze fixed upon the distant Tower of Heaven, Jun Ruochén found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, a notification sound echoed, indicating that someone wished to engage him in a private chat. He swiftly swiped open the virtual panel, entering the chat interface, where a message from Tang Ziming awaited him. At home, Yushui Bay, number 99. Jun Ruochén replied with a message and returned to his bed, where he began to immerse himself in the game. After returning to the city from the novice village, the virtual panel had gained an additional function, allowing it to access the internet for gaming and even make phone calls. Akin to a mobile device, humanity's adaptability to their environment and circumstances had reached an astonishing level. Just yesterday, he had returned from the novice village, and now, streams were already being broadcasted. Indeed, this was one of the avenues for earning galactic coins. Various forms of entertainment continued unabated, as long as one remained alive. The activities persisted. It must be said, the beautiful women earned galactic coins with remarkable speed. A single live stream could effortlessly yield dozens to hundreds of galactic coins. Presently, galactic coins were the sole currency recognized globally. They could be used to purchase equipment, materials, daily necessities, and real estate. Without galactic coins, survival was truly untenable. Time passed, minute by minute. Just as Jun Ruochén was engrossed in his game, he sensed someone approaching. After all, at level 60 with a combat power of 80 million, his perception of the external world was exceptionally acute. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure descended on a flying sword, ultimately landing within the confines of Villa number 99. Wow, my brother is indeed wealthy, Tang Ziming exclaimed as she beheld the opulent villa. After returning to the city, life resumed as before. While one did not need to be constantly equipped, entering an equipped state was merely a thought away. After surveying her surroundings, Tang Ziming made her way toward one of the smaller villas. Being a level 35 player herself, she naturally sensed Jun Ruochén's location. Soon enough, she arrived at the entrance of his bedroom, a blush adorning her lovely face as her heart raced with nervous anticipation, fully aware of what might transpire next. Yet, she was prepared. Brother, she called softly as she entered the room, finding Jun Ruochén engrossed in his game on the bed, unable to move her feet in shyness. Come here, he beckoned, a smile gracing his visage. He was no naive soul. During their time in the novice village, he had gifted her his equipment not out of romantic longing, but merely a reflection of the environment and his sentiments. To consider him a lovesick fool would be a grave misunderstanding. He had traded equipment he had no use for in exchange for a beautiful girl. While others might deem it unwise, he considered it a worthwhile exchange, for everyone harbored their own perspectives. In the face of impending doom, survival held paramount importance. Living freely was an even greater aspiration, and if he could indulge in the company of two lovely companions, all the better. Fortuitously, with the aid of the system, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Why should he not revel in such pleasures? Tang Ziming responded softly, advancing to the spacious bedside, her cheeks aflame and heart racing uncontrollably. At 20 years old, she was the same age as Jun Ruochén, both students of Jiangxing University, though she may not have been the campus belle. Her beauty and figure were undeniably impressive. After enduring the hellish experiences of the novice village, she felt fortunate to have encountered Jun Ruochén. It was, without a doubt, a stroke of luck. Jun Ruochén exited the game and closed the virtual panel, his gaze shifting to Tang Ziming. Upon seeing her, he could not help but smile. Her face was exquisite, her figure flawless, and her demeanor ethereal. If a perfect score were 100, Tang Ziming would undoubtedly score at least 92. At that moment, she appeared even more alluring. He reached out, grasping her hand gently, and pulled her onto the bed. Days passed. 1, 2, 3. On the third day, Tang Ziming stepped out of villa number 99. Throughout those 3 days, she had not set foot outside the villa, scarcely leaving the bed. Of course, the room bore the marks of their time together. Humph, bad brother, Tang Ziming muttered under her breath as she exited the villa, feeling somewhat awkward in her stride. Cursing him softly, it was her first experience of pleasure intertwined with pain, and he was like a bull, leaving her unable to walk properly. With a whoosh, she stepped onto her flying sword and soared into the distance. Thank goodness for the flying sword, otherwise, she would have been stranded. She realized that if not for the City Lord contest today, she might have remained there indefinitely. Seizing the opportunity presented by the day's events, she slipped away to avoid further entanglements with Jun Ruochén. It seemed she would miss the City Lord contest. Announcement: the City Lord contest has commenced. Notice: the City Lord contest is a competition between novice villages within each city, where the participant with the highest score shall be declared the City Lord. Notice: each novice village sends 10 individuals to hunt beasts outside the city, and scores will determine the final rankings. Notice: the contest consists of 3 rounds. With scores accumulated across all rounds, the highest score will claim the title of City Lord. Supplement: beasts drop scores of 1, 2, 5, 10, 50, 100, 1000, 10, 000, 100, 000, and 1, 000 points. Notice: the ability to earn points, akin to equipment drops, is subject to luck. Notice: the City Lord contest lasts for 2 hours and will officially begin in 10 minutes. In the sky, the announcement of the galactic will resonated, declaring the commencement of the City Lord contest. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone comprehended its significance and the nature of the competition. The City Lord contest was not merely a battle. Rather, it was a hunt for beasts to accumulate points, with the highest cumulative score determining the victor. With the contest now underway, there were 38 cities nationwide. Becoming a City Lord would undoubtedly yield rewards. However, earning points from the beasts depended on fortune. With only 10 minutes until the event's official start, there was no time to lose. They swiftly made their way to the city's outskirts, as it would take an hour to traverse from the city center unless they had flying swords. The strongest 10 individuals from each novice village would certainly possess flying swords. As the announcement concluded, the chat screen buzzed with excitement. Simultaneously, a Jiangxing chat channel appeared, populated by the residents of Jiangqing. Concurrently, the chat screens of various novice villages erupted with fervor as the strongest players gathered to prepare for their hunt. Chapter 86. The City Lord Contest, first to earn 10,000 points. In the chat screen of Novice Village number 100, participants included Mu Xiu, Luo Bingxin, Chu Mingxi, Morongzi, Zhang Xiaoshan, Zhang Tianyu, Lu Qingqing, Morong Tian, and Yun Hanqing. They assembled at the entrance of Jiangqing University. Jun Ruochén sent a message in the chat screen while preparing for a shower. Soon, he activated his equipment state and stepped onto his flying sword, heading toward the university entrance. By the time he arrived, everyone else had gathered. "Let's go," he said, glancing at them as he spoke. As he finished, he soared into the air on his sword, heading toward the city's outskirts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The others followed closely behind, their flying swords gliding in unison. In the sky, radiant streaks of light danced as if celestial beings were soaring through the air, evoking intense envy among the many who lacked flying swords. "Brother Ruochén, where's Mingming?" Morongzi approached Jun Ruochén, her beautiful visage adorned with a playful glint. "It's inconvenient for her to move," Jun Ruochén replied candidly. Over the past 3 days, the two had indulged in wild abandon, and he had realized that Tang Ziming was still a fledgling. Fortunately, her high level and robust constitution spared her from succumbing to his antics. As she walked away, it was evident that she was somewhat hindered in her movements, quite awkwardly. Thus, during the contest for the city lord, he chose not to inform Tang Ziming. "Inconvenient? You mean?" Morongzi paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that her monthly cycle has arrived? Surely not. Yet, the thought crossed her mind that their frenzied escapades had left Tang Ziming struggling to walk. Unable to suppress a giggle, she mused, "Do you wish to go wild?" Jun Ruochén chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Morongzi, a striking young lady. She possessed a splendid figure, a captivating face, and an undeniable aura, radiating the essence of youth. How had he not noticed her beauty before? "Rogue," Morongzi exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson at his directness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords sliced through the air, their swift trajectories resembling 10 luminous streaks. Within a mere 5 minutes, Jun Ruochén and his 9 companions had reached the outskirts of the city, utilizing orange flying swords of grade 5 and above, with some even wielding red and gold swords. Notably, Morongzi and her companions employed colorful flying swords, their speed unmatched by others. In truth, advanced flying swords inherently surpassed ordinary ones in velocity. Upon reaching the city's edge, Jun Ruochén discerned a mysterious, invisible barrier that shielded the city from the encroaching beasts. Had it not been for this protective veil, the beasts would have stormed into the city long ago. The creatures outside were all at least level 10, with many at levels 20 and 30, and as one ventured further, the beasts grew in number and strength. Remarkably, he even spotted a level 40 beast. It was evident that the farther one strayed from the city, the higher the beast's levels soared, indicating that to reach the Tower of Heaven, one must traverse through treacherous territory teeming with formidable beasts, possibly encountering level 50 creatures at any moment. "So many beasts. This surpasses even the beast tide," he remarked. Excluding the absence of mutated beast kings and level 50 beasts, every other type was present, and it was certain that the area surrounding the Tower of Heaven harbored level 50 beasts. Thankfully, the city was protected, otherwise, it would be more perilous than a novice village during a beast tide. "June, shall we carve a path through?" "I believe it is unnecessary for now. Let's wait until the contest for the city lord concludes, and then we can discuss it," he replied. Indeed, we must be a bit selfish for our own interests. The sight of the densely populated beasts sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, they were among the strongest in the novice village, all around level 35, with combat power exceeding 300,000. With such levels and strength, they need not fear beasts below level 40, even if they did encounter one. They could dispatch it with ease, though the sheer number of beasts outside was somewhat daunting. "Let us wait until the contest is over. Jiang City has its fair share of formidable individuals," Jun Ruochén smiled. Truth be told, with his 200% drop rate and 5-star loot chances, combined with his combat prowess, he hardly regarded the contest for the city lord with any concern. However, he had no intention of playing the savior. Even if he desired to reach the Tower of Heaven, he could simply fly over, effortlessly dispatching level 60 and 70 beasts with a mere wave of his hand. Besides, Jiang City was brimming with exceptional talents. Countdown, 9,876. Time ticked away. Jun Ruochén and his companions remained in place, waiting. Finally, the voice of the galactic will resonated, announcing the countdown. As it reached 0, Jun Ruochén and the others swiftly entered the domain of the beasts, and the slaughter commenced. Swish, boom, roar, crack. The 10 of them separated, each taking a distinct position. As the top 10 from the novice village, they swiftly annihilated any beast under level 40. Thus, as long as they avoided the direction of the Tower of Heaven, they faced no threats. Hunting the beasts not only yielded galactic coins and equipment, but also offered chances to earn points. The outcome of this contest for the city lord would hinge on the total points accumulated, a measure of both skill and luck. Given that most participants had similar drop rates, averaging around 110, the competition was fierce. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above Jiang City Plaza, a golden barrier emerged, displaying the leaderboard for the contest for the city lord. This golden screen recorded only the top 100 novice villages. First place, Novice Village 1000, 121 points. Second place, Novice Village 1, 47 points. Third place, Novice Village 9, 39 points. Fourth place, Novice Village 88, 37 points. The leaderboard appeared, yet it reflected only the cumulative points of the novice villages, with no individual scores, as points earned in the contest would not contribute to personal totals. Indeed, the majority of novice villages in Jiang City hailed from the 9th district, with Novice Village 1000 being Jun Ruochén's own. Jiang City comprised several districts, and those ranked higher were predominantly from the former 9th district. Had the 9th district always been this formidable? Novice Village 1000 was certainly impressive, accumulating points at such a rapid pace. How could those at level 40 of the Tower of Heaven not be strong? It was rumored that all members of Novice Village 1000 were level 30, each boasting combat power of 250,000. At that moment, the chat screen in Jiang City was bustling with activity. Not only did the golden barrier above Jiang City Plaza display the leaderboard, but the chat screen also featured it. Upon seeing that Novice Village 1000 held the first position, most people felt it was only natural, as they understood the prowess of this village. Coming as it did from the former 9th district, this was largely attributed to the presence of Jun Ruochén in Novice Village 1000. It turned out that globally, there were 100 districts, each with 10,000 novice villages. These districts represented various regions from across the nation and the world. However, due to the vastness of Long Country, the Galactic will divided each province into 3 parts, resulting in 100 segments that merged with novice villages from other countries worldwide. After the Beast Tide had concluded, the survivors returned to the city. Now, Jiang City contained novice villages from the previous 3 districts. If novice villages bore the same number, they would also include the district identifier. Announcement: Novice Village 1000's Jun Ruochén has scored 10,000 points. Hint: Jun Ruochén is the first to achieve 10,000 points, earning 10,000 personal points and 10,000 galactic coins. In the sky, the voice of the Galactic will echoed once again. Because Jun Ruochén was the first to score 10,000 points, he was rewarded with 10,000 personal points and 10,000 galactic coins. Jun, your luck is incredible, exclaimed Chu Mingxi, who stood closest to him, her voice filled with delight upon hearing the announcement. She discerned clearly that Jun Ruochén had slain a level 40 monster. And to her astonishment, such a feat yielded a staggering 10,000 points. This was nothing short of a miracle. Typically, the higher the level of the beast, the superior the loot, and the points accrued followed suit. She had hunted numerous level 40 monsters, yet they only dropped 1 or 2 points at most, with the finest yielding merely 10 points. In stark contrast, Jun Ruochén had directly amassed 10,000 points. Consequently, the score for the 1,000th Novice Village soared past the 10,000 mark. First place, 1,000th Novice Village, 10,534 points. Chapter 87, Jun Ruochén, Lord of Jiangqing, 10,000 points. Such luck was truly extraordinary. To have obtained 10,000 points was equivalent to finding a level 7 golden equipment in the Novice Village. My friend, have you ever encountered level 7 golden equipment? Is there level 7 equipment in the Novice Village? Your ignorance is apparent at the cross-server summit. Someone indeed unveiled level 7 golden equipment. Even I possess a piece of level 7 orange equipment. Envy me, if you will. Jun Ruochén, the esteemed top player on the Global Tower of Heaven leaderboard. Such fortune is unparalleled. The score for the 1,000th Novice Village has exceeded 10,000. In the Jiangqing chat screen, every conversation revolved around the 10,000 points. This luck is beyond compare. Time slipped away, minute by minute. 2 hours passed. During these 2 hours, Jun Ruochén had amassed 2 sets of 10,000 points, 3 sets of 1,000 points, while the remainder were 1 or 2 points. It could be said that his drop rate was extraordinary. With every monster he hunted, he would yield points and galactic coins, occasionally even equipment. Remarkably, within these 2 hours, he had procured a piece of level 4 colored equipment. Announcement: the first round of the Lord of the City contest has concluded. Notice: the second round of the Lord of the City contest will commence tomorrow morning. The voice of the Galactic will resonated, proclaiming the conclusion of the first round of the contest. At this moment, the score was set. The 1,000th Novice Village reached a staggering 48,811 points, surpassing the second place by over tenfold, and was double the total of the following 9 villages. After all, Jun Ruochén had secured 2 sets of 10,000 points. Announcement: members of the first place Novice Village each received 33,330,000 experience points and 88,888 galactic coins. Announcement: members of the second place Novice Village each received 22 220, 000 experience points, and 666 galactic coins. Announcement. Members of the third place novice village each receive 11, 110, 000 experience points and 444 galactic coins. Announcement. Members of the fourth place novice village each receive 8, 880, 000 experience points and 222 galactic coins. Announcement. Members of the fifth place novice village each receive 5, 550, 000 experience points and 111 galactic coins. The announcements continued. The top 10 novice villages participating members would each receive rewards, while those beyond the 10th position would receive none. In the 1000th novice village, Jun Ruochén and Chu Mengshi each received 33, 330, 000 experience points and 888 galactic coins. The strong grow ever stronger. Participating in the contest not only provided opportunities to loot equipment, but also granted experience for leveling up, along with rewards from the galactic will, an all-encompassing gain. Will you return or continue leveling here? After the contest, Jun Ruochén inquired of Chu Mengshi and the others. Let us go back. We'll rest for a few days first. Yes, let us take a break before we resume monster hunting. They all chose to return, preferring not to remain there for leveling due to the oppressive atmosphere in the novice village. Then let us go back. Jun Ruochén nodded, soaring through the air towards the city on his sword. The others followed suit, 10 streaks of light slicing through the air. In a mere 5 minutes of flight, Jun Ruochén and his companions returned to the city, ultimately parting ways near Jiangxing University. Due to the impending apocalypse, classes were suspended. Yet many remained in or around the school, having procured residences nearby, having survived the beast tide. With a swish, Jun Ruochén landed on his flying sword and made his way back to the villa. He reclined on a lounge chair beside the pool, exuding an air of leisure. Suddenly, it struck him that he had forgotten something. Indeed, the true dragon could ascend. He had yet to claim his new title for reaching level 60. Jun Ruochén recalled that after attaining level 60, he had neglected to collect the new title. Moreover, during the beast tide, he had slain a mutated beast king, earning dragon blood and celestial jade, essential materials for the true dragoness ascension to the heavenly dragon. He had completely overlooked this matter. He accessed the virtual panel. Congratulations on reaching level 60. You may claim the Diamond Warlord title. Claim successful. View details. Name, Diamond Warlord title. Attributes, combat power 111. Bonus, speed 9. Upon reviewing the attributes, Jun Ruochén promptly equipped it. Instantly, the Golden Warlord title vanished, replaced by the Diamond Warlord title. It turned out that the Golden Warlord title provided 888 combat power, whereas the Diamond Warlord conferred 333 combat power. After the exchange, his combat power increased by 445. Considering the amplification, it amounted to a staggering 436 combat power. Not bad, Jun Ruochén smiled, realizing that simply changing titles had augmented his overall power by 690,000. Name, Jun Ruochén. Country, Dragon Kingdom, 1000th Novice Village. Age, 20 years. Level, 60, 210. 459,000 experience points. Wealth, 34, 996, 204 galactic coins. Reputation, 264, 448 points. Talent, Eye of Insight, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills, Sunslaying Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteoric Fire Rain, SSS grade. Azure Sky Sword Array, SSS grade. Combat Power, 90, 678, 021, 12, 693, 360. Assessed based on equipment amplification and system damage evaluation. Rank, level 89. Now, with a combat power of 90 million, assessed at level 89, he was ever closer to breaking the 100 million mark. It seemed that after the Lord of the City contest, he should venture into the Tower of Heaven. Within the tower, he could acquire substantial experience, and leveling up would yield significant combat power. Moreover, having reached level 60 with 90 million combat power, it was indeed time to explore the Tower of Heaven's instance. Next, Jun Ruochén entered the Pet Mount interface. Would you like to consume 10 Celestial Jade and 10 Dragon Blood to advance the level 9 True Dragon to level 1 Heavenly Dragon? The prompt appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to upgrade. Notice, consumed 10 Celestial Jade, 10 Dragon Blood. Notice, True Dragon advancement successful, now a level 1 Heavenly Dragon. Name, Heavenly Dragon, level 1. Upgrade requires 20 Celestial Jade, 20 Dragon Blood. Function, Mount, Combat Companion. Combat Power, level 78, 20 million. Remarkably, upon ascending to the Heavenly Dragon, its combat power surged from level 75 to level 78, boasting an attack power of 20 million. Now, summoning the Heavenly Dragon for battle would render it even more formidable. Regrettably, while he possessed a considerable amount of Celestial Jade, he lacked sufficient Dragon Blood. If only he had enough dragon blood, he could continue to elevate the heavenly dragon. In Jiangcheng, the returnees had resumed their lives, albeit with altered habits from their previous ways, beyond mere recreational pursuits. The majority of the time is spent departing from the city in groups of 3 to 5, embarking on hunts for monstrous beasts, enhancing one's levels, and acquiring equipment, all whilst amassing galactic coins. In the past, there were jobs to occupy one's time. Yet now, survival hinges solely on leveling up and augmenting combat prowess. Hunting beasts to earn galactic coins. Though fraught with peril, this endeavor is exhilarating and markedly less convoluted than before. The struggle for city lordship is, for the average individual, entirely irrelevant. This contention concerns only the 10 most formidable players from each novice village. Following the inaugural city lord competition, numerous novice villages have opted to concede, recognizing the futility of competing against the 1,000th novice village. On the subsequent day, the 1,000th novice village retained its position at the forefront. On the third day, it again claimed the top spot. After 3 consecutive contests, the cumulative score of the 1,000th novice village soared to an impressive 160,000, while the second place merely accumulated 30,000 points. Thus, it is beyond doubt that the 1,000th novice village emerged as the Lord of Jiang City. Announcement: the City Lord competition has concluded. The 1,000th novice village achieved the highest score, amassing 168,922 points. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for becoming the Lord of Jiang City. Notification: all members of the 1,000th novice village receive a reward of 30,000 combat power, 330,000 galactic coins, 333 reputation points, and 10 million experience points. Notification: Jun Ruochén receives 100,000 combat power, 330,000 galactic coins, 333 celestial jade, 333 reputation points, 99,990,000 experience points, and the title of Jiang City Lord, qualifying him for participation in alliance contests. Notification: upon activating the title of Jiang City Lord, Jun Ruochén assumes command of Jiang City, with all residents obliged to heed his directives, and the designations of all novice villages and regional codes are nullified. On this day, the voice of the galactic will resonate through the skies, proclaiming the conclusion of the City Lord competition. Jun Ruochén of the 1,000th novice village ascended as the Lord of Jiang City. Concurrently, every member of the 1,000th novice village received their rewards: 30,000 combat power, 330,000 galactic coins, alongside 333 reputation points and 10 million experience points. Unsurprisingly, Jun Ruochén's rewards were even more substantial. He garnered 100,000 combat power, 330,000 galactic coins, 333 celestial jade, 333 reputation points, and 99,990,000 experience points, along with the title of Jiang City Lord and eligibility to vie for alliances. Now, he stands as the sovereign of all Jiang City. Chapter 88. Combat power exceeds 100 million. Comprehensive assessment at level 90. It is only natural and expected that if the top position were not occupied by the 1,000th novice village, it would indeed be peculiar. The elite shall always remain elite. Jun Ruochén, the Lord of Jiang City. Following the apocalypse, he has directly ascended to the lordship of Jiang City, one of the 38 cities of the Dragon Kingdom. The 1,000th novice village, under his leadership, has effortlessly amassed hundreds of thousands in combat power and billions in experience. This time, yet another reward awaits. A direct grant of 100,000 combat power and 330,000 galactic coins. So enviable. Upon hearing the announcement from the galactic will, countless individuals were filled with envy. Yet, more so, they envied the members of the 1,000th novice village, for they have effortlessly reaped rewards, or rather, they are entirely uplifted by Jun Ruochén's achievements. Their combat power, experience, and equipment are all earned through his prowess. As for Jun Ruochén himself, they admire him. Yet they understand that it is only natural for the powerful to receive their due rewards. Swish, swish, swish. In the skies, Jun Ruochén soared, traversing the celestial expanse, trailing streams of light as he flew towards the city. Behind him followed Chu Mengxi and the others. Brother Ruochén, congratulations, exclaimed Chu Mengxi, aware that the 1,000th novice village was destined to become the Lord of Jiang City. Yet, the reality of Jun Ruochén's ascension still thrilled her beyond measure, even more so than the rewards from the galactic will. After all, Jun Ruochén is one of their own. The joy of having one of their own become the Lord of Jiang City is undeniable. Congratulations, Lord Jun. Congratulations, big shot. Brother, congratulations. Lord Jun, congratulations. Others also extended their felicitations to Jun Ruochén. In this apocalyptic world, where everything is gamified, it is crucial to ally oneself with a powerful figure. Together, they must strive forward. The future is still long. Jun Ruochén nodded, graciously accepting their well wishes. The world is set to perish in a year, and within this time frame, he must strengthen himself further, aiming for the 9 heavy mountains. He does not wish to meet the same fate. Previously, he thought that upon returning to the city, he would be invincible, reaching the pinnacle of life. Now, he realizes that returning to the city is merely the beginning. The true dangers are just beginning to unfold. If he does not reach the 9 heavy mountains within a year, annihilation awaits. Yet, he cannot voice this concern just yet. Perhaps the Galactic Will issue an announcement. Therefore, he must follow the directives of the Galactic Will, ensuring he secures the first position in all competitions and activities, be it the struggle for city lordship or alliance contests. His experiences in the novice village have taught him that with competition and activities, one must strive to excel. Indeed, listening to Jun Ruochén's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Jun Ruochén and his companions returned to the vicinity of Jiang City University, where they parted ways. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, Jun Ruochén arrived back at Villa number 99. Damn the Galactic Will, he muttered, gazing at the villa. It has cost me 880,000 galactic coins. Entering the villa, he took a shower, donned his pajamas, and reclined on the bed while opening the virtual panel. Notification, you have a title available for activation. The alert rang out, causing Jun Ruochén to frown momentarily before realizing it. A title? It must pertain to the Jiang City Lord. He checked it. Name, Jiang City Lord, unique. Attributes, combat power 188, 888, attributes are stackable. Additional, attack speed 9, speed 9. Remark, upon activation of the title, you shall be the Jiang City Lord, commanding the entirety of Jiang City, bearing the responsibilities and courage befitting a respected lord. Upon completion of the review, Jun Ruochén nodded in satisfaction. The sheer attributes of the title confer a combat power of 188, 888, which can also be stacked. With this title, he would indeed be the Jiang City Lord. The rewards are commendable. Today his combat power will see a significant increase, and the galactic coins are equally impressive. As is the experience, Jun Ruochén activated the title, a smile gracing his face. With a combat power boost to 100,000, the total climbs to 188, 888, then to 288, 888. Following enhancements, it reaches to 884, 888 combat power. Today, Infinite Devour has increased his combat power by 350,000. After augmentation, it totals 350,000. Calculating it all, his combat power exceeds 100 million. Name, Jun Ruochén. Nation, Dragon Kingdom, 1000th Novice Village. Age, 20 years. Level, 60. Experience, 71, 045, 900. Wealth, 39. 756, 204 galactic coins. Reputation, 267, 778 points. Talent, Eye of Insight, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills, Sun-Piercing Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS grade. Azure Sword Array, SSS grade. Combat Power, 106, 224, 645, 15, 546, 624. Assessed based on equipment enhancement systems. Rank, 90th tier. My combat power has exceeded 100 million. Observing the combat statistics instills a sense of security. The higher the power, the greater the strength. When confronting demonic beasts, confidence swells. Yet, the pace of leveling up has become excruciatingly slow. In the wilderness outside the city, I have been hunting demonic creatures for 3 days, dedicating 2 hours each day, and have indeed slain a considerable number of them. Coupled with the recently awarded 99,999,000 experience points, I still find myself a fair distance from leveling up. To achieve this, I must exert myself for at least another full day. Naturally, I have been targeting only level 40 demonic beasts, refraining from challenging those at levels 50 and 60, otherwise, I would have already leveled up. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the Tower of Heaven. With my current combat power and level, reaching the 50th floor of the tower seems an inevitable feat if I cannot even accomplish that. One shudders to consider the combat power necessary to conquer the 99th floor. A year from now, when the world faces annihilation, will there still be hope? The Galactic Will has not disclosed the location or timing of the Ninefold Mountain's appearance. For now, my sole objective is to traverse the Tower of Heaven, slay monsters, level up, and acquire equipment. Additionally, I have yet to explore the Tower of Heaven's dungeon. That is something I must investigate. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the window, the sky reverberates with thunderous sounds. The entirety of Jiang City is enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliance. This scene is nothing short of enchanting. Announcement, Jun Ruochén has become the Lord of Jiang City. Prompt, the titles of Cross-Server King, Faction Lord, and Lord of Jiang City activate the rewards of the Galactic Will. All members of Jiang City will receive 10,000 combat power, 888 galactic coins, 88 reputation, and 880,000 experience. The voice of the Galactic Will resounds, proclaiming Jun Ruochén as the Lord of Jiang City. Simultaneously, he possesses the titles of Cross-Server King, Faction Lord, and and Lord of Jiang City. Activating the rewards of the galactic will. Every member of Jiang City shall receive 10,000 combat power, 888 galactic coins, along with 88 reputation and 18,880,000 experience points. Goodness, is Jun Ruochén the embodiment of fortune? Accompanying him brings rewards aplenty. A windfall of 10,000 combat power. This single reward surpasses what I have earned through 10 days of arduous labor in the novice village. Who could dispute that? My combat power was merely 9,400, and now a single reward has elevated it directly to 10,000. Am I to consider this a mockery? If this indeed is a mockery, I would gladly welcome such a flood of ridicule upon my face. Lord Jun, forever a deity. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. My combat power has surged past 30,000. I am now among the ranks of those possessing over 10,000 galactic coins. Ladies, do come and curry favor with me. Jun Ruochén, I adore you. At this moment, the entire Jiang City is ablaze with excitement. The chat screen is inundated with messages. Were it not for the overwhelming might of the galactic will, the chat screen would surely have faltered. No one anticipated that upon Jun Ruochén's ascension to lordship, they too would reap such generous rewards, far exceeding their expectations. Initially, they had envied the 1,000 novice players. Now, having received rewards themselves, they cannot help but feel envious of their own fortune. Tomorrow, all members of Jiang City will venture forth to hunt demonic beasts, clearing the vicinity of the Tower of Heaven. Jun Ruochén posted a message on the Jiang City chat screen. The text glimmered with a deep crimson hue, pulsating with a gentle radiance, and was pinned at the very top of the chat screen, a true symbol of lordship. The God of Jun has graced us with his presence. Received, received, received. Upon seeing Jun Ruochén's message, the populace erupted in fervor. Although 90% of them had never laid eyes on Jun Ruochén, the global ranking champion of the Tower of Heaven, coupled with the recent discussions about him, has catapulted him to the status of the most renowned figure in Jiang City. As the Lord of Jiang City, he wields immense authority. Upon hearing of Jun Ruochén's plans, everyone responded enthusiastically, particularly at the prospect of clearing the tower's surroundings of demonic beasts, which would pave the way for their own ascension within the tower. Chapter 89, The Battle for the Alliance Horn. How far off is the Alliance War? After posting the message, Jun Ruochén closed the virtual panel and succumbed to slumber. Tomorrow, upon exiting the city, he would carve a bloody path towards the Tower of Heaven, striving to gain experience and rewards, and elevate his level. As for combat power, that would have to wait until he entered the tower's dungeon. Furthermore, now that his combat power has surpassed 100 million, a significant enhancement seems unrealistic. He can only devour the combat power of demonic beasts daily to level up and increase his strength, or rely on the rewards from the galactic will. As for changing equipment, he currently has no intention of switching to the Emperor's set unless he encounters gear that surpasses it without diminishing its enhancement. Eventually, he drifted into a dream. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and Jun Ruochén found himself immersed in a delightful dream, so comfortable that he almost moaned aloud. Gradually, he awakened, and the exquisite sensation intensified. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Tang Ziming had somehow appeared beside him. No wonder he felt so content. When did you arrive? Jun Ruochén inquired, relishing the moment. Brother, this morning, Tang Ziming responded breathlessly, her exquisite face flushed. It turned out that after leaving the villa the day before, when Jun Ruochén did not summon her for the lordship contest, she, aware of his concern for her mobility, had come to him this morning. Upon finding him still asleep, she had approached him. Are you feeling better? Jun Ruochén asked. Be gentle, Tang Ziming replied softly. After 2 hours of fervent engagement, they finally concluded their passionate encounter. Announcement. The battle for the Alliance Horn has officially commenced. Announcement. The top 10 cities among the 38 in the Dragon Kingdom will receive the Alliance Horn, an essential item for establishing an alliance. Announcement. The competition lasts for 5 days, and individual points will contribute to the overall ranking. Prompt. The battle for the Alliance Horn will commence in 10 minutes. The voice of the Galactic will resonated once more. This announcement was not limited to Jiang City, but addressed the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom and the world at large. The declaration of the battle for the Alliance Horn had been made. Across the 38 cities of the Dragon Kingdom, only 10 horns exist. Only the cities ranked in the top 10 by points will obtain the Alliance Horn, a crucial item for alliance formation. It appears that the Alliance War is not far off. Naturally, anyone familiar with gaming knows that with the existence of alliances comes the inevitability of alliance wars. Establishing an alliance should yield rewards. Shall we strive for it? Jun Ruochén queried in the chat screen. We must strive. We must strive. We must strive. We must strive. Quickly, the chat screen of Jiang City filled with the insistence of must strive. With rewards at stake, why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, since they were already headed out to hunt demonic beasts, it would be a win-win scenario. If they secured the Alliance Horn, they might even earn additional rewards. Very well. Let us endeavor for 5 days to seize the Alliance Horn. Jun Ruochén sent another message. Subsequently, he mounted his flying sword, departing villa number 99 alongside Tang Ziming, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. This time, his objective was to eradicate the demonic beasts, clearing the areas surrounding the Tower of Heaven. Swish, swish, swish. On this day, the skies above Jiang City were filled with individuals soaring through the air on their swords, all with their sights set beyond the city limits. The only option left was to run on the ground. In a short while, outside Jiang City, thousands of people had gathered, all with their sights set on the Tower of Heaven. They knew that advancing from this direction would allow them to breach the tower. And it was common knowledge that Jun Ruochén would be slaying the beasts that lurked near the tower. Following Jun Ruochén would offer a greater sense of security. What an impressive flying sword. By the heavens, that sword is magnificent, resembling the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens. Who is that figure? If your eyesight is not impaired, you would surely notice one of the 3 titles above his head: King of Cross Server, Leader of the Faction, and Lord of Jiang City. He is none other than Jun Ruochén. Jun Shun, Jun Shun, Jun Shun. The appearance of Jun Ruochén instantly ignited a flurry of discussions among the crowd. The first impression was that the flying sword was stunning and awe-inspiring, while others wielded ordinary swords, emitting but a faint glow. Jun Ruochén's sword, the 9 heavens Milky Way, resembled the celestial river above. Just the sight of the flying sword left countless people in shock. However, many were unaware of his true identity. Eventually, someone spotted his title, and the presence of Lord of Jiang City among his accolades revealed his status as the King of Cross Server and the leader of the faction, the reigning Lord of Jiang City. Among the throng were many who had previously hailed from the 1000th novice village. Upon seeing Jun Ruochén, they greeted him excitedly. Jun Ruochén nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Soon after, he summoned the heavenly dragon. Roar, roar, roar. As the heavenly dragon emerged, the space around it trembled and warped. The overwhelming presence of dragon might suppressing all. The dragon measured an impressive 300 meters in length, with a girth of several meters, its scales gleaming a lustrous silver, and its whiskers extending 10 meters. In a blink, Jun Ruochén vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the heavenly dragon, wielding the sword of the sovereign. The dragon spiraled in the air before diving towards the distance, leaving a trail of shattered space in its wake, as torrents of blood surged skyward, accompanied by the anguished cries of beasts. A dragon. He has synthesized a dragon. Where did he procure so many dragon soul fragments? It defies logic. The first place on the level leaderboard only grants 1 dragon soul fragment, and synthesizing a true dragon requires 20 fragments. Given that the novice village has only existed for 10 days, one could earn at most 9 first-place rewards. I once secured the top position on the leaderboard and received a dragon soul fragment along with an experience scroll. Dragon soul fragments are non-tradable. How could Jun Shun possess 20 of them? This dragon is immensely powerful. Could it be that the rewards for ranking first differ among novice villages? He must have received other rewards, some of which included dragon soul fragments. As the crowd gazed at Jun Ruochén's heavenly dragon, they were left in a state of stupor. Each novice village features a leaderboard, and those in the top 10 receive rewards. Many had previously held the top position, earning a dragon soul fragment, knowing that it could be used to synthesize a true dragon, yet they only possessed a single fragment, which could not be traded. But how does Jun Ruochén possess 20 fragments? In an instant, curiosity and confusion enveloped the crowd. Boom, 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 roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the skies, its might shaking the very earth. Wherever it went, destruction followed. Be it level 10 beasts or those of levels 20, 30, or even 40. All were crushed beneath the dragon's formidable presence, requiring no attack from Jun Ruochén himself. With a combat power of 20 million, he effortlessly suppressed the lesser beasts. Points accumulated: 1, 5, 10, 1, 100, 1, 1000, 2, 10. In that moment, Jun Ruochén was bombarded with a cascade of notifications, signaling the surge of points, experience, and the influx of galactic coins, along with notifications of equipment drops. In the sky, a colossal golden screen displayed the Alliance's horn contest for points. Jiang City ranked first. One individual had ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. The others were left in awe, yet unaware that Jun Ruochén possessed a drop rate of 200 and an exceptional drop rate of 5. Virtually every beast he encountered yielded points and galactic coins. Look at the leaderboard. Jun Shun's personal points and Jiang City's total points are soaring. This dragon is extraordinarily powerful. Its drop rate is outrageous. Otherwise, how could he accumulate points so rapidly? Now that Jun Shun has made his move, we cannot remain idle. Let us engage in battle. If this continues, Jun Shun will clear all the beasts surrounding Jiang City. The people of Jiang City, witnessing the leaderboard displayed on the golden screen above, were filled with astonishment. In the personal points ranking, Jun Ruochén stood at the forefront. In the horn contest for points, Jiang City reigned supreme. All of this was orchestrated by Jun Ruochén. In that moment, countless individuals were overwhelmed, their blood boiling, as they rushed to join the fray. Chapter 90. Jun Ruochén ascends the tower once more, clearing layer 42 in an instant. Standing atop the back of the heavenly dragon, Jun Ruochén gazed towards the direction of the Tower of Heaven. Experience surged, points skyrocketed, and galactic coins multiplied. Equipment dropped incessantly. Wherever the heavenly dragon passed, beasts fell in droves. Before long, Jun Ruochén and the heavenly dragon arrived in the realm of level 50 beasts, a mere 50 miles from the Tower of Heaven. Level 50 beasts could yield a greater quantity of galactic coins and points, as well as superior equipment. Time passed, each second ticking away. Half an hour later, his 192-slot backpack was completely filled with equipment. Jun Ruochén placed all items rated below red and of tier 6 or lower into the resource market for sale. However, the prices of equipment now were not as affordable as in the novice village, but instead aligned with market value. Tier 2 equipment typically fetched between 100 to 200 galactic coins. Tier 3, 500 to 1,000. Tier 4, 1,000 to 3,000. Tier 5, 3,000 to 5,000. Tier 6, 5,000 to 10,000. And Tier 7, a staggering 10,000 to 100,000 galactic coins. Of course, the better the quality of the equipment, the higher the price. Colored equipment is an exception due to its overall combat power enhancement. Such gear is rarely sold, and if it is, it commands exorbitant prices. Just yesterday, someone sold a Tier 2 colored piece of equipment, a ring with a combat power of only 158. Yet it augmented overall combat power by 12-fold. This ring sold for 80,000 galactic coins. That was merely a Tier 2 colored item. What if it were a Tier 7 colored item, enhancing overall combat power by 18-fold? The mind reels at the thought. Should someone possess 1 million galactic coins, they would surely spend it all on acquiring Tier 7 colored equipment. If they had 3 million, they would undoubtedly do the same. The power of colored equipment is astonishing. The enhancements it provides are simply terrifying. Naturally, Jun Ruochén would not part with his colored equipment, at least not in bulk, as there are currently no buyers capable of affording high-tier colored gear. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 100,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén as the notification rang out. He had leveled up, reaching level 61. Every 10 levels marks a significant threshold, and now each level gained would yield an increase of 100,000 combat power. At long last, he had leveled up. The triple experience from the heavenly dragon, yielding 400 experience points, was an impeccable match for leveling up. Jun Ruochén muttered to himself as he activated the triple experience scroll. Wherever the heavenly dragon roamed, hundreds and thousands of beasts met their demise. With the addition of 400 experience points from the system, the rate of progress surged dramatically. Otherwise, leveling up would have been an arduous task. Continuing on, today he ventured near the Tower of Heaven. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon of heaven roared, its might unparalleled. Wherever it passed, destruction followed in its wake. Experience points, accolades, equipment, and galactic coins continuously flowed into Jun Ruochén's account and inventory. He needed only to gaze at his bag, systematically transferring white, orange, and red equipment into the resource market. Jiangcheng, one of the 38 cities nationwide, boasts the largest population among them. According to statistics, Jiangcheng's population reached a staggering 16,028,799, ranking third among the 38 cities. With over 16 million inhabitants, it could easily absorb any surplus of equipment. Moreover, the gear Jun Ruochén acquired was predominantly of the 4th, 5th, or even 6th tier. With a mix of orange and red items, prices were not exorbitant, leading to instant sellouts due to high demand. At noon, a notification resounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 100,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén, signifying his ascent in levels. He had reached level 62, with an increase in combat power of 100,000. By 4 in the afternoon, another notification chimed. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 100,000. Once again, he had leveled up. Today, Jun Ruochén had advanced 3 levels, utilizing several experience scrolls. In the level 50 zone, his points surged dramatically. On the Alliance Horn leaderboard, Jiangcheng held the first position with a score of 47,298, 793 points. On the global leaderboard, Jun Ruochén reigned supreme with 3,020, 198 points. In just a single day, he amassed an astonishing 3,01 million points, placing him at the pinnacle of the global leaderboard. 3 million points were an incredible feat, dwarfing the second-place score by 30 times. After all, accumulating points was notoriously difficult. Slaying a monster rarely yielded significant points, often just 1 or 2, and only occasionally 10. Points totaling 100 or 1,000 were exceedingly rare, while 10,000 points felt like winning a lottery. Yet, in a single day, Jun Ruochén had collected over a dozen 10,000 point rewards, including one grand prize of 100,000 points. For him, such achievements were merely par for the course. After all, a 200 drop rate and 5 elite drops were no idle boasts. Zooming through the air, Jun Ruochén retracted the Dragon of Heaven and soared towards the Tower of Heaven on a flying sword. The tower itself boasted a diameter of a full kilometer, enveloped in an ominous black hue. piercing the sky to unknown heights, exuding a terrifying aura of power. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Jun Ruochén felt minuscule, akin to an ant before a dragon. Beneath the Tower of Heaven lay a vast white jade plaza, measuring a kilometer across. At this moment, the area around the tower was eerily silent, as no challengers had yet arrived. An invisible barrier surrounded the plaza, preventing any beasts from entering, while humans could pass freely. With a swift motion, Jun Ruochén slipped through the invisible barrier and landed on the white jade plaza. Notification: Jun Ruochén, first in the Tower of Heaven. Do you wish to challenge the tower? The prompt inquired. Yes, Jun Ruochén replied, striding directly towards the tower's entrance. The last time he had challenged the tower, he left after clearing the 40th floor. Thus, he now proceeded directly to the 41st floor. Inside awaited 40 level 41 beasts. Any other challenger would surely have been defeated in an instant. However, Jun Ruochén could stand still, and these beasts would be unable to breach his defenses, inflicting no harm whatsoever. With a flourish of the Emperor's sword, he unleashed a meteor shower of fiery projectiles. In mere seconds, all 40 beasts lay vanquished. Announcement: the Lord of Jiangqing, Jun Ruochén, has successfully cleared the 41st floor of the Tower of Heaven. The voice of the galactic will resonated. The Tower of Heaven lit up, ascending from the first floor to the 41st in an instant. The announcement echoed throughout Jiangqing, across the Dragon Kingdom, and resonated globally. Congratulations on clearing the 41st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Reward: 50 million experience points, 10 triple attack scrolls, 18, 888 galactic coins, 1, 888 reputation points, and 1 snowfall. Within the tower, the notification sounded in Jun Ruochén's ears, detailing the rewards for conquering the 41st floor. A substantial reward indeed, with a direct gain of 50 million experience points and a flying sword. Without a moment's pause, he proceeded to the next level. On the 42nd floor, he encountered 40 level 42 beasts, their attacks overwhelming. Yet, Jun Ruochén stood resolute, allowing their assaults to rain upon him. He was immune to their strikes. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, wielding the Emperor's sword. After a few decisive blows, he unleashed a meteor shower and the azure sword array. Once again, within mere seconds, all the beasts fell. Announcement: the Lord of Jiangqing, Jun Ruochén, has successfully cleared the 42nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. The galactic will's voice rang out again, declaring his triumph over the 42nd floor. Remarkably swift, only 10 seconds had elapsed since the last announcement. This was the 42nd floor, not the first. Jun Ruochén, the eternal god. His speed suggested he was aiming for the 50th floor of the tower. As the first on both the Global Tower of Heaven leaderboard and the Global Points chart, no one could rival him. Curiosity abounded regarding his combat power and level, which surely must have exceeded 1 million and reached at least level 40. While I took a moment to gather my thoughts, the god Jun had already cleared 2 floors of the tower. Did he have a personal connection to the tower? How else could he accomplish this with such ease? I questioned whether my experience in the tower was the same as his. Perhaps I had encountered a fortified version, while he faced a mere imitation. Across Jiangqing, throughout the nation, and around the globe, upon hearing the announcement from the galactic will, all were left in stunned silence. The speed was beyond comprehension. In mere seconds, Jun Ruochén had traversed the 42nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Initially, some had hoped to surpass him on the global leaderboard, only to realize that they were operating on an entirely different level. Jun Ruochén was a figure forever to be revered. Chapter 91: The Rise of the God Jun. I am willing to be but a humble servant. Congratulations on clearing the 42nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Reward: 60 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 18, 888 galactic coins, 1, 888 reputation points, and 1 dragon scale battle ring. Congratulations on clearing the 43rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Reward: 70 million experience points, 10 triple attack scrolls, 18, 888 galactic coins, 1, 888 reputation points, and 1 Emperor's sword. Congratulations on clearing the 44th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Reward: 80 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 18, 888 galactic coins, 1, 888 reputation points, and 1 light of the gentle breeze. Congratulations on conquering the 45th level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained: 90 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 18, 888 galactic coins, 1, 888 reputation points, and 10 dragon blood. Inside the Celestial Tower, Jun Ruochén ascended with remarkable speed. In less than 3 minutes, he had already surpassed the 49th level. The rewards within the tower primarily consisted of experience points, attack scrolls, galactic coins, reputation, as well as flying swords, equipment, and materials, with a few items being guaranteed. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Within the 50th level, Jun Ruochén wielded the Sword of Kings with deft precision. Meteoric fire rained down, wreaking havoc. The Billiouogen formation engulfed everything. In merely 15 seconds, all the level 50 monsters lay defeated before him. Announcement: the Lord of Jiangqing, Jun Ruochén, has successfully passed the 50th level of the Celestial Tower. Announcement. Jun Ruochén has passed the 50th level of the Celestial Tower, and all members of Jiangsheng receive rewards. 30,000 battle power. 18,888 galactic coins. 3 triple experience scrolls, 50 million experience points, and 1,888 reputation points. The announcement from the Galactic will resonated once more. This time, every member of Jiangsheng was to receive rewards. Furthermore, they were granted a direct boost of 30,000 battle power, 18,888 galactic coins, triple experience scrolls, 50 million experience points, and 1,888 reputation points. What does this mean? Everyone in Jiangsheng receives rewards. Goodness, a direct grant of 30,000 battle power. Is it right to reap benefits without effort? Jun God, I adore you. Jun God, I adore you. When one ascends, even their dogs and chickens rise with them. I wish to be a dog or a chicken, soaring alongside Jun God. This is incredible. A direct boost of 30,000 battle power, 18,888 galactic coins, and 50 million experience points. I could level up 5 times in an instant. This happiness came too suddenly. I cherish this feeling. Jun God, bless me with your favor. In Jiangsheng, everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Shocked. As they regained their senses, they erupted into cheers of excitement. This joy arrived so unexpectedly. No one anticipated that Jun Ruochén's ascent would yield such terrifying rewards for them all. Is this the notion of one person ascending while all others benefit? If so, I would gladly be a chicken or a dog, as long as I could soar alongside them. At this moment, the chat screen in Jiangsheng was ablaze with fervor. Not just in Jiangsheng, but across the nation and the globe, everyone was caught in a frenzy, filled with envy and resentment. How could anyone even compare to Jiangsheng? With just this single reward, all members of Jiangsheng experienced a tripling of their battle power, leveling up, which allowed them to hunt monsters more swiftly and earn points at an accelerated pace. Other cities and nations could hardly compete with Jiangsheng. Yet, what could be done? The verdict of the galactic will was absolute. They had no choice but to accept it. After all, who could rival the terrifying strength of Jun Ruochén? Congratulations on conquering the 50th level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained. 188 battle power, 999 million experience points, 888 galactic coins, 88 triple attack scrolls, 88 triple experience scrolls, 888 reputation points, 1 royal feather garment, and 10 title fragments. Inside the Celestial Tower, as Jun Ruochén received the notification of his rewards, a satisfied smile graced his face upon hearing the quantities. These rewards were indeed remarkable. With 888 battle power, nearly 1 billion experience points, 88 attack scrolls and experience scrolls, along with 888 reputation points, 1 piece of a royal set, and title fragments, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Battle power, 100,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén as the notification chimed. At long last, he had leveled up, reaching level 64. Now, the experience points required to ascend to the next level were staggering. From level 63 to 64 required 2 billion experience points. To reach level 65, it would demand 5 billion experience points. Just the thought of it felt exhausting. Without hesitation, Jun Ruochén pressed on, determined to conquer the 60th level of the Celestial Tower. Within the 51st level, the monsters were all level 51, numbering 50 in total. Even more daunting was their terrifying slowing skill, which would immobilize an intruder for 5 seconds, during which time the 50 monsters could unleash 4 to 5 waves of attacks. For anyone else, they would be obliterated before they even had a chance to react. But Jun Ruochén was different. His equipment granted him immunity to slow effects, rendering the monster's skills ineffective against him, even if he stood motionless. The level 51 monsters could not breach his defenses, let alone slay him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just 22 seconds, the once mighty monsters lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. Announcement. The Lord of Jiangsheng, Jun Ruochén, has successfully passed the 51st level of the Celestial Tower. The voice of the Galactic will always arrive at the perfect moment. Congratulations on conquering the 51st level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained. 200 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 888 galactic coins, 888 reputation points, 10 dragon blood, and 1 soul bracelet. The notification chimed in his ears. The experience reward had reached 200 million. Moreover, each time he received dragon blood, which was a material for upgrading the heavenly dragon, simply irresistible. Was he really heading for the 60th level? With such generous rewards at the 50th level, one could only anticipate even greater treasures at the 60th. I find myself eagerly awaiting Jun God's conquest of the 60th level, even more so than my own aspirations to surpass it. I, too, am filled with anticipation. Everyone in Jiangsheng shares this hope. Let us pray that this time, Jun God surpasses the 60th level. The rewards from reaching the 50th level have proven more potent than my 10 days of effort in the novice village. Jun God, you can do it. The people of Jiangxing began to pray fervently, hoping that Jun Ruochén would ascend to the 60th level. It was obvious to anyone that the rewards from the 50th level were so extraordinary that those from the 60th would undoubtedly be even better. Meanwhile, people from other cities and nations were gripped by trepidation. The higher Jun Ruochén ascended in the tower, the greater the benefits for Jiangxing, leaving other cities and nations utterly unable to compete. Congratulations on conquering the 52nd level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained: 300 million experience points, 10 triple attack scrolls, 18. 888 galactic coins, 1. 888 reputation points, and 10 dragon blood. Congratulations on conquering the 53rd level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained: 400 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 18. 888 galactic coins, 1. 888 reputation points, 10 dragon blood, and 1 crimson moonlight. Congratulations on conquering the 54th level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained: 500 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 18. 888 galactic coins, 1. 888 reputation points, 10 dragon blood, and 1 blazing sun. Congratulations on conquering the 59th level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards obtained: 900 million experience points, 10 triple experience scrolls, 18. 888 galactic coins, 1. 888 reputation points, 10 dragon blood, and 1 heavenly battle garment. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Battle power, 100,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén once more as the notification chimed. He had now reached level 65. Time passed, 5 minutes had gone by, and Jun Ruochén had successfully traversed the 59th level, entering the 60th. He resolved that after conquering this level, he would take his leave. The height of the 60th level was something that others around the globe could only gaze upon in awe. Boom, boom. In 30 seconds, all the level 60 monsters fell. The monsters within the Celestial Tower were far more formidable than those outside. Level 60 monsters were stronger than the mutated demon kings of the novice village. Yet, they too were swiftly vanquished. Announcement: the Lord of Jiangxing, Jun Ruochén, has successfully passed the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Announcement: Jun Ruochén has cleared the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Everyone in Jiangxing receives rewards: combat power 55555, galaxy coins 88888, triple attack scrolls x3, experience 99, 990,000, reputation 8888, and 1 random 6th tier flying sword. As Jun Ruochén vanquished all the monstrous beasts on the 60th floor, the announcement of the galaxy will echoed. It proclaimed Jun Ruochén's triumph over the 60th layer of the Tower of Heaven. The rewards were, as anticipated, even more bountiful than those received upon conquering the 50th floor. Combat power 55555, galaxy coins 88888, triple attack scrolls x3, experience directly at 99,990,000, along with reputation. What excited the populace even more was the gift of a 6th tier flying sword, the quality determined purely by chance. Yet, even a mere white tier 6th flying sword was a significant prize, for 90% of Jiangxing's populace lacked a flying sword, forced to traverse the ground. Now, with Jun Ruochén's conquest of the 60th floor, every individual in Jiangxing was bestowed with a 6th tier flying sword. This was akin to a pie falling from the heavens, leaving countless individuals dizzy with exhilaration, nearly leaping with joy. At this moment, Jun Ruochén inside the Tower of Heaven also received the notification of his rewards. Chapter 92, a surge of 3 levels, combat power at 91st tier, surpassing 200 million. Clearing the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven had been achieved effortlessly. In his ears, the notification chimed. Congratulations on passing the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Rewards received: combat power 888888, experience 8, 8 billion, galaxy coins 18, 888, 888, triple attack scrolls x88, triple experience scrolls x88, reputation 888888, Emperor's golden crown x1, title fragments x100, dragon blood x888, celestial jade x888, supreme spirit treasure fragments x10. The rewards poured in, quickening Jun Ruochén's heartbeat. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 100,000. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 100,000. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 200,000. 3 golden lights flashed around Jun Ruochén as he soared 3 levels from 65 to 68. His combat power surged dramatically. This time, the rewards far exceeded expectations, a staggering 880,000 in combat power, 8 billion in experience, 88 million in galaxy coins. Not to mention the scrolls and equipment from the Emperor's set, along with 100 title fragments, the dragon blood and celestial jade, each at 888, and the supreme spirit treasure fragments. This windfall was indeed remarkable. Such were the rewards for conquering the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven. What then awaited on the 70th floor? The 80th? The 90th? The 99th? The mere thought was exhilarating. At this moment, Jun Ruochén composed himself and made his way directly to the Tower of Heaven, intending to assimilate his gains before resuming his ascent in a few days, hoping to reach the 99th floor if possible. Of course, such a feat was evidently improbable, although he could now effortlessly dispatch 60th-tier beasts. The challenges on the 80th and 90th floors would not be so forgiving. His combat power had been stuck at the 90th tier for quite some time. The preceding 90th tier required only 100 million combat power, but climbing to the 91st tier would likely demand 200 million. The beasts would only grow more terrifying, and the experience required for leveling up would follow suit, ascending in a stepwise fashion. Jun God, Jun God, Jun God. Upon exiting the Tower of Heaven, Jun Ruochén found himself amidst a throng of hundreds, gathered in the plaza of the tower, comprising Jiangxing's most elite warriors and the top 10 from various novice villages. Upon sighting Jun Ruochén, they greeted him with respect and reverence. Yes, keep it up. He nodded and uttered a few words before stepping onto his flying sword and soaring into the sky. He was headed back to the city. Before long, Jun Ruochén returned to his villa. With the recent rewards, the 88 million galaxy coins he had spent on this villa no longer seemed exorbitant. After all, he could reside here for a year. Given his current rate of earning galaxy coins, accumulating 88 million was merely a matter of a few days of monster grinding. Moreover, today in the Tower of Heaven, he had garnered rewards exceeding 20 million galaxy coins. After bathing, he luxuriated on his spacious, plush bed, accessing the virtual panel. He finally comprehended why the 1000th novice village was so formidable. It turned out Jun God was leading them. He had finally caught the boat that was Jun God, effortlessly gaining over 80,000 combat power, directly elevating his level to 30 and his wealth to 200,000 galaxy coins. This wave of fortune meant that everyone in Jiangxing was set to soar alongside Jun God, sharing in the spoils. Such rewards, if repeated a few more times, would be staggering. The rewards Jun God received were undoubtedly terrifying. Although unseen, they were surely immensely powerful. Now, the people of Jiangxing could contend with 30th-tier beasts, couldn't they? The chat screen of Jiangxing buzzed incessantly, reaching a fever pitch. Everyone had essentially ceased monster grinding to revel in their excitement. Remarkably, they had directly increased their combat power by 85555, amassed over 100 million experience, nearly 100,000 galaxy coins, along with flying swords and reputation. None of this had been anticipated. After reviewing the chat screen, Jun Ruochén returned to his character information. Name: Jun Ruochén. Country: Dragon Kingdom, 1000th Novice Village. Age: 20 years. Level: 68. Experience 2 billion out of 4, 5 billion. Wealth: 75, 204, 596 galaxy coins. Reputation: 1, 530, 161 points. Talent: Eye of Observation, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills: Sunslaying Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS grade. Azure Sword Formation, SSS grade. Combat Power: 201, 157, 893, 94, 933. 248. Assessed based on Equipment Amplification System damage. Tier: 91st. Upon inspection, what a day it had been. His combat power had surged by nearly 95 million, now exceeding 200 million. He had finally reached the 91st tier. 100 million marked the 90th tier, while 200 million heralded the 91st tier. Progress was indeed stepwise. To attain the 92nd tier of combat power, he would require at least 300 or 400 million, if not more. With his level at 68, ascending to the next would demand 5 billion experience, an overwhelming prospect. This could only be achieved by amassing substantial experience within the Tower of Heaven. If he were to grind monsters for experience, it would take several days to reach 5 billion. He resolved to take his time. At level 68 with 200 million combat power, while others remained below level 40 with less than a million combat power, as long as he remained diligent. He aimed to reach the 99th floor of the Tower of Heaven and elevate his level to 100 within a year, aspiring for his combat power to reach the 100th tier. Jun Ruochén took a deep breath and murmured to himself. However, while this target seemed near, it was, in reality, a formidable chasm. Subsequently, Jun Ruochén accessed the pet and mount page, initiating the upgrade for the Heavenly Dragon. Previously lacking Dragon Blood, he now possessed both Dragon Blood and Celestial Jade, and naturally, it was time to elevate the Heavenly Dragon's level. He had already witnessed the power of the Heavenly Dragon today. It was an unparalleled force in mass attacks, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Essential for slaying monsters, leveling up, and acquiring equipment. Tip: Dragon Blood 20, Celestial Jade 20. Tip: Heavenly Dragon Upgrade, currently at 2nd tier Heavenly Dragon. Tip: Dragon Blood 40, Celestial Jade 40. Tip: Heavenly Dragon Upgrade, currently at 3rd tier Heavenly Dragon. Tip: Dragon Blood 80, Celestial Jade 80. Tip: Heavenly Dragon Upgrade, currently at 4th tier Heavenly Dragon. Tip: Dragon Blood 160, Celestial Jade 160. Tip: Heavenly Dragon Upgrade, currently at 5th tier Heavenly Dragon. Tip, Dragon Blood 320, Celestial Jade 320. Tip, Heavenly Dragon Upgrade, currently at 6th tier Heavenly Dragon. Tip, Dragon Blood 640, Celestial Jade 640. Tip, Heavenly Dragon Upgrade, currently at 7th tier Heavenly Dragon. My goodness, leveling up is exhilarating, but the consumption of Dragon Blood and Celestial Jade is alarmingly rapid. Ascending dozens of floors in the tower yields rewards that include Celestial Jade and Dragon Blood. However, they merely suffice to elevate the Heavenly Dragon to the 7th tier. While some Celestial Jade remains, Dragon Blood is woefully insufficient. It seems I must await further ascents in the tower to acquire more Dragon Blood, or seek alternative avenues to obtain it, as these materials are precious. Yet the resource shop does not offer Dragon Blood or Celestial Jade. Name, Heavenly Dragon, 7th tier, 0 Celestial Jade, 1280 Dragon Blood. Function, Mount, Combat Companion. Battle Power, 90th tier, 10 million. Skills, Grand Might of the Heavenly Dragon, Spatial Traversal, Annihilation Strike, Spatial Stranglehold, Shield of the Protector. Note, the Heavenly Dragon can reach a maximum of 9 tiers, requiring Dragon Blood and Celestial Jade for upgrades. At 90th tier, the battle power is a staggering 100 million. This Heavenly Dragon is incredibly formidable. Jun Ruochén gazed at the attributes of the Heavenly Dragon, realizing it was only at the 7th tier. Yet, it already boasted a battle power of 90th tier and 100 million. This is indeed impressive. So, what about ascending to the 8th and 9th tiers? Would it surpass my own battle power? The 7th tier Heavenly Dragon has gained the skill Grand Might of the Heavenly Dragon and an additional Shield of the Protector. Oh, the VIP upgrade must be nearing completion. Jun Ruochén recalled this detail. Upgrading the VIP level requires 168 hours. Calculating the time, it should be completed by this afternoon. He clicked into the system interface. Indeed, the system page confirmed that the VIP upgrade had just concluded. In an instant, Jun Ruochén's heart brimmed with anticipation. What auxiliary functions await him at VIP level 4? Chapter 93, VIP 4, Dimensional Space. Ding. VIP upgrade completed, current level, VIP 4. Current bonuses, 250 drop rate. 8 premium drops, 500 damage, 500 experience, Dimensional Space. The system's voice resonated. The VIP upgrade was complete. The level has now ascended to VIP 4. The auxiliary functions are significantly more powerful than when at VIP 3, with a drop rate of 250 and premium drops at 8. While these enhancements may not seem overtly impressive, they are of utmost importance. Though the drop rate has only increased by 50, each monster will yield a greater quantity of items and galactic coins, leading to a cumulative effect that is quite formidable. Furthermore, the premium drop rate of 8, compared to the previous 5, is exponentially more intimidating. This implies that out of 100 items or equipment and flying swords dropped, 8 will be of premium quality. The sheer probability is staggering. The 500 damage directly amplifies Jun Ruochén's battle power. Previously, it was a 4-fold increase. Now, it escalates to 5-fold. The 500 experience functions similarly, transitioning from 4-fold to 5-fold, thus hastening the process of leveling up. Dimensional Space? Jun Ruochén paused momentarily, quickly realizing that this must refer to the system's space. The system had previously mentioned that upgrading to VIP 4 would grant access to this space, and indeed, it had not misled him. Viewing the details, he noted, name, Dimensional Space. Function, Independent Space. Note, the Dimensional Space is a self-contained universe, currently small, measuring 10,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. As the owner's strength increases, the dimensional space will expand and strengthen, evolving into a dimensional universe. Note, currently, the dimensional space cannot store living creatures, only allowing for the growth of plants. The owner can enter in a state of consciousness. Jun Ruochén's eagerness led him to examine it further. Upon reading the note, he was left in bewilderment. Currently small, only measuring 10,000 kilometers. Is this truly small? It is larger than Earth itself. However, considering the potential for it to become a cosmic realm, it would indeed be boundless, equivalent to the universe. In comparison to the universe, this 10,000 kilometers is minuscule. Yet, for Jun Ruochén, it is exceedingly vast, indeed larger than the entirety of Earth. Moreover, he merely required a space for storing items, and the system provided him with a burgeoning little universe. Jun Ruochén's consciousness entered the dimensional space. At that moment, he transformed into a spectral silhouette, embodying his conscious form. As he observed the world before him, he felt a sense of astonishment. Previously, he had known that this dimensional space was immense, surpassing Earth, but experiencing it firsthand left him utterly stunned. He had sought a space for storing items, yet the system had granted him an entire world. Nevertheless, he could place items within this dimensional space. At this juncture, Jun Ruochén discovered that the equipment and items from his backpack automatically entered the dimensional space, and could be categorized according to his thoughts and intentions. Soon, the items from his backpack were organized by quality, level, and type, suspended in designated areas. The resources and equipment were allocated to a specific section of this space. The conscious form of Jun Ruochén declared, manifesting an area specifically for storing equipment and materials, with future arrangements to be made elsewhere, as the entirety of the dimensional space belonged to him. Henceforth, no matter the quantity of equipment or items, they could be accommodated. Not only equipment, but even Earth itself could be stored. Second-tier color equipment, 62 pieces. Third-tier color equipment, 44 pieces. Fourth-tier color equipment, 51 pieces. Fifth-tier color equipment, 37 pieces. Sixth-tier color equipment, 17 pieces. Seventh-tier color equipment, 41 pieces. Eighth-tier color equipment, 15 pieces. Ninth-tier color equipment, 4 pieces. Colorful flying swords, 13 pieces. Various equipment, materials, items, and scrolls were all clearly catalogued, and with a mere thought, anything he desired could materialize in his hand. Most of these colorful pieces of equipment were obtained during the Beast Tide and from hunting monsters outside the city. The 7th, 8th, and 9th tier items were acquired within the Heavens Tower. However, these pieces of equipment are no longer of use to him, as he currently possesses an 8th tier Emperor's set. Although he cannot utilize them, he can sell these colorful items or exchange them for the materials he requires. On the day Jun Ruochén ascended to the 60th floor of the Heaven S Tower, the world trembled. Countless individuals consumed galactic coins to teleport to the Heaven S Tower Plaza, eager to conquer the tower. They wondered if the difficulty of the Heavens Tower had diminished. Otherwise, how could Jun Ruochén have ascended from the 40th to the 60th floor so swiftly? However, upon their attempts to ascend, they discovered that the difficulty of the Heavens Tower had not lessened. In fact, it felt even more challenging. Yet, this was merely a psychological effect, perfectly normal. As the higher one climbs, the greater the difficulties encountered. Jiang City, transformed into a place of aspiration for countless individuals, everyone yearns to become a denizen of Jiang City. This desire stems from the formidable ruler, Jun Ruochén, whose extraordinary prowess bestows unparalleled benefits upon the citizens of Jiang City. In a mere span of one day, the combat capabilities of all inhabitants surged several-fold, accumulating over 100,000 galaxy coins and more than 100 million experience points, along with prestige and scrolls. Remarkably, every citizen was equipped with a 6th-tier flying sword. In an instant, Jun Ruochén's status and popularity reached an unparalleled zenith. According to my investigations, the individual with the lowest combat power in Jiang City possessed a staggering 95,000, while 50% surpassed 100,000, 30% exceeded 120,000, 10% reached 150,000, and 5% achieved an astonishing 200,000. How many individuals did you survey? Approximately 5,000. This is quite normal. Those who endured the Beast Tide possess combat power exceeding 10,000. Today, Jun Ruochén's foray into the tower bestowed upon everyone a boon of 555 combat power and over 100 million experience points, with the cumulative benefits from leveling nearly reaching 90,000. It is indeed remarkable that anyone remained below the threshold of 100,000 combat power. The key lies in today's windfall of 555 combat power and over 100 million experience points. Alas, there are no rankings for levels or combat power, otherwise we could witness the true strength of Jiang City's champions. Once one's combat power surpasses 100,000, slaying level 30 beasts becomes a trivial pursuit. The chat screen of Jiang City buzzed with exhilaration, as everyone remained in a state of euphoria throughout the day. This excitement eclipsed even the thrill of winning a $5 million jackpot. After all, the magnitude of one's combat power is intrinsically linked to their life and future. The higher the combat power, the easier it becomes to defeat monsters, acquire gear, and earn galaxy coins, creating a virtuous cycle. Brother, are you going to the Sky Tower instance tomorrow? In Villa number 99, within the spacious master bedroom, Tang Zimeng emerged from the bathroom, enveloped only in a delicate towel. As she approached the bedside and climbed onto the bed, her face radiated surprise and envy upon hearing Jun Ruochén's plans for the Sky Tower instance. Yes, I have reached the 60th floor of the Sky Tower. It is indeed time to explore the instance, Jun Ruochén declared. He had resolved to venture into the Sky Tower instance, as hunting beasts outside the city was too sluggish for leveling and gear acquisition. Moreover, the beasts beyond the city yielded no high-tier equipment. He had no use for 6th or 7th tier gear, let alone 8th tier. Currently, he donned a complete set of 8th tier royal gear. His aspirations now soared toward acquiring a 9th tier set or 10th tier equipment. For only with 10th tier gear could he replace the royal set without diminishing his combat power or attributes. What about the competition for the Alliance Horn? Tang Zimeng inquired. At present, the contest for the Alliance Horn was underway. Should they falter, the horn would slip from their grasp. With the combat power of all citizens at 100,000 and yours at 500,000, even without my intervention, you can secure Jiang City's top position. Besides, only the top 10 cities can claim the Alliance Horn. Surely you can seize one. Furthermore, there exists a temporal disparity between instances and the outside world. Regardless of how many days pass within, only a single day elapses outside. Jun Ruochén reassured her, his hand caressing Tang Ximing's smooth figure. Given Jiang City's current strength, competing for an alliance horn would be exceedingly effortless. Tang Ximing nodded, her cheeks flushed, breathing heavily, exuding an allure that was irresistible. Soon, the room resonated with delightful sounds. Chapter 94, the 60th floor of the cataclysmic instance. The Azure Sky Domain. The following day, at the break of dawn, Jun Ruochén arose early, for he was to embark on his journey to the Sky Tower and enter the instance. You may sleep a little longer, he suggested gently upon noticing Tang Ximing, her eyes still heavy with slumber. The previous night had been a whirlwind of excitement, leaving her utterly exhausted. Be careful, brother, she murmured, nodding in agreement. She had initially intended to accompany him to the Sky Tower, but now found herself too drained. By the way, handle these items as you see fit. Don't sell them too cheaply, nor too expensively, Jun Ruochén instructed, recalling something important. He retrieved colorful gear below the 6th tier from his dimensional space and placed it into his backpack, subsequently trading it to Tang Ximing, advising her to sell it in the resource market, followed by handing her several pieces of royal equipment. Thank you, brother, Tang Ximing beamed as she accepted the trade, her face illuminating with joy upon seeing the 8th tier colorful gear. Such 8th tier equipment was a rarity that only Jun Ruochén could acquire, and this set was particularly special, albeit not yet complete. Nevertheless, it was a marked improvement over her current gear. Jun Ruochén playfully pinched Tang Ximing's cheek before stepping out of the bedroom. He mounted his flying sword and soared towards the Sky Tower. In a mere 2 minutes, thanks to his current speed, he traversed the distance of 100 miles. If he needed to travel further, he could simply utilize the teleportation function of the Galaxy Heart, arriving in an instant. On his virtual panel, a map displayed his surroundings, a sprawling expanse of 3,000 kilometers. Within this realm, he could teleport anywhere by merely clicking on the coordinates on the virtual map. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of 3,000 miles. This was his current limit. With a whoosh, he glided through the celestial expanse, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. After 2 minutes, he arrived at the plaza of the Sky Tower, where, despite it being merely 7 in the morning, throngs of individuals queued to enter the tower. They had remained in the plaza throughout the previous night, as it was safeguarded by a protective barrier that kept beasts at bay, allowing them to use it as a temporary haven. Jun Shun, are you challenging the Sky Tower again? Good morning, Jun Shun. Upon reaching the plaza, others greeted Jun Ruochén with utmost respect, their faces adorned with admiration. He offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Notification. First place in the Sky Tower, Jun Ruochén. Do you wish to enter the tower? Approaching the entrance of the Sky Tower, Jun Ruochén responded affirmatively. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Jun Ruochén confirmed his entry, the Sky Tower underwent a remarkable transformation. Waves of radiant colors emanated from within, coalescing into a massive, ethereal projection that descended to the ground. Simultaneously, 5 altars materialized on the surface. Please select the Sky Tower instance you wish to enter. White for normal level, orange for hard level, red for death level, gold for destruction level, colorful for cataclysm level. The notification echoed, emanating from the Sky Tower. After receiving the prompt, Jun Ruochén approached the luminous projection. The available instances included the 40th, 45th, 50th, 55th, and 60th floors, each offering 5 distinct challenges: normal, hard, death, destruction, and cataclysm levels. With his finger poised above the 60th floor, he made his selection, confirming his choice of the cataclysm level instance on the 60th floor. Warning: the death rate for the 60th floor cataclysm instance is 999999999. Notice: in the 60th level of the catastrophe level dungeon, the minimum adversaries are all level 60 monsters, along with other formidable entities exceeding level 60 from different realms. Notice: the 60th level dungeon will feature equipment of grades 8, 9, 10, and 11, alongside a variety of materials and items. Notice: upon completion of the 60th level catastrophe level dungeon, one shall receive battle power of 888,888, experience of 8 billion, a random 10th grade colorful outfit, and 888,888 galaxy coins. A warning echoed. Following this, the announcement. The catastrophe level dungeon on the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven has a mortality rate of 99,999,999. However, within this dungeon, equipment of grades 8, 9, 10, and 11 will appear, alongside various materials and items. Merely accomplishing the dungeon's task guarantees an immediate reward of 888,888 battle power, 8 billion experience, a random 10th grade colorful outfit, and 888,888 galaxy coins. The rewards are undeniably generous. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Ruochén ascended the colorful altar, which would transport him into the 60th level catastrophe dungeon, from which he would return only after completing the task. Failure to complete it would result in an eternal stay within. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Jun Ruochén stood upon the altar, the entire sky roared, and thunderclaps erupted, accompanied by rampant arcs of electricity. This scene resembled the onset of the apocalypse. Amidst the arcs and thunder, radiant colors enveloped Jun Ruochén. Soon, both he and the colorful light vanished from the altar, as if evaporated. Announcement: Jun Ruochén, the Lord of Jiang City, has entered the 60th level catastrophe dungeon of the Tower of Heaven. Announcement: Jun Ruochén, the Lord of Jiang City, has entered the 60th level catastrophe dungeon of the Tower of Heaven. Announcement: Jun Ruochén, the Lord of Jiang City, has entered the 60th level catastrophe dungeon of the Tower of Heaven. The voice of the galaxy will resonated, declaring Jun Ruochén's entrance into the 60th level catastrophe dungeon. At present, only Jun Ruochén possesses the qualification to enter the dungeon. He chose to confront the most terrifying catastrophe level dungeon directly. Meanwhile, countless individuals were struck with shock and fear. People from other nations hoped for Jun Ruochén's demise within the dungeon, wishing he would never return. Opting for the most daunting catastrophe level of the 60th level dungeon was a game for the elite. Even if I had the opportunity to enter, I would likely choose a normal or hard level. Catastrophe level is far too challenging. Do you comprehend the catastrophe level? Even those who have never experienced it know its formidable nature simply by its designation. The higher the dungeon level, the greater the quality and grade of the equipment that may be dropped. Regrettably, I have yet to reach the 40th level of the Tower of Heaven. Otherwise, I too would venture into the dungeon. Why aren't the rules of the Tower of Heaven dungeons disclosed? Is it necessary to state the obvious? Only upon reaching the 40th level of the Tower of Heaven will the rules be revealed. Without attaining the 40th level, all efforts are futile. I am genuinely curious about the extent of Jun Ruochén's strength, having directly chosen the catastrophe level. Across the globe, everyone became aware of Jun Ruochén's entrance into the dungeon, specifically the catastrophe level of the 60th floor. In an instant, discussions erupted, with many expressing curiosity. The majority of Jiang City's populace, however, felt anxious for Jun Ruochén. Should he encounter peril, Jiang City would be left leaderless, potentially facing annihilation. Even if not erased, merging with other cities would afford no benefits. Following Jun Ruochén meant enjoying a life of ease, an effortless victory, and free rewards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the fabric of time and space, Jun Ruochén sensed himself enveloped in dark matter. Both time and space seemed to have come to a standstill. This transportation felt interminable until, at last, it concluded. A sudden brightness filled his vision, accompanied by a gust of wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the very moment the transportation ended, Jun Ruochén instinctively summoned his flying sword, stepping upon it to soar through the air, thus avoiding a fatal plunge to the ground. Truthfully, dying upon transport would be a most unjust fate. Indeed, the transportation had deposited him in midair. Fortunately, he was flying on his sword. Otherwise, it would have been a grave misfortune. Scanning his surroundings, he found himself within a primordial forest, surrounded by towering trees. Silence reigned. Not a sound nor a creature was near. He exhaled deeply, relieved. Opening his virtual interface, the map displayed everything within a 3,000-mile radius centered on him. This map is a feature of the Galaxy Heart's teleportation function, encompassing all within 3,000 kilometers in every direction. By merely selecting a coordinate on the map, he could teleport to that location. At this moment, the map was scattered with countless light points. These points reflected everything within the 3,000-kilometer radius. Red, signifying threats and dangers, or formidable foes and monsters. Green, denoting precious flora. Blue, representing himself or allies, or beings devoid of hostility. Gold, indicating valuable metals or materials. Multicolored, symbolizing rare treasures and items. Presently, the map was inundated with red and green light points, indicating numerous monsters and plants within 3,000 kilometers of him. The deeper the color, the greater the danger, rarity, or preciousness. There was but a solitary blue light point, representing himself. Welcome to the Azure Sky Domain. I am the spirit of the Azure Sky Domain. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated in Jun Ruochén's ears. The voice bore resemblance to that of the Galaxy Will. Yet the entity had already introduced itself as the spirit of this Azure Sky Domain. Chapter 95. The Task of the Tower of Heaven Dungeon. The Qualification for Departure. Listening to the voice of the spirit of the Azure Sky Domain, Jun Ruochén stood still, attuning himself to his surroundings. His gaze fixed on the foundational map displayed on his virtual interface. At this juncture, he dared not allow his focus to waver in the slightest. After all, this was the catastrophe-level dungeon of the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven, with a mortality rate reaching 99, 999, 999, essentially a certainty of death. Nevertheless, his high battle power and exceptional skills emboldened him, yet he remained cautious. It was imperative to comprehend the rules within this Azure Sky Domain. The dungeons of the Tower of Heaven connect to worlds beyond Earth. Arriving in another realm necessitates understanding its rules. Otherwise, survival becomes improbable, and one risks dying within the dungeon, never to return to Earth again. Currently, there are 18, 932, 388 individuals in the Azure Sky domain. Those entering the Azure Sky domain may remain for a maximum of 1 year. Exceeding this duration will result in their erasure from the Azure Sky domain. Within the Azure Sky domain, there are numerous methods to obtain the qualification for departure. These include ranking in the top 10 on the leaderboard, ranking in the top 10 of the cloud ladder, defeating 9,999 level 60 monsters, or clearing one of the 3 major peaks. Indeed, the spirit's voice resounded once more, elucidating the rules of the Azure Sky domain. These rules, while seemingly unrelated to the Galaxy Will's tasks in the Tower of Heaven dungeon, are intrinsically connected since one must obtain the qualification for departure to fulfill the tasks of the Tower of Heaven dungeon. Whoosh, whoosh. As the spirit's voice faded, a silvery radiance materialized in the void, descending before Jun Ruochén, transforming into a virtual light screen approximately 1 foot in size. Reminiscent of the virtual panels of the Galactic Will, yet markedly simpler. The screen displayed the following identity information: name, Jun Ruochén, race, human. Identity, inhabitant of the Dragon Kingdom on Earth. Level, 68. Points, 0. Ladder, 0. Beasts, 0. Pinnacle, unconquered. This encapsulated Jun Ruochén's identity, utterly devoid of complexity. In addition to the identity information, there were detailed stipulations regarding the qualifications for departure and remarks. Top 10 points. Individuals enter the Bailuo celestial domain daily to hunt beasts and accumulate points. Achieving a position among the top 10 for the month grants the right to leave, the current highest score being 1,839,005 points. Cloud Ladder. The Bailuo celestial domain features a ladder consisting of 999 steps. The higher one climbs, the higher their ranking. Those in the top 10 for the month are granted the right to depart, the current highest rank being 408 steps. Beasts. The Bailuo celestial domain is teeming with powerful beasts, all at least level 60. Slaying 999 beasts of level 60 or higher qualifies one for departure. Pinnacle. The Bailuo celestial domain houses 3 remarkable locations that test one's talent, cultivation speed, and skills. Successfully conquering any one of these pinnacles grants the right to leave. As of now, no one has ever succeeded. Upon reviewing the information and remarks on the virtual screen, Jun Ruochén could not help but furrow his brow. A maximum stay of 1 year? That does not apply to me. The Tower of Heaven instance allows for a maximum duration of only 7 days. A single day in the instance equates to a day on Earth. Regardless of the time span within the Bailuo celestial domain, I am limited to 7 days. Within this time frame, I must secure a qualification to leave, otherwise, remaining in the Bailuo celestial domain means I shall never return. Where are the cloud ladder and the 3 pinnacles? Jun Ruochén mused. He wished to ascend the cloud ladder and challenge the 3 pinnacles, yet their locations eluded him. On the 3rd day in the Bailuo celestial domain, automatic transportation to the cloud ladder plaza will occur. The 3 pinnacles randomly appear in various corners of the Bailuo celestial domain. Encountering them is purely a matter of luck. The spirit of the artifact seemed to respond to Jun Ruochén's musings as an ethereal voice resonated once more, replying to him. Goodness, Jun Ruochén exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. With a swift motion, he dismissed the virtual light screen and opened the virtual panel. In the upper left corner of the panel, a prompt appeared: Catastrophe Level Instance, Bailuo Celestial Domain, Level 60. Task: survive and depart the Bailuo Celestial Domain while acquiring a supreme equipment of level 11 or higher. Progress: unfinished. Reward: Combat Power 888, Experience 8 billion, 10th Tier Decorative Gear, Random, Galactic Coins 888. Note: failure to obtain supreme equipment of level 11 or higher within 7 days will result in task failure. Countdown: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 33 seconds. Let me gather my thoughts, Jun Ruochén declared as he closed the virtual panel. He stepped onto his flying sword and soared forward. Though he intended to contemplate, idleness was not an option. Hunting beasts would yield points, allowing him to strategize while engaged in the hunt. Primarily, the beasts in the Bailuo Celestial Domain were all a minimum of level 60. If he could slay 999 of these beasts, he would secure the qualification to leave, contingent upon the availability and density of these creatures. Should they be densely populated, with his formidable combat prowess and level, summoning the Celestial Dragon would suffice to accomplish this task within mere hours. Conversely, if they were sparse, locating 999 beasts could prove to be an arduous endeavor. The crux of the matter lay in acquiring equipment of level 11 or higher. Level 11, and it must be supreme equipment. Jun Ruochén's expression soured slightly. While surviving the Bailuo Celestial Domain was manageable, obtaining supreme equipment of level 11 posed a considerable challenge. Thankfully, he possessed a system and overwhelming combat strength. Were it another individual in this Bailuo Celestial Domain, it would surely be tantamount to offering themselves as prey. Truly, the catastrophe level was formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 heavens galaxy tore through the sky, emanating an aura of dread. Half an hour elapsed as Jun Ruochén traversed a distance of 500 miles. Along the way, he encountered numerous beasts, each indeed a minimum of level 60. The level 60 beasts fell before him with a single strike, hardly necessitating the summoning of the celestial dragon. After a short period of observation, the density of beasts in the Bailuo celestial domain was reasonably favorable. Slaying 999 level 60 beasts within 7 days seemed feasible, contingent upon non-stop effort for 24 hours. Note: the Tower of Heaven instance has a drop rate of 130, with equipment tiers surpassing those outside. Note: level 60 beasts can drop 8th, 9th, and 10th tier equipment. Note: level 70 beasts can drop 9th, 10th, and 11th tier equipment. Note: level 80 beasts can drop 10th, 11th, and 12th tier equipment. The voice of the galactic will echoed in his ears, providing information regarding the drop rates and tiers of equipment. Upon hearing this, Jun Ruochén's expression shifted dramatically. The disparity was staggering. The drop rates and tiers of beasts on Earth were vastly inferior to those in the instance. It was well known that even when Jun Ruochén hunted a level 60 mutated beast king, he only obtained 8th tier equipment, never having encountered a 9th tier item, which was exclusive to the Tower of Heaven. Yet, here in the Bailuo celestial domain, level 60 beasts boasted a chance to drop 10th tier equipment. Of course, while it was stated that they could drop 8th, 9th, and 10th tier equipment, a staggering 90 of drops would be 8th tier, with the probability of 9th tier drops being minuscule and 10th tier drops almost negligible. Nevertheless, even such a slim chance was still an opportunity. Thus, the drop rates in the instance exceeded those found outside by several magnitudes. It seemed my target should be the level 70 beasts, as only they offered a chance to drop 11th tier equipment, although encountering level 80 beasts would be preferable. Jun Ruochén pondered deeply. Level 60 beasts were suitable for accumulating points, as they could not drop 11th tier equipment. Level 70 beasts presented a slim chance for 11th tier equipment, while the probability increased with level 80 beasts. As for supreme items, their drops were guaranteed at 8th tier, without question. For now, the priority was to locate level 70 and 80 beasts. Naturally, level 60 beasts could not be disregarded. Although they could not fulfill the instance task, they could still yield 8th, 9th, and 10th tier equipment, which, even if unusable to him, would be valuable to others. High-tier equipment would undoubtedly become a coveted commodity when sold. Moreover, after attaining VIP 4, there exists a dimensional space capable of storing countless items and equipment, alleviating any concerns about insufficient inventory space. Roar, roar, roar. Summoning the celestial dragon. A 7th tier being with a combat power of 100 million and a length of 300 meters, the space around him warped and shattered upon its emergence. Jun Ruochén mounted the celestial dragon as it soared through the skies, obliterating all beasts in its path with the distortion of space. Successfully hunted level 60 beast. Crimson Flame Tiger, earning 45 million experience. 60 level Crimson Flame Tiger dropped. 1,888 galactic coins. Cloud Crane Ring, 8th tier. Successfully hunted level 60 beast, Ice Eagle, earning 45 million experience. The level 60 Crimson Flame Tiger drops. 1888 galaxy coins. Successfully hunted the level 60 demon beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, earning 45 million experience points. The level 60 Crimson Flame Tiger drops. 1888 galaxy coins. Ghost King, 9th tier. Successfully hunted the level 60 demon beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, earning 45 million experience points. The level 60 Crimson Flame Tiger drops. 1888 galaxy coins. Wings of the White Cloud. Jun Ruochén possessed over 400 attack scrolls and experience scrolls of each type. Thus he utilized them liberally during his hunts of demon beasts. This resulted in a tripling of experience gained. Coupled with the 500 experience from VIP level 4, the total experience gained surged to a staggering 15-fold. In an instant, his experience points soared. Galaxy coins increased. Hunting demon beasts also yielded points. A level 60 demon beast grants 1,000 points. Furthermore, the drop rate for equipment improved significantly. The equipment obtained was predominantly of the 8th tier, with some even reaching the 9th tier. As of yet, no 10th tier equipment had surfaced. But even the white-tiered 8th and 9th tier items far surpassed the capabilities of equipment from the 5th or 6th tiers. Consequently, he configured his inventory to automatically transfer items into the dimensional space once his equipment and items exceeded 120 pieces. This alleviated concerns regarding a full inventory, preventing him from picking up valuable gear. Chapter 96, Level 75, Peerless Martial Emperor. Swish, swish, roar, boom. Within the Azure Realm, Jun Ruochén lay asleep upon the back of the celestial dragon. The dragon soared straight through the skies, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Demon beasts fell relentlessly. Equipment steadily entered the dimensional space, and his points soared higher. Experience points accumulated at an astonishing rate. Time passed, minute by minute. Unbeknownst to him, half a day slipped away. The sky gradually darkened, yet Jun Ruochén showed no intention of halting his pursuits. For the 7th tier celestial dragon continued to fly without engaging in battle, thus expending no stamina. The fallen demon beasts had been crushed under the weight of the dragon's oppressive might. He intended to continue, undeterred, for he was not the one fighting. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power, 200,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén as the notification rang out. His level had reached 69. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 300,000. The golden light flickered again as another notification sounded. Jun Ruochén's level ascended to 70. Now, advancing to the next level required 5 billion experience points. Fortunately, hunting level 60 demon beasts inherently yielded 3 million experience points, combined with the system's VIP level 4, 500 experience, and the tripled experience scroll. He could acquire 45 million experience points from slaying a single beast. 10 beasts would equate to 450 million, and 100 to 4, 5 billion. Thus, with the defeat of 120 beasts, he would directly level up, allowing for rapid progression. Continuing onward, Jun Ruochén spoke, sitting up. He opened the virtual panel to claim his new title. Having reached level 70, he was eligible for a new title, after all. The power granted by a title was substantial, and when amplified, it culminated in a formidable figure. Congratulations on reaching level 70. You may claim a new title. Claim successful. Inspecting the details, he found, name, Peerless Martial Emperor. Attributes, combat power 999. Without hesitation, he replaced the title of Diamond Martial King with that of Peerless Martial Emperor. Instantly, the title of Diamond Martial King vanished, replaced by that of Peerless Martial Emperor, resulting in an increase of 888 combat power. Name, Jun Ruochén. Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, 1000 Newbie Village. Age, 20 years. Level, 70, 60 billion experience points. Wealth, 75, 704, 596 galaxy coins. Reputation, 1, 530, 161 points. Talent, Eye of Observation, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills, Sunslaying Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS grade. Azure Sword Formation, SSS grade. Combat Power, 334, 775, 791, 83, 333, 280, according to Equipment Enhancement System Damage Assessment. Tiers, 92nd tier. Now, his level had reached 70, with combat power at 3 billion. His overall evaluation had risen to the 92nd tier. As he progressed, the combat power required for further evaluations would increase substantially. Roar, roar, roar. The celestial dragon possessed spatial attributes, allowing it to traverse the skies with unparalleled speed. As night fell in the Azure realm, the number of demon beasts proliferated. Yet, Jun Ruochén remained unperturbed, for with the celestial dragon by his side, even level 70, 80, or even 90 beasts could be effortlessly crushed. Given his combat power of 3 billion, he paid little heed to the demon beasts, for he yearned to encounter higher-level foes to obtain superior equipment. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 300,000. The golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén once more as he leveled up again, increasing his combat power by 300,000. Presently, he had reached level 71. The Azure Realm might elevate him to level 80, he mused. The abundance of high-level demon beasts and the substantial experience they offered made this a sanctuary for leveling up. With diligent effort, achieving level 80 within a week of relentless hunting was well within reach. Swish, swish, swish. The celestial dragons swept through the night. Jun Ruochén activated the virtual interface and discovered a dense cluster of red light points ahead. The intensity of the light indicated formidable foes. Could it be the region of level 70 demon beasts? This revelation urged Jun Ruochén to accelerate the celestial dragon. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the cluster of light points, confirming that this was indeed the domain of level 70 demon beasts, and their numbers were staggering. Seeing countless level 70 demon beasts, Jun Ruochén could hardly contain his excitement. Annihilate them all. Leave not a single one standing, he commanded the celestial dragon. As he spoke, he stepped onto his flying sword, wielding the sword of sovereignty, and commenced his slaughter. Boom, crack, boom, roar. In the darkness, the Azure Realm was engulfed in a cataclysmic slaughter. Level 70 demon beasts fell one after another. Congratulations on hunting the level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, earning 5 million experience points. The level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, drops 5,555 galaxy coins. Dragon King S-Blade, 10th tier. Congratulations on hunting the level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, earning 5 million experience points. The level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, drops 5,555 galaxy coins. Taiyuan Dragon Ring, 10th tier. Congratulations on hunting the level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, earning 5 million experience points. The level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, drops 5,555 galaxy coins. Congratulations on hunting the level 70 demon beast, Dragonborn, earning 5 5 million experience points. The level 70 demon beast, Dragon Boar, drops 5,555 galaxy coins. Azure Divine Wings, 11th tier. Demon beasts continued to fall, and even at level 70, they met only the fate of being swiftly vanquished. In a fleeting moment, experience, equipment, points, and galaxy coins flowed in abundance. The equipment dropped by these level 70 demon beasts was predominantly of the 9th tier, with a portion reaching the 10th tier, and some even yielding 11th tier equipment. However, the 11th tier equipment was far from extraordinary. Thus, one of Jun Ruochén's tasks in the Tower of Heaven dungeon remained unfulfilled. However, he harbored no concerns. With such a plethora of level 70 monsters around, it was inevitable that at least one exquisite piece of 11th tier equipment would drop. Moreover, even if the level 70 beasts did not yield any exceptional 11th tier gear, he could always seek out level 80 monsters. The potency of 11th tier equipment was undeniably formidable. After inspecting the 11th tier items, Jun Ruochén noted that they were all of white quality. Yet, even a white tier item boasted a minimum power of 100,000. For comparison, an 8 tier white item only provided 4,000 power. There was no comparison between 4,000 and 100,000. Each tier of equipment is categorized into 5 colors: white, orange, red, golden, and multicolored. The quality of the equipment corresponds to its power level, with multicolored being the most superior, offering significant enhancements across the board, regardless of their tier. Weapons and armor far surpass other equipment in terms of efficacy. The power scaling is as follows: first tier, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50, power; second tier, 40, 60, 80, 100, 150, power; third tier, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, power; fourth tier, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, power; fifth tier, 400, 600, 800, 1200, 1400, power; sixth tier, 800, 1200, 1600, 2000, 2500, power; seventh tier, 2000, 2500, 3000, 3500, 5000, power; eighth tier, 4000, 5000, 6000, 7000, 10,000, power; ninth tier, 8000, 10,000, 12,000, 14,000, 20,000, power; 10th tier, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, power; 11th tier, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, power. Fortunately, with the existence of dimensional space, he could strive for a few days to procure higher tier equipment to sell to the Dragon Kingdom, thereby enhancing their battle power while simultaneously enriching his own coffers, creating a virtuous cycle for both. Jun Ruochén mused that high-tier equipment could indeed outclass lower-tier counterparts. 2 pieces of 11-tier equipment could easily overpower an entire set of 10-tier gear. It was worth noting that the majority of people in the Dragon Kingdom were equipped with merely 3rd or 4th-tier gear, with only a select few possessing 5th, 6th, or even 7th and 8th-tier equipment. As of now, many still donned 1st and 2nd-tier gear, which offered minimal power. Congratulations on slaying the level 70 beast, Dragon Boar. You have gained 5 million experience points. The level 70 beast dropped. Galactic coins 5555, unparalleled ring, 11 tier. Rebirth stone, first rebirth, 1. Suddenly, upon hearing the notification of the rebirth stone, Jun Ruochén was momentarily taken aback. He quickly accessed his virtual panel and opened his inventory, where he located the rebirth stone. Upon inspection, he found: name, rebirth stone, first rebirth; function, necessary material for rebirth. Note: when comprehensive battle power reaches level 100 and the character level reaches 100, rebirth will be unlocked, yielding a significant increase in attributes. Rebirth is mandatory above level 100. After reviewing the rebirth stone, it confirmed his earlier thoughts. Upon reaching a battle power and level of 100, rebirth was indeed essential. Had the rebirth stone not dropped, he might not have contemplated the notion of rebirth at all. Boom, crack, roar, whoosh. Under the pitch-black night sky, a man and a dragon relentlessly slaughtered the level 70 beasts, which fell in droves. Time passed, minute by minute. Gradually, the sky lightened, and the level 70 monsters were completely eradicated by Jun Ruochén and the celestial dragon. By the end of the night, Jun Ruochén's level surged from 70 to 75. Ascending from level 70 to 75 required a total of 40 billion experience points. With the triple experience bonus and the additional 500 experience points, each slain beast granted him 5 million experience points, indicating that he and the celestial dragon had hunted down 750 level 70 monsters. For every level gained, his battle power increased by 300,000. Over the course of that night, having leveled up 5 times, his battle power surged by 5 million, not accounting for enhancements, resulting in a staggering total of 590,000 power. Exhausted, he decided to rest for 2 hours. "I need a break," Jun Ruochén murmured, instructing the celestial dragon to fly as he settled down on its back to catch some much-needed sleep after a night of intense combat. Chapter 97. One of the 3 pinnacles, the Divine Skill Tower, cleared. He ended up sleeping for a full 5 hours, far exceeding his initial 2-hour estimate. Although he was resting, the celestial dragon continued its flight, annihilating countless level 60 and 70 monsters along the way. As a result, Jun Ruochén accumulated considerable experience and equipment, and his points surged significantly. "Congratulations, your points have reached 1,688,000, entering the top 10 of this month's leaderboard, currently ranked 9th. Keep up the good work." Notice, the top 10 of the month will receive generous rewards. Upon waking, the voice of the spirit of the Bailuo celestial domain resonated, informing him of his entry into the leaderboard's top 10, currently holding the 9th position due to the accumulation of 168 million points. From yesterday until now, he and the celestial dragon had slain 750 level 70 beasts, as well as several level 60 monsters. Level 60 beasts yielded 1,000 points, while level 70 beasts granted 2,000 points. Rewards for the top 10? Jun Ruochén chuckled softly to himself. He had to leave the Bailuo celestial domain within 7 days, or he would be trapped there indefinitely. There was no time to await any rewards. Surely, he would not expect to receive rewards after departing the Bailuo celestial domain, as if they would be delivered across the fabric of time and space. Last night, he had obtained not just one but several pieces of exquisite 11-tier equipment. Thus, he had essentially completed the Tower of Heaven dungeon task. Now, all that remained was to secure his qualification for departure, which would mean he had fulfilled all his tasks in the Tower of Heaven and could return to Earth. With only 2 days left before the teleportation to the Cloud Sky Ladder Square, he resolved to grind for more points and equipment during this time. Determined, Jun Ruochén retrieved some food from the dimensional space to satiate his hunger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky shattered, crossing dimensions at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, an expression of astonishment crossed Jun Ruochén's face as he gazed into the distance, exclaiming in surprise. There, in the far-off horizon, a golden light radiated brightly, visible even from 1,000 miles away. Accessing his virtual panel, he noticed a golden dot on the map, indicating that the source of the golden light was a structure. "Congratulations, you have encountered one of the 3 pinnacles, the Divine Skill Tower. By clearing the Divine Skill Tower, you will receive Divine Skill 1. 12-tier multicolored equipment, random, 1. The voice of the Bailuo celestial domain's spirit echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Jun Ruochén felt a surge of joy. His luck was unparalleled, having so effortlessly stumbled upon one of the 3 pinnacles, the Divine Skill Tower. While he was uncertain whether he could conquer it, merely encountering it was already a testament to his fortuitous fate. After all, over 90% of individuals never even encountered the 3 pinnacles. These towers were scattered throughout the Bailuo celestial domain, making them exceedingly rare to find. Divine Skill, 12-tier multicolored equipment. A look of excitement illuminated his face. Although the prospect of obtaining it was uncertain, the mere thought was delightful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He quickened his pace, guiding the celestial dragon towards the direction of the golden light. Soon, Jun Ruochén and the celestial dragon arrived at the source of the golden glow. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a resplendent golden pagoda within the radiance. The pagoda towered skyward, piercing the clouds, rendering its entirety invisible. This was the Tower of Divine Techniques. Observing the pagoda, Jun Ruochén summoned the celestial dragon, standing midair upon his flying sword. His gaze pierced through the golden light, revealing a multitude of individuals, approximately 200, suspended in the air around the pagoda, some soaring high while others hovered low, all engrossed in their cultivation. Whoosh! With a flicker, Jun Ruochén entered the golden light, drawing near to the pagoda. The pagoda bore little distinction from the Tower of Heaven, save for one notable difference: its hue. While the Tower of Heaven was shrouded in an inky darkness, the Tower of Divine Techniques radiated a brilliant golden glow. Fighting within the boundaries of the Tower of Divine Techniques is prohibited. Violators will be obliterated. Hint: utilize your consciousness to sense the Tower of Divine Techniques. The deeper your understanding, the higher you ascend, until you attain acknowledgement of the divine technique, marking your completion. As of now, no one has cleared the challenge within the Azure Sky domain. Hint: you may set a time limit for your comprehension. The voice of the Azure Sky domain's spirit resonated, directed solely at him, imperceptible to others. Simultaneously, a virtual screen unfurled, prompting Jun Ruochén to establish a time frame for his cultivation, ensuring he did not lose track of time amidst his studies. It was remarkably considerate. Jun Ruochén gazed at the virtual screen, a smile gracing his features. This was of utmost importance to him. Should he miscalculate his time during cultivation, he risked being indefinitely trapped in the Azure Sky domain. After all, he had merely 7 days. No, now only 6.5 days remained. Moreover, he would be teleported by the spirit within 2 days to the Cloud Ladder Plaza. Thus, he set the time for 2 days to conclude his comprehension before the teleportation. If he failed to clear the challenge within 2 days, he would forfeit. Subsequently, Jun Ruochén established a 2-day comprehension period on the virtual screen. Setting successful. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Upon the conclusion of this time, the spirit will remind you 3 times. Once the settings were complete, Jun Ruochén found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged. He gently closed his eyes, channeling his consciousness towards the Tower of Divine Techniques. Consciousness, mental prowess, spiritual energy, these were merely different terminologies for the same essence. Soon, the entirety of the Tower of Divine Techniques imprinted itself in his mind, as if witnessed firsthand. Indeed, this was the observation of consciousness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, Jun Ruochén sensed a flurry of text, a skill encoded within. He dared not be neglectful, committing each character to memory. Fortunately, being a top student from Jiangxing University, his reading speed was extraordinary, allowing him to memorize the text effortlessly. Just as he was about to organize the skill, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, this is a fragment of the divine technique. All destruction of the 10 directions. Organization complete. Merged into memory. Host may commence cultivation directly. The system's voice confirmed that the previously noted text had been structured into a portion of a divine technique. It was only natural. One could not expect the complete technique without clearing the challenge. Furthermore, the entirety of the divine technique lay within the Tower of Divine Techniques, requiring incremental observation and comprehension. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jun Ruochén began to cultivate earnestly, omitting the organization and comprehension phase. He knew that he could not afford the time for such tasks. Seconds turned into minutes, and gradually, Jun Ruochén transcended into a state of self-forgetfulness, lifting off the ground and slowly ascending. An hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. During this time, Jun Ruochén sensed the Tower of Divine Techniques multiple times. The system seamlessly organized the discerned text into skills, allowing him solely to focus on cultivation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky erupted with rolling thunder, vibrant colors and clouds enveloping the firmament, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Congratulations, Jun Ruochén has successfully mastered the divine technique. All destruction of the 10 directions. Cleared one of the 3 great peaks, the Tower of Divine Techniques. Reward for Jun Ruochén. All destruction of the 10 directions, divine technique. 1. 12th tier colored equipment, random, 1. Hint. Due to Jun Ruochén's rapid completion, an additional reward of the Tower of Divine Techniques is granted. Hint. Jun Ruochén has earned the qualification to depart. The voice of the Azure Sky Domain's spirit echoed throughout the realm, reaching all ears. Someone had actually cleared the Tower of Divine Techniques, one of the 3 great peaks. How enviable. The rewards of the divine technique. All destruction of the 10 directions, and a piece of 12th tier colored equipment. What? An additional reward? The spirit had granted the Tower of Divine Techniques to Jun Ruochén. How would others comprehend it now? This meant that the Tower of Divine Techniques, one of the 3 great peaks of the Azure Sky Domain, would no longer exist. Astonishingly, the unexpected additional reward was the Tower of Divine Techniques itself. The 12th tier colored equipment was truly remarkable. In that moment, countless individuals in the Azure Sky Domain were stunned with envy. Upon hearing that the Tower of Divine Techniques had been awarded, everyone was left in disbelief. The 3 great peaks had always remained intact, but now one was gone. An additional reward of the Tower of Divine Techniques? In the golden light, at the pinnacle of the Tower of Divine Techniques, Jun Ruochén floated in the air, his eyes wide open, brimming with excitement. Initially, he had planned to forfeit if he did not clear the challenge within 2 days. Now, he had achieved it in merely 12 hours, far exceeding his expectations. This was more astonishing than winning the lottery. At this moment, he would acquire a divine technique, a piece of 12th tier colored equipment, and the ability to leave this place. Most importantly, the additional reward was the Tower of Divine Techniques. Stunned. Chapter 98. Divine Technique. All destruction of the 10 directions. Treasure. Qian Kuan Tower. Buzz. As Jun Ruochén was enveloped in shock, the Tower of Divine Techniques erupted with a wondrous golden light. The golden radiance merged into Jun Ruochén's brow, ultimately embedding the divine technique. All destruction of the 10 directions deep within his memory. At the same moment, Jun Ruochén grasped the all destruction of the 10 directions. Boom, boom, boom. As the divine technique fused with him, the Tower of Divine Techniques began to tremble, gradually shrinking. Once a towering edifice that scraped the heavens, it now diminished to a mere 100 meters in size. All present were astonished by the unfolding scene. Time continued to pass. 30 seconds. The Tower of Divine Techniques transformed into a palm-sized object, hovering beside Jun Ruochén, orbiting him incessantly. Additionally, Jun Ruochén discovered that the Tower of Divine Techniques was now intricately linked with him, akin to an indispensable ally. Roar, roar. This spectacle elicited immense envy from the other cultivators present, with many revealing greedy glimmers in their eyes. Witnessing this, Jun Ruochén summoned the celestial dragon and stood atop its back. With a mighty roar, the celestial dragon shattered the void and soared towards the horizon. Initially, he intended to obliterate these formidable cultivators, but contemplating his 10 directions annihilation and the 12-tier colored equipment, as well as the divine technique tower, he ultimately chose to relinquish them, seeking a tranquil place to rest and assess his gains. As for those inferior powerhouses, he could not be bothered to engage. Hiss hiss. While soaring through the skies, Jun Ruochén stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon, the divine technique tower. It revolved around him in a mesmerizing dance, enveloping him in a faint golden light, shielding him from the fierce winds outside. Half an hour later, Jun Ruochén found himself thousands of miles away from the tower's original location. At this point, no one could disturb him, allowing the heavenly dragon to soar freely, effortlessly trampling level 60 and 70 beasts. Meanwhile, he settled upon the dragon's back to examine his acquisitions. First, he activated the virtual panel. In the skills section, he discovered in addition 10 directions annihilation. Upon inspection, he found the following details. Name, 10 directions annihilation divine. Function, a formidable divine skill that, when unleashed, creates devastating spatial storms in 10 directions, annihilating all hostile beings and malevolence. Remark, current attack area, 10,000 by 10,000 meters, grows with the master. Upon observing the skill's attributes, Jun Ruochén could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This was yet another superlative area of effect attack, with a range extending in all 10 directions, meaning that within a span of 10 kilometers centered around him, all would fall within his assault range. After concluding his review of the skill, he suddenly noticed an additional item in his character information, a magical artifact named the Qiankuan Tower. Wasn't this the divine technique tower? Why had it transformed into the Qiankuan Tower? Puzzled, Jun Ruochén regarded the artifact's name with confusion. During his time in the Belaocean domain, this tower was known as the Divine Technique Tower, one of the 3 pinnacle entities of that realm. How could it now be labeled as the Qiankuan Tower on the virtual panel? Without delay, Jun Ruochén clicked to investigate further. Upon inspection, he found, name, Qiankuan Tower, Tier 13, colored, combat power 5, 888, overall combat power increase of 40 times. Attributes, 90 damage immunity for the master, 80 damage offset. Remark, the Divine Technique Tower's original name is Qiankuan Tower, classified among the 9 great magical artifacts. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! Staring at the attributes of the Qiankuan Tower, Jun Ruochén was left speechless, his heart racing, his expression fluctuating in disbelief. It took him a moment to regain his composure. In a state of shock, he exclaimed, "Good heavens!" The Divine Technique Tower, now revealed as the Qiankuan Tower, possessed attributes that surpassed all imagination. Tier 13, colored, a 4-fold increase. Combat power of 5, 888, a 90 chance to nullify any damage, with an 80 damage offset. This was utterly phenomenal and terrifying. Taking deep breaths to steady his heart, it took several minutes for Jun Ruochén's emotions to settle. He never anticipated that this magical artifact would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Possessing it would significantly enhance his capabilities. This was not merely an increase in combat power. The attributes were what truly mattered. Notification: you have a piece of Tier 12 colored equipment awaiting collection. Random. Would you like to claim it? At that moment, the voice of the artifact's spirit echoed in his ears. Ah, indeed. This was a reward for conquering one of the 3 great pinnacles, a piece of Tier 12 colored equipment. Albeit random. I shall collect it, Jun Ruochén responded. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared before him, swirling gracefully, and after 3 seconds, it came to a halt, ultimately entering his backpack. Upon accessing his backpack, Jun Ruochén discovered a piece of colored equipment, Tier 12. A weapon. A weapon. A weapon. Realizing the colored equipment was a weapon left him momentarily dazed. Had his fortune improved to such an extraordinary degree since entering the Belaocean domain? He had effortlessly encountered one of the 3 great pinnacles, completed the challenge, and received a Tier 13 magical artifact. To top it off, his random Tier 12 colored equipment turned out to be a weapon. What luck! To note, a complete set of equipment consists of 9 pieces. Including 4 accessories and a halo, it totals over 10 items. The odds of obtaining random equipment seemed to suggest a mere fraction of 10. Yet this was far from reality. The likelihood of acquiring a weapon or clothing, the strongest categories of equipment, was exceedingly rare, likely less than 1. Yet, he had managed to attain it. Name: Sword of Destiny, Tier 12, colored, combat power 1, 888, overall combat power increase of 35 times. Attributes: attack speed 33, speed 33. Additional, defense penetration increase of 100, execution boost of 30. This weapon could replace the Emperor's set. Jun Ruochén examined the attributes, realizing that with a combat power of 1, 888, and an overall increase of 35 times, it could easily substitute the Tier 8 Emperor's set. The Tier 8 Emperor's set offered a mere 15 times combat power increase when activated, but now, With this weapon, he no longer required that enhancement. This one encounter with the Divine Technique Tower, one of the 3 great pinnacles, had propelled him to new heights. Consequently, Jun Ruochén equipped the new gear, retaining all pieces of the Emperor's set aside from the weapon, not for any other reason than aesthetics. It should be noted that even Tier 11 white equipment surpassed Tier 8 colored equipment in combat power, excluding the combat power increase. For him, the increase was no longer a concern, as only 3 pieces of colored equipment could stack their combat power increase. Any other colored equipment would yield no effect. Thus, the color of the equipment became inconsequential. What mattered was the combat power. The combat power of Tier 11 white equipment was 100,000, while that of Tier 8 colored equipment was merely 10,000. The disparity was undeniable. Furthermore, within Jun Ruochén's dimensional space, he possessed numerous Tier 11 orange and red pieces, each boasting combat powers of 200,000 and 300,000, far surpassing the Tier 8 colored equipment. The reason for his temporary reluctance to switch was solely due to the aesthetic appeal of the colored set. Now, with elevated combat power, he could afford such indulgences. At this moment, he yearned to acquire an entire set of Tier 10 or higher colored equipment to adorn himself with. Name: Jun Ruochén. Country: Dragon Kingdom. Age: 20 years. Level: 75, 8, 5 billion of 15 billion experience points. Magical artifact: Qian Kuan Tower. Wealth: 81, 704, 596 galaxy coins. Reputation: 1, 530, 161 points. Talent: Eye of Insight, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills: Sun Chasing Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS grade. Billuogen Formation, SSS grade. 10 Directions Annihilation Divine. Combat Power: 2, 094, 032. 152, 1, 312, 888, 640, based on Equipment Enhancement System Damage Assessment. Tier: 100. Note: Tier 100 represents the pinnacle of combat power. Further advancement allows for reincarnation, with the next tier being Half Immortal First Heaven. Having completed the equipment swap, Jun Ruochén returned to his character information panel. At this moment, his combat power had surged to 2 billion. The comprehensive assessment reached Tier 100. Simultaneously, a note appeared on the panel. Tier 100 signifies the peak of combat power. Continuing to level up will allow for reincarnation, with the next tier being Half Immortal First Heaven. His combat power had multiplied 8-fold. Jun Ruochén was astonished, exclaiming, "Indeed." Previously, his combat power increase was calculated as 2x 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 5x 1560 times. Now, the increase was 2x 35x 4x 5140 times. Adding the combat power from the magical artifact and weapon, his total combat power had skyrocketed to 29 billion. Now, merely substituting a superior piece of colorful equipment in place of the one that offers a 2-fold increase in combat power will undoubtedly result in a significant surge in his strength. Of course, acquiring an additional 12th tier colorful equipment would be even more remarkable. This 12th tier equipment bestows an astounding 35-fold enhancement to overall combat power. With merely a day and a half remaining until his teleportation to the Cloud Sky Ladder Plaza, he is resolute in dedicating this time to hunting monsters, leveling up, and acquiring equipment. Jun Ruochén glanced at the sky. Although it was still the dead of night, it did not hinder his combat endeavors. Thus, he mounted the celestial dragon and soared towards the horizon in search of formidable beasts, eager to hunt, level up, and most importantly, procure reincarnation stones. As he had now reached the 100th tier of combat power, the time for reincarnation was imminent, and reincarnation stones were essential. Chapter 99, 9th place on the Cloud Sky Ladder, 11th tier colorful equipment. Swish, swish, crack, roar. In the dark of night within the Azure Sky domain, a celestial dragon soared through the air, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. A young man stood atop the dragon, wielding a longsword that unleashed cataclysmic assaults. Level 60 and 70 monsters fell before him, vanquished in an instant. Time slipped by second, as the duo of man and dragon tirelessly hunted the powerful beasts. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power, 500,000. A golden light enveloped Jun Ruochén, accompanied by a notification sound. He had leveled up once more, achieving level 76. Drawing nearer to his goal of level 80. With each level gained, his combat power surged dramatically. Now, ascending a single level would augment his combat attributes by 500,000. When amplified, that translates to a staggering 500,000 by 14, 070, 000 in combat power, 70 million combat power in total. Just leveling up once would grant him a comprehensive combat power capable of obliterating any formidable opponent. Indeed, the further he progressed, the more terrifying the power became. The earlier stages of combat power were astoundingly low. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a day and a half had elapsed. This meant he was now due to be transported to the Cloud Sky Ladder Plaza. Within this day and a half, Jun Ruochén had reached level 79. Now just one level shy of his target of 80. Notification: you will be teleported to the Cloud Sky Ladder Plaza in 60 seconds. The voice of the Azure Sky Domain's spirit echoed precisely on cue. Upon hearing the announcement, Jun Ruochén ceased his combat and awaited the teleportation. As seconds ticked away, a radiant beam of light emerged in the sky, enveloping Jun Ruochén. In an instant, both he and the light vanished from sight. 5 seconds later, the teleportation concluded, and Jun Ruochén found himself in a vast plaza, measuring approximately 10 miles in length and width. At the very center of the plaza stood a massive square staircase, its base several hundred meters in diameter, tapering as it ascended into the clouds, the height of which was indiscernible. The staircase radiated a cerulean glow, exuding a fearsome aura of pressure. In the plaza, thousands of powerful beings congregated. Utilizing his observing eye, Jun Ruochén surveyed the scene. Noting that all present were above level 60, the majority at level 70, with even some at level 80. These individuals were divided. Some were spectators while others struggled up the Cloud Sky Ladder, each step a monumental challenge, as if burdened by the weight of 100,000 mountains. Adjacent to the Cloud Sky Ladder was a colossal luminous screen, densely populated with names, each followed by numbers. This screen represented the Cloud Sky Ladder's leaderboard, with the first ranking at 408 tiers and the 10,000th at 117 tiers. Clearly, ascending this ladder was no small feat. Jun Ruochén mused to himself that if it were easy, the first place wouldn't only be at 408 tiers. Aside from the top contender, most others hovered around 300 tiers, with only a handful exceeding 350 tiers. To breach the top 10, one would need to reach at least 391 tiers. However, Jun Ruochén was unconcerned, for he had already earned the qualification to depart, having completed the Heavenly Tower instance quest. Yet, he had no intention of leaving just yet. He desired to test the Cloud Sky Ladder and hunt more beasts for equipment. After all, it was a rare opportunity to complete his task and return laden with rewards. Moreover, the gains from the upcoming days could be viewed as an unexpected boon. After pondering for a moment, he approached the Cloud Sky Ladder, taking a step onto its first tier. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, emanating from the ladder itself. Indeed, this was no ordinary ascent. If it were, even an average person could manage it. Yet, these formidable beings of levels 70 and 80 could only reach tier 400, underscoring the arduous nature of the climb. Nonetheless, the pressure of the first tier posed no challenge to him. In fact, it was utterly negligible. First tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier. Jun Ruochén clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as he ascended the Cloud Sky Ladder, moving with grace as if traversing level ground. Tier 100. Before long, Jun Ruochén reached the 100th tier of the Cloud Sky Ladder. Even at this height, the pressure remained inconsequential to him. The higher he climbed, the more formidable the pressure became. Tier 101, Tier 102, Tier 103, Tier 200. 5 minutes passed, and Jun Ruochén found himself at the 200th tier, a location densely populated with contenders, the majority situated between levels 150 and 200. Beyond Tier 200, the numbers began to dwindle, for the pressure here was double that of the preceding tiers. So easy. Jun Ruochén remained unfazed, his expression tranquil and composed as he pressed onward. He was curious to see how far he could ascend. As for rankings, they mattered little to him. Tier 300. At the 10-minute mark, Jun Ruochén had reached the 300th tier. The pressure at this level was quadruple that of the earlier tiers. The number of challengers dwindled further, with only a few remaining. Yet, those few bore expressions of solemnity, even anguish, under the weight of the pressure that rendered their breaths labored, as if they were carrying mountains on their backs. Tier 351. Tier 352. Tier 353. Tier 354. Tier 390. Tier 392. Another 10 minutes elapsed, and Jun Ruochén arrived at Tier 392. Notification: congratulations on entering the top 10 of the Cloud Sky Ladder. Your current rank is 9th. The voice of the Azure Sky Domain's spirit resonated in his ears, and simultaneously, his name appeared as 9th on the luminous screen beside the ladder. In truth, his ranking ascended in tandem with his progress up the Cloud Sky Ladder. Though few took notice. Damn, I've been pushed out of the top 10. Jun Ruochén has achieved 9th place. I've noticed him. His speed is astonishing. He ascended from the first tier to 392 in under half an hour. Given his current pace, he might climb even higher. Could it be that he aims for the first place? The first place, for 108 steps, has remained unchanged for half a month. It is undoubtedly true that the 408 steps not only represent the highest achievement of the month, but also the pinnacle record of the past 6 months. Only by surpassing 408 steps can one claim the title of first. The square is bustling with activity, filled with a cacophony of discussions, and countless gazes are directed towards Jun Ruochén atop the cloud ladder. Just entering the top 10 guarantees the qualification to leave. For others, this is an insurmountable challenge. 393 steps, 394 steps, 395 steps, and 400 steps. Soon, Jun Ruochén has ascended to the 400th step, where the pressure is eightfold compared to the previous levels. It is no wonder that only one person has ever reached above 400 steps. The immense pressure is simply terrifying. However, for Jun Ruochén, it is easily disregarded. He has secured the second position at an astonishing speed. It seems quite possible for him to surpass the first place. How intriguing. One wonders just how far he can go. While I can only reach the 200th step, he ascended to 400 steps in merely half an hour. Appearing utterly unfazed, it's a stark reminder that comparisons can be disheartening. Could he possibly reach 500 steps? After Jun Ruochén attained the 400th step, the crowd in the square resumed their chatter. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered if he could surpass 408 steps to claim the first position. The first place comes with substantial rewards. 401 steps, 402 steps, 403 steps, 404 steps, 408 steps, 409 steps, 410 steps, within a mere 20 seconds. Jun Ruochén has ascended to the 410th step, successfully surpassing the first place record of 408 steps. Now, he stands as the current champion. The cloud ladder is not so daunting after all. Jun Ruochén muses, his hands casually clasped behind his back, exuding an air of effortless elegance and arrogance, which is particularly irritating to onlookers as the others struggle with their ascent. Yet he moves with the grace of a leisurely stroll amidst the clouds. 420 steps, 430 steps, 440 steps, 450 steps. At the 40th minute of his climb, Jun Ruochén triumphantly reaches the 500th step. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberates with the sound of distant thunder as countless eyes turn towards Jun Ruochén. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for reaching the 500th step of the cloud ladder, earning a reward of one random 11th tier colored equipment, announces the voice of the spirit of the Azure Realm. Simultaneously, a streak of light descends before Jun Ruochén and promptly vanishes. 500 steps, along with an 11th tier colored equipment. My goodness, this reward is astonishing. Alas, we cannot reach 500 steps. How enviable. 11th tier colored equipment. How impressive. In the square and upon the ladder, everyone is consumed with envy. Yet they can only lament their inability to achieve such heights, as only those who reach the 500th step can receive the reward, an unattainable feat for them, considering they struggle to even attain 400 steps. Meanwhile, Jun Ruochén remains wholly indifferent, a flicker of a smile gracing his face. Climbing the cloud ladder offers a chance at 11th tier colored equipment. What a delightful surprise. Earlier, he had been contemplating the matter of acquiring 11th tier ultimate equipment. It turns out climbing the tower yields such rewards, and they are colored to boot. Of course, during the trials of the 3 Great Peaks, he had already completed the Tower of Heaven dungeon quest. 510 steps, 520 steps, 530 steps, 540 steps. Within an hour, Jun Ruochén, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, reaches the 600th step. At this moment, the individuals in the square and atop the cloud ladder gaze at Jun Ruochén in a state of disbelief. Has he truly activated some form of cheat? Otherwise, how could he possibly reach the 600th step of the cloud ladder with such ease? As if he were merely strolling through a garden? This exceeds all conceivable boundaries. Chapter 100, Ascending the Cloud Ladder, the Galaxy Divine Wings. As everyone stands in astonishment, Jun Ruochén reaches the 600th step of the cloud ladder. At this moment, he is drawing near the heavens. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for reaching the 600th step of the cloud ladder, earning a reward of 2 random 11th tier colored equipment, proclaims the spirit of the Azure Realm, its voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. At this instant, aside from shock, there is a palpable sense of envy. 2 pieces of 11th tier colored equipment. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Alas, these rewards do not belong to them. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light descend before Jun Ruochén, soon vanishing into his inventory, while he appears to disregard the commotion entirely, continuing his ascent up the cloud ladder with an air of calm composure. Although he approaches this endeavor with a playful mindset, the prospect of receiving 11th tier colored equipment heightens his anticipation. He hopes to acquire several more pieces. After all, these are 11th tier colored items. 610 steps, 620 steps, 630 steps, 640 steps, 690 steps, 700 steps. Finally, Jun Ruochén reaches the 700th step. His figure has vanished from the gaze of the multitude, as he has entered the realm of the clouds, rendering him invisible in the square and upon the ladder. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for reaching the 700th step of the cloud ladder, earning a reward of 3 random 11th tier colored equipment. The spirit of the Azure Realm announces once again, declaring Jun Ruochén's ascent to the 700th step. He has now earned a total of 3 pieces of equipment. Thus far, he has acquired 6 pieces of 11th tier colored equipment, all of which are randomized. My goodness, he has truly reached the 700th step. 6 pieces of colored equipment, all of the 11th tier. How enviable. One might even be tempted to rob him. Surely, he does not intend to reach the summit. If he does, what extraordinary rewards await? Setting aside the summit for now, just these 6 pieces of colored equipment will significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Attempting to rob him would be tantamount to courting death, or perhaps indicative of a lack of sanity. Envy and astonishment permeate the atmosphere. As the crowd in the square and upon the ladder stands transfixed, their eyes gazing upward. Is ascending to the summit truly so difficult? Jun Ruochén pauses, his gaze fixed on the pinnacle of the cloud ladder. The cloud ladder, 999 steps. Having reached the 700th step, he still has a distance to go before attaining the summit. Yet the pressure exerted by the cloud ladder is inconsequential, perhaps due to his formidable strength. At this moment, his thoughts are consumed by the prospects of the 800th and 900th steps. Should he reach the 900th step, he could potentially acquire over a dozen pieces of 11th tier colored equipment. With a stroke of luck, he might even obtain a complete set of 11th tier colored armor. 710 steps, 720 steps, 730 steps, 740 steps, successfully reaching the 800th step of the cloud ladder. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for reaching the 800th step of the cloud ladder, earning a reward of 4 random 11th tier colored equipment. The spirit of the Azure Realm announces. The rewards have now increased to 4 pieces, still consisting of the 11th tier colored equipment, randomized. The crowd in the square gazes on with envious, reddened eyes, wishing fervently that the rewards were theirs. However, this reality is far from attainable. It seems he is indeed aiming for the summit. By the way, wasn't the individual who conquered the 3 great peaks yesterday also named Jun Ruochén? How could I have forgotten? It turns out that he conquered one of the 3 great peaks, the Divine Skill Tower, yesterday, and has now ascended to the pinnacle of the Cloud Sky Ladder. This is truly astonishing. Having already reached the 800th step, in just 10 minutes, he may very well attain the 900th step. A total of 10 pieces of colorful equipment. What else can one say but to feel envy? Gradually, many who heard the announcement from the spirit of the artifact became numb, overwhelmed by shock. Even if the spirit announced that Jun Ruochén had reached the summit, they would choose to believe it. When an individual attains a certain level of strength, others can only look up in awe. At this moment, Jun Ruochén's achievements on the Cloud Sky Ladder are what they aspire to. 810 steps, 820 steps, 830 steps, 840 steps, 900 steps. Upon reaching the 900th step, Jun Ruochén finally felt a significant pressure, yet it was not enough to halt his progress. For his combat power had reached the astonishing level of 100 steps, over 2 billion in strength, certainly no trivial matter. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for reaching the 900th step of the Cloud Sky Ladder, rewarded with 1 piece of 12th tier colorful equipment, random, 1. Having reached the 900th step, the reward escalated to 12th tier equipment, no longer the 11th tier. Although it was only a single tier higher, the disparity was terrifying, particularly regarding the multiplicative increase in overall combat strength. Another piece of 12th tier colorful equipment would surely lead to another surge in power. At the 999th step, he decided to take a risk. Listening to the level of the rewarded equipment, Jun Ruochén felt immense joy, his gaze turning towards the pinnacle of the Cloud Sky Ladder, which was now within reach, only 99 steps away from the summit. However, he held little confidence, for beyond the 900th step, the pressure increased significantly with each ascent. As it stood, he was not certain he could reach the 999th step, but he was confident in achieving the 950th. If he could not attain the 999th step in his current state, he would simply switch out his equipment. In plain terms, it was a gamble. After all, the summit was tantalizingly close. He could not possibly give up now. 910 steps, 920 steps, 930 steps, 940 steps, 990 steps, 998 steps, 999 steps. Fortunately, Jun Ruochén did not switch his equipment, relying on his current state. He successfully reached the 999th step. Upon standing on the 999th step, he had ascended to the very peak of the Cloud Sky Ladder. Before him unfolded a scene that left him utterly stunned. For a moment, he was completely petrified. Congratulations to Jun Ruochén for reaching the summit of the Cloud Sky Ladder, rewarded with 1 piece of 13th tier colorful equipment, random, 1, 180 level map scroll, invincible state, 1, and 1 pair of Galaxy Divine Wings, 13th tier, 1. The voice of the spirit of the artifact from the Azure Sky domain resonated throughout the realm, reaching every ear. Instantly, all were left dumbfounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. A reward of 13th tier colorful equipment, an 80 level map scroll, and the Galaxy Divine Wings. Jun Ruochén had indeed conquered the Cloud Sky Ladder, a feat of unimaginable strength. To reach the 999th step was extraordinary. How could anyone not feel envious? Just the rewards obtained from the Cloud Sky Ladder alone could sweep away all competition. If one could contend with him, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize his treasures. Everyone was in shock. No one was devoid of envy. Ascending to the peak was not only a matter of glory but also a bounty of rich rewards, granting the qualification to depart. However, such an achievement was not something to be envied. It could only be admired from afar. At this moment, Jun Ruochén's face bore the mark of astonishment. Gazing at the scene before him, his heart trembled with shock. After a moment, he finally regained his senses, noticing that at the summit of the Cloud Sky Ladder, there was a pitch-black void that emanated a terrifying gravitational pull, as if it sought to devour everything in its vicinity. The Cloud Sky Ladder had become a barrier against this void. To illustrate, the Cloud Sky Ladder resembled a cork in a bottle. A black hole. Could this truly be a black hole? But is there such a small black hole? Indeed, this dark void appeared to have a diameter of merely 10 meters. Congratulations on reaching the summit of the Cloud Sky Ladder. Before you lies a wormhole leading to the demon domain. Please do not approach until you have reached the 5th heavenly layer. The spirit of the Azure Sky domain bestows upon you a teleportation token, granting you one opportunity to revisit the summit of the Cloud Sky Ladder. The voice of the spirit of the Azure Sky domain rang in his ears, directed solely at him. As the words concluded, a streak of light appeared before Jun Ruochén, transforming into a light golden token imbued with mysterious spatial power. Undoubtedly, this token would allow him to teleport directly from elsewhere to the summit of the Cloud Sky Ladder. The passage to the demon domain. Jun Ruochén was taken aback. Moreover, the spirit warned him not to approach until he had reached the 5th heavenly layer. At this moment, he had yet to undergo reincarnation. Entering would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. After a brief pause, he turned and made his way down the Cloud Sky Ladder. In a short while, Jun Ruochén returned to the plaza of the Cloud Sky Ladder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After leaving the Cloud Sky Ladder, Jun Ruochén stepped upon his flying sword, swiftly soaring towards the edge of the plaza, finally departing to seek a place to rest and tally the rewards he had obtained from the Cloud Sky Ladder. Undoubtedly, he would experience another surge in combat power. Half an hour later, Jun Ruochén had traveled 1,000 miles from the plaza of the Cloud Sky Ladder. Ultimately, he discovered a cave suitable for shelter. Upon entering, he began to assess his spoils. The cave was not large, measuring only 7 or 8 square meters, but it was dry and suitable for resting. Subsequently, he blocked the entrance and retrieved a mat, blanket, and quilt from his dimensional space. After making himself comfortable, he activated his virtual panel to access his backpack and examine the rewards he had gained from the Cloud Sky Ladder, intending to change his equipment. The 8th tier royal set was no longer of use to him. Chapter 101, a major equipment overhaul, combat power 8. 5 billion. Upon entering his backpack, he discovered 12 luminous orbs, the rewards from the Cloud Sky Ladder. These orbs had yet to be opened, leaving their contents a mystery. As he activated them, the orbs began to spin and ultimately transformed into various pieces of equipment. There were 10 11th tier colorful pieces of equipment, 1 12th tier colorful piece, and 1 13th tier colorful piece. Such good fortune was a double-edged sword. Jun Ruochén stared at the colorful equipment in disbelief. Among the 12 pieces, there were 4 weapons, clearly the least needed items, as he already possessed the 12th tier Destiny Sword. Now, among the randomly awarded gear, there were 3 11th tier colorful weapons and 1 12th tier colorful weapon. Fortunately, aside from the repetition of weapons, the other equipment was unique and usable. Looking at the details, name, Galaxy Divine Wings, 13th tier, colorful, combat power, 2, 888, 888. Overall combat power increase, 40 times. Attributes, super wings, speed, 33. Additional, ignores soul attacks. Name, Heavenly Domain Golden Crown, 13th tier, colorful, combat power, 2, 000, 000. Overall combat power increase, 40 times. Attributes, agility, 33, defense increase, 50. Additional, immune to all poisons. As for the other equipment, Jun Ruochén couldn't be bothered to check. After all, they were merely 11th tier colorful pieces, and their increase in combat power would offer him no assistance. The enhancement of combat power can only stack with the 3 most superior pieces of equipment, specifically the 13th tier colorful gear. Let us examine the current combat power. Jun Ruochén donned the equipment that needed replacing, completely substituting the Monarch set. The Heavenly Domain Golden Crown, 13th tier, boasts a combat power of 2, 000, 000. The Gale Necklace, 11th tier, offers a combat power of 500, 000. The Celestial Feather Garb, 11th tier, provides a combat power of 1, 888, 888. The Sword of Destiny, 12th tier, has a combat power of 2, 888, 888. The Celestial Battle Bracelet, 11th tier, contributes 500, 000 to combat power. The Celestial Arm Guards, 11th tier, add another 500, 000. The Town Subduing Ring, 11th tier, also grants 500, 000. The Profound Inferno Battle Ring, 11th tier, provides 500, 000. The Town Subduing Medal, 11th tier, adds 500, 000. The Azure Fall Jade Belt, 11th tier, contributes another 500, 000. The Establishing the World, 8th tier, offers 18, 888. And the Demon King Gem, 8th tier, provides the same. The Heart of the Galaxy, 8th tier, also yields 18, 888. Lastly, the Nine Heavens Galaxy, 7th tier, grants 18, 888. The Galaxy Divine Wings, 13th tier, possess a combat power of 2, 888, 888. Jun Ruochén gazed at the equipment interface. This ensemble was immeasurably more potent than the 8th tier Monarch set. Each piece of the Monarch set had a combat power of merely 18,888, whereas now, each piece of the new equipment had risen to 500,000, with the wings, weapon, and attire boasting even greater power. Of course, the magical artifacts were no longer visible on the equipment page. However, their enhancement in combat power would still be accounted for in the overall equipment assessment. Upon equipping the new gear, his combat power surged dramatically, leaving Jun Ruochén in a state of profound astonishment. Name: Jun Ruochén. Country: Dragon Nation. Age: 20 years. Level: 79. 1. 350,000,000 experience points. Magical artifact: Qian Coin Tower. Wealth: 81. 704. 596 galaxy coins. Reputation: 1. 530. 161 points. Talent: Eye of Observation. F grade. Infinite Devour. SSS grade. Skills: Sun Chasing Sword Technique. SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain. SSS grade. Azure Fall Sword Array. SSS grade. Obliteration of all divine. Combat power: 8. 555. 247. 524. 3. 768. 888. 320. According to the Equipment Enhancement System's damage assessment. Tier: 100. Hint: combat power has reached the reincarnation requirement, enabling reincarnation. Upon witnessing his combat power, Jun Ruochén took several deep breaths to regain his composure, yet tranquility eluded him. In this wave of the cloud sky ladder, his combat power had quadrupled, reaching an astounding 8.5 billion. It is noteworthy that the previous enhancement multiplier was 2x 35x 4x 5140, while the current one stands at 4x 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 5320. Furthermore, after donning the 11th tier colorful equipment and replacing the 8th tier set, each 11th tier piece contributed 500,000 to his combat power, resulting in an extraordinary surge. The comprehensive assessment of combat power remains at tier 100, as tier 100 represents the pinnacle, with the next tier being the first level of a demigod, necessitating reincarnation. His direct combat power had reached 8.5 billion, qualifying him for reincarnation. However, he found himself unable to proceed. What exactly were the conditions for reincarnation? Jun Ruochén pondered aloud, essentially querying the galactic will on the virtual panel. Although he was within a dungeon, the galactic will was still present on the virtual interface. One could say that the dungeon was merely a segment of the galactic will's coverage. Hint: upon reaching a comprehensive assessment of tier 100, reincarnation can be initiated with a combat power of 3 billion for the first level of demigod reincarnation, which will yield substantial attributes. Hint: reincarnation conditions: 20 reincarnation stones, first reincarnation, 3 billion combat power, 100 level quest. As if responding to Jun Ruochén's inquiries, the prompt from the galactic will resonated. Upon hearing this, Jun Ruochén felt a surge of frustration. How vexing. Despite his combat power boasting 8.5 billion, he was still unable to reincarnate. He lacked sufficient reincarnation stones and was not at the requisite level. It appeared he would have to grind monsters, level up, and collect reincarnation stones. Currently, he was merely at level 79, still far from 100. He possessed only one reincarnation stone, needing 19 more. Didn't Ti acquire an 80-level map scroll? Jun Ruochén suddenly recalled. After reaching the summit, he had obtained an 80-level map scroll and promptly examined it. Examination: name: 80-level map scroll, 60 minutes. Function: upon utilizing the scroll, one will be teleported to an exclusive map, which contains a total of 999 80-level demon beasts. Note: the scroll is one-time use only. Upon reviewing the scroll's function, he was reminded of the 100-fold drop rate scrolls in the game. However, this was not a 100-fold drop rate scroll, but rather an 80-level map scroll filled with 80-level demon beasts, totaling 999. Sighing, he decided to rest for the day and enter the 80-level map tomorrow. Jun Ruochén resolved to take a day to recuperate before utilizing the scroll and departing from the Azure Fall Heavenly Domain to return to Jiang City. The following day, Jun Ruochén awoke naturally, opening his eyes to find it was already midday. Rising, he tidied up his mat, quilt, and blanket, placing them into the dimensional space before exiting the cave. He found a stream and quickly washed up, then activated the virtual panel to use the 80-level map scroll. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the scroll was used, a fissure appeared in the sky, erupting with radiant light that enveloped Jun Ruochén. He vanished from his original location, only to reappear in an independent space. Goodness! Surrounding him were densely packed demon beasts, exuding a terrifying aura. All were 80-level demon beasts. Fortunately, his combat power was formidable. These creatures posed no threat to him. He accessed the virtual panel to check the map. Current area: 100 miles in length and width. Current demon beasts: 999, 999, 80 level. 100 miles in length and width is not excessively large, yet within this relatively small area, there were 999 demon beasts, indeed densely packed. After all, the 80-level demon beasts towered several dozen to even hundreds of meters tall. Let the battle commence. Obliteration of all. Jun Ruochén's gaze turned icy. He unleashed his divine skill immediately. This was imperative, as time was limited to 60 minutes, and these 80-level demon beasts could not be squandered. Obliteration of all was undoubtedly a supreme skill for clearing out enemies, capable of covering an area of 10,000 meters in length and width. With a resounding crackle, the entire space trembled. A cataclysmic storm of destruction erupted, fracturing the space. In an instant, countless demon beasts were reduced to fragments and blood mist. Congratulations on slaying the 80-level demon beast, Tai Xian Dragon Turtle, earning 1.5 billion experience points. 80-level Tai Xian Dragon Turtle dropped 18,888 galaxy coins. Azure Shin Battle Ring, 10th tier, X1. Congratulations on slaying the 80-level demon beast, Tai Xian Dragon Turtle, earning 1.5 billion experience points. 80-level Tai Xian Dragon Turtle dropped 18,888 galaxy coins. Ghost Blade, 11th tier, X1. Congratulations on slaying the 80-level demon beast, Tai Xian Dragon Turtle, earning 1.5 billion experience points. 80-level Tai Xian Dragon Turtle dropped 18,888 galaxy coins. Dragon Scale Wings, 10th tier, X1. Congratulations on slaying the level 80 demon beast, the Tai Xian Dragon Tortoise, and earning 1.5 billion experience points. The level 80 Tai Xian Dragon Tortoise drops 18,888 galaxy coins. As Jun Ruochén unleashed the technique All Directions Annihilation, a series of notifications echoed continuously. The sound overlapped seamlessly, for the attack of All Directions Annihilation obliterated all demon beasts within a 10,000 meter radius in an instant. Without pause, he continued his assault. Following this onslaught, his level would ascend to unprecedented heights. Chapter 102, 11 consecutive levels, a frantic surge in levels. Flying to the Ruochén Sacred Hall. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 1,000,000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 1,000,000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 1,000,000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 1,500,000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 2,000,000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 2,000,000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power, 4,000,000. Time passed, second by second. In merely 5 minutes, Jun Ruochén had eradicated all the demon beasts across the entire map. A total of 999 level 80 demon beasts had been utterly annihilated. Golden light radiated from him incessantly, with notifications ringing out continuously. Within a mere 5 minutes, he ascended 11 levels, reaching level 90. The base experience for slaying a level 80 demon beast is 100 million. With the triple experience scroll and VIP4's additional 500 experience, the total becomes 15-fold. In other words, defeating one demon beast yields 1.5 billion experience points. For 999 demon beasts, that totals 999 times 1, 514, 985 billion experience points. This experience propelled his level to 90. After dispatching all the demon beasts, Jun Ruochén gazed at his level, his expression shifting dramatically. Remarkably, in the span of just 5 minutes, he had vanquished 999 level 80 demon beasts, garnering over 10 trillion experience points, catapulting his level from 79 to a new pinnacle of 90. Indeed, the rewards for reaching the summit of the cloud ladder were extraordinary. An 80-level map scroll had bestowed upon him such terrifying gains. Of course, the credit for this achievement primarily belonged to All Directions Annihilation. With his level elevated, his combat power soared. Just by ascending 11 levels, Jun Ruochén's combat power increased by 15 million. Calculating the amplification, his overall combat power surged by 4.8 billion. Congratulations, Jun Ruochén. Your points have reached 11,634,000, making you the top of this month's leaderboard, setting a new record. Congratulations, Jun Ruochén, for achieving the grand slam of first place, first on the leaderboard, clearing one of the 3 great peaks, and reaching the top of the cloud ladder. Reward for Jun Ruochén, 888 galaxy coins, 9-fold flying sword divine, Ruochén Sacred Hall 1. At that moment, the voice of the Ruochén Domain's spirit echoed, announcing Jun Ruochén as the top of the leaderboard, the number 1 for the month, setting a historical record. Just moments ago, Jun Ruochén had slain level 80 demon beasts, earning 10,000 points per beast, totaling 990,000 points from 999 beasts, not to mention his previous points, pushing his total over 10 million. Securing his position as first without question. Simultaneously, having topped the cloud ladder and cleared the divine technique tower, coupled with the new leaderboard record, he achieved the grand slam. The rewards were staggering. 88, 888, 888 galaxy coins, the ninefold flying sword of divine technique, and a Ruochén sacred hall. It was time to depart. Upon hearing the spirit's voice, Jun Ruochén felt a jolt of astonishment. This Ruochén domain was indeed his paradise. His level had soared, his combat power had skyrocketed. His equipment was extraordinary, and he had claimed his rewards. Now, why linger here any longer? He opened the virtual panel. Catastrophe level dungeon, Ruochén domain, 60 floors. Task: survive and exit the Ruochén domain while acquiring an 11th tier or higher premium equipment. Progress: completed. Rewards: combat power, 888, 888, experience, 8 billion, 10th tier colorful equipment, random. Galaxy coins, 888, 888. Notice: failure to obtain an 11th tier or higher premium equipment within 7 days or exceeding the time limit will result in task failure. Countdown: 3 days, 14 hours, 33 minutes, 7 seconds. Notice: you may exit the dungeon. Do you wish to return? The task for the Tower of Heaven dungeon displayed as completed. Furthermore, a prompt appeared, and without hesitation, Jun Ruochén selected yes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment Jun Ruochén chose to leave the dungeon, the space trembled continuously, and then a radiant spectrum of colors appeared from thin air, enveloping him in a brilliant glow. In an instant, Jun Ruochén vanished from his location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the fabric of time and space twisted, Jun Ruochén's vision brightened. The teleportation had concluded. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the sky, not far from the Tower of Heaven. He realized he was hovering above the plaza of the Tower of Heaven. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with thunderous roars, and thousands of powerful beings in the plaza below seemed to sense something, gazing up at the colorful light above, astonished. Soon, they spotted Jun Ruochén's figure within the radiant hues. Congratulations to the Lord of Jiangcheng, Jun Ruochén, for completing the catastrophe level task of the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Task rewards: combat power, 888, 888, experience, 8 billion, galaxy coins, 888, 888. 1 random 10th tier colorful equipment. The voice of the galaxy will resonated, announcing Jun Ruochén's return from the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven dungeon. And it was indeed a catastrophe level dungeon. Whoosh. Jun Ruochén's figure descended onto the plaza, exuding an unparalleled majesty, akin to a deity descending from the 9th heaven. Jun God, Jun God, Jun God. Upon hearing the announcement from the galaxy will, all residents of Jiangcheng erupted in excitement. Initially, upon learning that Jun Ruochén had entered the catastrophe level dungeon, they were filled with concern, for the mortality rate was a staggering 999, 999, 999. Especially considering he had ventured into the 60th floor. The inherent dangers were evident. Essentially, it was a one-way trip. Should Jun Ruochén fail to return, Jiangcheng would be left without a leader, a fate utterly unbearable for the city, akin to a fall from paradise into despair. Now, with Jun Ruochén's return, regardless of his gains, the mere fact that he was still present ensured Jiangcheng's continued strength. In the plaza, countless individuals excitedly greeted Jun Ruochén. He smiled, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Finally, with a leap onto his flying sword, he soared towards Jiangcheng. Jun God has returned. He has emerged from the catastrophe level dungeon with a mortality rate of 999, 999, 999. Jun God must be even stronger now. The rewards from the dungeon are terrifying. With 8 billion experience points, I could leap over level 50. A 10th tier colorful equipment. How enviable. Combat power skyrocketed by 888, 888. With such power, I could dominate everything. The rewards from a catastrophe level dungeon are indeed magnificent, though they indicate just how perilous it is within. No matter how enticing the rewards, I shall never venture into a catastrophe level dungeon. Brother Ruochén is back. This is splendid. At this moment, the chat screens of Jiangcheng buzzed with excitement. All discussions revolving around Jun Ruochén. Most of the chatter. The rewards from the Tower of Heaven dungeon are indeed staggering. For them, these rewards represent astronomical sums, capable of propelling them to unparalleled heights, allowing them to dominate all. However, for Jun Ruochén at this moment, they hold little value. Ascending to the next level requires a staggering 300 billion experience points, rendering the mere 8 billion gained practically insignificant. In the Ruochén domain, he had amassed 888 galactic coins as a reward, alongside the galactic coins acquired from hunting beasts, while the 888 galactic coins from the Tower of Heaven dungeon are nothing but a drop in the bucket. As for the 10th tier colored equipment, most of what he possesses exceeds the 11th tier. What significance does the 10th tier hold? Nevertheless, the 888 combat power is still of use. With enhancements factored in, it translates to an astonishing 888 multiplied by 320, 284, 444, 160 combat power. Swiftly, Jun Ruochén returned to his villa at Yushui Bay in Jiangxing. Although the dungeon posed no danger, he had scarce opportunities to rest, and now it was imperative to unwind. However, first, he needed to take stock of his spoils. Overall, his journey through the Blue Ocean domain had elevated him dramatically, be it in terms of combat power, level, equipment, or wealth. He had ascended to several higher tiers. After a refreshing bath, he lay on his bed and activated the virtual panel to access his inventory. At the top, he discovered data concerning the equipment, materials, and various items within the dimensional space. 138 pieces of 8th tier equipment, 110 pieces of 9th tier equipment, 89 pieces of 10th tier equipment, 162 pieces of 11th tier equipment, and 101 pieces of 12th tier equipment. This time in the Blue Ocean domain, he acquired 600 items, including 428 white, 55 orange, 31 red, 22 gold, and 64 colored pieces. Among these colored items, there was a complete set of 8th tier Emperor-esque gear, along with 3 11th tier weapons and 1 12th tier weapon. It was clear that a thorough inventory of his equipment was in order. Jun Ruochén gazed at the array of gear in the dimensional space, noting the abundance of colored items. As he could not utilize many of these, he contemplated selling or gifting them. Subsequently, he entered the dimensional space in his consciousness. There, he beheld a palm-sized palace sculpture, exquisitely crafted and hovering in midair. Upon inspection, he found it was named the Blue Ocean Sanctuary, Sacred. Its function? A flying palace with 5 distinct forms, currently in its first form, measuring 168 by 68 by 18 meters, traveling at a speed of 888 miles per hour. Capable of withstanding attacks from 5th Heaven Golden Immortals. The attributes of the Blue Ocean Sanctuary unfolded before him, and upon seeing them, his expression shifted. This was indeed an essential treasure for domestic travel and adventurous escapades. In essence, the Blue Ocean Sanctuary resembled a spacecraft, far exceeding the sophistication of a mere space carrier. Excitement surged within him as he regarded the palm-sized Blue Ocean Sanctuary sculpture. It was akin to a mobile villa, capable of flight at a breathtaking speed of 888 kilometers per hour while withstanding attacks from 5th Heaven Golden Immortals. Chapter 103, Ninefold Flying Sword Divine. Title, Legendary Martial Master. Taking a few deep breaths to steady his emotions, he proceeded to examine another reward. Upon inspection, he found it was named the Ninefold Flying Sword Divine. Its function? A powerful divine technique that, when unleashed, manifests a barrage of swords targeting the enemy, each sword embodying 100 of the wielder's combat power, rendering any obstacle utterly obliterated. He had acquired a new divine skill. While it may not possess the extensive reach of the annihilation of all, it offered absolute power against specific targets. The thought of a multitude of swords returning to their origin sent a shiver through him. Of course, the Ninefold Flying Sword also functioned as a group attack. Name, Jun Ruochén. Country, Dragon Kingdom. Age, 20 years. Level, 90. Experience, 257,250,000,000. Treasure, Jian Kuan Tower. Wealth, 180, 684, 200 galactic coins. Reputation, 1, 530, 161 points. Talent, Eye of Insight, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills, Sun-Chasing Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteoric Fire Rain, SSS grade. Blue Ocean Sword Array, SSS grade. Annihilation of All Divine, Ninefold Flying Sword Divine. Combat Power, 13, 639, 691, 684, 5, 084, 444, 160, as assessed by the Equipment Enhancement System. Tier, 100. Hint. Combat Power has reached the conditions for reincarnation. Reincarnation can now be performed. On his character information page, Jun Ruochén's combat power had reached an impressive 13.6 billion. His skill list now included the Ninefold Flying Sword. His galactic coin total soared to 18.06 million. This adventure in the Blue Ocean domain had drastically transformed his wealth and power. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Had he forgotten something? Almost immediately, he recalled that he had reached level 90, yet had not claimed the new titles for levels 80 and 90. Moreover, he had not upgraded to VIP status upon attaining level 80. This oversight was primarily due to the 80-level map scroll, which housed high-level beasts densely packed together. In a mere 5 minutes, he had surged 11 levels, and after clearing the beasts, he had teleported back without taking the time to claim his new title or upgrade to VIP. However, it was not too late to do so now. Congratulations on reaching level 90. You can claim the title of Legendary Martial Master. Reminder, given that you can claim a higher level title, the unclaimed level 80 title will be automatically disregarded. Claim successful. Initially, at level 80, he could have claimed the title of Epic Martial Emperor. Yet, since he had surpassed level 80 to reach level 90, he was eligible for the level 90 title, and the level 80 title was thus overlooked. This posed no real loss, as equipping the new level 90 title would replace the previous one. Upon inspection, he found the title, Legendary Martial Master. Its attribute, Combat Power 33, 333, 333. After successfully claiming the title, Jun Ruochén examined the attributes of the legendary martial master title. Astonishingly, his combat powers surged by 333. He equipped the new title, causing the previous title of unrivaled martial emperor to vanish, replaced by the legendary martial master. Consequently, his combat power increased by a staggering 339, 999, 993, 233, 334, with enhancements that amounted to a total combat power of 334 multiplied by 10, 346, 666, 880. His overall combat power had escalated by 3 billion. At this moment, Jun Ruochén's combat power had reached an extraordinary 24 billion. Strength begets strength. In the mere span of half a month since the onset of the apocalypse, while the majority of others barely crossed the threshold of 10,000 in combat power, he stood at an impressive 24 billion. Of course, the inhabitants of Jiangsheng were an exception, for he was there. Otherwise, the combat power of others in Jiangsheng would have only reached the thousands or tens of thousands. Alas, he had yet to reach level 100, and with only 17 reincarnation stones, he could not undergo reincarnation. Jun Ruochén mused to himself before entering the system page to prepare for his VIP upgrade. Reminder: host has reached level 80, meeting the conditions for VIP upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? As the prompt sounded, Jun Ruochén internally grumbled, I have already accessed the system page. Is the reminder necessary? Without hesitation, he selected upgrade. The current VIP level is 4, and after the upgrade, it will be VIP 5. The upgrade is expected to take 720 hours. VIP upgrade in progress. The system's voice resonated. The upgrade has commenced. This upgrade requires a full 720 hours, equivalent to an entire month. Announcement: the Lord of Jiangsheng has successfully received the new title of Legendary Martial Sovereign. All members of Jiangsheng reward 888 galaxy coins, 555 battle power, and 55 million experience. The announcement of the galaxy will echoed globally. Over 1 billion people heard it distinctly. As the voice faded, golden rays appeared in the sky, cascading before every member of Jiangsheng. Legendary Martial Sovereign. By extrapolating from the title based on level, it is evident that Jun Shun has reached level 90. Level 90. My heavens, Jun Shun is level 90. Jun Shun, the eternal deity. We have all received 888 galaxy coins and 555 battle power, along with 55 million experience. Our admiration for Jun Shun knows no bounds. Level 90, such an unattainable height. How did Jun Shun achieve it so swiftly? As members under Jun Shun's banner, we must endeavor to grind monsters, level up, and acquire equipment, striving for the Alliance Horn. Jun Shun's alliance must be the foremost in the nation. Indeed, with battle power and levels soaring once again, how could we face such rewards without putting in the effort? The people of Jiangsheng erupted in excitement. Battle power surged anew, levels skyrocketed, and fortunes flourished. In an instant, Jun Ruochén's status in the hearts of all Jiangsheng residents ascended to a divine echelon, an almost ethereal existence. Divinity, so elusive, yet Jun Ruochén is able to bestow upon them great benefits. This Jun Ruochén is truly extraordinary. The title of Legendary Martial Sovereign signifies a new pinnacle of level 90. Level 90, how did he accomplish this? Could it be within the Tower of Heaven's dungeon? A catastrophe-tier dungeon, so formidable? Oh heavens, I no longer wish to compete for the Alliance Horn. I long to be governed by the great Jun Ruochén and to become a part of his ranks. Let the competition for the Alliance Horn conclude swiftly. I yearn to serve under Jun Shun. In other cities of Manhwa, countless individuals were astounded. More than that, there was envy and jealousy. Level 90 is a realm they can only gaze upon in awe. It is worth noting that most of them are still below level 30. One can only imagine the terrifying battle power of a level 90 Jun Ruochén. Gradually, many began to abandon the quest for the Alliance Horn, desiring instead to become a part of Jun Ruochén's ranks. To stand against Jun Ruochén offers no advantage. To ally with him, however, promises rewards. Jun Ruochén of Manhwa is immensely powerful. He represents our greatest adversary. After the alliance is formed, a grand conflict is inevitable. Jun Ruochén will become our foremost concern. I propose that all nations join forces to confront Manhwa. Yes, let us unite against Manhwa, against Jun Ruochén. If we do not defeat Jun Ruochén, we face obliteration. Upon hearing the announcement from the Galaxy Will, individuals from other nations were left in stunned silence upon learning that Jun Ruochén had reached level 90. Level 90. It goes without saying how formidable his battle power must be. Without uniting, no one can hope to best Jun Ruochén. If we cannot conquer Jun Ruochén, then we cannot triumph over Manhwa. The apocalypse is upon us. The world is becoming a game. Gradually, people began to understand that the Galaxy Will intends to annihilate the vast majority of individuals on Earth, leaving behind only a select few strong ones. It seems that perhaps only one nation or alliance can survive on this planet. The rest will serve as stepping stones. As the Lord of Jiangxing, I hereby declare that there remains but one day in the competition for the Alliance Horn. Everyone, strive to accumulate points. At the conclusion of the competition, the top 500 in points ranking will receive generous rewards from me, the Lord of this city. The top 10 will each receive a piece of equipment of grade 8 or above. The top 100 will each receive a piece of elite equipment of grade 11. The top 300 will each receive a piece of equipment of grade 10 or above. The top 500 will each receive a piece of equipment of grade 8 or above. In the Jiangxing chat screen, Jun Ruochén posted a message. As the Lord of Jiangxing, the message was illuminated with dazzling brilliance, pinned at the top of the chat screen. He had contemplated this. Selling the equipment would mean few in Jiangxing could afford it. Moreover, with his own battle power and level, he had no need for galaxy coins. Rather than that, it was better to distribute the equipment as rewards to the people of Jiangxing. After the message was released, he placed the equipment into the Lord's warehouse, marking all of it as rewards. Tip: you have donated equipment as rewards to the citizens, gaining 888 galaxy coins, 888 battle power, 888 prestige, 888 billion experience, and the title of Galaxy Sovereign. The voice of the galaxy will echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, Jun Ruochén could not help but be taken aback. One could engage in such a manner. Instead of selling the equipment, donating it yielded rewards. It was entirely unexpected. 888 galaxy coins, 888 battle power, 888 prestige, 888 billion experience, and the title of Galaxy Sovereign. It goes without saying that anything bearing the name Galaxy is extraordinary. Chapter 104. The First Alliance, named the Celestial Emperor Alliance. While he was still in astonishment, the people of Jiangxing erupted in excitement. Everyone was left speechless. Jun Ruochén is hosting a ranking event, offering rewards of equipment of grade 8 or above, and even grade 11 equipment. My heavens, Jun Ruochén's generosity is astounding. The battle power of such equipment must be in the tens of thousands. The top 10 will each receive a piece of colorful equipment of grade 8 or above. Colorful equipment. Jun Ruochén is indeed bestowing benefits, uplifting the members of Jiangxing. Grade 8 colorful equipment is a priceless treasure. Jun Ruochén. The Jiangxing chat screen was inundated with messages. Everyone was ecstatic. Although only the top 500 can receive rewards, it is worth the effort. Moreover, even without the incentive of rewards, everyone is still grinding points and acquiring equipment. Now that Jun Ruochén has initiated such an event, it is essentially a gift, a means of providing equipment. Announcement. The Lord of Jiangxing has donated equipment and initiated a ranking event, becoming the first in the world to host such an event. Announcement. All members of Jiangxing receive 888 battle power, 888 galaxy coins, 888 prestige, and 888,000 experience. Tip. Equipment donated includes 138 pieces of grade 8, 110 pieces of grade 9, 80 pieces of grade 10, 150 pieces of grade 11, and 22 pieces of grade 12, 248 pieces in white, the rest in orange, red, and gold, along with 10 pieces of colorful equipment. The announcement from the galaxy will spread worldwide. Everyone across the globe heard it distinctly. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Jiangxing instinctively thought of one point. The galaxy is making the other cities of Manhwa and the people of other nations envious. Otherwise, there would be no need for a global announcement. Meanwhile, others around the world were consumed by envy and jealousy. Jun Ruochén is poised to rival the galaxy will, offering rewards of equipment of grade 8 or above, totaling 500 pieces, along with grade 8 colorful equipment. He is equipping his subordinates. He aims to forge an invincible alliance. Among the 500 pieces of equipment, the elite ones comprise a significant majority, and with 10 pieces of colorful equipment. Could it be that he possesses all grade 8 or above colorful equipment? Otherwise, he would not part with such treasures. My goodness, this is utterly insane. This is the essence of true strength. Although he stands as my adversary, I cannot help but admire his prowess and determination. The inhabitants of Jiangxing are merely coasting to victory under his influence. The world is in an uproar. Many individuals are engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that they are likely to confront a terrifying entity. Before Jun Ruochén, they feel akin to facing the will of the galaxy, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. As the world and the nation reel in shock, Jiangxing witnesses a meteoric rise in the Alliance Horn's points. This surge is fueled by the fact that all its residents have plunged into a frenzy of slaughter, eager to seize the rewards offered by Jun Ruochén. Moreover, while accumulating points, they also stand the chance to upgrade their equipment, thus reaping multiple benefits. Their combat abilities have significantly escalated, making the hunting of monstrous beasts far more manageable. On the final day of the Alliance Horn competition, as evening descends, an announcement resonates. The Alliance Horn competition has concluded. Jiangxing ranks first, boasting an impressive score of 164, 930, 909 points. Jun Ruochén secures the alliance horn, thereby establishing Jiangcheng as the foremost alliance in Longhua. With a membership cap of 888 individuals. Each member of Jiangcheng is endowed with combat power of 888 galaxy coins, 888 reputation points, and 88 million experience points. The proclamation of the galaxy will reverberates, marking the conclusion of the alliance horn competition. Jiangcheng not only secures the top position, but also amasses a staggering total of 1.6 billion points. Jun Ruochén's acquisition of the alliance horn elevates Jiangcheng to the pinnacle of Longhua alliances, with a membership ceiling of 888. Furthermore, all Jiangcheng members receive additional rewards. Following this, the recipients of the alliance horns for the other 9 alliances in Longhua will be announced. The alliance of 888 members indeed stands as the premier alliance, with only over 10 million residents in Jiangcheng. It implies that we too have a chance to join Jun Ruochén's alliance and partake in the spoils. Nearly 90 million members in the alliance surpass the populations of many nations. The contest for the alliance horn has finally come to a close, leaving uncertainties about future events, possibly involving competition between alliances. However, with Jun Ruochén's overwhelming strength and vast membership, who could possibly rival his alliance? In Longhua, citizens from various cities engage in fervent discussions, predominantly revolving around Jiangcheng and Jun Ruochén. At this moment, countless individuals yearn to join Jun Ruochén's alliance. Meanwhile, he finds himself peacefully slumbering in the Yushui Bay Villa. Upon hearing the announcement from the Galaxy Will, he slowly awakens. The competition for the alliance horn has indeed concluded. Stepping out of his bedroom and onto the balcony, he gazes at the golden light enveloping the sky. Congratulations on acquiring the alliance horn, becoming the leader of Longhua's foremost alliance, bestowed with the title Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance has a member limit of 888, along with 880 black iron medals, 880 bronze medals, and 8 silver medals. As the leader, you possess the following privileges. 1. The authority to appoint and dismiss member positions and to expel any member, including deputy leaders. 2. To receive 10 of all members' earnings. 3. To grant alliance medals. 4. To view loyalty levels. 5. To wield the leader's aura, granting immunity from attacks by any alliance member, with the power to impose sanctions on alliance members at will. At this juncture, the notification from the Galaxy will resonate in Jun Ruochén's ears. He has obtained the alliance horn, becoming the leader of Longhua's premier alliance, aptly named the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Simultaneously, he receives various medals, and the Galaxy will outlines the powers and benefits of the leader. However, Jun Ruochén finds it perplexing that the name of the alliance was bestowed upon him, as he believed it should be his prerogative to name it. Nevertheless, the title is undeniably grandiose, albeit somewhat juvenile. Who conceived such a name? A true talent indeed. At this moment, the virtual panel unfolds, revealing the alliance page. Observing the alliance, Jun Ruochén is reminded of the guilds and alliances in games, as this resembles them perfectly. He has now assumed the role of the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, with no one else in the alliance. The positions of Deputy Leader, Elder, Law Protector, and Legion Commander remain vacant. He is essentially a solitary commander. The first alliance of Longhua is established, recognized as the premier alliance globally, named the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. The announcement echoes worldwide. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance is not merely the foremost alliance in Longhua, it has also attained global supremacy. As the leader, Jun Ruochén wields the ultimate authority over life and death. Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Jun Shun. Jun Shun. Jun Shun. In this moment, Longhua is ablaze with excitement. Although many do not hail from Jiangcheng, the ascendance of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance to a global pinnacle is not solely a triumph for Jiangcheng, but a profound honor for all of Longhua's citizens. The members of Jiangcheng are brimming with exhilaration, nearly leaping with joy. I can apply to join the alliance now. Is an application necessary? Jun Shun must prioritize the people of Jiangcheng. They hastily seek to apply, fearing they might miss the opportunity to become members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Curiosity abounds regarding the benefits and privileges of joining, but the allure of sharing in the bounty alongside Jun Shun is irresistible. With over 10 million residents in Jiangcheng, it is certain that many will become members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. As applications to join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance flood in, it quickly becomes apparent that individuals from Jiangcheng are the primary applicants. The notification reads, Alliance applications from the 1000th novice zone will be prioritized, followed by Jiangcheng. The realization dawns that the 600,000 applications consist of a portion from the 1000th novice village and the remainder from Jiangcheng. Individuals from other cities currently lack the eligibility to apply for the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, as neither the 1000th novice village nor Jiangcheng has fully entered the alliance. Approve all. Jun Ruochén declares. As these are merely ordinary alliance members, there is no necessity to review each application individually. The membership limit for the Heavenly Emperor Alliance stands at 888 members. Once filled, he will gradually remove those with low loyalty. Moreover, the positions will undoubtedly be filled by individuals of considerable strength, particularly those who catch Jun Ruochén's eye. Those who do not will naturally be excluded or dismissed from the alliance. All individuals who applied for membership in the Heavenly Emperor Alliance have been welcomed as members. However, just as a group was accepted, another wave of hundreds of thousands emerged. Jun Ruochén chose to disregard them. After all, it was impossible for him to remain stationed within the alliance indefinitely. Announcement: the point ranking event hosted by the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has concluded. Now, the rewards will be distributed. Rank 500 to 400 will receive a white equipment of grade 8 or above. Rank 401 to 300 will receive a white equipment of grade 9 or above. Rank 301 to 200 will receive a random quality equipment of grade 10, orange or red. Rank 201 to 100 will receive a random quality equipment of grade 11, orange or red. Rank 99 to 11 will receive a supreme equipment of grade 11 or above, red or gold. The top 10 ninth and 8th places will receive a colored equipment of grade 8. The 7th, 6th, and 5th places will receive a colored equipment of grade 9. The 4th and 3rd places will receive a colored equipment of grade 10. The 2nd place will receive a colored equipment of grade 11, while the 1st place will receive a colored weapon of grade 11. In the skies above, an announcement from the Galactic will resonate, signaling the conclusion of the Jiangxing point ranking event. This event was organized through the generous donation of equipment by Jun Ruochén. With the event now at an end, the distribution of rewards commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void, streams of light appeared in Jiangxing, rewarding all those within the top 500 of the leaderboard. Each recipient gazed at their rewards with uncontainable excitement. After all, these were grade 8 equipment. Though they were white, their combat power reached several thousand. The higher the rank, the more splendid the reward. Those fortunate enough to receive grade 10 and grade 11 equipment were even more ecstatic, for such equipment was of the highest quality, either orange or red, and even included golden variants. Each piece of equipment boasted combat power in the tens of thousands, if not more. As for the top 10, their rewards were the envy of all. A colored equipment of grade 8 ensured at least 10,000 combat power, and more importantly, it increased the overall combat power by a staggering 18 times. The first place prize, an 11th grade colored weapon, boasted a combat power of 500,000, with a tripling effect on overall combat power. This wave of rewards had catapulted many to new heights. Gratitude for Jun Ruochén poured forth as combat power surged by 100,000. From this moment, a true virtuous cycle had begun. Long live the leader. My combat power has exceeded 1 million, thanks to the leader. Mine is nearing 1 million as well. A foray into the Tower of Heaven will surely elevate my level and strength once more. Ruochén, you are truly remarkable. I adore you. In an instant, the citizens of Jiangxing erupted in jubilation. Even those who did not receive rewards felt a swell of happiness, for they had a leader who considered the welfare of all. Under such a leader, they were certain to prosper. Meanwhile, individuals from other cities and nations were consumed by envy and resentment. Upon hearing of the colored equipment above grade 8, they salivated at the prospect, particularly at the 11th grade colored weapon. With a combat power of 500,000 and an overall increase of 3 times, merely equipping this weapon would elevate one's strength to 1.5 million, and when combined with their original power, it could potentially reach 3 to 4 million. Announcement: the Alliance War will commence in 3 days. Note: the Alliance War is global in scale. With all alliances matched against one another, alliances from the same nation will not face each other. The war will consist of 5 rounds, with victors receiving rewards while the defeated will be obliterated. Note: only one nation can survive globally. The surviving nation will automatically resurrect all members who perished during the Alliance War. Note: the global chat screen is now open. In the heavens, the announcement from the Galactic will reverberated, leaving the entire world in a state of shock, their eyes filled with dread. The situation felt akin to hearing the decree of annihilation for those who failed to reach level 20. Indeed, upon hearing the Galactic Will's announcement, it became clear that this was a breeding ground for calamity. All was orchestrated for the Alliance War, a war designed to leave but a single nation standing. The rest were mere stepping stones, or rather, sustenance. Is this truly the nature of the Alliance War? Is this not akin to a national conflict? Oh heavens! This is more ruthless than extermination or beast tides. It is the end. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance is bound to emerge victorious. This intention is to annihilate all other nations globally. I propose that the strongest individuals from all alliances unite to form a new alliance. Only then can we contend with the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, lest we be obliterated by the Dragon Nation's Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Yes, I represent the Cherry Blossom Empire in favor of forming a new alliance. I represent the Kimchi Nation in supporting the proposal of Eagle Uncle. I represent the India Nation in endorsing Grandfather Eagle's suggestion. Seconded. 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 As the announcement faded, the global chat screen burst into life. At this moment, individuals from around the world were fervently discussing the formation of a new alliance, gathering the strongest from countless nations to stand against the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Though ultimately, only one nation would remain, the minions and lackeys of Eagle Uncle did not wish to witness the continued existence of the Dragon Nation. In truth, apart from the Dragon Nation, other nations seeking survival faced their greatest obstacle in the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, the most formidable adversary. If the Heavenly Emperor Alliance did not fall, the Dragon Nation would remain unyielding. Jun Ruochén, I request to join the alliance to vanquish those Western dogs and their petty lackeys. Indeed, my combat power, though not high, has reached 400,000. Let us eliminate the Western dogs and their minions. Fear not, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance has 888 slots. Even if other nations gather their strongest, they will not overcome the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Finally, the stumbling blocks of human civilization shall be obliterated. I suspect the Western dogs are extraterrestrial entities sent to thwart the advancement of Earth's civilization. They have consistently undermined the development of civilization on Earth. The suspicion may as well be dropped. After the Alliance War, the Western dogs will vanish from this planet. Upon witnessing the fervent exchanges among the Dragon Nation as populace regarding the Western dogs and their minions, the citizens erupted. The chat screen filled with discussions on whether to consolidate their strongest into the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, ensuring that as long as the alliance remained undefeated, the Dragon Nation would stand tall. There is no need for that. The Western dogs and their lackeys are merely a pack of underdeveloped bipeds. One finger could easily crush them. Jun Ruochén interjected in the chat, asserting that it was ludicrous to suggest that the strong of the Dragon Nation should unite against the strong of other nations. Did those nations possess such stature? To underestimate them would be folly. In truth, even with his hands and feet bound, he could easily dispatch them. After speaking, Jun Ruochén accessed the alliance page, where the number of applicants surged past 7 million. All were accepted. Subsequently, Jun Ruochén inspected the leader's aura and the Galactic Lord. Name: Galactic Lord, grade 13. Colored: combat power, 2. 888. Overall combat power increase, 4 times. Attributes: super title, upgradable. Remarks: all Galactic series items can be upgraded. Upon reaching the level of Imperial equipment, they will form a set, upgrade option not yet available. Noticing this, Jun Ruochén was astonished. The grade 13 colored title was neither surplus nor lacking. What truly astonished him was the note stating that all Galactic series items could be upgraded. Furthermore, once they reached the level of Imperial equipment, they would become a set. Thus, the Galactic equipment and title he had obtained were, in fact, part of a set. The Galactic Heart, 9 Heavens Galaxy, Galactic Lord, and Galactic Divine Wings. This is quite normal, after all. The phenomenon of global gamification emerged only with the advent of the Galactic Will. The Galactic Will must pertain to the Milky Way, and the items acquired from the Milky Way series are inextricably linked to it. However, previously, the items obtained from the Milky Way series were not identified as a set, which led him to overlook the possibility of a complete ensemble. Now, with the title at the 13th tier, the next upgrade would be to an Imperial artifact. Consequently, a note appeared indicating that possessing a complete set of Galactic series equipment could potentially yield an astonishing combat power. Jun Ruochén mused to himself, his countenance radiating excitement. Nevertheless, he had never acquired any items from the Galactic series. All were rewards from the Galactic Will. It seems that only through participation in activities can one strive to obtain them. Irrespective of the event, he must aim to be first. Perhaps that would allow him to gather all the items of the Galactic series. He continued to explore, for the Alliance Lord's Halo was what he had anticipated most. Chapter 106, Alliance Lord's Halo, Tenfold Combat Power. Upon examination, the name read, Alliance Lord's Halo, Level 1, Combat Power, 6, 888. Overall Combat Power Enhancement, tenfold. Attributes can be stacked. Attributes: absolute immunity from attacks and damage from Alliance members. Function: Super Halo, upgradable. Remarks: the Alliance Lord's Halo is linked to the Alliance level. As the Alliance level rises, so too does the Alliance Lord's Halo. The current Alliance is at level 1, and to elevate to level 2 requires 10,000 bronze members and 100 silver members. Good heavens! Tenfold. After reviewing the properties of the Alliance Lord's Halo, Jun Ruochén's expression shifted dramatically. This halo could indeed amplify attributes tenfold, and furthermore, its combat power augmentation could stack without conflict with the attributes of 3 pieces of colorful equipment. In addition to this, the inherent combat power of the Alliance Lord's Halo reached an impressive 6, 888. It was extraordinarily potent. Just this one halo could effortlessly dominate all. Why wait? He donned it immediately. Name: Jun Ruochén. Country: Dragon Kingdom. Age: 20 years. Level: 90. Experience: 25, 725, 000. Artifact: Qian Kuan Tower. Wealth: 182, 684. 200 galactic coins. Reputation, 1, 530, 161 points. Talent, Eye of Observation, F grade. Infinite Devouring, SSS grade. Skills, Sun Chasing Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS grade. By Luo Sword Array, SSS grade. All Directions Annihilation, Divine. Ninefold Flying Sword, Divine. Combat Power, 277, 196, 910, 440, 37, 333, 324, 800, according to the Equipment Enhancement System's damage assessment. Tier, 100, tip. Combat power has reached the reincarnation requirement. Reincarnation can now be performed. A staggering combat power of 71 billion. The Alliance Lord's halo was indeed formidable. Upon equipping the title, his overall combat power surged tenfold. And with the combined strength of the Galactic Sovereign and the Alliance Lord's halo, his combat power soared to an astonishing 71 billion. This was not merely a billion. It was a monumental figure. Presently, the combat power enhancement stood at 4x 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 5x 320 times. He felt imbued with an overwhelming strength, as if he could obliterate the earth with a single punch. After gazing at his combat power and equipment for a while, Jun Ruochén closed the virtual panel and exited his chamber. 1 year. Just 1 year. After a year, the world would face destruction. Now, the Ninefold Mountains had yet to manifest. It appeared that only after the Alliance War would the Ninefold Mountains emerge. Returning to the Alliance page, the number of applicants had dwindled. He approved all requests. Subsequently, Jun Ruochén entered the chat screen. Had everyone from Jiangxing joined the Alliance? If they had all joined, he would enable the admission permissions for other cities. He sent a message. As the first leader of the Alliance and the ruler of Jiangxing, his statement was pinned at the very top, the text dazzling in color, ensuring that all participants in the chat screen would see Jun Ruochén's message at once. Now, the members of the Tiandi Alliance had reached 13 million. By this calculation, nearly all the people from Jiangxing had joined the Alliance. His message served as the final reminder. Surely there were no stragglers, as most had likely joined the Alliance promptly. Glancing at the member count of the Tiandi Alliance, which now stood at 13 million, it was almost equivalent to the entire population of Jiangxing. The announcement from the Galactic Will had been made over 10 minutes ago. Those who wished to apply had done so. Noticing no discussions regarding applications from other cities, it seemed that priority was given to the first alliance. Once they filled their quota, other cities would begin to accept applications. An alliance of 88 million members would be invincible. On Jiangxing's chat screen, upon seeing Jun Ruochén's message, an uproar ensued. In truth, after the onset of the apocalypse, the chat screen had been exceedingly lively. After all, chatting had become the greatest source of entertainment. Time passed, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Jun Ruochén waited for half an hour. When he checked the Alliance page, there were 103 applications to join the Alliance. He approved all. It appeared that Jiangxing had submitted all its applications. Waiting half an hour had yielded only 103 applicants. Accepting applications from all cities nationwide, Jun Ruochén declared, Tiandi Alliance, welcoming members from all cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Members will enter the Tiandi Alliance in the order of their applications. Countdown, 10, 987. The voice of the Galactic Will resonated, announcing to the world. Indeed, the announcement could be heard globally, but it was primarily aimed at individuals from other cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that everyone in Jiangxing had entered the Tiandi Alliance, they were inviting members from across the nation. Given that everyone aspired to become part of the Tiandi Alliance, the acceptance of members would be based solely on the order of applications. A countdown even appeared. Applications could only be submitted once the countdown reached 0. In essence, the ability to enter the Tiandi Alliance was entirely dependent on one's speed and luck. Silence. At this moment, the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom was enveloped in silence, each person holding their breath, not daring to be distracted. Striving to click apply at the instant the countdown reached 0. Only in this manner could they seize the opportunity to become members of the Tiandi Alliance. Furthermore, the odds were only 1 in 10. With a national population of 3.6 billion, the maximum membership for the Tiandi Alliance was 888. And with over 10 million already counted, nearly 3.5 billion were competing for the remaining 70 million spots. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown reached 0, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom clicked to apply for membership in the Tiandi Alliance. After submitting their applications, anticipation and anxiety enveloped them all, eager to discover whether they had become members of the Tiandi Alliance. Many began to silently pray. Time ticked by. 1 minute later, Jun Ruochén returned to the Alliance page. Good heavens. 47 billion people had applied to join the Tiandi Alliance. He approved them all. As for who would ultimately gain entry into the Tiandi Alliance, that was left to the Galactic Will and the applicants' fortunes. He would not target anyone, nor could he. After all, that was over 300 million individuals. Upon clicking to approve, the membership of the Tiandi Alliance instantly soared to 888. Ha 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 ha. I have become a member of the Tiandi Alliance. I bow before Lord Jun. I bow before the Alliance Lord. I have entered the Alliance. At long last, I find myself able to associate with the esteemed Jun Ruochén, clinging to his side for the bounties that await. I, a member of the illustrious Global First Alliance. Cast a glance, and behold, the ranks of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are instantly filled to the brim, reaching an astounding 888 members. It seems fortune smiles upon me. With the fervor of my 20 years of solitary existence, I have finally gained entry into the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. O benevolent leader, I humbly beseech your favor. I am unlike the others, for I am male. Alas, the comments from above are rather distasteful. At this moment, the national chat screen erupts in fervor. Those who have entered the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are ecstatic, akin to winning a grand lottery. Not only does the national chat buzz with excitement, but the Alliance's chat is also abuzz. Those who have not gained entry can only sigh in resignation. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance represents the Dragon Nation. As long as it withstands the Alliance war, the Dragon Nation shall stand resilient, becoming the sole sovereign entity upon the earth. Chapter 107. Ascending the Tower Again, Level 70 of the Heavenly Tower. Amidst the jubilation of all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén dispatches a message. Upon reading his missive, the entire membership of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance erupts in exhilaration. Indeed, the populace of the Dragon Nation also joins in the excitement. For Jun Ruochén has shared this message on the national chat screen as well. In celebration of the First Alliance's establishment, and as a boon to all members, he announces that he shall undertake a journey through the Heavenly Tower today. The message is succinct, seemingly ordinary, lacking any remarkable flair. However, since it originates from Jun Ruochén, it carries a different weight. Furthermore, his intention to traverse the Heavenly Tower signifies that he must at least reach the 70th level, thus bestowing rewards upon all members of the Alliance. Long live Jun Ruochén. Long live the leader. The National and Alliance chat screens are flooded with messages at this moment. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are in a state of euphoria, each one brimming with excitement. The great deity Jun Ruochén is about to venture into the Heavenly Tower, promising benefits for the members. It is clear he possesses the confidence to reach level 70. How thrilling it is to anticipate the leader's ascent, more so than my own. This is only natural, for all share this sentiment. Haha. Every member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance returns to the city, patiently awaiting the rewards Jun Ruochén shall bring upon our return. At this rate, Jun Ruochén will swiftly conquer the Heavenly Tower. Across the nation, within the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, countless discussions abound, reaching a fever pitch. As a member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, all combat has ceased. We hastily return to the city, preparing for the benefits that will follow Jun Ruochén's ascent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his foot upon the flying sword, Jun Ruochén slices through the fabric of space, leaving a trail of brilliance in his wake. A distance of 100 miles is but a fleeting moment for him. Soon, he arrives at the plaza of the Heavenly Tower. Jun Ruochén, Jun Ruochén, Jun Ruochén, leader, leader. Upon his arrival, everyone greets Jun Ruochén with utmost respect. They are all aware of his intention to challenge the Heavenly Tower. In this moment, anticipation fills the plaza. Everyone is eager to witness how far Jun Ruochén can ascend, and surely the 70th level is a certainty, as he has already proclaimed. Jun Ruochén smiles and nods, acknowledging their greetings, before calmly striding toward the Heavenly Tower. This time, he contemplates the challenges that lie within the tower, curious about the rewards it may bestow and whether his level can be elevated once more, and if his combat prowess can surge anew. Buzz. As Jun Ruochén steps into the Heavenly Tower, his form is enveloped in radiant light. When he reappears, he finds himself at level 61 of the Heavenly Tower. Here, the beasts within are all level 60, numbering 60 in total. With the Destiny Sword in hand, Jun Ruochén raises it, unleashing a meteor shower. The area covered by this meteor shower now spans 3,000 by 3,000 meters. While it may not rival the 10 Directions Obliteration or the Azure Sword Array, it is nonetheless formidable. Before the meteor shower, all beasts are reduced to ashes. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 61 of the Heavenly Tower. A voice announces in the plaza, proclaiming Jun Ruochén's triumph at level 61. Simultaneously, the once pitch-black Heavenly Tower illuminates to signify level 61. Congratulations on conquering level 61 of the Heavenly Tower. Reward: 10 billion experience, 1 Sword of the Cloud Phoenix, 3 triple experience scrolls, 188, 888 galactic coins, and 888 prestige points. As the notification rings in his ears, Jun Ruochén receives a bounty of 10 billion experience, along with equipment, experience scrolls, galactic coins, and prestige points. Today's rewards are indeed more generous than those before. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Ruochén advances directly to the next level. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 62 of the Heavenly Tower. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 63 of the Heavenly Tower. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 64 of the Heavenly Tower. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 65 of the Heavenly Tower. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 66 of the Heavenly Tower. Each level is cleared in mere moments. Were it not for the brief seconds spent transitioning to the next level, Jun Ruochén could have annihilated all in an instant. Within less than a minute, he conquers level 70. The leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered level 70 of the Heavenly Tower. Reward for all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Combat power 188, 888, galactic coins 188, 888, prestige points 18, 888, experience 99, 990, 000. And 1/7 tier flying sword, random. The announcement spreads, declaring Jun Ruochén's achievement at level 70 of the Heavenly Tower. Without a doubt, every member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance shall receive their rewards. Furthermore, the direct rewards include a combat power increase of 188, 888, as well as 188, 888 galactic coins, 18, 888 prestige points, and a staggering 99, 990, 000 experience points. What excites everyone the most is the additional reward of a 7th tier flying sword, random. Long live the leader. A combat power boost of 188, 888 alone surpasses my previous power by 5-fold. This is exhilarating. Our leader is truly wonderful. A 7th tier flying sword. Finally, I possess a flying sword. With 188, 888 galactic coins, I am now a person of considerable wealth. Level 70. This reward is simply outrageous. Long live Jun Ruochén. Long live Jun Ruochén. At this moment, within the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, everyone is in a state of uproar, astonished by the direct increase of 188, 888 in combat power. In addition to this, the other bountiful rewards draw their attention toward the Heavenly Tower, all hoping that Jun Ruochén will continue his ascent, ideally reaching level 80. For that would yield even more astonishing rewards. Congratulations on conquering level 70 of the Heavenly Tower. Reward, combat power 1, 888, 888, galactic coins 1, 888, 888. Prestige points 188, 888, experience 111, 100, 000, and 1/9 tier colored equipment, random. The notification resonates in Jun Ruochén's ears, confirming the arrival of his rewards. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Combat power 5, 000. Following the distribution of rewards, a golden light envelopes Jun Ruochén, signifying his ascension in rank. Now, his level has ascended to 91, and his combat power has surged by an astonishing 5 million. Indeed, the higher the level, the more terrifying the attribute enhancements become. Merely leveling up has augmented his combat power by 5 million. With the amplification, that totals 16 billion. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Ruochén stepped into the next tier. In the 71st floor, the monstrous beasts were at level 70, numbering 70 in total. However, Jun Ruochén paid them no mind. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 71st floor of the Tower of Heaven. The announcement echoed throughout the plaza, resonating in the ears of all present. The leader was still climbing the tower. Could it be that he aimed for the 80th floor? This is marvelous. Let us fervently wish for the leader to reach the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Go, leader, go! Upon reaching the 71st tier, Jun Ruochén appeared intent on reaching the 80th floor. Did anyone dare to challenge him? Upon hearing the announcement, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance and others from Dragon Country confirmed one thing. Jun Ruochén might indeed be striving for the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. But could he truly reach the 80th tier? Chapter 108. All members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance receive rewards. Combat power 888888. After conquering the 71st floor, Jun Ruochén directly ascended to the next level, the 72nd. A meteor shower of fire rained down, engulfing everything in its path, incinerating the very fabric of space. The entire 72nd floor of the Tower of Heaven was transformed into a sea of flames. The monstrous beasts were reduced to ashes before they could even emit a roar. Jun Ruochén stood majestically in the air like a deity. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 72nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. The resounding yet ethereal voice echoed in the plaza. Simultaneously, this proclamation spread across Dragon Country and the globe. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 73rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 74th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 75th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 76th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The announcements flowed almost seamlessly, for Jun Ruochén conquered each tier in mere seconds. Across the nation and the world, everyone stood in stunned silence. their expressions shifting in disbelief. This was not merely the first 10 floors of the Tower of Heaven, yet Jun Ruochén had surpassed them so swiftly. It is crucial to note that he was now above the 70th floor of the Tower of Heaven, a place revered by all, seemingly unattainable. Yet he soared through it effortlessly. As everyone was left in awe, Jun Ruochén conquered the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. 80th floor. 80th floor. The leader has reached the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Jun Ruochén is indeed formidable. The god Jun has achieved the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. How incredible to have breached the 80th tier. One can only wonder what extraordinary rewards await there, though alas, they are exclusive to the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. How enviable. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. The world erupted in fervor. The chat screens were flooded in that moment, especially among the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, who could hardly contain their excitement. Congratulations to the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, for successfully conquering the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Rewards for all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Combat Power 388888. Galaxy Coins 388888. Prestige 38888. Experience 66666 million. One piece of 6th tier colored equipment. Random. The voice of the galaxy will resonate. Announcing Jun Ruochén's triumph over the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were granted rewards, with combat power increasing by 388,888. Galaxy Coins by 38888. And prestige by 38888. Furthermore, their experience soared to an astonishing 33,333 million. Most importantly, every member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance would receive a piece of 6th tier colored equipment. My goodness, this reward is astounding. Just one reward is 388,888. 9 times my combat power, plus 66,666 million experience. The 6th tier colored equipment is extraordinary. This is the bounty bestowed upon the Heavenly Emperor Alliance for conquering the 80th floor. What of the 90th floor? How envious I am of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Just half an hour ago, my companion's combat power was merely 30,000, slightly lower than mine, yet in such a brief span. They effortlessly gained hundreds of thousands of combat power. This is the fortune of fate. With luck on your side, one can soar even while reclining. All of this is thanks to the extraordinary prowess of Jun Ruochén. In Dragon Country, the nation was ablaze with excitement, all hearts trembling with exhilaration. The combat power of 388,888 is monumental. Galaxy Coins are one thing, but what of the 66,666 million experience? That could elevate a person by numerous levels. The 6th tier colored equipment boasts attributes that enhance overall combat power. As the announcement of the galaxy will reverberated, streams of light appeared throughout various locations in Dragon Country, descending before the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Congratulations on conquering the 80th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Rewards. Combat Power 688,8888. Galaxy Coin 688,8888. Prestige 688,8888. Experience 66 billion. One piece of 10th tier colored equipment. Random. Within the Tower of Heaven, Jun Ruochén heard the notification chime. Upon reaching the 80th floor, the rewards he received were undoubtedly unparalleled. Indeed, a cascade of rewards appeared. Combat power surged by 688,8888. Galaxy Coins by 688,8888. And prestige reached 688,8888. Additionally, the experience, which Jun Ruochén cherished most, amounted to an astonishing 6,666 billion. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 5 million. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 5 million. 2 golden lights flashed across Jun Ruochén's form as the notifications chimed. He leveled up twice in succession. It is important to note that each level now required 2 to 3 trillion experience. With this reward of 6,666 billion experience, he ascended 2 levels, nearly achieving a third. After all, during his ascent through the tower, he had also amassed nearly 2 trillion experience. Ascending yet another level of the Tower of Heaven would undoubtedly result in another level up. Now at level 93, Jun Ruochén mused to himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With each level gained, his combat power increases by 5 million. Onward, he continued his ascent into the next tier. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 81st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 82nd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 83rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 84th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully conquered the 90th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The announcements from the galaxy will continue to resonate, declaring Jun Ruochén's success in conquering the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, within the Tower of Heaven, he was indeed conquering each floor in seconds. After all, he possessed over 3 trillion combat power. No beast, no matter how powerful, could rival him. In a mere 60 seconds, Jun Ruochén reached the 90th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Across the globe, across the nation, in Jiangcheng, within the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, everyone stood frozen, eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed towards the Tower of Heaven. Originally, they were still in shock over the rewards of the 80th floor. And before they could fully process their excitement, Jun Ruochén was already soaring higher in the Tower of Heaven. By the time they regained their senses, he had already reached the 90th floor. Yes, it was indeed the 90th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Had the difficulty of the Tower of Heaven diminished? Yet, why am I still only at the 27th level? Apart from the illustrious Jun Shan, the highest level of the Celestial Tower globally is merely 46 levels. Jun Shan's pace is astonishingly swift. One cannot help but wonder the extent of his combat prowess. It is truly regrettable that the Galactic Will does not provide a global power ranking. Level 90. He has indeed reached level 90. The fervent discussions are palpable, echoing in both the wilds and public screens alike. Members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are stirred once more, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Level 90. What rewards might it bestow? Congratulations to the Heavenly Emperor Alliance leader, Jun Ruochén, for successfully conquering the 90th level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards for all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Combat Power 888888. Galactic Coins 888888. Prestige 88888. Experience 99999 million. 7th tier colored equipment. Random. X1. As expected, the voice of the Galactic Will resounds, and the rewards materialize. Having reached the 90th level of the Celestial Tower, all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are bestowed with rewards. The rewards are even more formidable than those for the 80th level. Combat Power 888888. Galactic Coins 888888. Experience 99999 million, and a piece of 7th tier colored equipment. Just from this single reward, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance collectively gain nearly 900,000 combat power. And with the previous rewards, everyone surpasses a combat power of 1 million. The thought of surpassing 1 million in combat power is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Chapter 109. At the 99th level of the Celestial Tower, Jun Ruochén has ascended to the pinnacle. Combat Power 2. 5 million. Combat Power 2. 5 million. Combat Power 2. 5 million. Following the announcement from the Galactic Will, the rewards are distributed. A silence envelopes the world for a brief 2 seconds. Soon after, the National Chat and Alliance Chat screens are flooded with the same phrase, Combat Power 2. 5 million. In the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, everyone's base combat power stands at 5 million. As for the residents of Jiangcheng and those from the previous novice village, the majority now boast combat powers exceeding 3 million, with many reaching 4 to 5 million. After all, they have received nearly 1.5 million in combat power rewards just today, along with 2 pieces of colored equipment. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. The leader is invincible. The leader is invincible. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance is invincible. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance is invincible. The public screens are soon inundated with new messages, all proclaiming the invincibility of the leader and the glory of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Indeed, Jun Ruochén is truly invincible, as is the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. This sentiment is not confined to the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. It resonates throughout the entire nation. The staggering combat power speaks for itself. Just from the 3 rewards, that amounts to nearly 1.5 million combat power. While many across the nation may envy the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, the prevailing emotion is excitement, for if the Heavenly Emperor Alliance is invincible, they can sweep through all challenges. If the Heavenly Emperor Alliance remains unyielding, then the Dragon Nation will stand resolute. Of course, while some rejoice, others despair. The people of the Dragon Nation are jubilant, while those from other nations are plunged into hopelessness. Yes, hopelessness. Even the strongest individuals globally, when united, cannot shake the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Congratulations on passing the 90th level of the Celestial Tower. Rewards. Combat Power 168888888. Galactic Coins 168888888. Prestige 168888888. Experience 8888 billion. And 1 piece of 11th tier colored equipment. Random. X1. The notification chimes in Jun Ruochén's ears. This is his reward. As the sound fades, a stream of light appears before him. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power 5000000. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat Power 5000000. Experience is credited. A golden light envelopes Jun Ruochén as he levels up twice in quick succession. Now, his level has reached 96. It turns out he leveled up again while at the 82nd level of the Celestial Tower. These rewards are indeed substantial. Today, will he reach the pinnacle? A broad smile graces Jun Ruochén's face. Truly, the rewards from the Celestial Tower are bountiful. He has a premonition that if he reaches the summit, he will undoubtedly attain level 100, and his combat power will surge dramatically. At this moment, anticipation fills his heart. After a brief pause, he plunges directly into the next level. Heavenly Emperor Alliance leader Jun Ruochén, successfully conquering the 91st level of the Celestial Tower. Upon entering the 91st level, the beasts within are formidable, 90 level 91 beasts. However, what does that matter? Jun Ruochén effortlessly annihilates them. He breezes through the 91st level of the Celestial Tower. The once pitch-black tower now shines brightly at the 91st level. It is not far from illuminating the entire Celestial Tower. Conquered, conquered, conquered. The national chat and alliance chat screens are filled with the word conquered. This is the anticipation of all the people of the Dragon Nation. Although only members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance can receive the rewards, a stronger Heavenly Emperor Alliance means the Dragon Nation remains unyielding. Otherwise, all would perish. Only one nation can survive in the world. Now, the singular thought in everyone's mind is to survive. To live is to have hope. Having reached the 91st level, it seems Jun Ruochén is poised to challenge the 99th level. We hope that Jun Ruochén can conquer the summit. Go, leader. Go, Jun Ruochén. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are exceptionally fortunate to have such a powerful leader. Rather than saying that we, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, are fortunate, it is more accurate to say that the Dragon Nation is fortunate. Everyone is fortunate to have a powerhouse like Jun Ruochén leading us further. For we must first ensure our survival. We pray for the mighty Jun Ruochén to conquer the summit. I am eager to discover whether there will be rewards for the Heavenly Emperor Alliance upon reaching the pinnacle, and if so, what those rewards might entail. If indeed there are, they should amount to at least 1 million combat power. Wow. Jun Ruochén continues to breeze through without hesitation. Now he is at the 93rd level. Upon witnessing Jun Ruochén reach the 91st level of the Celestial Tower, everyone begins to speculate. They ponder whether Jun Ruochén is indeed aiming for the summit. In an instant, excitement envelopes them. During their chatter, Jun Ruochén has already ascended to the 93rd level of the Celestial Tower, drawing closer to the ultimate 99th level. Thump, thump, thump. As Jun Ruochén's accomplishments soar, the hearts of the Dragon Nation's people race uncontrollably. It feels as though their hearts might leap from their throats. The closer they get to the end, the more they hold their breath, fearing that their very breathing might disrupt Jun Ruochén's ascent. Admittedly, this may be an exaggeration, yet it is the truth. They all fervently wish for Jun Ruochén to conquer the summit. Heavenly Emperor Alliance leader Jun Ruochén, successfully conquering the 92nd level of the Celestial Tower. Heavenly Emperor Alliance leader Jun Ruochén, successfully conquering the 93rd level of the Celestial Tower. Heavenly Emperor Alliance leader Jun Ruochén, successfully conquering the 94th level of the Celestial Tower. Heavenly Emperor Alliance leader Jun Ruochén, successfully conquering the 99th level of the Celestial Tower. At last, the announcement from the Galactic will declares that Jun Ruochén has conquered the 99th level. Silence. A profound stillness descends upon the nation at this moment. Yet, their expressions are filled with exhilaration. This is all too surreal. Initially, Jun Ruochén was perceived as someone providing benefits to the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, and everyone thought he aimed for the 70th level. However, he surpassed the 70th level, then the 80th, and even the 90th. Now, he has directly reached the 99th level. The 99th level of the Celestial Tower represents its zenith. There are only 99 levels in the entire tower. Jun Ruochén has triumphed. Boom, boom, boom. The once pitch-black Celestial Tower erupts in a dazzling display of countless colorful lights, illuminating the entirety of the Dragon Nation, transforming it into a breathtaking spectacle, resembling a celestial paradise. The supreme majesty emanated from the Tower of Heaven. Announcement, announcement, announcement. The leader of the Dragon Kingdom's Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Jun Ruochén, has successfully reached the 99th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven has been conquered. Reward for all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Combat Power 1, 888. 888. Galaxy Coins 1, 888. 888. Prestige 188. 888. Experience 18. 888. 800. Triple Experience Scrolls X10. Triple Attack Scrolls X10. Random 8th Tier Colored Equipment X1. The announcement from the Galaxy will resonated. This time, there were 3 consecutive notifications. Such a scenario had not occurred since the apocalypse began. Because Jun Ruochén had conquered the Tower of Heaven, everyone across the globe heard it clearly, and in an instant, countless individuals were struck with astonishment and envy. Even more unexpected was that every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom received rewards, not just the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Moreover, these rewards exceeded everyone's wildest imaginations. The combat power of all citizens rose directly by 1, 888, 888. Galaxy Coins increased to 1, 888, 888. Prestige reached 188, 888. An experience? A staggering 18, 888, 000, which was an astronomical leap in levels. 10 triple experience scrolls and 10 triple attack scrolls were granted. Additionally, each individual received a piece of 8th tier colored equipment. Although it was random, any colored equipment would enhance overall combat power significantly. Chapter 110, Level 4 Ascension, Max Level Achieved. The peak has been conquered. All citizens received rewards. Combat Power 1, 888, 888. Experience 18, 888, 000. 8th tier colored equipment. Good heavens, did I hear that correctly? This time, not only the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance receive rewards, we too can benefit. Every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom is eligible for these rewards. It is simply marvelous. These rewards arrived unexpectedly and are incredibly tangible. It is hard to believe. My combat power, which was only 30 or 40,000, has surged to 3 million, an astonishing 100-fold increase. Jun Ruochén is incredible. At this moment, it was not merely the Heavenly Emperor Alliance that was elated. The entirety of the Dragon Kingdom was in a frenzy. No one anticipated that after Jun Ruochén's triumph, everyone would receive rewards, and such terrifying rewards at that. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement, with some unable to restrain their tears of joy. This is not merely a game with power and equipment. This signifies the gamification of the world since the apocalypse. Power symbolizes strength. Only the powerful can survive. Cheers erupted. The entire Dragon Kingdom celebrated in unison. With the Alliance War commencing in 3 days, now, with combat power exceeding 3 million for everyone, who could possibly contend with the Dragon Kingdom? It is no longer a matter of an individual challenging an alliance. One person could dominate a multitude, rendering them invincible. It is worth noting that individuals from other nations possess only 30 or 40,000 in combat power at best, with the strongest barely exceeding 1 million. Congratulations on conquering the 99th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Congratulations on reaching the summit of the Tower of Heaven. Rewards. Combat power 88, 888, 888, Galaxy Coins 8, 888, 888, 888, Prestige 88, 888, 888, Experience 8, 888, 800, 000, Imperial Artifacts Set X1, Galaxy Cloak X1, Divine Skills X2, Dragon Blood X88, 888, Immortal Jade X88, 888. Rebirth Stones. First Rebirth 88, Second Rebirth 88, Third Rebirth 88, Fourth Rebirth 88, Fifth Rebirth 88. As the notification rang in Jun Ruochén's ears, announcing his victory, a list of rewards appeared, a long string of names and figures that left him in shock, his heart racing. This was the moment that would propel him to unprecedented heights. Announcement. 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 In light of the Tower of Heaven being conquered, it will no longer exist. The voice of the galaxy will echoed globally once more, announcing the Tower of Heaven's impending disappearance due to Jun Ruochén's achievement. As the announcement concluded, the entirely black Tower of Heaven transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the sky, seemingly evaporating from existence. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. This meant that the tower could no longer be climbed. The plaza surrounding the Tower of Heaven also vanished at that moment. The Tower of Heaven is gone. Even if it still existed, we could not ascend it. And with Jun Ruochén granting us direct combat power of 3 million, the existence of the tower is irrelevant. It appears that significant changes are on the horizon for the Alliance War. I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Alliance War, as I will relish in defeating the small fry and those from the West. I shall eradicate those Western fools who have yet to fully evolve, those repugnant Westerners. Their appearance detracts from the beauty of our city. Upon the arrival of the Alliance War, I will methodically eliminate them. In these 3 days, I must elevate my level to 80. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of such extraordinary combat power and experience scrolls. With millions in combat power, hunting beasts would be a matter of seconds. The Tower of Heaven has vanished. Yet, no one felt regret. For them, it was inconsequential whether the tower existed or not. In fact, the absence of the tower was preferable, akin to a student's summer homework being cancelled by the teacher. We are doomed. This damn Jun Ruochén. What shall we do now? All those from the Dragon Kingdom possess combat power in the millions. How can we compete? Are we to await our demise? Perhaps I should renounce my American citizenship and revert to my Dragon Kingdom nationality? I truly should not have left. Now we are doomed. Should we plead with the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to overlook our misdeeds? We ought not to have maliciously slandered and suppressed their development, nor obstructed the progress and advancement of Earth civilization. The West, along with its lackeys and other nations, as well as those who have defected, are now engulfed in despair. Although the Alliance War has yet to commence, witnessing Jun Ruochén conquer the Tower of Heaven has brought about a transformative change for the Dragon Kingdom, making it clear that the outcome of the Alliance War is utterly predictable. No nation can defeat the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the entire world banded together against the Dragon Kingdom, it would not shake its foundation. After all, they are but ants, while the Dragon Kingdom stands as an apocalyptic dragon. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 5, 000,000. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 100, 000,000. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 200, 000,000. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Combat power 300, 000,000. Within the Tower of Heaven, as the rewards were distributed, Jun Ruochén's experience skyrocketed, golden lights enveloping him. The notification sounded, indicating he had leveled up. The 888, 800, 000 experience propelled him to ascend 4 levels. Had he not already reached the maximum level, he would have continued to rise. Now, his level has reached 100. Merely leveling up brought him 65 million in combat power. Announcement, announcement, announcement. Jun Ruochén has reached level 100, max level achieved. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are at level 1. The voice of the galaxy will resonated once again, declaring Jun Ruochén's level at 100. While all citizens of the nation remained at level 1, Jun Shin's level has reached 100. How impressive. Level 100, just as I had surmised. Level 100 is indeed the maximum. But what comes after reaching this pinnacle? It must involve reincarnation. It cannot simply end here. I have finally grasped Jun Shin's level. What terrifying heights has his combat power attained? The rewards we receive amount to several million in combat power. As a climber of the tower, Jun Shin's combat power must exceed 10 million even before accounting for the rewards. Otherwise, he could not have reached the summit. Considering the rewards, his combat power likely surpasses 30 million. Even if he stood still, no one could breach his defenses. Upon hearing the announcement from the Galactic Well, the initial reaction of everyone was not excitement, but shock. They had become numb to the rewards presented today, especially since this was merely the first level. What truly astonished them was that Jun Ruochén had reached level 100. Furthermore, level 100 is the maximum level, prompting curiosity about what lies beyond it, as only a portion of players engage in the game. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After leveling up, Jun Ruochén surveyed the now desolate surroundings. The sky tower had vanished, and the plaza was nowhere to be seen. On the ground, many climbers remained, their expressions one of bewilderment upon witnessing the disappearance of the sky tower. He mounted his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards Jiang City. Soon, Jun Ruochén returned to his villa at Yushui Bay. It was time to take stock. Upon entering the villa, he stepped into the bathroom and, after a brief shower, reclined on his spacious, soft bed. An expression of anticipation gracing his face. Chapter 111. The Celestial Emperor said, Golden Immortal of the Fifth Heaven. With confidence, he had reached the pinnacle of the Sky Tower. The only thing that left him astonished was the rewards from the Sky Tower, which were utterly unexpected, abnormal, terrifying. Such was the impression of the rewards he had received. Having maxed out his level and completed the challenges, the rewards included not only combat power and galactic coins, but also a set of Imperial artifacts, along with dragon blood, celestial jade, and reincarnation stones. The Imperial artifacts were what he had eagerly anticipated, and to top it off, they formed a complete set. Notice, you have unclaimed equipment. Would you like to claim it? With a swipe of the virtual panel, the notification chimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Ruochén accepted. Congratulations. You have obtained the Imperial artifact set, Celestial Emperor S Golden Crown, Celestial Emperor S Necklace 1, Celestial Emperor S Sword 1, Celestial Emperor S Armor 1, Celestial Emperor S Medal 1, Celestial Emperor S Bracers 2, Celestial Emperor S Rings 2. A complete set of equipment appeared in his inventory. Jun Ruochén glanced over it briefly. Name, Celestial Emperor S Golden Crown, Imperial. Color, Combat Power, 20,000,000. Overall combat power increase, 50 times. Attributes, Defense increase, 500. Note, the Celestial Emperor S Golden Crown is one of the Celestial Emperor set, and collecting the entire set will trigger formidable attributes. Name, Celestial Emperor S Sword, Imperial. Color, Combat Power, 68, 888, 888. Overall combat power increase, 50 times. Attributes, Attack Speed, 55, Speed, 55, Defense Penetration increase, 500. Note, the Celestial Emperor S Sword is one of the Celestial Emperor set, and collecting the entire set will trigger formidable attributes. He focused on these 2 items. The Celestial Emperor set was colorful, and he needed only to check the other equipment, weapons, and garments. The helmet had a combat power of 20 million, with a 5-fold increase in overall combat power. The weapon had a combat power of 68, 88 million, also with a 5-fold increase. This entire set would propel him to unimaginable heights. In addition to the Celestial Emperor set, there were other items to assess. Name, Galactic Cloak, Imperial. Color, Combat Power, 20,000,000. Overall combat power increase, 50 times. Attributes, Speed, 99, Defense increase, 500. Name, 8 Desolations Divine Fist. Level, Divine Skill. Function, Single Target Attack. Concentrating all power to unleash a devastating strike. Coverage area, 100,000, 100,000 meters. Name, Imperial Level World Shattering Slash. Level, Divine Skill. Function, the most terrifying sword technique. Severing the 9 heavens with a single stroke. After reviewing, Jun Ruochén donned the Celestial Emperor set and began cultivating his divine skills. As he wore the cloak, a notification rang out. Notice, congratulations on activating the attributes of the Celestial Emperor set. With an overall combat power increase of 5 times, attributes can stack. Instantly, his strength surged dramatically. Name, Jun Ruochén. Country, Dragon Kingdom. Age, 20 years. Level, 136 billion experience points. Treasure, Qian Kuan Tower. Wealth, 9, 328, 555. 552 galactic coins. Reputation, 109, 699, 992 points. Talent, Eye of Observation, F level. Infinite Devour, SSS level. Skills, Sun Chasing Sword Technique, SSS level. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS level. Azure Sky Sword Array, SSS level. Universal Annihilation Divine, Ninefold Flying Sword Divine, 8 Desolations Divine Fist Divine, Imperial Level World Shattering, / Divine. Combat Power, 164, 350 billion, 143. 590 billion, as assessed by the Equipment Amplification System. Tier, 100 tier. Notice, combat power has reached reincarnation conditions, you may now reincarnate. A staggering 16 trillion. Phew. Having donned his equipment, Jun Ruochén's total combat power surged to 164, 350 billion. The current amplification of his combat power was 5x 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 1, 31, 250 times. Notice, congratulations on reaching level 100. Notice, congratulations on reaching tier 100. Notice, you have met the conditions for reincarnation. Would you like to proceed with reincarnation? The notification chimed again. Now, he had fulfilled the conditions for reincarnation. Previously, his combat power had met the requirements, but his level was insufficient, and he lacked enough reincarnation stones. However, this time, the Sky Tower had bestowed upon him abundant rewards, resulting in a dramatic increase in combat power, a surge in level, and adequate materials for reincarnation. Reincarnate. Jun Ruochén replied. Notice, consuming 20, first reincarnation stones to proceed with reincarnation. Congratulations on successfully reincarnating. Current status, first heavy heaven half immortal. Reward, domain 1. The reincarnation concluded swiftly. Now, Jun Ruochén had attained the first reincarnation, also known as the first heavy heaven half immortal. Yet, he was filled with curiosity regarding the attributes acquired post-reincarnation. What was this domain? What was domain 1? Check. Name, domain. Function, upon use, one will obtain a domain. One domain equates to 1 trillion combat power, and it harbors mystical might that transcends mere surface strength. After reviewing, Jun Ruochén comprehended that this domain was not merely about combat power and strength, but encompassed an enigmatic force. Combat power was merely the most superficial understanding. Continuing with reincarnation. Congratulations on successfully reincarnating. Current status, second heavy heaven true immortal. Reward, domain 2. Congratulations on successfully reincarnating. Current status, third heavy heaven immortal. Reward, domain 4. Congratulations on successfully reincarnating. Current status, fourth heavy heaven immortal. Reward, domain 8. Congratulations on successfully reincarnating. Current status, fifth heavy heaven golden immortal. Reward, domain 16. The reincarnation process was completed. Since he only possessed reincarnation stones for 5 reincarnations, to reach the 6th heavy heaven, he would need 6 reincarnation stones, which he currently lacked. Thus, he could only attain the 5th heavy heaven golden immortal status. Reincarnation granted him 31 domains, equating to 31 trillion combat power. Now, his combat power had reached 47 trillion. 5th heavy heaven golden immortal. Who among them could challenge me? Jun Ruochén closed the virtual panel. At present, he regarded equipment below imperial artifacts with disdain, or rather, even imperial artifacts seemed unworthy of his attention, as he adorned a complete set of imperial artifacts. The set of imperial artifacts was undoubtedly stronger than individual pieces. Beep. At that moment, a notification sound echoed, indicating that someone was messaging him privately. Jun Ruochén swiped open the virtual panel. Now he, as the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, he commands a staggering 888 individuals and stands as the soul of the Dragon Kingdom, the foremost powerhouse, and a thorn in the side of other nations. However, few have the privilege to contact him, for only those within the alliance can privately message him, and the general populace refrains from disturbing his solitude. Tai Chuling, congratulations. Little cousin. The sender of this message was none other than Tai Chuling. Upon seeing this name, Jun Ruochén couldn't help but furrow his brow. The apocalypse had arrived, and the galactic will had descended. Each individual was required to use their real name, devoid of pseudonyms or nicknames, making Tai Chuling's name noteworthy. As it was the first time he had encountered someone bearing the surname Tai Chu, he recalled that Tai Chuling ranked among the top 10 on the Global Tower of Heaven leaderboard. What puzzled him further was how Tai Chuling referred to him as little cousin. What was going on? After all, he had grown up in an orphanage, and as far as he could remember, he had no relatives. Where could this cousin have come from? Jun Ruochén, who are you? Don't think of taking advantage of me. He replied, his heart racing with trepidation. Tai Chuling surely knew his identity and background. Otherwise, how could she have addressed him as little cousin? In truth, he had long desired to uncover the truth of his origins. Tai Chuling, your trials at this stage are nearly complete. You are about to enter the galactic world. It's alright to inform you. I will be arriving in Jiangxing tomorrow and will tell you in person. Tai Chuling, I won't chat any longer. See you then. Goodbye. Her words sent a shockwave through Jun Ruochén's mind, completely beyond his comprehension and imagination. His expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that he truly was Tai Chuling's cousin? Was his time spent in the outside world indicative of a far greater background? Chapter 112. The Alliance Emblem, Tai Chuling's Arrival. Jun Ruochén's curiosity piqued. Yet he shook his head, deciding to set aside the matter. After all, Tai Chuling was coming to Jiangxing tomorrow. He would address it then. He closed the virtual panel and fell into a deep slumber, casting aside all other thoughts. At present, he had grown powerful to an extent that instilled fear even within himself. There was no threat capable of endangering him. Even if the Earth were to be destroyed, he would remain unscathed. Globally, two extremes prevailed. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were elated and celebrating, while those from other nations were steeped in despair and dejection. The following morning, Jun Ruochén awoke, revitalized and alert. He suddenly remembered that he had yet to distribute the Alliance emblems. Instinctively, he opened the virtual panel. Navigating through the equipment page, character information, marketplace, system, chat screen, and Alliance sections, it dawned on him that he had neglected to grant the Alliance members their emblems. As the leader, if he did not distribute the emblems, the others would remain oblivious. No wonder the chat screen had not mentioned the topic of emblems. It turned out that the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were entirely unaware of the existence of the Alliance emblem. All members may now claim their Alliance emblems. Jun Ruochén announced on the Alliance chat screen. There was no need to broadcast this on the national chat screen. It was not urgent. Moreover, the power of the Alliance emblem would undoubtedly ignite excitement among the members, causing a stir not only on the chat screen, but also on the national screen. What intrigued him was the absence of any discussion regarding Alliance emblems on the national chat screen. After all, there were 10 alliances in the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that only the Heavenly Emperor Alliance possessed such emblems? Alliance emblems? Are there even emblems? I should check within the Alliance to see what purpose this emblem serves. What are the conditions for claiming one? Good morning, Alliance Leader. Good morning, Jun Shun. Received. After Jun Ruochén sent his message, the Alliance chat screen buzzed with activity. Many members expressed curiosity about the Alliance emblem, while even more greeted Jun Ruochén. He responded with a few smiling emojis, acknowledging the numerous greetings he received, as replying to each one individually was impractical. Black Iron Emblem, 1 star, doubles combat power. My goodness, is the Alliance emblem truly this formidable? It really does double my combat power. With the emblem equipped, my current combat power has soared to 6 million. This is astonishing, and this is merely a 1-star Black Iron Emblem. The Black Iron Emblem had a total of 5 stars. And all members initially received a 1-star Black Iron Emblem, granting them double combat power. Furthermore, the emblem could be upgraded through hunting beasts and contributing to the Alliance. By the way, I haven't heard other alliances mention having Alliance emblems. It seems only the first alliance possesses them. I have achieved a combat power of 10 million. Thank you, Alliance Leader. I have claimed the Bronze Emblem, which grants a combat power multiplier of 35 times. What? You have the Bronze Emblem with a combat power multiplier of 35 times. The emblem's tier was determined by 1's strength. The majority received Black Iron, while a select few obtained Bronze. All emblems could be upgraded. The entire Alliance chat screen erupted at that moment, as everyone was astonished by the power of the Alliance emblems. Countless members envied those who had claimed the Bronze Emblem. However, they soon realized that only the strongest individuals could acquire it. In just a few minutes, the national chat screen also exploded with activity. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance possessed Alliance emblems, with the lowest tier Black Iron Emblem capable of enhancing combat power by 2-fold. The 1-star Bronze Emblem granted a staggering 35-fold increase in combat power. Why doesn't our Alliance have emblems? Surely the leader hasn't forgotten. It was apparent that aside from the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, no other alliances possessed such emblems. I'm so envious. If I had a Black Iron Emblem, my combat power would also reach 3 to 4 million. Indeed, the strong continued to grow stronger. The national chat screen was filled with not only shock, but also envy. Members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were particularly envied. Many of them had previously been weaker, yet since joining the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, they had leaped into success, boasting combat powers in the millions, with many surpassing 10 million. Observing the fervor on the chat screen, Jun Ruochén couldn't help but smile. The emblems did not require his active distribution, granting permissions sufficed. Furthermore, prior to distributing the emblems, he had already set parameters. The strongest individuals would receive the Bronze Emblem, while the rest could only claim the Black Iron Emblem. As for the Silver Emblem, he had decided to withhold it for now and would reassess the situation in a few days, for the Silver Emblem was intended solely for those he deemed worthy. Ding! Tai Chuling, little cousin, I have arrived in Jiangxing. Where are you? Please provide a coordinate. At that moment, Tai Chuling's message arrived, inquiring about his residence. Upon reading this, Jun Ruochén was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly necessary for her to arrive so early? Jun Ruochén, Yushui Bay Villa District, Villa number 99. He sent a reply and then closed the virtual panel. He stepped into the bathroom to bathe and freshen up. After all, someone was coming to visit shortly, and he certainly could not meet her in a disheveled state. Indeed, within 5 minutes, he sensed a powerful presence approaching the villa. The visitor soared through the air on a flying sword, akin to a streak of light, and in an instant, appeared within the villa. As the flying sword came to a halt, the light dissipated, revealing an exquisitely beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 20s, whose beauty was breathtaking, especially her demeanor, which transcended the mundane, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Jun Ruochén stood on the balcony, quietly observing the approaching girl, Tai-Chu Lingling, the one who called him cousin. She appeared even younger than him. Cousin Chun, the girl exclaimed, despite her seemingly aloof and divine presence, upon encountering Jun Ruochén. Her stunningly beautiful face broke into a smile, greeting him with joy as if they were intimately familiar, leaving him somewhat bewildered. It was noteworthy that this was his first encounter with Tai-Chu Lingling and the first time he had ever heard her name. Was it truly necessary to act as if they were so close? Jun Ruochén nodded in acknowledgement and leapt down, ushering Tai-Chu Lingling into the villa's living room. He poured her a glass of water, and they sat facing each other. Tai-Chu Lingling gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, seemingly not inclined to speak. Were they to remain in silence? Shouldn't they converse? Feeling slightly bashful, Jun Ruochén took a sip of water and finally spoke. Chapter 113. Tai-Chu Lingling. You have been reborn, haven't you? What is it you wish to know? Tai-Chu Lingling asked with a radiant smile, leaving Jun Ruochén momentarily speechless. They had agreed the previous night to discuss matters in detail today, yet now she sat there, simply asking him what he wanted to know. How did you become my cousin? Jun Ruochén inquired. This line of questioning was indeed an art. He had to conceal his own identity. I am indeed your cousin. You hail from a distant land, having come here to cultivate. By the way, both of my aunts are your mother, so wouldn't that make me your cousin? She continued earnestly. There are certain things I cannot disclose to you because... Tai-Chu Lingling's voice was sweet and melodious as she pointed towards the sky, engaging Jun Ruochén in a riddle. Both of your aunts are my mother? Do you take me for a fool, or is your own mind unclear? Jun Ruochén's incredulity was palpable. While he could tolerate much, the assertion that her two aunts were both his mother was utterly nonsensical. Was he meant to believe he was born of two mothers? Was he a fusion of beings? I misspoke. You misunderstood. My uncle has many wives. You must refer to your father's other wives as mother. Thus, my two aunts are indeed two of your mothers. You came to Earth because I heard my aunt mention it. So I followed her here. By the way, you have no memories before the age of 5, correct? Upon seeing Jun Ruochén's expression, Tai-Chu Lingling was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that her explanation had gone awry. She proceeded to clarify with utmost seriousness. The final statement struck a chord. You mentioned that my phase of cultivation is coming to an end, and I am to prepare for the journey to the galactic world. How do you know that? Jun Ruochén's heart trembled. Tai-Chu Lingling's words rang true. He had no recollections from before the age of 5, a closely guarded secret. Moreover, the impending journey to the galactic world was something known only to him, a revelation bestowed upon him by the will of the galaxy. This Earth, he mused, was not the genuine Earth, but merely a manifestation of his uncle's decree. The true Earth lay not far from the galactic world. Hence, he surmised that as the apocalypse approached, he would soon be heading to the galactic world. By the way, the galactic world is my home. When you arrive, do assist your cousin, Tai-Chu Lingling stated earnestly, her small face illuminated with anticipation. At that moment, Jun Ruochén was utterly astonished. Could what Tai-Chu Lingling claimed possibly be true? It seemed far too absurd to comprehend. The world he inhabited was merely a facade, a construct of his father's design, meant solely for his cultivation. Was his father truly that powerful? Was he perhaps a sage? Furthermore, if the galactic world is indeed your home, you should be the one offering hospitality when I arrive, for I am unfamiliar with the terrain, he retorted, his incredulity mounting. Initially, he had assumed that upon reaching the galactic world, he would be the one protecting her. But now, it appeared that she expected him to aid her in a place where he had never set foot before. Jun Ruochén was at a loss for words. After all they had discussed, Tai-Chu Lingling now suggested he disregard the entire conversation. Was she jesting? However, since she had shared all that she deemed necessary, could she not take her leave? My aunt said I should marry you when I grow up. Tai-Chu Lingling interjected, her expression filled with confusion. Did she mean to dismiss him? As a child, her aunt had arranged a betrothal for her to Jun Ruochén, and she had come here waiting for him. Yet now, he wished for her to return. I do not even know your aunt or you. Are you certain you are not joking? Jun Ruochén was utterly taken aback. Everything had surpassed his expectations. The emergence of Tai-Chu Lingling had thrown him into a whirlwind of disbelief. While he could accept and comprehend the earlier revelations, her statement about marrying him was entirely unfathomable. No, Tai-Chu Lingling replied earnestly, her demeanor suggesting she was not jesting, and indeed, she had no reason to make such a jest. Despite Jun Ruochén's formidable prowess, she herself was incredibly strong. How can you prove you hail from the galactic world? Jun Ruochén asked. There are numerous ways to prove it. Have you encountered the realm? I have already mastered it. However, due to the constraints of this world, I am unable to manifest it. In the realm of the immortal, I cultivated the power of the domain. As a princess of the Taichu family, I am inherently endowed with domain power. Yet, in my uncle's world of laws, I cannot exhibit it. Moreover, my uncle's world of laws is a unique method of enhancement, requiring no cultivation. Once we leave this place for the galactic world, cultivation will become necessary. That has been my experience. I am unsure if your experience in the galactic world will be similar. As Taichu Lingling spoke, she extended her delicate hand, revealing. A mysterious force manifested within the palm of Jun Ruochén, restrained yet palpable, emanating an aura of terror. It bore the weight of at least 3 realms, equating to a staggering battle power of 30 trillion. Was there more? At this moment, Jun Ruochén found himself compelled to believe. You have experienced rebirth, haven't you? Spoke Taichu Lingling with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet for Jun Ruochén, it felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Chapter 114. Are you not afraid of revealing so much? Rebirth? Upon hearing Taichu Lingling's words, Jun Ruochén maintained a facade of calm, though a murderous intent simmered within. Indeed, this was the first time he had harbored such feelings towards another, for the implications were monumental, his absolute secret. Yet, Taichu Lingling casually unveiled it, as if she possessed irrefutable evidence, leaving him utterly unsettled. Brother, do not adopt such a predatory demeanor. Perhaps you are unaware, but the Emperor's Alliance insignia can resurrect its members once they attain a certain level. This means that all members of the Emperor's Alliance can achieve this, provided their insignia reaches the requisite tier. As the son of my uncle, he would naturally not allow your demise. Furthermore, as his progeny, your death is inconceivable. And do you not wish to uncover why the Galactic will bestow the name upon the Alliance? Do you comprehend the significance of this name? The Emperor's Alliance was founded by my uncle, and your Emperor's Alliance is merely a branch. The true Emperor's Alliance permeates the entire galaxy. I neglected to mention, I am a being of time and space, a saint of time and space. I have been monitoring you. Your rebirth caused ripples through the fabric of time and space. Hence, I was aware of your resurrection, Taichu Lingling remarked with a teasing smile, before transitioning into a serious discourse. If I truly possessed such a father, would you not fear his wrath for your revelations? Jun Ruochén was left speechless, feeling utterly exposed. This sensation was unsatisfactory. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter her assertions. Very well, even if all of this is true, time will reveal the truth. Fear? Yet, he cannot simply erase his own daughter-in-law, can he? Brother, do you not agree? Taichu Lingling laughed playfully, leaving Jun Ruochén in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, how quickly you have become involved. I have yet to consent. What are your intentions now? Jun Ruochén inquired. Surely you do not intend to remain here. I shall reside here. Of course, Taichu Lingling replied with unwavering conviction. Aren't you returning home? Jun Ruochén frowned. You cannot possibly claim to be alone in this world. In truth, I too am an orphan, venturing forth for training, Taichu Lingling confessed. Upon hearing her words, Jun Ruochén was at a loss for how to respond. Do you possess mind-reading abilities, discerning my thoughts before answering? Forget I asked, he said, just teasing you. Once the ninefold mountain descends, I shall return to the immortal palace. Do not forget to seek me there, Taichu Lingling stated before rising, leaving the living room. She mounted her flying sword, transforming into a streak of radiant light. Soaring towards the heavens, her attire billowed gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial goddess, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. She has departed. Jun Ruochén gazed at the silhouette fading into the sky, feeling somewhat dazed. Her arrival and departure were remarkably swift, spanning no more than 10 minutes, and he had not anticipated such a decisive exit. After a prolonged moment, Jun Ruochén returned to the villa, feeling a sense of ennui. His level had reached its zenith, reincarnation had ascended to the 5th heaven golden immortal, and his battle power soared to 47 trillion. There was little to occupy him on Earth. Ordinary beasts yielded no high-level reincarnation stones, and should he acquire stones of the 6th reincarnation or higher, he could engage in monster hunting for them. It appeared he must await the descent of the ninefold mountain. His thoughts lingered on a conundrum, to slay or to wed. Today's encounter with Taichu Lingling had laid bare all his secrets. At that moment, he felt utterly exposed before her, devoid of any privacy, save for his system, of course. In encountering someone of her caliber, one would typically act decisively to eliminate the threat. Yet, if all she claimed were true, then she was indeed his cousin. To slay a cousin would be inhumane. Thus, it seemed the only option was to cultivate her as an ally. Indeed, she had stated she intended to marry him. However, her departure had been so swift, leaving no room for negotiation. Truth be told, she was extraordinarily beautiful, surpassing any of the campus beauties he had encountered at Jiangxing University. If the campus queen rated a score of 90, his cousin would undoubtedly score a perfect 100, or perhaps Taichu Lingling transcended mere beauty altogether. For the time being, he could do nothing but wait. Wait for the Alliance War to commence, wait for the ninefold mountain to descend, and wait to venture into the galactic realm. As for anything else, he was rendered powerless, having reached the pinnacle of his level and accrued trillions of experience. His battle power stood at tens of trillions. And without reincarnation stones, he had no further recourse. 3 days passed in slumber, gaming, and enjoying the company of Tang Zeeming, and time swiftly elapsed. Announcement. Notice, the Alliance War has officially commenced. Alert. The Alliance War has no victors, only life and death. It randomly matches alliances. Alliances from the same nation will not be paired together, and victory is achieved by annihilating all members of the opposing alliance. Alert. The Alliance War concludes when only one nation's alliance remains. Alert. The victorious alliance's members shall be resurrected, those who participated in the Alliance War. Alert. Countdown, 120 seconds. In the sky, the voice of the galactic will resonated, heralding the commencement of the Alliance War. The rules of engagement were unveiled, and the long-awaited day had finally arrived. At last, peace would return to this world. Peace must be forged through strength. Only under absolute power can true tranquility be attained. Thus, let the people of the Dragon Nation fight for peace, obliterating the Western foes and their sycophants. The thought alone ignited a fervor within him. Previously enraged yet powerless, now the galactic will and Jun Ruochén had granted them this opportunity. What more was there to wait for? The countdown of 120 seconds felt interminable. Everyone prepared themselves. Regardless of the opponent, they would strike fiercely. The Emperor's alliance was invincible. The Dragon Nation was invincible. As the galactic will's announcement concluded, a wave of jubilation swept through the Dragon Nation, as if victory had already been secured. This sentiment resonated deeply. They had waited far too long for this moment. The Western foes and their sycophants had been utterly repugnant, and now the opportunity to confront them had finally arrived. How could they not be thrilled? The entire Dragon Nation, every individual, felt the exhilaration. Amidst the excitement, preparations commenced in earnest, as they aimed to embrace the battle in their utmost peak condition. Although their current prowess overwhelmingly surpassed all opposition, there was not a trace of carelessness. They were compelled to unleash centuries of pin-up enmity. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Jun Ruochén was enveloped by a radiant light. Simultaneously, in various other locales across the nation, innumerable beams of light emerged, sweeping away individuals, rendering them invisible. In the end, all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance found themselves in a desolate wilderness. This barren expanse was populated by 888 souls, each standing upon a flying sword, shimmering with ethereal light, creating a spectacle of unparalleled magnificence. Furthermore, these individuals emanated an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, causing the very space around them to warp and tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 115. The Alliance Battle, Forewarning of the Ninefold Mountains. In the heavens, Jun Ruochén stood above the galactic river of the Nine Heavens. The flying swords resembled the Milky Way itself, appearing both grand and miraculous, far surpassing the might of others' flying swords by countless folds. At this moment, all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance awaited the impending clash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From a distance, streaks of light descended upon the wilderness, unmistakably belonging to the opposing alliance. Once the enemy had completed their teleportation, the great battle was set to commence. Time passed, second by second. Approximately 15 seconds later, the enemy's teleportation concluded. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance gazed towards the distant opposing alliance, their expressions filled with bewilderment. The enemy's numbers were alarmingly scant, barely exceeding 70,000. Could this even be considered a contest? In terms of sheer numbers, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance could easily overwhelm them. It must be noted that the Heavenly Emperor Alliance boasted a staggering 888 members. Indeed, upon accessing the virtual interface, the data appeared in the top left corner. Opposing Alliance, Cherry Blossom Alliance, with a mere 79,028 members. Our Alliance, Heavenly Emperor Alliance, 888 members. How could this even be divided? Had all the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation perished, leaving such a pitiful few? What a twist of fate. Who could have anticipated that our adversary would be the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation? This would surely be entertaining, as the denizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation were particularly loathsome. Let the leader take action. With a single strike, we can annihilate them. Leader, do not allow them to perish so easily. Leave it to us. Indeed, leader, refrain from intervening. With merely 10,000 of us, we could bring them to tears. In an instant, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance clamored for Jun Ruochén to abstain from engaging. They believed that if he were to act, a single powerful move could eradicate the entirety of the Cherry Blossom Alliance, thus granting them an undeservedly easy demise. They yearned to savor the thrill of tormenting their foes. Very well, 10,000 it is. Jun Ruochén nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall not permit the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation to die too easily. They must face a slow and excruciating demise, steeped in despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance surged towards their adversaries. Each member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance possessed an average combat power of 7 million, Whereas the enemy's individuals barely exceeded 100,000, the disparity was insurmountable. Even if any member of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were to stand still, the opposing forces would be unable to breach their defenses. Boom, boom, boom. The wilderness erupted with terrifying sounds. Originally, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance could have effortlessly obliterated their foes, yet they intentionally refrained from doing so, leaving the enemy in a state of disarray. As time ticked away, a full 10 minutes elapsed before the battle concluded. The Cherry Blossom Alliance was utterly annihilated, while the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance emerged unscathed. Announcement. Announcement. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance has obliterated the Cherry Blossom Alliance. All members remain intact. Notice, all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance are rewarded with combat power of 588, 888, galactic coins 5, 888, 888, reputation 58, 888, experience 1, 888, 880. The proclamation of the Galactic will resonated, heralding the victory of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Concurrently, beams of light appeared in the sky, ultimately descending before the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. 5 seconds later, all members were enveloped in radiant light. Upon reappearing, they found themselves back in the location they had entered from. Victory in the Alliance battle, and we even received rewards in combat power. An unexpected gain of 588. 888 combat power, combined with the enhancement from the Alliance badge and equipment, has afforded a total increase of 3 million combat power, surpassing 10 million. What joy! The annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Alliance brings the greatest satisfaction. I hope other alliances will strive to replicate this success, aiming to cleanse the globe in one fell swoop. Logically, no alliance should be able to withstand the might of the Dragon Nation after this. Upon returning to the city, the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were filled with elation. They had triumphed in the Alliance battle and received rewards. The primary reason for their jubilation was the complete obliteration of the Cherry Blossom Nation's alliance. The only source of astonishment was the starkly low number of members in the Cherry Blossom Nation's alliance, which was shockingly below 100,000. If this Earth were a law of the Father, then from where did the inhabitants of this Earth originate? After teleporting back to the villa, Jun Ruochén gazed up at the sky, contemplating silently. Since his earliest memories, he had resided here. Yet Tai Chu Ling Ling had claimed that this place was not the true Earth, but merely a world governed by his father's laws. With the actual Earth situated adjacent to the galactic realm, it seemed that once matters here concluded, a journey to the galactic realm would be necessary. Jun Ruochén sighed, inexplicably envisioning the figure of Tai Chu Ling Ling in his mind. Time continued to pass, second by second. 3 hours after the commencement of the Alliance battle, it finally drew to a close. Announcement. The Alliance battle has concluded. Notice, the Dragon Nation has achieved complete victory, rewarding all citizens of the Dragon Nation with 888 combat power, galactic coins 888, 888, reputation 188, 888, experience 2, 888, 800. The proclamation of the Galactic will echoed in the air. The inaugural Alliance battle had concluded, with the Dragon Nation emerging triumphant. What a farce! The combat power of every citizen of the Dragon Nation was nearly 1 million, while individuals from other nations barely reached tens of thousands, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with the Dragon Nation. The strong remained strong. Following the comprehensive victory of the Dragon Nation, all members received further rewards, galactic coins, combat power, experience, and reputation. Announcement. The Ninefold Mountains will descend in 24 hours. Notice, following the rewards from the Ninefold Mountains, 1 trillion level 60 and above demon beasts will emerge globally. Please enter the Ninefold Mountains within 360 days. Failure to do so will result in global annihilation. The voice of the Galactic will continue to resound, heralding the impending arrival of the Ninefold Mountains. Moreover, upon the descent of the Ninefold Mountains, 1 trillion demon beasts, each of at least level 60, would appear worldwide. Should such a multitude of beasts descend during the beast tide, it would spell disaster. Currently, however, the combat power of all Dragon Nation citizens had surged into the millions, rendering them unafraid of level 60 demon beasts. Nonetheless, the sheer quantity was staggering, 1 trillion. Could the Earth even contain such a number? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern was that global annihilation would occur in 360 days. They must reach the Ninefold Mountains within that time frame, or face destruction alongside the world. What? Global annihilation in 360 days? What a jest! Will death be inevitable? What a perplexing comprehension you possess. The crux lies within the Ninefold Mountains. We must ascend to the heights of the Ninefold Mountains within a span of 360 days to avert annihilation. Indeed, this is the reality we face, and we must strive diligently to reach the Ninefold Mountains within that time frame. 10 trillion beasts of level 60 or above. Surely this is an excessive number. Fortunately, our combat prowess exceeds several million, even surpassing 10 million, rendering us largely impervious to the average beast's assault. Upon hearing the announcement, the entire nation was struck with astonishment. However, once the gravity of the situation was understood. A collective sigh of relief was exhaled, albeit with lingering unease. After all, the ninefold mountains have yet to descend. 10 trillion beasts will undoubtedly manifest. During this interval, should any unforeseen calamity arise, it would spell doom for us all. Chapter 116. The Descent of the Ninefold Mountains and Preparation for the Galactic Realm. The following day, the second round of the Alliance War commenced. After the first round yesterday, half of the global alliances had been obliterated. The remaining alliances would engage in combat today until only a solitary alliance remained from the entire world. This process resembled an elimination system, having the contenders each day. Within a few days, the global alliances would dwindle to a single nation-s alliance. However, for Jun Ruochén's Heavenly Emperor Alliance, this posed no threat whatsoever. In fact, it held no pressure for any of the alliances from the Dragon Nation. The 10 alliances of the Dragon Nation were simply too formidable, boasting strength 100-fold that of their competitors and outnumbering them significantly. In such circumstances, no alliance could possibly contend with the Dragon Nation. It could be said that the alliance war was merely a necessary procedure, leading inevitably to the Dragon Nation's overwhelming victory. Before long, the second round of the alliance war concluded with the Dragon Nation's 10 alliances once again emerging triumphant. Now, only a quarter of the global alliances remained. If tomorrow's battle proceeded, it was likely that only the Dragon Nation's alliance would endure. Announcement: the Ninefold Mountains will descend in 10 minutes. Notice: upon the descent of the Ninefold Mountains, 10 trillion beasts will appear. Please return to the cities. The Galactic Will's announcement resonated, indicating that the Ninefold Mountains would descend in 10 minutes. Concurrently, the world would be besieged by 10 trillion beasts, each of a minimum level of 60. Hence, it was advised that all remaining individuals worldwide return to the cities within 10 minutes to avoid being engulfed and obliterated by the beasts. After all, these were 10 trillion beasts of level 60 or higher. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, those hunting beasts outside the cities hastily made their way back towards urban areas. Thankfully, everyone in the Dragon Nation possessed flying swords. Otherwise, traversing from the wilderness back to the city within 10 minutes would be quite a challenge. At that moment, all gazes were fixed skyward, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Ninefold Mountains. Boom, boom, boom. In a short span, the heavens were filled with the sound of thunder. Arcs of lightning danced across the sky, and the thick clouds loomed ominously, casting a heavy atmosphere over the hearts of the populace, inducing a sense of trepidation. Crack. After an indeterminate duration, a deafening tearing sound echoed. The sky was rent asunder, completely torn apart. A mysterious beam of light cleaved the heavens, creating a colossal rift, within which emerged a gigantic mountain. This mountain was immense, and not only that, the ground began to tremble incessantly. It was as though the mountain had been enchanted, constantly expanding. Boom. A cataclysmic roar resounded as the great mountain descended to the earth. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura of the beasts permeated the world, visibly manifesting outside the cities. Powerful beasts roamed freely, each at least level 60. In the skyline, a magnificent mountain towered, most of it above the clouds. Is this the Ninefold Mountains? So many formidable beasts. 10 trillion. Can the Earth truly accommodate such a number? It seems implausible to harbor 10 trillion. Thankfully, our strength exceeds 10 million. Otherwise, facing these level 60 beasts would surely be fatal. Now, these beasts may serve as resources for enhancing my power and level. Among them, there are likely to be beasts of level 70, 80, or even above 90. It appears that even a combat strength in the millions does not signify true dominance. The global populace gazed at the Ninefold Mountains and the endless horde of beasts, their hearts quaking with fear. Notably, aside from the citizens of the Dragon Nation, others from different countries were engulfed in despair. Their plight was such that they could not even contend with the beasts, as the ongoing alliance war threatened their very existence. Announcement: the Earth has temporarily expanded tenfold. Announcement: the Ninefold Mountains rise to a height of 999 miles, teeming with endless beasts. The higher one ascends, the more powerful the beasts become. Should one's level reach 100 and combat strength attain the 100th tier, one may activate the teleportation array of the Ninefold Mountains to enter the galactic realm. Notice: those who do not meet the criteria of level 100 and 100th tier combat strength must remain atop the Ninefold Mountains. The voice of the galactic will resonated. Upon hearing this, the global populace finally comprehended the situation. The Earth had indeed expanded tenfold. No wonder. For without such an expansion, the Earth could not possibly accommodate 10 trillion formidable beasts. Furthermore, beasts above level 60 are inherently colossal. The essence of this announcement centers around the Ninefold Mountains. Standing at 999 miles, they offer passage to the galactic realm. But one must elevate their level to 100 and combat strength to the 100th tier. Failing to meet these conditions would preclude entry into the galactic realm. In Jiangqing, at the Yushui Bay Villa area, Villa 99, Jun Ruochén gazed upon the descent of the Ninefold Mountains while listening to the Galactic Will's announcement. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. for he distinctly perceived a figure piercing through the void, soaring towards the ninefold mountains. The silhouette was familiar, Tatian Lingling. Most importantly, her speed was astonishing. As she vanished into the rift in space, confirming that she had ventured into the galactic realm. It seems I must hasten to the galactic realm as well. Jun Ruochén cast his gaze skyward, deep in contemplation. Witnessing Tatian Lingling's departure affirmed the truth of her words. Otherwise, she would not have been privy to the knowledge of the ninefold mountains and the galactic realm. According to the Galactic Will's announcement, he could directly activate the teleportation to enter the galactic realm. After all, he met the stipulated criteria, level 100 in combat strength at the 100th tier, even exceeding the requirements significantly. Tomorrow, once the Alliance War concludes, I shall make my way to the ninefold mountains. Jun Ruochén resolved. Returning to his chamber, he planned to head to the ninefold mountains immediately after the Alliance War, activating the teleportation array to explore what the true Earth resembled. The galactic realm would be his stage. As for the Dragon Nation, their combat strength ranged in the millions, with many surpassing 10 million, and numerous individuals boasting combat strengths of 30 or 40 million. As long as they exercised caution, reaching the ninefold heaven would be effortlessly attainable. Once they arrived at the ninefold heaven, even if the Earth were to perish, the people of the Dragon Nation would remain unscathed. After tomorrow, I shall journey to the ninefold heaven and enter the galactic realm. Jun Ruochén accessed his virtual panel and opened the chat. Entering a small group comprised solely of Tang Ziming, Morongzi, and a few others, totaling 10 individuals. Ah, is brother heading to the galactic realm? Ruochén brother. We wish to go as well. Jun Shen, have you attained the 100th tier in combat strength? Regrettably, our levels and combat power have yet to meet the requisite standards. Otherwise, we would accompany brother Ruochén to the galactic realm. However, brother Ruochén, you must await our arrival in the galactic realm. We shall strive to enhance our levels and bolster our strength, and then we will seek you out. Brother Ruochén, would it be possible for you to delay your departure for a few days? Indeed, there is no need to rush to the galactic realm. Upon receiving the message from Jun Ruochén, Tang Ziming and the others were utterly astonished. They exchanged messages, completely unprepared for Jun Ruochén's imminent departure, which exceeded all their expectations. I shall venture forth to scout the way, Jun Ruochén sent as a message before shutting down the virtual panel. As dusk fell, Tang Ziming alighted from her flying sword, descending like a streak of light upon the villa. The galactic realm was on the verge of opening. The subsequent route would lead through the Earth, the galactic realm, the Western Heaven domain, the demonic realm, the sacred realm, the divine realm, the cosmic sea, and the dimensional world. With the completion of the first phase of trials, entering the galactic realm would transition into a stage of cultivation. Chapter 117, the conclusion of the Alliance War, Galactic Set. That night, the two indulged in unfettered revelry. As dawn broke, Jun Ruochén departed the villa, leaving it in Tang Ziming's care. After all, he could not take the villa with him. It would remain vacant. And in the time to come, Tang Ziming could reside there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jun Ruochén soared towards the nine-tiered mountain. The Earth had expanded tenfold compared to before. Although the nine-tiered mountain appeared nearby, it was actually thousands of miles away. Nevertheless, his current speed was astonishingly swift, covering the distance of tens of thousands of miles in merely an hour. Along the way, he encountered a plethora of formidable beasts, level 60, 70, 80, 90, and even numerous level 100 beasts. Indeed, the descent of trillions of beasts upon this Earth was no mere fabrication. For others to access the nine-tiered mountain was not an insurmountable challenge, but neither was it a trivial task. As for Jun Ruochén, he could obliterate these beasts with a mere flick of his hand. In comparison to these creatures, he was an unparalleled divine dragon, while the beasts were but ants. Upon reaching the foot of the nine-tiered mountain, Jun Ruochén hovered in the air, awaiting the final battle of the Alliance War. Only after this ultimate confrontation would the other nations of the world be completely eradicated. Is this truly a mountain? It resembles an entire world, he mused, gazing at the nine-tiered mountain. To think one could enter the galactic realm through this mountain is utterly awe-inspiring. It undoubtedly serves as a staircase to ascend to the heavens. Announcement. The third round of the Alliance War commences. Countdown. 60 seconds. The proclamation of the Galactic Will resonated. The Alliance War was about to begin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the countdown reached 0, beams of light erupted in the sky, enveloping the members of various alliances and transporting them into the battlefield. Jun Ruochén was swept away by a beam of light as well, vanishing from sight only to reappear upon the desolate plains. All members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance materialized in this location. Opposing alliance, the American Alliance, numbering 3, 818, 900. Our alliance, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, boasting 88, 888, 888 members. The details of the alliances appeared on the virtual panel. The adversary was the American Alliance, with a count of 3, 81 million, while the Heavenly Emperor Alliance remained at its full strength of 88, 888, 888 members, never having experienced a reduction in numbers. At long last, the malevolent organization known as America was on the brink of collapse. America was never a nation, but rather a nefarious organization, a stumbling block to the advancement of Earth's civilization, existing solely to disrupt the planet and its inhabitants. Western dogs, American curs, have you ever contemplated this day? Where are your propaganda wars? Where are your fleets? Your nuclear weapons? Your anti-China alliances? The unrefined American curs have suddenly lost their arrogance. The members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance could no longer contain their contempt as they beheld the local alliance. They are despicable and deserving of death. But the most repugnant are those Americans who masquerade as champions of freedom and democracy while wreaking havoc worldwide. Now, the opportunity to vanquish these curs lay within their grasp, and the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were filled with exhilaration. The women retreated while the men advanced, prepared to enact a brutal slaughter. Jun Ruochén hovered in the air, his gaze icy. He spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. Whoosh, 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 as his words echoed. The female members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance withdrew while the male members surged forward towards the American Alliance, commencing the slaughter to release their pent-up hatred and fury. In an instant, the plains were drenched in blood, and the air was filled with anguished cries. This massacre persisted for a full half hour. After 30 minutes, the alliance war concluded. The Heavenly Emperor Alliance emerged victorious, suffering no casualties and not even a single injury. Considering they were all bolstered by combat powers ranging from 7 to 8 million, with many exceeding 10 million, and even some reaching 30 to 40 million. Such formidable strength rendered the American Alliance incapable of breaching their defenses. Announcement: the Heavenly Emperor Alliance has succeeded. Notification: all members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance receive rewards. Combat Power 1, 888, 888, Galactic Coins 1, 888, 888, Experience 18, 888, 000, Prestige 18, 888. The Galactic Will's announcement echoed, declaring the end of the Alliance War and the resounding victory of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the announcement concluded, streams of light appeared before the members of the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Shortly after, they were enveloped in light, and all members were teleported away from the desolate land. Returning to their previous positions, Jun Ruochén reappeared atop the 9-tiered mountain, awaiting the continuation of the Alliance battles. Time passed slowly. 20 minutes later, the other 9 alliances of the Dragon Nation returned. The Dragon Nation had achieved a complete victory. Announcement: the Alliance War has concluded. Notification: only the Dragon Nation remains globally. Notification: members of the Dragon Nation who perished in the Alliance War will be resurrected in 10 seconds. Notification: all members of the Dragon Nation receive rewards. Combat Power 5, 888, 888, Galactic Coins 18, 888, 888, Experience Points 6, 888, 000, Prestige 188, 888, and a random 10th tier colored equipment piece. In the sky, the voice of the Galactic will resounded once more, proclaiming the victory of all alliances within the Dragon Nation. The world was left with only the Dragon Nation standing. All members who had fallen in the Alliance War were resurrected. Additionally, every individual in the Dragon Nation received another round of rewards. This time, the rewards were remarkably generous. With combat power soaring to 5, 888, 888, Galactic Coins reaching 18, 888, 888, and experience points escalating to 6, 888, 000. Prestige was awarded at 188, 888. And every member received a piece of 10th tier colored equipment. Victory, 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 victory. In that moment, all who survived from the Dragon Nation erupted into jubilation, their excitement palpable. Having endured the trials of the novice village and various competitions, at last, only the people of the Dragon Nation remained. Although many had perished during the novice phase, now, on this earth, the survivors from the Dragon Nation were the elite among elites, the strongest of the strong. Over 300 million individuals from the Dragon Nation had survived. In less than a century, they would rise to unmatched heights. The Dragon Kingdom has once again reached the pinnacle of its development, surpassing its former glory countless times. However, the current objective for everyone is to venture towards the Ninefold Mountain and enter the Galactic Realm. Only in this way can they avert destruction. Although the journey is fraught with peril, the collective strength of the populace exceeds several tens of millions, making the expedition to the Ninefold Mountain a mere formality. Entering the Galactic Realm is merely a question of time. As long as they ascend to the heights of the Ninefold Mountain, there is little to fear about entering the Galactic Realm. Congratulations on leading the Dragon Kingdom to victory. Reward: Galactic Set 1, Eternal Fragment 1. Blood of the Holy Dragon 888, Sacred Crystal 888. The notification of the Galactic will echoed in Jun Ruochén's ears. This is his reward: Galactic Set 1 and a piece of Eternal Fragment, alongside 888 units of Blood of the Holy Dragon and 888 Sacred Crystals. The rewards are limited to these 4 items, with the Blood of the Holy Dragon and Sacred Crystals serving as materials, presumably for upgrading the Heavenly Dragon. The Eternal Fragment, as its name suggests, is neither a treasure nor equipment, merely a shard. The most valuable item, at least for now, appears to be the galactic set. With a swift motion, Jun Ruochén mounted his flying sword and soared towards the heights of the Ninefold Mountain. He sought a place to process his rewards and calm his mind before entering the galactic realm. Chapter 118. A power of trillions atop the Ninefold Mountain. His speed was breathtaking, covering thousands of meters in an instant. Moments later, Jun Ruochén had delved deep into the Ninefold Mountain, reaching heights of several hundred miles. Already enveloped by clouds, as though he had stepped into a celestial paradise. The mist swirled around him, and beams of sunlight pierced through, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The only discordant note was the occasional roars of demonic beasts, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, for Jun Ruochén, this posed no real threat. Finding a relatively safe spot to land, he summoned the Azure Sky Sanctum. Originally palm-sized, the sanctum transformed into a grand palace of 100 meters upon its emergence. Under his command, the Azure Sky Sanctum could expand or contract at will. Upon entering the palace, he was greeted by a realm reminiscent of an ethereal celestial abode. Jun Ruochén proceeded directly to the side chamber of the main hall, which served as his master bedroom, spacious and well-appointed. After a brief organization, he settled in. This was the Azure Sky Sanctum, renowned for its formidable defenses. Not even a golden immortal could shake its foundations, so his safety was assured. Activating the virtual panel, he accessed his backpack. Indeed, nestled within was an unopened orb of light, presumably the galactic set, along with a colorful shard, 888 units of blood of the Holy Dragon, and 888 sacred crystals. As he opened it, Jun Ruochén spoke, and instantly, the orb erupted with a miraculous radiance. As the light dissipated, over a dozen pieces of equipment materialized before him. To his astonishment, the galactic set comprised not 9 pieces, but 15, including wings that were also part of the galactic series. Without hesitation, he donned all of them. It was known that assembling the galactic set would activate its attributes. Notification: congratulations on activating the galactic set. Its attributes are now engaged. The notification chimed, revealing: name, galactic set, overall power amplification, 10 times, attributes are stackable. Attributes: speed, 999, defense increased 999. Functionality: possesses absolute defense, creating a protective shield during combat that deflects all attacks from entities within 5 realms above itself. Possesses invincible attack, allowing a surge of one's own power to unleash a 100-fold attack, capable of obliterating beings within 5 realms above. Duration: 10 minutes, usable only once per year. Note: both absolute defense and invincible attack are divine skills. Note: activating the galactic set automatically upgrades all galactic series items to the level of sacred artifacts. Upon reading the attributes of the galactic set, Jun Ruochén was left utterly stunned, overwhelmed by excitement. At that moment, he felt as though he were petrified, his expression shifting in disbelief. The strength of the galactic set was astonishingly formidable, rendering him nearly invincible and capable of annihilating all foes. Accessing the equipment page, the word cool seemed insufficient to describe the overwhelming majesty of the gear. Galactic crown, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion, overall power amplification, 10 times. Galactic chain, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion, overall power amplification, 10 times. Galactic sword, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion, overall power amplification, 10 times. Galactic robe, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic token, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic bracelet, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic armlets, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic rings, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic shoes, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic belt, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic stone, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic wings, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. 9 heavens galaxy, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic cloak, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Galactic sovereign, sacred, colorful, power 8. 8 billion. Note: the power amplification totals to 10x10x5x10x10 times. In that instant, Jun Ruochén soared into the heavens. This power was such that a single strike could shatter the earth. Name: Jun Ruochén. Kingdom: Dragon Kingdom. Age: 20. Level: 5th layer golden immortal. Treasure: Qian Kuan Tower. Wealth: 9, 328, 555, 552 galactic coins. Reputation: 109, 699, 992 points. Talent: Eye of Observation, F grade. Infinite Devour, SSS grade. Skills: Sun Chasing Sword Technique, SSS grade. Meteor Fire Rain, SSS grade. Azure Sky Sword Array, SSS grade. All Destruction, Divine. Ninefold Flying Sword, Divine. 8 Desolation, Divine. Fist, Divine. Royal Level Earth Shattering / Divine. Absolute Defense, Divine. Invincible Attack, Divine. Power: 70. For Trillion. Rebirth: 5th Rebirth. 70 trillion. Could a single punch potentially devastate the Earth? Jun Ruochén gazed at his overwhelming power, astonished. He had reached a staggering power level in the trillions. Such might was formidable. Yet his reincarnation level remained disappointingly low. He was still at the 5th layer Golden Immortal. If he had a rebirth stone, he could ascend to the 9th layer Celestial Emperor in no time. Of course, even as a 5th layer Golden Immortal, he could still obliterate a 9th layer Celestial Emperor. After all, a power level of 70 trillion was not to be trifled with. The system's upgrades were agonizingly slow, Jun Ruochén lamented. At level 80, one could advance to VIP 5, yet he was already at level 100 and a 5th layer Golden Immortal. He should at least be elevated to VIP 6 by now. However, the system was still painstakingly attempting to upgrade, remaining at the functions of VIP 4. Calming his mind, Jun Ruochén exited the Azure Sky Sanctum. With a thought, the sanctum transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear within the dimensional space. Subsequently, he set forth upon the 9 heavens galaxy, ascending towards the peak of the Ninefold Mountain. At a staggering height of 999 miles, the greater the ascent, the heavier the pressure became. Consequently, his flying speed gradually diminished. If he were to fly parallel, reaching the summit of 999 miles would take no time at all. Little did he expect. Initially, it was believed that reaching the summit of the Ninefold Mountain would take at most half a day. However, it ultimately consumed a full 25 days of relentless effort. Had he paused even for a moment, the journey would have extended even further. Indeed, the higher he ascended, the more suffocating the oppressive force became, a terrifying pressure that would have taken others decades to overcome. Naturally, when the level 100 beasts sensed Jun Ruochén's aura and formidable presence, they swiftly retreated or lay motionless, trembling in fear. At long last, on this fateful day, Jun Ruochén arrived at the pinnacle of the Ninefold Mountain. At this moment, he stood 999 miles above the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The summit was rather modest, spanning merely 20 meters. It was a grand altar, adorned with intricate inscriptions and formations that exuded an air of enchantment, all enveloped by a luminous barrier. Ding! System upgrade complete, current status, VIP 5. Just then, a long-awaited system voice echoed in his mind. Damn it, could it be that I have been orchestrated? Jun Ruochén thought silently, bewildered. The upgrade duration was 30 days, coinciding perfectly with his entry into the teleportation array. This was far too coincidental. Host, you can only enter the galactic world upon reaching VIP 5. The system's voice reverberated once more, confirming Jun Ruochén's suspicions. How brazenly it acknowledged this fact. Perhaps the oppressive force he had experienced during his ascent was indeed the manipulation of the will of the galaxy or the system itself, preventing him from reaching the summit before the system upgrade concluded. With a cold snort, Jun Ruochén accessed the virtual panel, navigating to the system page. Chapter 119. Entering the Galactic World, the True Earth. Upon entering the system page, he realized the upgrade had indeed been completed. The prompt resounded. System upgrade complete. Current status, VIP 5. The changes following VIP 5 are as follows. 1. The host will undergo a transformation. No longer requiring equipment form, can wear equipment through the equipment page. 2. The host's combat power remains intact, as does their realm. 3. The host will no longer require experience points to enhance their cultivation, but will rely on points instead. Hearing these updates, Jun Ruochén was left in a state of confusion. What did this mean? His combat power had reached an astounding 70 trillion. Yet it stated he would no longer utilize equipment form, though he could still wear gear from the equipment page. Furthermore, he no longer needed experience points for cultivation, but rather points for advancement. Was all his effort in vain? What was truly happening? He inquired. Although he had gathered some information from Taichu Lingling, it was scant. Now, the system's revelations left him utterly astonished. Host, the Earth you currently inhabit is not the true Earth, but merely a virtual world created by the system. You have lived in this virtual realm for 20 years. The apocalyptic events and the game-like nature of the world were a phase of training for you. Congratulations on completing this phase. You are about to enter the galactic world, where the true Earth resides. The Earth is not in a game state, but rather a normal cultivation world. Long ago, a being that transcended the eternal universe battled the Lord of the Divine Court, shattering the cosmic sea, which affected Earth. Your existence is a result of this event. The host's combat power and realm remain unchanged. Jun Ruochén felt somewhat dazed. What did the being that transcended the eternal universe and shattered the cosmic sea have to do with him? Could it be that this extraordinary being was his estranged father? He mused internally. As long as his power and realm persisted, he was content. The galactic world Earth was a normal cultivation realm, and he certainly would not be constrained by the equipment form as in a game. However, if he were to engage in combat, his 70 trillion combat power would surely overwhelm any adversary. When would he enter the galactic world? How would he acquire points for enhancing his realm? Just how different was his current world from the genuine Earth? His curiosity about the galactic world deepened. So, he had spent these 20 years living in a virtual world, within a false Earth. The host may initiate the teleportation array to enter Earth at any time. As for the source of points, Completing system tasks can yield them, and random point rewards may be triggered, as well as from hunting evil beings and monsters. The virtual world the host currently inhabits is similar to Earth. It is a high-tech civilization devoid of firearms. Although the cultivation civilization was once advanced, the repercussions of the galactic cosmic sea have left its cultivation civilization nearly extinct. Due to the nature of the heavenly mechanism, I am unable to disclose further details to the host. As he absorbed this information, Jun Ruochén fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he accessed the virtual panel. Indeed, his character information reflected changes. Name, Jun Ruochén. Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom. Age, 20 years. Level, 5-fold Celestial Golden Immortal. Treasure, Qian Kuan Tower. Wealth, 9, 328, 555, 552. Reputation, 109, 699, 992 points. Currently, unusable. Talent, Eternal Chaos Body. Cultivation Method, Chaos Divine Demon Art. Skills, All Destruction Divine, 9-fold Flying Sword Divine. 8 Wilderness Divine Fist Divine, Royal Grade Shocking Slash Divine, Absolute Defense Divine, Invincible Attack Divine. Points, 0. Tasks, not refreshed. His character information indicated the absence of combat power. 2 skills were missing. His talent had transformed into the Eternal Chaos Body, and he had acquired a new cultivation method with a rather imposing name. Moreover, the previous galactic currency had now been replaced with RMB. Additionally, the Alliance page was closed, the resources marketplace was no longer accessible, and the chat channel was shut down. Sighing deeply, Jun Ruochén closed the virtual panel and approached the teleportation altar with ease, stepping into the luminous barrier. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Jun Ruochén stood atop the altar, a mysterious radiance erupted from its surface, and enchanting runes appeared on the barrier. In an instant, he was enveloped in light. Almost immediately, he vanished from sight, as if he had evaporated into thin air. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if the world he inhabited was collapsing like a bubble. Quickly regaining his composure, he realized that his current reality was merely a virtual construct. Upon leaving, would this world persist? It seemed he was inconsequential to this realm, as he had been an orphan within it. Perhaps he yearned more for the earth he had yet to truly encounter. With a swift motion, the teleportation process concluded almost instantaneously, akin to passing through a door. Upon emerging, Jun Ruochén found himself enveloped in darkness, with only distant lights illuminating the vicinity, headlights. To be precise, the sky was adorned with countless stars, serene and tranquil. Upon closer inspection, he realized he stood in a potter's field. However, he felt no dread. For as a 5-fold Celestial Golden Immortal, no specter could dare approach him. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself towards the city in an instant, racing through the night. No one had witnessed his arrival. Otherwise, they would surely be astounded by the spectacle of his flight, guaranteeing that it would trend on social media the following day. Soon enough, Jun Ruochén found himself within the city, Jiangxing. Indeed, it was Jiangxing. Unchanged from the virtual world he had known, he entered the Kaiyuan Grand Hotel, greeted by the courteous welcome of the staff. "A suite, please," he requested. Immediately after speaking, a twinge of regret washed over him as he pondered whether his phone would function here and if the funds within it would be accessible. "Sir, we currently have a suite available for 888 yuan for one night. Will that be cash or mobile payment?" The attractive receptionist inquired politely. "Mobile payment," Jun Ruochén replied, deftly retrieving his phone and opening the WeChat payment code. "Right this way, sir," she gestured, scanning his payment code. Amidst his anxious anticipation, the payment was successfully processed, deducting 888 yuan from his account. Such an amount was but a trifle to someone with over 90 billion at his disposal. The receptionist then gestured for him to follow as she escorted him to the hotel elevator, personally guiding him to the suite on the 22nd floor, where she swiped the card to unlock the door and handed it to him before departing with utmost courtesy. Once inside, Jun Ruochén closed the door behind him and entered the bathroom. In less than 3 minutes, he completed his shower and flopped onto the sofa. At this moment, his foremost desire was to consult the system and immerse himself in Earth, eager to see if any new tasks had been assigned. Chapter 120, Enigmatic Women. Are there many half-immortals on Earth? System, what is the new task? Has it not refreshed yet? He inquired, staring at the virtual panel. Strangely, he felt an unfamiliarity with the previous world. Despite having lived there for 20 years, he felt like an invisible entity. Indeed, that world was merely a virtual construct, not a genuine realm. What, then, was this authentic Earth like? The system had yet to refresh the tasks, and he hoped that once it did, he could also gain a better understanding of Earth. To the host, tasks are omnipresent. A gentle reminder, regardless of the circumstances, please maintain control, especially during combat, where managing your power is essential. The system's voice resonated, albeit tangentially. Nevertheless, it served to remind Jun Ruochén to temper his strength during battles to avoid excessive destruction. System, what is the cultivation system on Earth? He asked, recognizing the necessity of understanding this aspect to gain insight into the current world. The cultivation civilization on Earth was once highly advanced. However, following the cataclysmic battle involving the Eternal, which transcended the universe, a significant portion of the cosmos was devastated. And Earth was affected, resulting in a regression of its cultivation civilization. Presently, the cultivation civilization is quite primitive. The cultivation hierarchy consists of extraordinary, entry to sagehood, kingship, emperor, sovereign, supreme, and great emperor. Each major realm is subdivided into 9 minor realms. The system provided its response. The names sounded grand and formidable. Yet it left Jun Ruochén pondering his own status as a 5-fold heaven golden immortal. What about my standing in this hierarchy? He continued to inquire. Generally speaking, the earlier realms served merely as appetizers. Beyond the great emperor, there must be more. Above the great emperor are half-immortal, true immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal sovereign, and immortal emperor, followed by the holy realm. Currently, the host is at the 5-fold heaven golden immortal. A gentle reminder, there are currently no true immortals on Earth, so please manage your power accordingly. Moreover, your combat strength of 70 trillion, along with the galaxy suit, is best kept in a semi-sealed state, as Earth cannot withstand your full strength. It is estimated that a combat strength of 70 trillion can obliterate everything within the holy realm. Finally, the system divulged some useful information. Jun Ruochén felt a profound resonance with this. An apt metaphor came to mind. He was akin to a divine dragon descending into a realm of mere mortals, where true immortals were non-existent, while he stood as a 5-fold heaven golden immortal. His combat prowess, though converted into cultivation, remained genuinely existent, even if not overtly manifested. The galaxy suit was also intact, merely not visibly displayed. I understand now, Jun Ruochén spoke, feeling reassured and at ease. Having spent 20 years in a virtual world, followed by a period in a virtual game, he had undergone a transformative journey. Now, he could relish a carefree interlude. As for ascending beyond the 5-fold heaven golden immortal realm, that could be approached at a leisurely pace. It is advised that the host venture outside more often. Familiarize yourself with Earth. Integrate into life on Earth. Perhaps you may encounter tasks along the way. Life can indeed be wondrous. Just as he was about to close the virtual panel, the system's voice re-emerged. Jun Ruochén noted how the system had become increasingly personable, shedding its previous rigidity. Venture outside more. He pondered, momentarily taken aback. Was it hinting at something? Indeed, he was still young and should embody the vitality of youth, embracing the joys of life. In Jiangcheng, August, thunder rumbled. At 11:30 in the evening, neon lights flickered as bustling streets overflowed with people. Following a clap of thunder, rain cascaded from the heavens as if the galaxy had burst forth, drenching countless souls in an instant. The street, originally 33 meters wide yet still crowded, finally opened up. Jun Ruochén stepped out of the hotel, gazing at the torrential downpour. His eyes caught sight of an umbrella in a corner. He opened it and ventured outside. The rain pelted the umbrella, its ribs bending like willows under the weight of the deluge. Although his cultivation would have rendered him impervious to the storm, he chose to blend in with the crowd, avoiding attention as he sought to assimilate into this world. Indeed, this city mirrored the virtual realm he had known, albeit infused with the vibrancy and liveliness of the mortal realm. Alas, the rain thwarted his desire for street-side barbecue. As the night deepened, the wind howled, and the rain intensified. Before long, Jun Ruochén found himself at a desolate intersection, devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. Looking up, the road leading to his residence stretched long before him, yet he could not proceed due to an obstruction at the junction. A wooden sign, standing a meter tall, bore the blood-red inscription, "High risk ahead, no entry for strangers." Upon reading those 8 words, Jun Ruochén felt an amused thrill. They exuded a faint aura of power, minimal, indeed, but not entirely negligible, easily disregarded by him. Beside the sign stood a man holding a black umbrella. While everything appeared normal, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in the air, though he could not articulate why. Nevertheless, he did not halt his stride. He had to return to the hotel for rest, for there was little to explore on a rainy day. In this city, there are an abundance of enchanting beauties. Is there something amiss with your literacy? The man spoke coldly. I wish to return to my hotel, Jun Ruochén replied. Do you wish for death? The man's expression shifted, his gaze becoming sharp and piercing. I fear not death, Jun Ruochén retorted. A jest indeed, even if I desired to perish. There is no one who could bring about my demise. Stay away from death. The man's voice turned frigid. He also twisted his neck. High risk. Engaging in such mysterious antics. Is it truly entertaining? He mused inwardly. Subsequently, Jun Ruochén circumvented the man with the black umbrella, choosing not to engage with an ordinary person. His mood was relatively buoyant at the moment, and the system had advised him to exercise restraint, lest he inadvertently reduce the man to mere fragments. Thus, he altered his course. After bypassing the man in black, his figure mysteriously vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air. A detour was out of the question. He had never possessed the habit of taking the long way around. The torrential rain continued to pour. Thunder rumbled ominously, and once again, A clap of thunder seemed to distort the very rain in the sky. Suddenly, Jun Ruochén beheld a stunning woman walking upon the waves of the tumultuous Tianlan River. She appeared as a celestial being, and upon witnessing this extraordinary woman, Jun Ruochén felt a surge of astonishment within him. By his estimation, this woman must be nearing the level of a semi-immortal, though certainly not one. Are there many semi-immortals on Earth? How curious that he should encounter one so soon after his arrival. Intrigued, he resolved to observe her. In the midst of the deluge, Jun Ruochén strolled with a hint of curiosity in his heart. The breathtaking woman traversing the river's surface was indeed a concealed powerhouse of the earth. He had not anticipated that a simple outing would lead him to such formidable strength. Was it merely luck on his part, or were there many powerful beings on Earth? As a golden immortal of the fifth heaven, he possessed all the might and means of a golden immortal, his divine consciousness capable of enveloping the entirety of the earth, even reaching beyond. Yet, he refrained from doing so due to the immense energy expenditure and potential repercussions. Primarily, it was unnecessary. For now, he only needed a mere thread of divine consciousness to lock onto the woman. Remarkably, she remained blissfully unaware of being observed. This exemplified the disparity in power and realms. Swish, swish, swish. The enchanting woman moved gracefully against the current. Soon, she arrived at an open space. Humph. The woman let out a cold snort, flicking her fingers. Instantly, everything within a radius of several dozen miles was severed from the outside world. Moreover, the previously raging winds and torrential rain became even more terrifying, as if the entire world were submerged in a deluge. It turned out that this storm was not a natural phenomenon, but rather a manifestation of her extraordinary powers, intended to drive ordinary people back into their homes. The thunder and rain masked all anomalies. Leader, several figures clad in black swiftly approached the woman, bowing in reverence. Have you located the fragments? The woman's voice was melodious and captivating. In response, one man respectfully replied, we have pinpointed the location of the fragments. They are about to appear. However, the Western entity is also nearby, and it may wreak catastrophic havoc here. How dare he tread upon my land? The woman coldly declared. As one of the 9 leaders of the Guardian Alliance, her strength was formidable beyond measure. Her heart brimmed with hatred for the Western deities, who shamelessly oppressed the East, relying on their numbers while the gods of China remained absent, leading to mockery of their supposed lack of divine beings. For years, the Guardian Alliance had tirelessly resisted the Western deities. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the storm raged on. Time passed steadily. Finally, a mysterious light emerged from beneath the earth, the ground seeming to crack open as the dazzling radiance intensified, gradually coalescing into a singular point. With a soft sound, the brilliant point of light shot skyward, ultimately hovering in midair. At its center lay a fragment, roughly the size of a palm, radiating mysterious power. The fragment has appeared, a man in black announced, his gaze fixed upon the exquisite woman. Yet, she did not reach for the fragment. Instead, she allowed it to spin in the air, as if awaiting something. The final piece, haha. At that moment, a harsh voice echoed from above, revealing the speaker to be a Westerner. As the Western accented voice resonated, a faint red light materialized beside the fragment. Indeed, it was a tall Western man with golden hair and fair skin, exuding a terrifying aura. Unmistakably a formidable being, one of the Western deities, Reborn. I have awaited you for a long time. Upon seeing this Westerner, the woman's eyes flickered with animosity. The fragment had appeared, but she did not rush to claim it. Her intent was to wait for the Western man's arrival, intending to slay this Western powerhouse. Guardian Alliance, Xiaoqing. The Western man cast a nonchalant glance at the exquisite woman, his eyes filled with greed and lewdness. Showing no caution towards the leader of the Guardian Alliance, he reached out to seize the fragment. Seeking death, the exquisite woman, Xiaoqing, one of the 9 leaders of the Guardian Alliance, stood in an exalted position with terrifying strength. Witnessing the Western deity's attempt to snatch the fragment, she flicked her fingers, unleashing cataclysmic power towards the man. This strike aimed to obliterate the Western deity. Concurrently, the other black-clad figures unleashed their own terrifying abilities to assist Xiaoqing in vanquishing the Western deity. The battle between deities and leaders was cataclysmic. If not controlled properly, it could harm the innocent. Hence, they needed to eliminate the Western deity in one decisive blow, ensuring the conflict concluded before it truly began, thereby minimizing the fallout. Haha, Xiaoqing, how have you fared? However, as Xiaoqing and the 8 black-clad figures launched their assault on Reborn, another voice echoed through the void. Simultaneously, the attacks aimed at Reborn were engulfed by a mysterious black light. Within that darkness stood a golden-haired man, to withstand the leader's assault. This individual must certainly be a Western deity. Upon seeing this newly arrived Western man, a look of grave concern crossed Xiaoqing's stunning face. In that instant, she grasped the complexity of the situation. It was not as simple as it seemed. 2 Western deities had appeared at once. It appeared that tonight would be a formidable battle. Slaying both Western deities would prove exceedingly difficult. Guardian Alliance, Jiangqing Division, shall be obliterated tonight. Reborn had seized the fragment and placed it within a box. his gaze cold and his voice harsh. Simultaneously, a spear materialized in his hand, imbued with terrifying power, the artifact of the king of deities. Upon seeing the spear, Xiao Qingruo's expression shifted in alarm. This spear, a treasure of the Western deity, renowned as the possession of Zeus, had been unexpectedly brought forth by the West in their pursuit of the fragment. With such a treasure in hand, even the mightiest of the Guardian Alliance cannot contend with it. It appears that I have fallen into the machinations of my adversary. They not only seek to seize the fragments, but also aim to obliterate the Jiangqing division and one of the Alliance leaders. Otherwise, the appearance of two Western deities would not have transpired. Without the slightest hesitation, Radisson thrust his spear through the air, instantly ensnaring the entire space. As the force of annihilation rendered everything into nothingness, Xiao Qingru's gaze was frigid, her fingers dancing deftly. A single word, Lin, escaped her lips. In that moment, the deadly strike aimed at her was erased by an invisible power, and a gentle breeze swept through the air. Yet, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Xiao Qingru's mouth, the secret technique she had just employed having drained her excessively. Let us see how long you can endure, Radisson sneered. Beside him, another golden-haired Western deity watched with keen interest. Well aware that the people of Huaxiao would not withstand many more blows, annihilating them would be as easy as pie. He reveled in the despair of others meeting their demise. As he spoke, the spear in his hand rapidly coalesced energy from the air. In an instant, the space within dozens of miles began to shatter, forming wondrous energies consumed by the spear. Having completed this, Radisson aimed his spear towards Xiao Qingru and her companions. The force of destruction piercing through a 100-meter expanse, arriving before them in an instant. At this moment, the black-clad figures beside Xiao Qingru wore expressions of utter despair. Chapter 122, Borrowing a Strand of Your Hair to Slay a Western Deity. Boom, boom, boom. At midnight, in the most secluded area of Tianlan River, there was not a soul in sight. Moreover, roadblocks were set up everywhere, preventing anyone from entering this part of Tianlan River. Furthermore, this region had long been shrouded in mystery, forming an independent domain that severed signals and perceptions. At this moment, a cataclysmic battle of destruction erupted above Tianlan River. The ethereal fairy Qingmiao, stationed in Jiangcheng, received news of the Western deity's appearance and immediately led the 8 dominators, intending to eliminate these Western deities within the realm of the Great Xia. As a leader of the alliance, her power was terrifyingly formidable. With her strength, even the top-tier emperors could not rival her. However, in the battle between emperors and deities, obliterating the opponent was no trivial task. Thus, she brought along the 8 dominators to ensure absolute safety. What she did not anticipate was that her adversaries were not merely one deity, but 2. Even so, she remained undeterred. Yet, in all her calculations, she had not foreseen the emergence of a super treasure in their hands. During the battle, she too had sustained injuries. The alliance leader was indeed as captivating as the rumors suggested. However, after this day, the Great Xia Guardian Alliance would lose one of its leaders, as Radisson continued. Among the 917 Western deities, my rank may be low, but I am still a deity. Having survived for over a millennium through secret arts, upon awakening, I sensed the aura of the treasure and, together with my companion, ventured into Huaxia. The haughty Western deities regard Huaxia with disdain, considering them on par with the emperors of the West. However, the number of emperors in Great Xia is merely a fraction of that in the West. The 2 deities, unrestrained, strode confidently into Huaxia, only to encounter one of the leaders of the Huaxia Guardian Alliance. Had it not been for borrowing a powerful treasure from the God King, they would have remained in the Great Xia forever. Heh, do you two believe you can defeat me, Fairy Qingmiao, one of the leaders of the Great Xia Guardian Alliance? Xiao Qingru's eyes were icy as her delicate hands wove mysterious incantations, transforming the vast Tianlan River into a dragon of destruction. The roar of the dragon echoed like thunder, distorting the night sky over Jiangqing. In an instant, the water dragon surged towards Radisson and his companion, overwhelming them. Unfathomably foolish, Radisson and the other deities' expressions shifted, and they unleashed terrifying attacks simultaneously. Boom. In that moment, the entire world seemed to collapse into annihilation. Puff. Xiao Qingru trembled, her body helplessly plummeting towards the riverbank. Damn it. Similarly, Radisson and the other deity bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, clearly injured, though they fared far better than Xiao Qingru, as they wielded a powerful treasure, attacking her 2 against 1. The Western deities did not adhere to conventional cultivation, otherwise, they would not have lived for a millennium. Most of their time was spent in slumber to preserve their vitality. Thus, injury was undeniably fatal for them. Now wounded, their losses were immeasurable. In a fit of rage, Radisson swung his long spear, unleashing a torrent of destructive attacks towards Xiao Qingru and the 8 dominators. It was over. In the conflict between deities and emperors, the dominators could only stand on the sidelines. Witnessing the Western deities' devastating assault, the 8 dominators' only thought was that it was the end. Xiao Qingru frowned. Is it really over? It cannot be. However, it would come at a heavy cost, and she could not save the 8 dominators she had brought with her. This battle would leave Huaxia in utter defeat, filling her with a sense of loss, yet there was no regret. As a guardian of Huaxia, she would never turn a blind eye to foreign invaders. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Qingru's stunning features. She gasped in surprise as she witnessed Radisson's destructive attack being suspended in midair. Tap, tap, tap. In the midst of the torrential storm, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. And before this sound, the world fell silent. The wind, rain, and thunder ceased. This scene astonished not only Xiao Qingru, but also the 8 dominators and the 2 Western deities present. As if sensing something, all gazes turned towards a singular direction. There. A figure approached leisurely, donned in a cloak, its fabric billowing in the air. The sword intent of annihilation twisted the atmosphere, and merely its presence dominated everything around. Such terrifying sword intent. Xiao Qingru's heart trembled. She found herself momentarily entranced, the figure exuding an unparalleled aura, akin to a sword deity. Isn't it magnificent? Suddenly, a calm voice broke through her reverie. MMHM. Xiao Qingru instinctively nodded in agreement, realizing her lapse in composure. Anger flared within her. As one of the esteemed leaders of the Guardian Alliance, how could she lose her poise? She raised her gaze towards the figure, but the cloak obscured his features. I feel the same, Jun Ruochén smiled. Beneath the cloak, his visage remained hidden. This cloak was merely a casual choice, and with his strength, none could perceive him. Furthermore, he altered his own aura and presence. As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze locked onto the 2 Western deities in the air. The so-called deities were nothing more than mere emperors in his presence, insignificant in comparison to his divine status. With a flick of his fingers, he playfully twirled a strand of Xiao Qingru's hair. You. Xiao Qingru felt a slight tug, frowning as she looked at Jun Ruochén, her irritation mounting. What are you doing pulling my hair? Borrowing, Jun Ruochén replied nonchalantly. With a gentle wave of his fingers, the previously confined air twisted, and within a radius of several miles, the atmosphere was suffused with the sword intent of destruction. The sword intent arrived swiftly and departed even faster, and in an instant, everything returned to normal. The rain continued to fall. The wind continued to blow. Jun Ruochén vanished into thin air, as if he had evaporated. Or perhaps, one could say he had never existed at all. In the air, 2 Western deities transformed into a mist of blood. This, Xiao Qingru gazed at the scene before her, instinctively rubbing her eyes, believing that everything she had just witnessed was but an illusion. However, a single strand of dark hair drifted on the wind and landed in her palm. As a formidable sovereign, she could undoubtedly sense the aura emanating from the hair. It was indeed her own. This indicated that what had transpired was not a mere figment of her imagination, but a stark reality. Moreover, the 2 Western deities lay dead. The leader had taken the fragment. One of the rulers came to his senses and bowed, saying, "This leader is aware. Retreat." Xiao Qingru's voice was cold as she spoke. And in an instant, the air twisted, and she disappeared without a trace. Chapter 123, Methods of Acquiring Points, System Task Refresh. Jun Ruochén, having obliterated the 2 Western deities, instantaneously returned to his room at the Kaiyuan Hotel. Despite having roamed in the torrential rain for quite some time, and having slain 2 Western deities, he remained impeccably clean. Not a single drop of water marring his attire. A 5th heaven golden immortal, he was impervious to the effects of his surroundings. The Guardian Alliance. Xiao Qingru. What was this fragment? It contained a wondrous power. Reclining on the sofa, he toyed with a shard in his hand, no larger than half a palm. Judging by the jagged edge, it was likely a piece of something whole that had been shattered into several parts. Furthermore, it harbored an extraordinary power, the nature of which eluded him. He sensed that this power could influence him, emanating from a realm beyond this world. At that moment, the stunning woman must have been aware of the fragment's existence. One of the 9 leaders of the Guardian Alliance. Was this it? Their strength seemed rather feeble. The Western deities were hardly impressive, akin to slightly larger ants, pitiful in their own right. Ding! The host saved Xiao Qingru, earning 10 points. The host obtained an eternal fragment, earning 10 points. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Jun Ruochén's face. Points were indeed valuable. For his future cultivation, points were essential. He had been curious about how points were acquired, and now, they had manifested, albeit only 20 points. Nonetheless, it marked a promising beginning. In truth, with his current level of cultivation, he could recline in tranquility without fear of threats. Yet, he remained somewhat perplexed. He had saved Xiao Qingru of the Guardian Alliance, but in doing so, he had indirectly rescued several other cloaked individuals. Why had he not received points for them? The system's notification only acknowledged the points for saving Xiao Qingru. What was the purpose of the eternal fragment? System, how is this point system calculated? I saved not only Xiao Qingru but also 8 others, did I not? And what is the significance of the eternal fragment? Jun Ruochén inquired. If he was confused, he might as well ask, especially with the system at his disposal. Reply to the host. Points can be obtained in 2 ways, through interaction with women, with no limitations on the method, and by completing system-issued tasks. Note, only interactions with women rated above 80 in appearance will yield points. The eternal fragment is one of the most miraculous existences in the world, a celestial secret that must not be disclosed. The host's first acquisition of points rewards, Chaos Celestial Book 1. The system's voice responded to Jun Ruochén's queries. As the words fell, a radiant light enveloped him, and a torrent of information surged into his mind, embedding itself deep within his memory. This information was the Chaos Celestial Book. Jun Ruochén found himself entirely passive. Interaction with women was the key to earning points. After absorbing all the information regarding the Chaos Celestial Book, he felt no desire to explore it further. At least not at that moment. Instead, his focus shifted to the points. The system had mentioned that interaction with women could generate points without restrictions. Something seemed amiss with this system. Of course, aside from earning points through interactions with women, there were also tasks issued by the system. The principle of this system is to cultivate the host into a being of flesh, blood, and warmth. The system's voice echoed again, leaving Jun Ruochén speechless. To earn points through interactions with women was equated with being a living, breathing individual. However, this could indeed be a possibility. Soon after, Jun Ruochén reclined on the expansive, plush bed, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, he awoke late, roused by the system's notification sound. Notice, system tasks refreshed. Please check. The subtle sound was unmistakably the system's. Upon realizing that the system tasks had been refreshed, curiosity piqued within Jun Ruochén, for this was a means to acquire points. With a gentle blink, a virtual screen materialized before him. Name, Jun Ruochén. Country, Huaxia, Jiang City. Age, 20 years. Level, 5th Heaven Golden Immortal, 201,000. Treasure, Qian Kuan Tower. Wealth, 9, 328, 555, 552. Reputation, 109, 699, 992 points, currently unusable. Talent, Eternal Chaos Body. Cultivation Method, Chaos Divine Demon Art. Skills, 10 Directions Annihilation Divine. 9-fold Flying Sword Divine, 8 Desolation Divine Fist Divine, Emperor Level Shocking Slash Divine, Absolute Defense Divine, Invincible Attack Divine. Points, 20 points. Task, to help the host adapt to life on Earth, please find a job. Working consistently for a month will yield 5 points daily. Note, the job must last no less than 1 month. What a peculiar system task. It required him to find employment. With a net worth of billions and being a golden immortal, it seemed absurd to be asked to work. Yet, this job would indeed earn him points. And it was clear that it could not be less than a month. Very well. Truly integrating into this realm, as the system suggested, was where his roots lay. Jun Ruochén glanced at the virtual screen. Upgrading his cultivation required 1,000 points. He currently possessed only 20. The country had shifted from Long Kingdom to Huaxia. After closing the virtual screen, he proceeded to wash up and dress before descending the stairs. Sir, did you sleep well last night? The front desk clerk greeted Jun Ruochén with a polite inquiry, as he was residing in a suite costing 888 yuan per night, and was undeniably handsome. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a strikingly attractive and wealthy individual? It was fine, just a bit chilly. Jun Ruochén replied, casting a glance at the clerk. She appeared to be around 21 or 22, likely still a student. If rated on a scale of 100, she would score above 80, particularly with her exquisitely beautiful legs, straight and slender, smooth and supple. If you wish to extend your stay tonight, I can assist you. The clerk said, instinctively lowering her gaze, clearly nervous under his scrutiny. Jun Ruochén noticed her fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, a clear indication of her anxiety. Very well, let us extend for a month. Jun Ruochén smiled, pulling out his phone to make a payment. Ultimately, as he exited the hotel, he resolved to find a job today. However, what kind of job should he seek? He possessed no skills whatsoever. Indeed, having lived in a virtual world and focused solely on studies, he now found himself lacking any practical life skills. The thought of finding a job became a conundrum. Surely, it wouldn't he be suitable for a golden immortal to carry heavy packages? There was also the matter of the job he needed to find. It is imperative that I refrain from working overtime. After all, I can only accumulate 5 points each day. Why would I want to toil endlessly? Moving on. Jun Ruochén nibbled on a modest breakfast before indulging in a leisurely stroll. To be candid, Jiangsheng is exceedingly opulent, replete with towering skyscrapers. At this juncture, the city is bustling with the throngs of commuters. Before long, Jun Ruochén stumbled upon a recruitment notice. Help wanted. This office building seeks a security guard. Requirements: a pleasing appearance, height of at least 170 centimeters, salary between 3,000 and 5,000, with weekends off and comprehensive insurance. Chapter 124, Dedicated Driver. The stunning CEO Luo Bingyan. Upon reading the job announcement, Jun Ruochén was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly work as a security guard? Certainly not. Although it is often stated that labor knows no hierarchy, even a celestial being such as himself should not stoop to such a position. Moreover, a security guard's role lacks the freedom he desires, thus necessitating the pursuit of a more liberating occupation. The salary is of little consequence. After all, he is not in want of funds. Hey there, looking for a job? At that moment, A kindly security officer from the kiosk, noticing Jun Ruochén perusing the notice, inquired. Indeed, Jun Ruochén replied politely. Although he had no intention of pursuing a security position, it would be discourteous to ignore a friendly greeting. Besides, he was indeed in search of employment. Can you drive? The security officer asked, retrieving another recruitment notice from within the kiosk, along with some tape. Clearly freshly printed and ready for posting. Taken aback by the inquiry, Jun Ruochén paused for a moment. I can drive a proper vehicle, he responded. Host. All your identification and documents are stored within the system's space, including your driver's license. The system's voice chimed in his mind. Without needing to utter a word, Jun Ruochén realized that he could indeed drive. He simply lacked the necessary documentation. He had not anticipated the system's foresight in arranging all required credentials on Earth. Sir, I can drive, Jun Ruochén confirmed to the security officer. This is for Xinyuan Group, driving for their CEO. Do you have your credentials? Would you like to interview? So I don't have to post this? The security officer inquired. I possess my documents. Allow me to interview, if you please. Jun Ruochén produced his driver's license and identification card from the system's space for the officer to inspect. An interview seemed reasonable, after all. It was not a freight truck he would be driving. He could assess the compensation and working hours. If it did not suit him, he could seek other opportunities later in the afternoon. Very well. Follow this path straight to the end. That is Xinyuan Group. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, please inform me upon your return. The security officer gestured toward a towering building within the industrial park, explaining that he was a security officer for the entire park, which housed thousands of groups and companies, Xinyuan Group being one among them. Thank you, sir, Jun Ruochén replied, clutching his credentials as he proceeded into the industrial park. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the imposing edifice of Xinyuan Group. May I assist you? The receptionist, noticing Jun Ruochén's arrival without a work badge, presumed he was a client and greeted him courteously. Hello, I am here for a job interview, Jun Ruochén stated, articulating his purpose. Ah, I see. The Human Resources Department is on the first floor, just ahead. Upon learning of Jun Ruochén's intent to apply, the receptionist's demeanor shifted from indifferent to enthusiastic. As his striking look suggested, he could soon become a colleague. After expressing his gratitude, Jun Ruochén made his way to the Human Resources Department. The interview process was remarkably straightforward. They merely needed to verify his identification and driver's license, alongside his residential address. They even settled on a salary, 5,000 during the probationary period of 3 months, which would increase to 8,000 upon confirmation. His duties would encompass driving the CEO, Luo Bingyin, to and from work, as well as accompanying her on client visits or trips to branch offices. However, the hours were consistent, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. More importantly, he would have access to a designated office, or rather, a lounge, where he could relax when the CEO did not require her vehicle. Nevertheless, he was advised to remain diligent and sober. Congratulations. Welcome to Xinyuan Group, the HR manager, a woman in her 30s exuding a sense of competence, announced as she extended her dainty hand. Typically, as HR manager, she would not need to be involved in ordinary recruitment. However, this position required her oversight due to its significance. Satisfied upon meeting the candidate, she expressed her approval. Thank you, Jun Ruochén replied with a smile, graciously accepting her words of welcome. Subsequently, the manager escorted him to a lounge on the first floor, conveniently located near the garage. The room was equipped with a coffee table, water dispenser, sofas, and a television, presenting a pleasant atmosphere. This is the lounge. During your downtime, you may wait here, but please do not stray from your post during working hours to ensure you are present when Ms. Luo departs. Here are the car keys. That vehicle over there is Ms. Luo's, with the license plate AJ16888. The manager handed Jun Ruochén the keys and pointed towards a nearby car. Upon glancing in that direction, Jun Ruochén was momentarily taken aback. This car? It left him somewhat speechless. Although it was a luxurious vehicle and undeniably expensive, it was a sports car. Moreover, it was pink. Excuse me, may I ask, is our CEO a woman? Jun Ruochén could not suppress his curiosity and posed the question. Mind your own business. The manager replied curtly before exiting the lounge. Beep. Congratulations, host, on securing employment. You have earned 10 points. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Finding a job had granted him 10 points. Jun Ruochén mused that, although the points were modest, they were easily acquired. With some free time on his hands, he took out his phone and downloaded a game to entertain himself. To be honest, being a dedicated driver was rather relaxed, primarily transporting individuals to and from work or making trips to branch offices or client meetings. During the remaining hours, he had little else to occupy himself with, leaving him to indulge in gaming. The salary was also quite satisfactory. Time passed swiftly, and Jun Ruochén dined in the company cafeteria before continuing with his game. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck 5, signaling the end of the workday. 17:08. Clop, clop. At that moment, the distinct sound of high heels echoed as they approached the lounge. Jun Ruochén realized that his boss, Ms. Luo, was concluding her workday, and he was due to drive her home. He inwardly scoffed at the thought of this older woman driving a pink sports car, which seemed rather ostentatious. Nevertheless, while he harbored such thoughts, he knew better than to voice them, as it would be a sign of disrespect. Rising, he stowed his phone, donned a smile, and reminded himself that work was work. He must approach it with seriousness, especially since he was earning a wage from her. As he stepped out of the lounge to await her arrival, he was greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She donned a tailored teal blazer over a crisp white shirt, paired with a professional skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, elegantly clad in black stockings and high heels. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she embodied the essence of a sophisticated goddess. She was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered, radiating an unparalleled elegance. Could this be the esteemed General Manager Luo of Xinyuan Group? Hello, may I inquire if you are General Manager Luo? Jun Ruochén initiated the conversation, unwilling to let her speak first. Ah, you are the driver interviewed today? The woman nodded, her voice melodious yet distant, exuding an icy demeanor that suggested a desire for solitude. Yes, General Manager Luo, I am Jun Ruochén, he responded, then proceeded to the car, opening the door for her. Thank you. The woman was Luo Bingyin, the executive president of Xinyuan Group, who had only taken on this role last month, succeeding her father, the former president. General Manager Luo, are we heading home? Jun Ruochén asked as he settled into the driver's seat, feeling a touch of awkwardness. As a dedicated chauffeur, driving a sports car, especially one in pink, felt rather unconventional. Typically, one would expect a sedan for such commutes. Home. This is the address. Luo Bingyin spoke sparingly, extracting paper and pen from her bag to write down an address, which she handed to Jun Ruochén. Understood. He took the paper, her handwriting elegant. Though unfamiliar with Jiangqing, as a formidable golden immortal of the fifth heaven, his awareness of the surroundings was instantaneous, not to mention the presence of navigation. Oh wait, this car lacked a navigation system. What a wretched vehicle. Soon, Jun Ruochén maneuvered the unknown sports car through the bustling city, reaching the affluent residential area known as Yeshuiyuan within 20 minutes. The opulence of the villas was striking, and as they entered the gated community, the security personnel greeted him respectfully. Jun Ruochén marveled at the wealth surrounding him. However, he himself was not lacking, with nearly 100 billion in cash. Yeshuiyuan number 9. We have arrived. Throughout the journey, neither Jun Ruochén nor Luo Bingyin spoke, as they were still strangers, bound by the employer-employee dynamic. General Manager Luo, we're here. He parked the car and opened the door for her. You may keep the car. Please come to pick me up at 8:30 tomorrow. Luo Bingyin turned toward the villa, her voice as frosty as before. General Manager, I'll arrive a little earlier and will not take the car with me, Jun Ruochén replied. Then parked the vehicle in the garage before walking out of the villa area. The pink car was rather incongruous with his persona. After leaving Yeshuiyuan, Jun Ruochén found a place to dine before returning to the hotel. Upon his return, he noticed the absence of the beautiful receptionist from the morning. In his suite, the cleaning staff had tidied up. After a shower, he lay on the bed, engaging in a game. Truth be told, life was quite comfortable now, in the virtual world. He was also solitary, yet back then, he had little money, which led to rejection. Now, however, he possessed both strength and wealth. More importantly, he was a golden immortal. According to the system, he had a lifespan of at least 1.5 million years, gaining an additional 100,000 years with each ascension. What could be more exhilarating than this? Although still somewhat unfamiliar with Earth, it seemed far superior to the world he once inhabited. Damn, lost again, Jun Ruochén lamented, frustrated with the pay-to-win dynamics of modern games, where skill alone often fell short, even for a golden immortal. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Jun Ruochén paused, startled. He didn't know anyone on Earth, and wondered who could be knocking at such an hour. Perhaps it was a hotel inspection? Unfazed, he arose and opened the door. Before him stood a girl who appeared to be around 20, dressed in a simple dress that revealed a slender calf. She was poised and graceful. Who are you? Jun Ruochén inquired, sensing a hint of familiarity, as if he had seen her before. Mr. Su. I am the front desk attendant at the hotel. I attended to you this morning. You mentioned feeling a bit cold, so. The girl averted her gaze, stammering, her ears reddening in evident embarrassment. Oh, it's you. Come in, Jun Ruochén said, recognizing her from earlier that day when she had assisted him with his room. He had indeed found her intriguing in the morning, but he had forgotten his intentions until now. The determination of modern girls was impressive, though he found it rather unimportant. Mr. Jun, I am Zhang Xiaoman, a student at Jiangqing University. Could you lend me 60,000 yuan? This is my first time asking, and if you are willing, I would be open to spending the night with you. Here is my ID. I can write you an IOU. The girl spoke timidly, her voice trembling as she revealed her purpose. Jun Ruochén glanced at her ID. Zhang Xiaoman, age 20. Is there something wrong? He asked, a bit bewildered. This was his first encounter with such a proposition. He had thought he might enjoy a free experience, only to discover it was a transactional offer. Yet, he quickly discerned that this girl was not a woman of the night, but rather a naive maiden, driven to desperation by circumstances. My mother is undergoing surgery in the hospital, and I have run out of money, she confessed softly, her face filled with shame. If it weren't for her mother's medical fees, she would never have resorted to such measures. Witnessing Jun Ruochén stay in an extravagant suite that cost 888 yuan was enough to make her consider such an option, especially seeing that he was wealthy and handsome. All right, Jun Ruochén nodded, his gaze steady on her. Money was trivial to him, merely a number. More importantly, he felt compelled to help this girl. As he reached out and pulled her closer, he discovered that she had a remarkable figure, most likely a D-cup. Zhang Xiaoman blushed, feeling utterly vulnerable, her body weak and her mind blank. Having never interacted with a man in such a manner, she was overwhelmed with embarrassment. She replied shyly, gradually responding to his advances. That night, a gentle breeze turned into a tempest, concluding only at the break of dawn. The next morning, Jun Ruochén awoke, glancing at the time, 7:55. This was the reminder set by the system to get up for work. He looked at the girl asleep beside him, having not fully appreciated her beauty until now. She possessed a perfect figure, her skin smooth and luminous, with long, shapely legs. She would easily score a 90. As he reached out, he picked up the girl's phone and deftly operated it to add her on WeChat. Subsequently, he transferred a sum of 200,000 yuan. After completing these actions, he proceeded to freshen up, dress, and exited the room, casually closing the door behind him. Chapter 126. He is not a bad person. In fact, he is quite good. Upon leaving the hotel suite, Jun Ruochén grabbed a light breakfast from the hotel restaurant, munching as he walked. Upon reaching number 9 Yeshuiyuan, it was precisely 8:30 a.m., perfectly timed. Luo Bingyan emerged from the villa. Good morning, President Luo, Jun Ruochén greeted, opening the car door for her. Good morning. Luo Bingyan replied tersely, taking a seat and immediately engrossing herself in a document. Jun Ruochén chose not to disturb her and started the car, heading towards Xinyuan Group. At Kaiyuan Hotel, the suite numbered 8808 occupied the highest floor, which contained only 8 luxury suites, each priced at 888 yuan per day. That morning, Zhang Xiaoman awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Exhausted from the previous night's escapades and having pleaded for mercy, she was grateful that Jun Ruochén had treated her gently at first, but the latter part of the night had been tumultuous. By the end, she felt utterly spent, as if her body might fall apart. In that moment, she realized she was completely unclothed, her mind racing back to the wildness of last night. Her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, she was struck by a dreadful realization. Jun Ruochén was not in the room. There was not a sound to be heard, indicating his absence. Instantly, crystalline tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She had surrendered her soul and body to him, yet he had vanished. The weight of her grievances became unbearable. At that moment, despair enveloped her, casting the world into a gray haze filled with malice. After a thorough search of the suite confirmed his disappearance, she collapsed onto the bed and reached for her phone. To her dismay, the screen was unlocked, an unsettling revelation. As she always locked her phone, this indicated it had been accessed, and she understood the significance of a phone as a repository of vital information, including financial details. Overwhelmed by fear, she hurriedly checked her WeChat, terrified that he might have shared her private photos. The thought of what that could mean was unbearable. What would her mother think? However, upon opening WeChat, she found herself staring at the chat interface with a new friend request, one she had not initiated. Fortunately, there were no compromising photos. Moreover, the chat displayed a transfer notification, 200,000 yuan. She counted the zeros twice to confirm it was indeed 200,000. It was him. The avatar unmistakably belonged to him. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman broke down in tears, realizing her misunderstanding. He had not simply vanished. He had transferred her the money without asking for any promissory note. She had only needed 60,000 yuan, yet he had sent her 200,000. Suddenly, she perceived that he was not a bad person at all. In fact, he was quite good. President Luo, we have arrived. Jun Ruochén announced as he parked in the designated spot at Xinyuan Group, noticing that Luo Bingyan was still reviewing her documents. He took the opportunity to remind her. Thank you. By the way, I have a client meeting at 10 o'clock. Could you take me to Yunlan International? Luo Bingyan exited the car, heading towards the elevator while also advising him to state the destination beforehand, facilitating his route planning. Understood, Jun Ruochén replied, closing the car door behind him. Upon entering the lounge, a realm he considered his own, he reflected on having earned 5 points after work yesterday, feeling quite punctual. He retrieved his phone, intending to play a game, but first downloaded Baidu Maps to clarify the route to Yunlan International. After ensuring everything was set, he began to indulge in his game. Within the depths of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau, there was a lavishly decorated independent office area, starkly contrasting with the utilitarian appearance of public workspaces. This locale resembled the high-level offices of a major corporation, where employees were clad not in uniforms, but in casual attire. Although some female staff donned professional outfits that accentuated their beauty. In the expansive office at the top floor, a stunning woman languidly reclined on a sofa. Her fair and smooth, elongated legs gracefully swaying in the air, exuding undeniable allure. However, her complexion was somewhat pale, as if she were anticipating something. Suddenly, a subtle gust of wind swept through the room, and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air, his tall and slender figure radiating an enigmatic aura. Upon his arrival, he cast a scrutinizing glance at the woman on the sofa, his brow furrowing in concern. "What has happened?" he inquired, as the space around him warped, rippling with an eerie energy. "I was ambushed," she replied. "They sent 2 deities wielding Zeus's artifacts." The woman, one of the 9 leaders of the Guardian Alliance, was Ruochén. The battle from the previous night had left her considerably injured, but she anticipated a swift recovery after a few days of rest. 2. Which 2? What artifacts did they possess? The man's countenance grew grave at her words. Deities vary in strength. Zeus's artifacts also come in varying levels of power. Given that Ruochén had managed to escape, her adversaries were likely not formidable, considering she was merely an emperor-level powerhouse. Radisson and another who seemed to be Icarus. Wielding the thunder spear, Ruochén divulged, still haunted by the encounter. Despite the fact that they were 2 deities, even if they held high ranks, the presence of the thunder spear would not guarantee her demise, as she possessed her own trump card and secrets. Yet, capturing 2 Western deities would be a daunting task. What astonished her was the mysterious figure cloaked in a robe. He seemed relatively young. Yet the destructive aura of his sword intent instilled a sense of dread and trepidation within her. Even in her past life, she doubted her ability to withstand such annihilation. She had never imagined that Earth concealed such terrifying power. It appeared that this individual had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level, perhaps even transcended into the realm of semi-mortals. Thunder Spear, how did you manage to escape? The man's expression shifted dramatically, his expectations shattered. He had initially believed that 2 low-ranking Western deities, accompanied by a weak artifact, had ambushed her. However, upon hearing Ruochén's account, his shock was profound. To seek fragments, the Western deities had dispatched 2 from within the top 30 ranks and brought one of Zeus's most powerful artifacts, the Thunder Spear. Now, he was eager to learn how Ruochén had eluded their grasp. "This is what I wanted to tell you. Look at this," Ruochén began, her delicate fingers twirling a strand of hair as she spoke. This hair was from her own head, yet, at this moment, the strand of hair was imbued with the terrifying intent of the sword. Just 2 nights prior, that enigmatic figure had wielded this very strand to slay 2 Western deities and even reduced the Thunder Spear to mere dust from afar. After vanquishing the 2 gods, he had entrusted the strand to her. Chapter 127. The true cost of life cannot compete with wealth. The man gazed at the strand of hair, then at Ruochén. It was evident that this strand belonged to her. Though a twinge of confusion lingered, it was overshadowed by a profound concern for the dread sword intent it harbored. As a peak emperor standing on the precipice of semi-divinity, he could naturally sense the sword intent within the hair. Even he dared not approach it carelessly. With a cautious gesture, a mysterious force enveloped the strand, yet he refrained from making direct contact. Such formidable sword intent. What was happening? The man had underestimated the power contained within the hair. Just as he was about to investigate further, a flicker of sword intent escaped, causing his expression to shift. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication that even a mere fraction of the sword intent had inflicted harm upon him. Albeit not gravely, for it was not aimed at him. It was simply an inadvertent overflow. This revelation left him astounded. If this strand were to be wielded as a weapon against an opponent, even an emperor could be slain. What could possibly explain such formidable sword intent emanating from Ruochén's hair? 2 nights ago, I had lain in ambush, prepared to eliminate the Western deities, yet unexpectedly, 2 appeared alongside the Thunder Spear, nearly leading to our complete annihilation. At a critical juncture, a cloaked figure emerged. Upon their arrival, the space within several miles became stagnant. They plucked a hair from my head and subsequently dispatched the 2 Western deities, crushing the Thunder Spear from a distance, taking its fragments as well. By the time I realized what had transpired, this strand was all that remained. Ruochén spoke in a measured tone, though the man understood the turmoil brewing within her. Not only was she shaken, but he too was left in awe. That figure possessed abilities that transcended comprehension, far beyond his imagination. He pondered. Could they have already stepped into semi-divinity? Who on earth could they be? The man inquired with a sense of urgency about the identity of the mysterious individual. Now, his concern centered on which faction the enigmatic figure belonged to. On the surface, modern-day China appeared tranquil, yet it was being pressured by Western deities and other foreign entities. In Jiangcheng, I recognized the voice. It must belong to someone within Jiangnan province. Moreover, from the tone, the individual seemed relatively young, likely not exceeding 50 years, and exhibited a hint of narcissism. Ruochén reflected before articulating her thoughts. Being from Jiangcheng, she had taken on the mantle of protector after becoming an emperor. Based on the voice alone, it was clear the individual was neither Western nor foreign, most likely a native of Jiangcheng or at least from Jiangnan province. Furthermore, she had merely caught a glimpse of him, yet he had the audacity to ask if she thought him handsome. Is there truly someone so self-absorbed in this world? I had no idea what you looked like. How could I possibly know if you were handsome? However, the scene had indeed been striking. This strand of hair contained 3 strands of annihilating sword intent, serving as a life-preserving artifact that should be handled with caution. I must return to Kyoto. The situation there is, sigh. With a wave of his hand, the strand floated before Xiao Qingru. After letting out a sigh, he vanished from sight as if evaporated into thin air. To think that fragments were taken right before my eyes. I must uncover the truth. Xiao Qingru's voice was icy. This was one of the keys to the Xinyuan tomb. According to my research, there are a total of 9 pieces. The other fragments reside with the West, in China, and in the islands. To have this last piece snatched from under my nose, how could I not be enraged, even if the person saved me? At Xinyuan Group, Jun Ruochén reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a game. Frustrated, he lamented that he simply could not prevail, considering the option of spending money to gain an advantage. Looking at his phone, he muttered, the true cost of life cannot compete with wealth. In recent days, he had been thoroughly trounced, a dignified golden immortal, bested by a mere game. It was baffling. Fine, I'll deal with this after work. Just wait until I invest some money and annihilate you all. Jun Ruochén mumbled to himself. As he checked his phone, he noted the time nearing 10 o'clock. This meant that President Luo was heading to Yunlan International. Sure enough, at 10 on the dot, the distinct sound of heels clattering echoed, sharp and clear. Without waiting for Luo Bingyan to enter the lounge, Jun Ruochén stepped outside. As an employee, he fulfilled his duties competently. President Luo, he greeted, taking in the breathtaking sight of Luo Bingyan approaching. In his 20 years of life, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Luo Bingyan nodded in acknowledgement. The two exchanged no further words as they made their way to the car. Jun Ruochén opened the door for her, closing it only after she was seated, before circling to the driver's seat and starting the engine towards Yunlan International. Having looked it up, the journey would take no more than half an hour. Suddenly, Jun Ruochén chanced a glance at Luo Bingyan. This fleeting look drew a gasp from him, for he saw a dark shadow hovering above her head, an ominous sign indeed. His surprise, however, stemmed not from the shadow itself, but from his ability to perceive it. In that instant, he recalled the presence of the Book of Chaos he possessed. Though he had yet to cultivate its powers, it had become an intrinsic part of him. The tome encapsulated a myriad of wondrous techniques, including divination, talisman crafting, spirit invocation, array formation, and exorcism. It was, in essence, all-powerful. Yet it was to be expected, as he was a golden immortal, a being regarded as divine by ordinary mortals, capable of living for 5 million years. Was he not a celestial? Just moments ago, he had discerned the dark shadow hovering above Luo Bingyan, indicating either her or a close relative was afflicted by illness. What's wrong? Luo Bingyan, sensing his gaze, furrowed her brow and queried. President Luo, I hope you don't find this intrusive, but does anyone in your family suffer from an illness? Jun Ruochén spoke with an air of apology. Yes, why do you ask? Luo Bingyan's heart raced with astonishment at his inquiry. She regarded him with curiosity, realizing that in the scant time they had crossed paths, she had not properly noticed him before. To her surprise, her driver was quite handsome, surpassing many celebrities she had seen, exuding a refreshing and clean charm. Appearing only 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, her curiosity was piqued as to why he would ask such a question. The shock was palpable, indeed. There was an ill family member whose condition had caused considerable distress at home. This patient had but 3 days left to live. Jun Ruochén's gaze remained fixated on the dark shadow above Luo Bingyan. Without needing to calculate, he could accurately discern the state of her family member's health. 3 days remained before their inevitable demise. What? Initially intrigued by how Jun Ruochén knew this, she ultimately pondered that perhaps he had heard rumors, given the patient's notoriety. Yet she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this individual had only 3 days left to live. How could she not be shocked, even incensed? How dare he utter such a curse? Chapter 128. Isn't this the work of a charlatan? He has merely 3 days left to live. As Jun Ruochén drove, he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, neither elated nor distressed, for none of this concerned him. He was not the one facing death. Moreover, he was confident of his survival, having recently acquainted himself with the attributes of the galaxy set during a moment of boredom. Although he could not currently manifest the equipment, its effects remained intact. The galaxy set belonged to the sacred tier, endowed with 9 potent abilities, including resurrection. Stop the car. What do you know? How do you know this? Luo Bingyan's gaze was fixed on Jun Ruochén, as if she were trying to peer into his very soul. Isn't this the work of a charlatan? She felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, for she could glean nothing from Jun Ruochén's expression, which was perpetually adorned with a serene smile. Thus, she instructed him to pull over. Once he parked by the roadside, Luo Bingyan continued. The patient at home is my grandfather, the founder of Xinyuan Group. He is over 80 and has been in a coma for the past few days. With doctors from various hospitals at their wits' end, I have a bit of knowledge in fortune-telling. Miss Luo, you have signs of calamity, but they do not pertain to you. Thus, the afflicted must be a close relative, and there are only 3 days left for them. Nothing more, Jun Ruochén replied. Fortune-telling? Can you cure illnesses? Luo Bingyan was at a loss for words. Isn't fortune-telling the work of a charlatan? Bring me a stool, she thought. On the streets, people were often seen reading fortunes and casting horoscopes. As a top student from Jiangxing University, she found it hard to believe, yet here she was, with a driver from the HR department who seemed to dabble in such nonsense. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at her. How could he foretell her relative's illness and assert that there were only 3 days left? His words were almost mystical. So, can you treat illnesses? She inquired. I know a little, Jun Ruochén replied inwardly, thinking, I certainly cannot cure ailments, but I can wrest souls from the king of hell. However, what does that have to do with you? Just then, Luo Bingyan's phone rang. Hello, Dad? What? All right, yes. Upon recognizing it was a call from home, she quickly answered. As she absorbed the news, her exquisite features grew solemn. After responding a couple of times, she hung up the call. Jun Ruochén remained in the driver's seat, awaiting instructions. He was merely a worker. Take me home, Luo Bingyan instructed. Understood, Jun Ruochén nodded, starting the vehicle and swiftly heading toward Yushui Garden. Along the way, Luo Bingyan occasionally glanced at him, pondering whether her driver truly possessed the ability to foresee, especially since her father had just called to say her grandfather was in critical condition. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at Yushui Garden. Luo Bingyan hurriedly exited, while Jun Ruochén remained seated, showing no intention to follow. He was just a driver, not a bodyguard, and had no need to accompany her inside. Come with me, she said, noticing his hesitation. After instructing him, she walked toward the villa. Jun Ruochén glanced at her retreating figure, then opened the door and followed. Upon entering the villa, he was astounded by its opulence. A rough estimate suggested that it spanned over 1,000 square meters. The two arrived at a room within the villa, where 2 doctors stood alongside a pair of elderly parents, while an old man lay on the bed, surrounded by medical equipment. Bingyan, you're back, the man greeted her. Upon noticing Jun Ruochén following her, he furrowed his brow but said nothing. The woman beside him, however, regarded Jun Ruochén as if he were a treasure, glancing between him and Luo Bingyan, thinking that her daughter had finally found a boyfriend worth bringing home. Dad, how is Grandpa? Luo Bingyan asked, bewildered by the news that her grandfather was not doing well despite being in a coma. Miss Luo, the old gentleman's only vital sign remaining is his heartbeat. All other bodily functions have deteriorated. Medically speaking, death is determined by brain death and heartbeat, which means he has only a day or 2 left. One of the doctors explained. He was the former head of Jiangxing First Hospital, now retired but still exceptionally skilled. He had come at the behest of a disciple. Is there any way to save him? Luo Bingyan's heart trembled at the doctor's words, as they echoed Jun Ruochén's earlier claim of a 3-day prognosis. Whether it was the doctor or Jun Ruochén, the conclusion was the same. Her grandfather had but a few days left. What if I told you I could extend his life by 20 years? Jun Ruochén stated, his demeanor calm. If you can procure 20 roots of 10-year-old ginseng, 20 roots of 10-year-old Hisho Wu, and 20 roots of 10-year-old snow lotus within half a day, I could achieve this. Delay for even an hour, and it would be a year less. He did not even glance at the elderly man on the bed. The mention of ginseng and Hisho Wu was merely a fabrication. In truth, his capabilities could extend a life by centuries, even resurrect the deceased. However, such claims were too fantastical, so he invoked the names of rare herbs. Really? Luo Bingyan's lovely face displayed a look of astonishment. This seems almost too incredible to believe. Yet, if what Jun Ruochén says is true, it is worth a try. The Luo family is not lacking in funds, and given grandfather's condition, he is as good as dead. Why not give it a shot? Believe it or not, it is your choice, Jun Ruochén remarked nonchalantly before exiting the room. He wished to avoid the cliché situations often found in novels, where he would be mocked and then have to save face. Bingyan, who is he? Luo's mother asked, her mind a bit muddled by the unfolding events. Mom, he is the driver I hired yesterday, named Jun Ruochén, Luo Bingyan replied. What did he mean just now? Luo's father inquired, bewildered. Did you not hear what the doctor said? Grandpa is not going to make it. Why are you asking him? He is not a doctor. Even if he were, he cannot work miracles. Dad, please do not ask these questions. I am just as confused. We need to find those herbs quickly. Even if they are poison, we must let grandfather try. Luo Bingyan urged anxiously. All right, Luo's father nodded. What you say makes sense. Even if that young man is a fraud, it is worth a shot. After all, giving grandfather a bowl of poison may be the only option left. This was the essence of trying anything to save a life. Meanwhile, the 2 doctors stood by, dumbfounded. Yet they understood that family members often resort to desperate measures in such situations. Given the old man's state, they refrained from commenting further. Chapter 129. My name is Jun Ruochén, Jun as in gentleman. Subsequently, Luo Bingyan exited the room and directly got into the car, remaining silent. Jun Ruochén got into the car and started the engine, heading towards the outskirts of the villa area. President Luo, are we returning to the group or heading to Yunlan International? He asked. It seemed implausible that they would simply be idling on the road. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the events that had just transpired in the villa. You weren't deceiving me, were you? Luo Bingyan asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on Jun Ruochén. She felt as though she had lost her mind for trusting him. After all, he had only joined the group for a day and was even younger than she was. Wasn't he absurd to believe what he said? Once she calmed down, she realized her impulsiveness. Are you after my wealth or my beauty? Jun Ruochén chuckled. If it weren't for your stunning looks, I wouldn't bother with you at all. The main reason is the point system. It states that interacting with women who score above 80 in attractiveness earns points. Last night, he had received a notification from the system that daily points would be settled at midnight, and any points accumulated during the day wouldn't count. To Yunlan International. Upon hearing Jun Ruochén's words, Luo Bingyin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he neither sought money nor favors from her. Her father was already handling the medicinal materials, and now she had to go to Yunlan International for an important contract. Moreover, it wouldn't take much time. It was merely a matter of signing the contract. Before long, they arrived at Yunlan International. President Luo. After exiting the car, they were met by individuals from Xinyuan Group, who were accompanying Luo Bingyin to sign the contract. A few cast a glance at Jun Ruochén in the car, but quickly turned away, their hearts filled with doubt. Could he be anything other than President Luo's boyfriend? What kind of driver was so young and handsome? And which employer would allow their chauffeur to drive a sports car? Observing Luo Bingyin and the others depart, Jun Ruochén, feeling a bit bored, took out his phone to play a game. However, upon unlocking it, he noticed a WeChat message from a user named Minmin, stay strong. Recognizing the time of the friend request and the chat messages, he recalled the girl from last night. Truth be told, she was indeed quite extraordinary. White Tiger's prized possession. He thought, never expecting such a thing. It could only be fully appreciated in person, as one could not see it from the outside. Mr. Jun, will you be returning today? Thank you for the money you lent me. My mother's service fee has been paid. When you return, I will return the excess. And the rest I will repay you once I earn some money, Zhang Xiaoman messaged. This morning, her emotions were quite the roller coaster. She left home in high spirits after freshening up, but couldn't help but frown, revealing a pained expression. Last night had been wild, leaving her feelings sore all over, as if her body would fall apart. Nevertheless, she made her way to the hospital, where she paid the service fee and the outstanding medical expenses, totaling 80,000 yuan. She intended to transfer the remaining 120,000 yuan to Jun Ruochén, repaying the 80,000 she had spent once she found part-time work. After much inner turmoil, she finally mustered the courage to send him a message. Although it was a transaction, she had felt incredibly happy the previous night. The experience was indescribably wonderful. And now she felt rather embarrassed. The money is for you. You don't need to return it, Jun Ruochén replied succinctly. It's just 200,000 yuan. It was a delightful experience, well worth it. For him, it was simply about enjoyment. The money was inconsequential, as he was not in need of it. With that said, he closed the chat and began playing his game again. Half an hour later, the Xinyuan Group personnel exited the Yunlan International building. Judging by their expressions, the contract signing seemed to have gone smoothly. They greeted President Luo before driving back to the group. Luo Bingyin approached the car and opened the door. By the way, what was your name again? She asked awkwardly, having forgotten Jun Ruochén's name. President Luo, my name is Jun Ruochén. Jun as in gentleman, Ruo as in vague, and Chun as in dust. He introduced himself again. Unfazed, as the president of Xinyuan Group, it was understandable that she wouldn't remember the names of all her employees, especially not that of a chauffeur. I apologize for my poor memory. My family mentioned that the medicinal materials are ready. Luo Bingyin forced a smile, attempting to ease the awkwardness. It was particularly embarrassing to forget the name of someone she needed help from. Shall we proceed? Jun Ruochén said, then drove towards Yeshuiyuan. At Yeshuiyuan, Luo's father and mother paced anxiously. The two doctors had no business there, as they believed the old man was effectively deceased. Although there was a heartbeat, it was merely a matter of 1 or 2 days. They felt it was pointless to stay, but inexplicably, they were curious to see what the young man would do. With nothing else to do, they figured it wouldn't hurt to watch. The medicinal materials Jun Ruochén had mentioned were exceedingly precious. Yet the Luo family's connections and influence quickly gathered them all, delivering everything within 2 hours. Panting, Luo's father waited outside the villa, growing increasingly anxious. Finally, Luo Bingyin's car appeared at the villa's entrance, and the young man was still present. Honestly, he worried that the youth might have fled. Upon seeing him, although he found the situation absurd, he felt compelled to try. It was too late to back out now. Hello, the medicinal materials are all prepared. And the concoction equipment is ready as well, Luo's father greeted. Jun Ruochén nodded and walked into the villa, instructing someone to bring over all the medicinal materials. Are these materials adequate? Luo's father inquired, wanting to ask if they would truly be effective, but he couldn't voice it that way. Yes, don't let anyone else in. The consequences will be yours to bear, Jun Ruochén replied, then entered the room and closed the door behind him. He took out his phone and began watching videos, waiting for over 10 minutes before putting it away and storing all the medicinal materials in his space. With a single wave of his hand, a miraculous power enveloped the elderly man on the bed. With the methods of a golden immortal, he could reach the heavens and the earth. Additionally, with the Chaos Heavenly Book in his possession, he was virtually omnipotent. Moments later, the elderly man's complexion gradually regained its color. After completing everything, Jun Ruochén opened the door and stepped out of the room. Outside, Luo's father, mother, and Luo Bingyan waited anxiously. Although they knew it was absurd, they couldn't help but feel hopeful before any results were revealed. Nearby, the two doctors had little to say, treating it as a spectacle. In their hearts, they thought, if this works, I would livestream myself standing on my head and having diarrhea. The elderly man on the bed was essentially deceased and could not possibly awaken. Even a deity would be unable to save him. A young man claiming to extend the old man's life by 20 years with ginseng was either joking or insane. Finally, the door opened. How did it go? Luo Bingyan was the first to speak, with her father and mother also looking at Jun Ruochén expectantly. In 2 minutes. The old man will awaken, Jun Ruochén said. As he spoke, he walked out of the room and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Chapter 130. Thank you, Master. Please allow me to bow to you. Luo Bingyan cast a complex glance at Jun Ruochén as she walked toward the room. Her mind already made up. Once they returned to the group, she would instruct the HR manager to issue his salary and let him go in a month. She understood that she was desperately seeking help, but the company did not require someone like him. How to put it is indeed absurd for him to maintain such a serious facade in the face of impossibility. You offer feeble excuses, claiming helplessness. This way, no one can challenge you. Furthermore, the room has run out of medicinal materials, which must be worth millions. You haven't even brewed the medicine. And to deceive others so brazenly is truly scandalous. Then, hastily, they entered the room. Mr. and Mrs. Luo, along with two doctors, followed suit. Naturally, they were aware that miracles were beyond the realm of possibility. Oh, exclaimed the retired head of the hospital, taken aback. He noticed that the old gentleman's complexion had regained its healthy hue, the visage of a normal person, even that of someone exceptionally robust. Yet, moments ago, the old man had appeared drastically different. What could have transpired? His astonishment was mirrored by his apprentice, Chun Jiaming, the chief physician at the First People's Hospital, who also perceived the remarkable change in the old man. It was utterly unbelievable. More importantly, the heart monitor displayed normal readings. Cough, cough. At that moment, the old gentleman, lying in bed, coughed twice and then opened his eyes as if awakening from a deep slumber. Dad, grandfather. The few people in the room were left dumbfounded, as if witnessing a corpse returning to life. After a prolonged silence, they finally managed to greet him. At this moment, the scene resembled that of a resurrection, perhaps even more striking. What are you all doing? Crowding in my room like this? The old gentleman furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is the commotion? I merely took a nap, yet you all look as if you're mourning. And why are you gazing at me as if I were a corpse? What does it mean? As he spoke, he swung his legs over the side of the bed with a fluid motion, entirely uncharacteristic of an ailing octogenarian, instead resembling a vigorous individual in his 40s or 50s. This sight left Luo Bingyan and the others in a state of shock, petrified. Simultaneously, the old man sensed something was amiss. He had previously struggled to get in and out of bed, yet he now felt as sprightly as he did 30 or 40 years ago, filled with vigor. Grandfather, you're well again. How marvelous. Luo Bingyan was the first to react, rushing forward to embrace her grandfather. He had always favored her the most. Since his illness, she had been the most anxious. Yet she had concealed her feelings until now. Now, unable to restrain her joy, she realized that the grandfather she had thought lost was alive and well, radiating health. How could she not be elated? What on earth is happening? How can this be? The old gentleman rubbed his granddaughter's head, casting a bewildered glance at Mr. and Mrs. Luo, as well as the two doctors. He was utterly perplexed. Old man, how do you feel now? Chun Jiaming stepped forward to inquire, simultaneously initiating an examination. This was far too surreal. The man had been on the brink of death, and yet here he was, thriving. What had that young man done during those brief minutes in the room? I feel fantastic, as if I've regained 30 years, healthier than I was at 30. Pray tell, what transpired? It feels as if I were trapped in a dream, meeting the king of hell, terrified beyond measure, only to be rescued by a radiant young man, and then I awoke. The old gentleman flexed his limbs with unrestrained joy, elated by this unprecedented vitality. Dad, you were in a coma just a few days ago, declared brain dead, your body failing, with only a heartbeat remaining. Doctor Chun and the head of the hospital examined you, and you had but a day or two left. We were preparing for your funeral. Bingyan brought someone who claimed he could extend your life by 20 years, and then you awoke. Luo father, known as Luo Mingxiang, succinctly recounted the events. The two doctors exchanged looks of shock and embarrassment. Their astonishment stemmed from the old man's unprecedented health. The embarrassment arose from their earlier prognosis that he had but days to live, which had proven utterly incorrect. They felt as if they had been unjustly accused. Is that true? Where is he? Luo Qingjiang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Why, you rascal, I haven't given you a beating in ages. And now you dare to jest with me, he thought, though he suppressed his ire in front of others. Grandfather, yes outside, Luo Bingyan softly replied, her face tinged with guilt, realizing she had once entertained the notion of dismissing him. To discover that everything was true filled her with remorse, making her hesitant to face him. It's nothing. He is unaware of my initial thoughts. Indeed, just so. Outside. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingjiang swiftly exited the room and made his way to the living room. On the couch sat a young man engrossed in his phone. He showed no inclination to look up at the newcomers, his focus solely on the game. However, when Luo Qingjiang beheld Jun Ruochén, his heart raced. This was the very youth who had pulled him back from the brink in his dream. He could hardly believe that this was not a figment of his imagination but reality, as the young man sat right before him. Damn it, another character dead. Jun Ruochén muttered, frustrated by the game. He felt like throwing his phone in exasperation. These pay-to-win players are insufferable. He then put his phone away and glanced up at the group. Jun Ruochén, thank you, Luo Bingyin said, a touch of awkwardness in her voice, her guilt lingering. Yet, she understood that this was a secret only she would bear. Initially, she had considered dismissing him. Jun Ruochén replied nonchalantly. He had a knack for discerning one's thoughts, as simple as enjoying a meal. As he exited the room, he caught a glimpse of Luo Bingyin's expression and discerned her innermost thoughts. No, that wasn't my intention. Luo Bingyin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her expression one of utter astonishment. It had merely been a fleeting thought, and she had assumed no one would know. To discover that Jun Ruochén had seen through her was utterly terrifying. At that moment, she felt akin to a thief caught red-handed, the embarrassment and awkwardness beyond description. Jun Ruochén chuckled lightly, falling silent thereafter. Thank you, esteemed one. Your kindness is akin to that of a rebirth. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. Luo Qingjiang surveyed his granddaughter, then glanced at his son and daughter-in-law, and finally at the two doctors. He felt compelled to believe Luo Mingxiang's earlier words. This young man before him was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, witnessing his granddaughter's reaction, it was evident that he possessed an uncanny ability to perceive her thoughts. Otherwise, how could she be so astonished? Everything felt too surreal, yet in light of his miraculous rescue, such matters seemed trivial. As he spoke, he bowed respectfully. Jun Ruochén, seated on the sofa, remained motionless, showing no inclination to intervene, instead accepting the gesture with composure. This act only deepened the curiosity of Luo Mingxiang and the others as they regarded Jun Ruochén. Clearly, this young man possessed remarkable abilities. Bear in mind, what you have witnessed today, treat it as if you have not seen it. When others become aware, it will be your silence that preserves your safety. Jun Ruochén glanced at the two doctors, speaking in a measured tone. Understood. Xun Jianming and his companion nodded their heads like chickens pecking at grains. At this moment, they were utterly convinced that the young man before them possessed such formidable abilities. A mere utterance from him could spell their doom. Chapter 131, 10 million a day, unspendable. Mr. Luo, you're not returning to the company, are you? Jun Ruochén inquired as he turned to Luo Bingyin. The clock struck 3. Given the current circumstances, a family reunion, it seemed improbable that she would head back to the company. Thus, he felt entitled to leave work early as well. Indeed, Luo Bingyin nodded. What is there to do at the company? My grandfather has awakened and is in good health. This is a momentous occasion for the Luo family. It certainly calls for celebration. Matters concerning the company can wait until tomorrow. Then I shall take my leave, Jun Ruochén remarked. Already making his way towards the living room exit, his actions left the others in a state of shock. Was this what it meant to be extraordinary? Was he merely experiencing the mundane life of mortals as a driver? Esteemed one, your kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. It is time for dinner. Please stay and share a simple meal with us, Luo Qingjiang urged, realizing that Jun Ruochén was about to depart. After all, this was his savior. A benefactor who had granted him a second chance at life. How could he let such a person slip away so easily? He needed to devise a way to ingratiate himself. However, without understanding the other's temperament, it would be unwise to speak carelessly. Let us enjoy a meal together. I wish to learn more about you, he thought. Moreover, he was still his granddaughter's driver. This was simply too abrupt. There's no need. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Jun Ruochén replied nonchalantly. As his words fell, he had already stepped outside the villa, strolling leisurely towards the exit of the community. It was still early. What was there to eat? Yes, of course, Luo Qingjiang bowed in response. As Jun Ruochén departed from the Yushuiyuan villa area, he wandered the streets. To be honest, Jiangcheng was indeed vast and bustling, a true international metropolis. With a population exceeding 40 million, it ranked 6th globally and stood as a formidable economic center. In the evening, after a light meal, Jun Ruochén returned to the hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a familiar silhouette. Indeed, it was a silhouette. He retained memories of familiar things. The previous night, he had indulged with her, experiencing a wondrous story that he now reminisced about fondly. Mr. Jun, I've been waiting here for quite a while. Zhang Xiaoman greeted him softly, lowering her gaze and unable to meet his eyes. After all, they had shared a significant experience the previous night, and she felt a lingering embarrassment. Isn't your mother in the hospital? Don't you need to look after her? Jun Ruochén asked as they walked towards the hotel lobby. My father is there, Zhang Xiaoman quickly responded, keeping pace with him as they entered the elevator. She stood behind him, covertly admiring him, her heart racing. She thought to herself how handsome he was, far surpassing any celebrity she had seen on television. Exuding an air of mysterious charm. He was her first man, bestowing upon her exquisite bliss and resolving her predicaments. Have you eaten? Jun Ruochén inquired as they exited the elevator and headed towards the suite. No, I haven't eaten. Zhang Xiaoman shook her head and then nodded. She had just come from the hospital. When her father questioned her about the source of her money, she claimed to have borrowed it from her boyfriend. Not daring to admit the truth, otherwise, her parents, being traditional farmers from the countryside, would never accept such a reality. I'll order something for you. You can choose. Jun Ruochén offered, handing her the tablet in the room, which served to communicate with the front desk or restaurant. Zhang Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before accepting it. However, she was met with an array of expensive set meals. The cheapest was priced at 188 yuan, while the most extravagant soared to an astonishing 888 yuan. Upon seeing the exorbitant price, her cheeks flushed. Ultimately, she settled on a proper meal costing 188 yuan. Mr. Jun, thank you for rescuing me. If it weren't for the service fee, my mother would hear. I still have 120,000 left. I'll transfer it to you. And I promise to repay the remaining 80,000 once I start working after graduation next year, Zhang Xiaoman said, her voice trembling as she stood before him, her head bowed in nervousness. In the hotel room, the atmosphere was palpably tense. After all, this was the very bed where she had given him her first time. And the memory of their encounter made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. I told you this money is for you. Jun Ruochén spoke as he stepped into the bathroom. The man was quick in his washing routine. Just a few minutes later, he emerged wrapped in a towel, his physique striking. While he lacked the defined 8-pack abs, he exuded a beauty of strength, and his skin was the envy of nearly all women. This was not the delicate fairness one typically encountered. Zhang Xiaoman was left dumbfounded. The previous night, she had not seen clearly, too shy to look. She had been too engrossed in her own enjoyment. Now, witnessing him, she was astounded. Realizing his physique was remarkably impressive. Returning to the bed, Jun Ruochén pulled out his phone and idly scrolled through it. Watching pretty girls dance is quite entertaining. He mused, opening a live streaming app. Ding. Host has opened the live streaming app, earning 10 points. Note, the host will receive a refund for any expenditures made within the app or games, with a refund rate of 12. The daily limit is 10,000,000, and the balance does not reset. As soon as he opened the app, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Taken aback by the system's announcement, he found it intriguing. The concept of receiving a refund for expenditures was simple to grasp. It meant that if he spent 1 yuan in the app, he would receive 2 yuan back. Thus, he wouldn't just break even, but would profit. However, the daily cap was 10 million yuan. How fascinating. This implied that if he spent 10 million, he would effectively earn 10 million in return. How could I possibly spend 10 million? It's utterly impossible. He mused. Dog system, if I don't open the app, are you simply going to keep this from me? Jun Ruochén thought to himself, collecting his thoughts as he browsed the videos. Indeed, there were many beautiful women on the live streaming app, though one might question if they still appeared attractive without the beauty filters. While he was engrossed in the videos, the restaurant delivered the meals. Zhang Xiaoman prepared to call out to Jun Ruochén, but he gestured for her to eat without him. So, she began to enjoy her meal alone. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoman entered the bathroom. A while later, wrapped in a towel, she shyly emerged, approaching the bedside. Perhaps it was the warmth of the bath, but her cheeks were flushed. Her fair and smooth skin bore a slight rosy hue, and she was palpably nervous. At that moment, Jun Ruochén switched off his phone, reached out, and effortlessly pulled Zhang Xiaoman onto the bed, causing her to tumble onto him. Chapter 132, Sixfold Heaven Golden Immortal, Lifespan of 1.6 million years. Yeshuiyuan, number 9. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere within the villa has been swept away, replaced by an ambience filled with joyous laughter. The old gentleman's hearty laughter can be heard intermittently. Today, he is positively elated. For the past 2 decades, he has been plagued by ailments, spending the majority of the last 2 years confined to his bed, tormented solely by his afflictions, often wishing for an end. Yet, unexpectedly, he now finds himself in an unprecedented state of health, more vigorous than he was at 30, brimming with vitality. In his own words, he is preparing to give Luo Bingyan's father another son or daughter. What a miraculous being. Yenner, do tell me about this extraordinary individual. How did you come to know him? The elderly man, Luo Qingjiang, gazes at Luo Bingyan, his curiosity piqued. Whether he can meet this miraculous figure again now hinges upon his granddaughter, who is the only one acquainted with him. Not only is the old gentleman intrigued, but both Luo father and Luo mother share his curiosity. To be frank, such occurrences might lead one to suspect that the young man is a charlatan, as they verge on the unbelievable, transcending the realms of human comprehension. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I hardly know him myself. He merely came to look for a job yesterday and happened to pass by the industrial park. The uncle at the security booth was about to post a job advertisement and, feeling lazy, asked him if he was looking for work and if he could drive. That is how he became my driver. He drove me home yesterday afternoon and picked me up for work this morning, then took me to Yunlin International at 10 o'clock. He glanced at me in surprise and asked if there was a patient at home, claiming that the patient only had 3 days left to live. Luo Bingyan felt a bit wronged. What do you mean by knowing him? I really don't know him. It can only be considered a boss-employee relationship. Moreover, he is still in his internship, having only worked for a little over a day, when her parents and grandfather pressed her. She recounted the entire sequence of events without omitting a single detail. To be honest, her exchanges with him did not exceed 200 words. Is there truly such a remarkable person in this world? He had never even met you yet proclaimed you have merely 3 days to live. Dr. Chen also stated that your life force is waning, that you are brain dead, only exhibiting a heartbeat, and that you have merely a day or 2 left. It is astonishing that what he said aligns with Dr. Chen's prognosis. Dad, could you sense his presence in your room for those several minutes? Luo Mingxiang pondered. Is there really such an extraordinary person in this world? It is utterly inconceivable. He then turned his gaze to his father. The young man claimed he could extend the old gentleman's life by 20 years, yet he did not witness him concocting any medicine, and ultimately, the medicinal materials vanished. What could the young man have accomplished in those fleeting minutes? Earlier, I mentioned that dream. It was real. I was captured by the king of hell and thought it a dream, yet I could not awaken. Later, I saw a young man playing on his phone not far off, leading me to further believe it was a dream. Otherwise, how could there be someone in the underworld playing games? Furthermore, I seemed to witness him losing a game. After which he tucked away his phone and promptly extracted me from the confines of the underworld's prison, and then I hazily awoke. Luo Qingjiang recounted his dream. This dream is profoundly striking. Upon hearing Luo Qingjiang's account once more, Luo Bingyan and the others were even more astounded. At first, it merely sounded like a dream. Now, however, everything appears extraordinarily miraculous. I understand now. That rascal was playing games in Grandpa's room while making us wait anxiously outside. In truth, if he genuinely intended to save Grandpa, it would have taken merely a minute, yet he chose to play games to delay the process. After a moment, Luo Bingyan came to a realization. This fellow is quite something, playing games in Grandpa's room while making them wait outside in a state of anxiety. Yenner, do not speak so recklessly. A wise man has his own purposes, Luo Qingjiang interjected, urging Luo Bingyan not to speak ill of the extraordinary figure. Dad, do you think he might be deliberately getting close to Yenner? Luo Mingxiang inquired. If he is indeed an extraordinary being, why would he choose to work as a driver? Our daughter is so beautiful. Could he have ulterior motives? Haha, that is where the difference between ordinary people and extraordinary beings lies, Luo Qingjiang chuckled. To be able to rescue him from the clutches of the king of hell, how miraculous must he be? Such a person cannot be simple. He is simply divine. Grandpa, he said he could extend your life by 20 years. Is that true? I mean, could he be deceiving you? After all, matters of longevity are quite mystical. Luo Bingyan asked curiously. Naturally, she wishes for her grandfather to live for another 20 years. However, can we take his word of 20 years as fact? Such matters are beyond our understanding. Yet my health is indeed robust, akin to that of a 30-year-old. Had he not mentioned 20 years, I would have thought I could live another 70 or 80 years. Luo Qingjiang smiled and replied, the concept of lifespan is too enigmatic, too miraculous. Who can truly know? The most tangible reality is that I am very healthy. In the Kaoyuan Hotel, within the room, Jun Ruochén and Zhang Xiaoman were engaged in a fervent exploration of various postures for several hours. After pleading for mercy to no avail, Zhang Xiaoman finally succumbed to slumber, her beautiful face adorned with exhaustion and satisfaction. Indeed, although weary, it was a profoundly gratifying experience. Jun Ruochén rolled off, reclining against the bed, as a virtual screen unfolded before him. Even with Zhang Xiaoman beside him, he felt no trepidation, for the virtual screen was invisible to anyone but him, allowing him the freedom to view it without restraint. Time passed. It was midnight. System points are being calculated. Calculation complete. Details are as follows. You achieved first blood with Zhang Xiaoman, earning 666 points. You transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhang Xiaoman, earning 10 points. Your interaction with Luo Bingyan netted you 20 points. You rescued Luo Bingyan's grandfather, earning 111 points. You worked for a day, earning 5 points. You ordered food for Zhang Xiaoman, earning 10 points. You engaged in 9 intimate interactions with Zhang Xiaoman, earning 222 points. Total, 1,044 points. Overall points, 1,079 points. On the dot, the system's voice resonated. Within a single day, he accrued 1044 points, far exceeding his expectations. The majority stemmed from achieving first blood with Zhang Xiaoman, garnering 666 points, while deep interactions yielded 222 points, and assisting Luo Bingyan's grandfather netted him 111 points. The remainder were merely 10 or 20 points. However, all were related to his interactions with women. Ding! Congratulations, your cultivation level has risen. Current level, 6-fold celestial immortal. Lifespan increased by 100,000 years. Current total lifespan, 1.6 million years. With the points credited, his cultivation improved. Ascending from the 5-fold celestial immortal to the 6-fold celestial immortal required 1,000 points, and in just one day, he earned over 1,000 points, precisely facilitating this advancement. The distinction between the 5-fold and 6-fold celestial immortal is significant, with a mere increase in lifespan amounting to 100. years. At this moment, Jun Ruochén mused. Points are truly delightful, and girls are splendid. Chapter 133. Am I beautiful? Do you need to comment? The following morning, Zhang Xiaoman awakened, her lovely face tinged with bashfulness, yet significantly improved compared to their first encounter. In Jun Ruochén's presence, she felt only happiness and satisfaction. She was curious about what had him up so early. Could he be going to work? Surely. It was impossible for someone staying in a hotel costing tens of thousands per night to head to work. What a ridiculous notion. Yet, she hesitated to ask. Don't you need to go to school? Jun Ruochén inquired. As one prepares to head to work, one might assume that you, too, must be off to school. Indeed, the necessity of attending school is evident. However, may I inquire if I might visit this evening? Zhang Xiaoman nodded in affirmation. With graduation still a year away, her current obligation is undoubtedly to her studies, while also working part-time at the front desk of Kaiyuan Hotel, both to earn some income and to gain practical experience. Noticing that Jun Ruochén was about to leave, she hastily posed a question. Do you wish to come? Jun Ruochén turned, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaoman, and candidly remarked that she was indeed quite beautiful. Initially, he would have rated her an 80, but upon further reflection, she now appeared to score a solid 90. The key factors were her striking features and enviable physique. Her long, shapely legs were exquisitely smooth and slender. Yes, I do wish to come, Zhang Xiaoman replied, fully understanding the implications of Jun Ruochén's words. Indeed, she longed to experience the transition from girlhood to womanhood, having savored the delightful pleasures of newfound intimacy. Moreover, Jun Ruochén's prowess surpassed even the vivid descriptions offered by her friends. Then do come, he encouraged. Purchase some attractive clothing, just ensure it is not too shabby. As he spoke, he transferred 500,000 yuan to Zhang Xiaoman, and, once the transaction was complete, left the hotel. Time was of the essence, as he needed to have breakfast and pick up Luo Bingyan at Yushui Garden to commence his day's endeavors. Wait, you transferred so much money. I still have some. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, her expression shifting in disbelief as she received the notification of the transfer. She had never anticipated Jun Ruochén would send her such a substantial sum. 500,000 yuan, not merely 50. Just as she was about to call out to him, she realized he had already vanished from sight, leaving her to pout her alluring lips in frustration. At Yushui Garden, precisely at 8:30, Jun Ruochén arrived without a moment to spare. At that moment, Luo Bingyan emerged from the villa, accompanied by Luo Mingxiang and Luo Qingjiang. Good morning, Mr. Jun, he greeted, in a manner akin to an employee addressing a superior. As if the events of the previous day had no bearing on him, he merely nodded politely at Luo Mingxiang and the elder, conveying a semblance of courtesy. Yet to an observer, it would be evident that he was merely fulfilling the obligation of acknowledgement. Ah, good morning, Mr. Jun, Luo Qingjiang stammered, uncertain how to address him. Ultimately settling on Mr. Jun since it seemed appropriate to refer to such a remarkable individual. Jun Ruochén slightly inclined his head in response, then opened the car door for Luo Bingyan. She appeared somewhat flustered, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her discomfort before settling into the vehicle. Once the door was shut, he started the engine and drove off towards the villa's exit. As they departed, Luo Qingjiang and Luo Mingxiang waved goodbye. Have we met before? Luo Bingyan inquired, her unease palpable. After a moment's hesitation, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Jun Ruochén directly. How could that be? He replied, perplexed, contemplating that he had only just returned to Earth and could not have encountered her previously. Are you quite renowned? Indeed, I am, she asserted. You must find me beautiful, as I am the most stunning girl you have ever encountered. If not, what is your reason for approaching me? Was it not your actions yesterday that drew my attention? Jun Ruochén chuckled, genuinely amused by her boldness. It was a rare occurrence for anything to elicit such laughter from him, yet her words had struck a chord. The car came to an abrupt halt as he turned to her with curiosity. Mr. Luo, you are quite self-absorbed, are you not? I truly did not anticipate such arrogance, he remarked, his gaze serious, as if attempting to genuinely understand her. She appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old, with a breathtakingly exquisite face and skin like jade. Her figure was voluptuous, likely a D cup, accentuated by her professional attire, which seemed nearly strained to contain her curves. Despite not donning stockings, her appeal was undeniable, exuding a blend of maturity and youthful innocence. What are you staring at? When have I ever been self-absorbed? Luo Bingyan retorted, her anxiety mounting as she noticed the unabashed way he scrutinized her from head to toe. Do you not find me appealing? He countered. While you are indeed beautiful and possess an admirable physique, I must clarify that I have never seen you before nor harbored any infatuation. So, if that's not self-absorption, what is it? Are all beautiful women self-absorbed? I had not realized that. He surveyed her once more, not merely glancing, but truly appreciating her form, and began to offer his critique before starting the car again, heading towards the company. Wait, Luo Bingyan exclaimed, her face a mask of shock, covering her mouth with her hand. It was utterly absurd for him to so overtly assess her, and to do so in her presence was beyond her expectations. How could you conclude that I am self-absorbed? You have no need to critique my beauty or figure. She fumed inwardly, contemplating whether she could confront him. While she doubted her ability to physically overpower him, his presence was intimidating enough to make her feel as though a single blow could leave her in tears. With a huff, she turned her gaze away from him, clearly irritated. After 10 minutes, the car rolled into the garage of Xinyuan Group. "Mr. Luo, we have arrived," Jun Ruochén announced, behaving as though nothing had transpired. He opened the door for Luo Bingyan, reminding her, "Do take care." "Understood," she replied curtly, alighting from the vehicle and striding towards the elevator with her long legs, leaving him to admire her alluring silhouette. Chapter 134, The Beautiful Young Woman. Mushi Ruoming's draft. Luo Bingyan was acutely aware of the gaze upon her, but felt no animosity, unlike before when she had attracted countless envious or malicious stares, which she had found repugnant. Now, however, she recognized that someone was openly watching her, and rather than feeling disgusted, she found herself amused, even playfully twisting her body. Recalling Jun Ruochén's earlier dismissal of any feelings of affection. "Humph, did you not just claim I was beautiful? Did you not just say I had an admirable figure? What changed? Is it mere hypocrisy?" She pondered, unable to suppress a smirk. Luo Bingyan felt a flutter in her heart as she found herself at the entrance of the president's exclusive elevator. She stepped inside and ascended to the 66th floor, where the offices of the Xinyuan Group, a privately owned establishment, are located. The top floor is dedicated to the president's office. She instructed her secretary to notify all department managers to convene a meeting in 10 minutes. Within the lounge, there were no surveillance cameras. After parking, Jun Ruochén made his way to the lounge. The absence of a special vehicle notification from Luo Bingyan indicated she would remain at the company until the end of the workday. Thus it was of no concern to him. This meant he could indulge in a leisurely nap or play games, enjoying his time as he pleased. Such are the perks of being a driver. Of course, a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan is rather average in Jiangxing, a bustling international metropolis. An income of 8,000 would only be considered acceptable, and it is only those earning over 10,000 that can be deemed to have a standard salary in the city. However, money was hardly a concern for him. He was not one to dwell on financial matters, for he lacked nothing in that regard. What he sought was merely how to enjoy life. To put it simply, he indulged in whatever pleasures he desired. Closing the door and locking it, he adjusted the air conditioning, reclined on the sofa, and took out his phone to commence his activities, not for work, but to watch beautiful young women dance. Yet, he wished to partake without spending, even though he could profit from giving gifts. After browsing for half an hour, he found nothing appealing. Although he could discern through the phone screen that some of these young women were indeed attractive, most relied heavily on beauty filters and could hardly be classified as true beauties. As for goddesses, they were a rarity, seldom seen. Just then, Jun Ruochén stumbled upon a young woman who caught his eye. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a flowing dress, and without filters or enhancements. She truly embodied goddess-like beauty. Her appearance was charming and delightful. However, it was evident she was a new streamer, with only a handful of viewers in her chat room. Occasionally, some viewers would make suggestive comments, causing her to blush and struggle to loosen up. Jun Ruochén's account was new, yet upon entering the room, he was greeted sweetly with "Hello, Ruochén Gij." His nickname was indeed Ruochén. The voice was melodious and soft, and he couldn't help but think that this girl possessed a level of beauty that was exceptional. After browsing the streaming platform for 2 days, she was undoubtedly the most stunning he had encountered. "Thank you for the compliment, Ruochén Gij," the streamer, Mushiro, responded, her location showing Jiangxing. Upon hearing Jun Ruochén praise her voice, she expressed her gratitude while making a heart gesture. He decided to engage in conversation, finding it a pleasant way to pass the time during his work hours. He then opened the backend to recharge his account, allowing the system to handle the transactions, as he wasn't fond of the repetitive actions required. Recharge successful, Docoins 100, 000. 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 In just 6 minutes, Jun Ruochén topped up 10 million, and astonishingly, his account balance not only remained unchanged but increased by 10 million. His platform account now boasted 100 million Docoins. Given that the conversion rate for Docoins to cash stood at 101. "Hey, didn't you say you'd give gifts? How come there's not even a free star?" A fan watching Mushiro commented, his title indicating he was part of her fan club. It was clear he was attempting to curry favor with her. "Doesn't charging money take time?" Jun Ruochén replied, and almost immediately, he sent a dream castle worth 28,888 Docoins, approximately 2,888 yuan, flooding the screen with its enchanting imagery. As Mushiro was responding to her fans, she was taken aback to see her screen dominated by the dream castle. Having joined Douyin live streaming for nearly half a month, she was well acquainted with various gifts. However, the largest gift she had ever received was a 520 hot air balloon worth 52 yuan. Having seen dream castles in other streams, she could only envy them. Never had she imagined someone would gift her one in her own stream. The sudden influx of happiness left her momentarily speechless, for that amounted to 888 yuan. After the split, she would receive 444 yuan, equivalent to her monthly living expenses. Thank you, Ruochén Gij. Thank you, Ruochén Gij. Thank you, Gij, Mu Shiruo exclaimed, flustered and unable to contain her gratitude. She recalled that this individual was a newcomer who had just complimented her voice and mentioned gifts before going silent. Little did she expect that just a few minutes later, he would bestow upon her a dream castle. Don't mention it. Otherwise, you'll never stop, Jun Ruochén typed, his words leaving Mu Shiruo perplexed. The excitement surrounding the dream castle had significantly increased the room's popularity, leading to a surge in viewer notifications, ultimately attracting thousands to her stream. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 1. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 2. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 3. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 4. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 98. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 99. Jun Ruochén sent Mu Shiruo Dream Castle 100. As Mu Shiruo was momentarily stunned, the effects of the Dream Castle gifts continued to dominate the screen, and this time, it did not cease. The number of castles kept climbing. In a mere 3 minutes, he had sent 100 dream castles, which amounted to a staggering 888 yuan. This commotion caught the attention of countless netizens, who flocked to her stream. In an instant, Mu Shiruo's live broadcast saw its concurrent viewers soar to 50,000, and the numbers continued to rise rapidly. Staring at her phone screen, Mu Shiruo was utterly dumbfounded, believing she was trapped in a dream. Even pinching herself elicited pain, confirming the reality of the situation. How could someone have gifted her nearly 300,000 yuan in gifts? After the split, she would be left with over 100,000 yuan. Chapter 135, Luo Bingyan, are you free? I need to discuss something with you. Inside the live streaming room, Mu Shiruo was completely frozen, covering her mouth in shock. Her bewildered expression elicited a flurry of comments from her fans, overwhelmed by the 100 dream castles that had just flooded in. Indeed, Mu Shiruo was merely a new streamer, lacking the bravado and experience, which made her popularity quite modest. Without a substantial audience, she could not attract the attention of wealthy patrons. This was a sweet gem that had slipped through the cracks. Wake up, live stream. The big brother is leaving. The comments surged. Oh no, the goddess has been knocked out by the dream castles. If the streamer were to become overly excited, would there be any legal repercussions for the benefactor? Only in the comments section and the live stream could one witness true talent. This statement held a ring of truth. The fans in the live chat continued to bombard the screen with messages. After nearly a minute had passed, Mu Shiruo finally came to her senses. Indeed, she had been quite dazed by the unexpected turn of events. Frankly speaking, despite the online chatter about the abundance of wealthy patrons, the reality was far from that. Having been a streamer for half a month, she had yet to encounter a gift worth more than 100 yuan. Yet now, astonishingly, someone had gifted her tens of thousands in mere minutes. Could she not be astounded and speechless? Thank you, Brother Ruochén. Thank you, Brother Ruochén. Brother Ruochén, I can only sing. Would you allow me to serenade you with a song? Once Mu Shiruo regained her composure, she hurriedly addressed Ruochén. Being a student of the Academy of Arts, she could sing and dance. However, her dancing was not of the suggestive kind often seen among online streamers, which she found herself unable to perform. Casually, Jun Ruochén typed 2 characters. After all, he was merely there to admire the girl, with the intent of having her perform privately for him, both singing and dancing. Of course, he held a principle: never let a girl suffer losses. All he could do was compensate her with his wealth, of which he had plenty. Then, in the live streaming room, Mu Shiruo sang a song. Indeed, her vocal quality was remarkable, and her singing was delightful. Congratulations. You have unlocked an exclusive gift, a glimpse of 1,000 years, priced at 888 Do coins. While she was singing, Jun Ruochén noticed a notification. Due to his recharge reaching 10 million, his level had ascended to 57. At level 55, one could unlock an exclusive gift, with additional gifts available at levels 60, 62, 65, and 68, culminating in a custom exclusive gift at level 70. The price of such gifts was naturally substantially higher than ordinary ones, as they were specifically designed for the affluent, alleviating the hassle of gifting for the wealthy. For instance, if one were to gift 100 dream castles, it would cost only 888 yuan. If one were to compete for rankings with such gifts, it would indeed be exhausting. Hence, the emergence of high-priced exclusive gifts. Having recharged 10 million, Jun Ruochén reached level 57 and unlocked the exclusive gift, a glimpse of 1,000 years, priced at 888 Do coins, equivalent to 888 yuan in cash. This was 6 to 7 times more expensive than the initial dream castle. How did I perform, Brother Ruochén? After finishing her song and witnessing her soaring popularity and online viewers, Mu Shiruo was overjoyed. She was well aware that all this was due to Ruochén. Of course, this surge in popularity and the number of viewers was merely fleeting. How many would remain depended on her own abilities. All right, Jun Ruochén replied succinctly. He then tapped his screen and sent a glimpse of 1,000 years. The effects of this gift were stunningly beautiful and reminiscent of ancient aesthetics, captivating all who beheld it. This gift propelled Manhwaeudiobook's popularity further, and such gifts would be promoted across the entire platform, albeit for only a few seconds. Nevertheless, in a platform with such formidable monthly activity, this gift could attract significant traffic. Upon witnessing a glimpse of 1,000 years, Manhwaeudiobook was again taken aback. Although it was not as overwhelming as before, she still felt a bit dizzy. What she did not anticipate was that the gifts would not cease. Jun Ruochén gifted streamer Manhwaeudiobook a glimpse of 1,000 years 1. Jun Ruochén gifted streamer Manhwaeudiobook a glimpse of 1,000 years 2. Jun Ruochén gifted streamer Manhwaeudiobook a glimpse of 1,000 years 3. The notifications continued. Jun Ruochén gifted streamer Manhwaeudiobook a glimpse of 1,000 years 98. Jun Ruochén gifted streamer Manhwaeudiobook a glimpse of 1,000 years 99. Jun Ruochén gifted streamer Manhwaeudiobook a glimpse of 1,000 years 100. Another 100 consecutive gifts. In the entire live streaming room, not only was Manhwaeudiobook stunned, but even the other fans were left in disbelief. 108 glimpses of 1,000 years amounted to 188 million yuan, real money. After finishing the gifting spree, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Jun Ruochén exited the live room and logged off, for he heard the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor. That familiar sound was unmistakably from Luo Bingyan, the president of Xinyuan Group, his boss, the beautiful CEO. The footsteps approached him, likely indicating she needed a vehicle. Yet, why had she not notified him in advance? Curiosity piqued. He shut off his phone, tucked it away, and stepped outside. Indeed, it was her. President Luo, Jun Ruochén greeted with a smile, adopting a professional demeanor. It was essential to maintain a courteous attitude towards one's employer, especially when it was a goddess-like figure. After all, he was receiving a salary from her. And while he might not care much for the pay, he could not afford to offend the points system. After all, points were valuable. Luo Bingyan acknowledged. However, Jun Ruochén sensed that at this moment, she seemed somewhat awkward, as if she were in need of something, which was a stark contrast to her usual commanding and aloof demeanor. This impression was something only he could discern. Others remained oblivious. Do you need a vehicle? Where to? Jun Ruochén inquired, promptly retrieving his phone to check the route. No need for a vehicle. Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you. Luo Bingyan shook her head, her gaze flickering. Indeed, as the president of a 100 billion yuan conglomerate, she had always kept others at arm's length, never soliciting help. Even when negotiating with clients, it was usually her subordinates who handled the discussions, with her merely signing off on contracts. Now, however, she was seeking the input of a mere driver. Discuss something? That's a stretch. President Luo, please go ahead, Jun Ruochén responded. Upon hearing her request, he thought it quite simple. You say your piece, and whether we can negotiate depends on my mood. Moreover, it's almost 11 o'clock, lunchtime. Please don't take too long, lest it encroach on my mealtime. I have my own principles regarding punctuality, no overtime, no delays. There's a cocktail party tomorrow night. Would you be willing to pretend to be my boyfriend and act as a shield for me? Luo Bingyan proposed, her cheeks slightly flushed. The entire demeanor of the usually commanding CEO was markedly different. She appeared almost shy, akin to a little girl. Finally, summoning her courage, she hastily completed her request, adding, consider it overtime pay. Logically speaking, given her status and looks, countless suitors would vie for her attention. It would be a simple matter to find someone willing to play the part of a fake boyfriend. Yet, in front of Jun Ruochén, she felt utterly devoid of confidence. For his capabilities were extraordinary, beyond the comprehension of an average person. After speaking, she gazed at Jun Ruochén with expectation, her expression tinged with a hint of vulnerability. If others were to witness this display, they would surely be left agape. Chapter 136. Would I engage in thankless tasks? Pretending to be a couple? A cocktail party? Acting as a shield? Upon hearing Luo Bingyan's words, Jun Ruochén repeated them, scrutinizing her closely. This made her uneasy, and she instinctively crossed her arms, watching him warily, even retreating a couple of steps as if she were a little rabbit confronted by a wolf. This scenario left Jun Ruochén feeling exasperated. What do you think? Luo Bingyan soon realized she was overreacting and quickly uncrossed her arms, pretending to relax as she eagerly asked again. Not much, he replied. The reasoning being quite straightforward. There were far too many fools, cannon fodder, and rubbish in this world. He had no intention of becoming the subject of ridicule. Would he engage in a thankless endeavor? Jun Ruochén declined outright, while articulating his rationale. It was the truth. Disguising oneself as a boyfriend to attend a soiree or a class reunion often leads to a melodramatic narrative filled with ridicule, culminating in a triumphant reversal. Such farcical scenarios are certainly not something he would willingly embrace. With a sound mind and rational behavior, instinct would guide him to decline. Upon hearing Jun Ruochén's words, Luo Bingyan wore an expression that conveyed her expectations were met. Indeed, in the office, she wrestled with her thoughts for an extended period, preparing herself mentally, contemplating various possibilities, and understanding that there was a 90% chance Jun Ruochén would refuse her request. Yet, Inexplicably, she found herself here, despite knowing the likely outcome. She couldn't quell her dissatisfaction. Humph, humph. Internally, she was grumbling incessantly but chose to remain silent. In stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor, a sweet smile graced her face, and her voice softened as she began to plead with an endearing tone. This was her ultimate weapon, a skill she had honed since childhood to charm her parents and grandparents. Indeed, the proud and aloof goddess that she was, who could resist such a display of vulnerability? However, to her surprise, Jun Ruochén still declined her appeal. Luo, maintain your image, uphold your dignity, he exclaimed dramatically, stepping back and gesturing dismissively. Unable to withstand the onslaught of her charm. Fuming at Jun Ruochén's reaction, Luo Bingyin felt exasperated. I've even resorted to coaxing, and you still refuse? What does that say about my beauty, my allure, or my figure? She thought. Or perhaps, she mused, his compliments earlier that morning were merely perfunctory. With a huff, she pivoted and stormed away, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor as if expressing her indignation. Watching Luo Bingyin depart, Jun Ruochén exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. The frosty goddess's coquetry is truly disarming. She was indeed a good girl, but he felt he was no match for her. As an immortal being, could he truly contemplate marriage? To witness his beloved grow old while he remained unchanged? He was no altruistic hero, he merely sought enjoyment. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and logged into a live streaming platform. Numerous friend requests awaited him. After all, with a brand new account, he had garnered over 1 million in gifts within mere minutes, attracting the attention of other streamers eager to befriend him, hoping to cultivate him into a benefactor. Naturally, many speculated that he was affiliated with a guild. Nevertheless, it was worth exploring. What if he were indeed a true tycoon? In this world, while wealthy individuals abound, genuine patrons are indeed rare, akin to a rare species. As he reviewed the friend requests, Jun Ruochén rejected each one, until he stumbled upon Mu Shiruo's request. Calculating the passage of time, he noted that it had been nearly 10 minutes since the broadcast concluded. The gifts he had given were meant for this very purpose. Was she merely a passive observer? If that were the case, she could have watched without spending a dime. Since she had chosen to spend, her intentions were undoubtedly purposeful, both earnest and perhaps a touch frivolous. Brother Ruochén, I am Shiruo. Thank you so much for your generous gift. She messaged promptly after he accepted her friend request. He discovered that Mu Shiruo had already ended her stream. Hello, Brother Ruochén. Thank you once again for your kindness. She continued, her excitement palpable. In the dormitory of the Jiangqing Art Institute, distinct from those of other universities, the living arrangements consisted of 4 separate rooms for 4 residents, with students required to pay extra. However, this arrangement was considerably cheaper than renting off campus, emphasizing safety and proximity. In room 6022, Mu Shiruo had set up her phone for streaming, the space warm and tidy. This was her broadcasting sanctuary. At that moment, she had just concluded her stream. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably, still in disbelief over the events that had transpired moments earlier. The generous gifts she had received amounted to over 2 million. After splitting the earnings, she would pocket 1 million. Before her live session, she had heard tales of affluent benefactors, and she had dared to dream that if she encountered such a figure, her life could change dramatically. As she approached graduation, uncertainty loomed over her future. Thus, she had taken up streaming, but after half a month, her earnings barely reached 2,000, netting her a mere 1,000 after division. Where were the wealthy patrons? They seemed non-existent. Little did she expect that today, fortune would smile upon her, showering her with an unexpected windfall of 2 million, leaving her feeling as if she were in a dream. To her astonishment, before she could collect her thoughts, he had logged off, prompting her to send a friend request, hoping to maintain contact. Surely, she needed to express her gratitude for such a generous sum. After all, 2 million was not something one acquired easily. As she waited anxiously for her request to be accepted, time felt interminable. Finally, when her friend request was approved, a wave of joy mixed with nervousness washed over her. She was unsure how to initiate conversation. Don't mention it. Are you in Jiangqing? Jun Ruochén inquired, fully aware of the answer, as the address was unchangeable. Although Jiangqing was vast, it wasn't too far away, and he wouldn't have offered gifts otherwise. Yes, indeed. Are you also in Jiangqing, Brother Ruochén? Mu Shiruo replied, surprised. Could it be that this affluent benefactor resided in her city? She was a traditional girl, but was astute enough to recognize the realities of life. Achieving success solely through personal effort was exceedingly challenging. In a world where resources and connections often dictate success, if there was a chance to live comfortably without compromising morals or legality, why not seize it? Yes, I am in Jiangqing, Jun Ruochén confirmed, glancing at the clock. It was almost mealtime, and he needed to head to the cafeteria for lunch, followed by a brief nap. Chapter 137. The Jianghe District Public Security Bureau. Seeking a newly awakened individual. In her dormitory, Mu Shiruo pondered over Jun Ruochén's presence in Jiangqing. Her mind raced with possibilities. She was endowed with beauty but was far from foolish. She recognized that such a hefty gift was not given out of mere altruism. There must be an underlying motive. Brother Ruochén, I am truly grateful for your generosity. How about I treat you to a meal? Although I am quite poor at the moment and can only offer something simple. Would you be willing to grant me this favor? Mu Shiruo texted, her heart pounding with nervousness. Perhaps in the evening. Just give me an address. Jun Ruochén replied. It's still working hours for me. And lunch must be in the cafeteria. The food at the Xinyuan Group cafeteria is quite decent. Besides, I have work commitments. So a hasty meal with you wouldn't be appropriate. Let us save it for after work. We can take our time to eat and converse. By the way, there might be another girl, Zhang Xiaoman, joining us. She is quite remarkable. All right, brother Ruochén. Mu Shiruo felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, but could only acquiesce. She intended to treat him to lunch, yet Jun Ruochén suggested dinner instead. It was evident that dining in the evening would lead to darkness descending upon them. In Jiangcheng, specifically in the Jianghan District's Public Security Bureau, despite being merely a district bureau, it was tasked with maintaining the peace for over 1 million inhabitants, rendering it larger than other municipal offices in terms of both manpower and authority. As one of the 22 districts of Jiangcheng, Jianghan boasted a population nearing 3 million, positioning it as the core economic zone of the city. Captain Su, what is the matter? Long Jiang, a member of the special department within the Public Security Bureau, was, more accurately, a member of the Guardians Alliance. Externally, he held the title of a special department member. The individuals in the special department were extraordinary beings, distinct from regular police officers as they did not respond to calls or partake in patrols and arrests. However, in cases of unusual incidents, it was the special department that intervened. Though their official ranks might be modest, their status was considerably elevated. The Guardians Alliance, a top-secret entity under official auspices, assisted the Public Security Bureau, functioning within a legitimate framework while also operating in a realm straddling the official and unofficial. Official, because they did not engage in illegal activities, clandestinely safeguarding Huaxia and aiding the police with unique cases, while receiving official salaries and benefits. Unofficial, since they were not subject to official restrictions, and any infractions would be dealt with internally by the Guardians Alliance. News had just arrived that a newly awakened individual had been sighted near Tianlan River. Yet they had yet to locate this person. The Tianlan River fell within the jurisdiction of the Jianghan Public Security Bureau, and after 2 days of searching, there had been no success. Su Mengxi frowned and spoke. I worry that he may stray onto a perilous path. As the captain of the 7th team in Jianghan District, she led a total of 6 members. The others had their own assignments, leaving only her and Long Jiang in the bureau. Just days prior, the municipal headquarters had relayed information regarding the emergence of a new awakened individual at Tianlan River, which was within the Jianghan District. The district chief had entrusted this mission to her, coinciding perfectly with their need for reinforcements, as her team had suffered 3 casualties during the last special case. Naturally, the arrival of a new awakened individual warranted the bolstering of her team. Yet, after 2 days of searching, she had found no trace of him. Captain Su, it seems you have your work cut out for you. Unfortunately, I'm tied up with the case I'm monitoring. By the way, I sense that the case I'm following may require additional support, potentially involving malevolent forces of a saint-level caliber. Long Jiang, upon hearing Su Mengxi's words, shrugged helplessly. The number of special cases in Huaxia was overwhelming, especially in an international metropolis like Jiangcheng, while the Guardians Alliance remained vastly understaffed, primarily due to the scarcity of awakenings. The casualties had been significant, placing immense pressure on the Alliance, rendering them unable to cope. Really? Su Mengxi's expression grew even more serious upon hearing this. Yes. Long Jiang nodded. Contact nearby colleagues in case of emergencies. Report during operations, so I can be prepared. Su Mengxi glanced at Long Jiang and stated earnestly. Every member of the Guardians Alliance is a tremendous asset. With only 6 members in my team, we cannot afford any more mishaps. Of course, this is a mere thought. Members of the Guardians Alliance frequently dealt with evil and formidable adversaries from beyond their borders, who could guarantee that no accidents would occur. Indeed, Long Jiang concluded before departing from the Public Security Bureau. At last, the workday was coming to an end. In the parking lounge beside the Xinyuan Group, Jun Ruochén stretched, slipping his phone into his pocket. It was nearly 5 o'clock, which meant that the employees of Xinyuan Group would soon be off work, and he would be taking Luo Bingyan home, marking the end of his day. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp sound of high heels echoed, punctually reminiscent of an alarm clock. She had arrived. Stepping out of the lounge, Jun Ruochén greeted her with a polite smile. Ms. Luo. Humph. Luo Bingyan huffed, striding towards the car. This time, she opened the door herself and took her seat. Jun Ruochén, wise enough not to provoke her during her anger, refrained from initiating conversation. When women were upset, their ire could be directed at anyone or anything, and he preferred not to become a target. Your anger is your own concern, he thought as he started the car, swiftly driving towards Yeshuiyuan. Throughout the journey, Luo Bingyan grumbled while Jun Ruochén chose to remain unresponsive, finding amusement in her sulking. Did girls truly enjoy pouting? Was it so mundane that they could sulk without needing others to engage with them? Ms. Luo, we have arrived, he finally announced as the car halted at Villa No. 9 in Yeshuiyuan. Could you assist me, please? I beg you, Luo Bingyan pouted, her usually aloof demeanor becoming enticing in that moment. Her gaze held a hint of melancholy. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Jun Ruochén suggested, neither accepting nor outright rejecting her request. He intended to observe how interactions with Luo Bingyin might unfold that evening, assessing whether there were points to be gained. After all, if the potential for rewards was substantial, why not serve as a shield? If faced with ridicule, he could simply retaliate. He detested those who feigned innocence only to strike back when the time was right. Such individuals were either mentally unwell or simply foolish, perhaps even masochistic. If it were him, he would not hesitate to obliterate the very essence of their lineage, digging up their ancestors' graves without a second thought. Chapter 138. The reason Luo Bingyin cannot drive. Tomorrow then? She asked, taken aback. Initially, she had expected Jun Ruochén to refuse outright, for he was not someone easily measured by ordinary standards. Knowing he would likely decline, she had made one last effort, yet surprisingly, he had acquiesced. Though not a definitive agreement, it left room for negotiation, which was a positive development. By the way, Ms. Luo, may I ask you something? Jun Ruochén inquired. I want to answer any questions regarding a girl as private matters, Luo Bingyin replied, her mood improving as clouds parted to reveal sunshine. Her earlier coldness replaced by a gentle smile that rendered her even more stunning, making everything around her seem dim by comparison. Who inquired about such things? Do I appear to be someone who would pry into a girl's private affairs? Surely not, she continued. Of course I can drive. Why else would I have bought a car? What kind of question is that? I learned to drive in high school, otherwise. How could I afford a luxury sports car worth millions? Since you can drive, and given that Yushuiyuan is merely a 10-minute drive from Xinyuan Group, why not drive yourself instead of hiring a chauffeur? Are you unable to exhaust your wealth? This was the crux of his curiosity. In today's society, most individuals could operate a vehicle unless they lacked access to one. A few days ago, my father encountered a fortune teller who insisted that I shouldn't drive for a while, Luo Bingyin admitted, her embarrassment evident as she recounted her father's superstition. She had no choice but to comply with his beliefs. Thus, she could only hire a driver, requesting their assistance for the next couple of months. Oh, how intriguing. Upon hearing this, Jun Ruochén chuckled softly. However, he took a serious look at the car, which seemed unproblematic. Then he cast his gaze upon Luo Bingyin, realizing that the issue did not lie with her, but rather with others who were plotting against her. Fortunately, it was him who noticed. If it had been someone else, they might not have detected anything amiss. It appears that the fortune teller was no ordinary individual. Intriguing, indeed. What have you discovered? Seeing Jun Ruochén's demeanor, Luo Bingyin became earnest, her heart racing with apprehension. Initially, she had dismissed such matters. Yet this person was capable of resurrecting the deceased, a deity in her grandfather's eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. It's nothing, Jun Ruochén replied, gesturing a farewell as he walked away. Luo Bingyin remained skeptical. Nevertheless, fear eluded her. With an air of mystery surrounding him, she, a staunch atheist, instinctively leaned towards scientific explanations. The Tinjia restaurant could merely be classified as a mid-range establishment, with an average cost of around 300 per person. Inside the restaurant, a beautiful young girl occupied a corner table, appearing to be in her 20s. Dressed in an elegant long dress that revealed a glimpse of her fair, delicate legs, her exquisite features and perfect figure exuded an adorable charm. If beauty were to be graded out of 100, she would easily score a 90, embodying a blend of youthful innocence and premature maturity. She was Mu Shiruo. After finishing her live stream, she contacted Jun Ruochén and discovered his approximate location, not far from the Jiangxing Academy of Arts, where she studied. However, she chose to position herself slightly closer to him for convenience. Dining at such an upscale restaurant was previously beyond her means, especially considering her meager monthly allowance of just over 1,000. To treat Jun Ruochén, she reluctantly opted for this restaurant. After all, he had gifted her over 200,000 in virtual presents without batting an eye. He must be wealthy. She certainly could not treat him to street food. Yet, at this moment, her mind was clouded with worries. What if he turned out to be a 60 or 70-year-old man? Or perhaps a boorish brute? Or even a balding individual? Although she mentally prepared herself, she hoped for someone more appealing. After all, dining with a beautiful girl and a coarse man would be quite disconcerting. As time ticked away, it was 5:20. She learned that Ruochén was still at work and would not finish until 5 o'clock. With each passing minute, her anxiety grew, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Just then, a young man entered the restaurant. Upon seeing him, Mu Shiruo was momentarily stunned, her heart whispering, "He is so handsome, so charismatic." Indeed, the young man appeared to be in his 20s, with a strikingly handsome visage and a tall, poised stature. To describe a good-looking man in poetic terms, a gentleman on the road, like jade, unmatched in the world. Yes, that was precisely how he appeared, exuding a mysterious allure. She pondered what kind of girl could ever be worthy of him. However, as she stood there, dazed, the young man approached her. Her heart raced, unrealistic thoughts bubbling up within her. Yet, she was certain that fortune could not favor her in every instance. But the young man stopped right in front of her. "Mu Shiruo," he said, taking a seat across from her, his face adorned with a clean smile, greeting her with a tone that was both assertive and inquisitive. "Why you? You are Ruochén Gij, Mu Shiroa stammered, nodding her head, appearing adorably flustered. She felt utterly embarrassed, her words coming out in a jumble before this handsome boy. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide away, yet she couldn't bring herself to leave. I am Jun Ruochén. My online name is Ruochén. He replied, nodding. This younger sister was even more charming than she appeared during her live stream. Ah, you really are Ruochén Gij. So handsome, Mu Shiroa exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing his confirmation. Initially worried she might encounter a balding old man or a crude brute, she was pleasantly surprised to meet a true idol, a genuine heartthrob that made her heart race. She couldn't help but think she had struck gold, as fortune seemed to shine upon her. Thank you, Jun Ruochén smiled. Compliments always uplift one's spirits, especially when bestowed by a beautiful girl. Ruochén Gij, thank you for your gifts. Unfortunately, I am currently quite broke and can only treat you to a meal here. Once the platform settles the payments, I shall return the favor with a grand feast. Mu Shiroa said, her heart racing with excitement. She yearned to snap a couple of photos to flaunt before her friends, as he was undeniably captivating, far beyond the mere notion of attractiveness. His aura was one of purity, freshness, and ethereal charm. I am indifferent about food, Jun Ruochén chuckled. Subsequently, as Mu Shiroa ordered, he requested 2 dishes, culminating in a total of 4 dishes and a soup, amounting to around 500. Chapter 139. That guy might not fancy me during the meal. Mu Shiroa discreetly observed Jun Ruochén, her heart fluttering. The moment he entered the restaurant, she had fantasized about how blissful it would be to have such a handsome boyfriend. Little did she know that this striking brother was the one who had gifted her 200,000. Regardless of what he might want from her now, she felt no resistance, even joy. Spring seemed to arrive suddenly, catching her off guard. After finishing their meal, at 6 in the evening, the two left the restaurant. Mu Shiroa was anxious, uncertain about what would unfold next, her heart oscillating between worry and anticipation, with the latter prevailing. Where do you live? Jun Ruochén inquired. With nightfall approaching and dinner concluded, it was natural to part ways. It would be rather awkward to head to a hotel after their first meeting. Although they were not well acquainted, he sensed that this sister was a genuine and virtuous girl. They could dine together again once they became more familiar, especially since Zhang Xiaomin might also visit the hotel that evening. Ruochén Gij, I live in the school dormitory. By the way, I study at the Jiangxing Academy of Arts. Mu Shiroa replied, her anxiety escalating, aware that boys often had ulterior motives. First, he inquired about her residence, then found excuses to take her to a hotel. Before heading out, she had resolved to meet him and see how things unfolded. If he fell within her acceptable range, she might consider not returning to the dormitory. If it became intolerable, she would wait for the platform's revenue sharing and return her earnings to him. However, upon meeting Jun Ruochén, she felt less inclined to return to the dormitory. After all, a brother as handsome as him was a rare find. Surely, she was fortunate, right? Ah, I see. I don't have a car, but it's not far from your school. I can give you a ride home. Think of it as a post-meal stroll. Jun Ruochén suggested. It was still early, and escorting her back to the school would allow them to spend more time together. Ruochén Gij, am I not pretty? Mu Shiroa suddenly froze at his question. This was something she had never anticipated. Logically speaking, given her beauty and figure, any man who laid eyes on her would surely wish to undress her, and she had essentially presented herself on a silver platter. How could it be that he wanted to send her back? What was going on? Was her brother truly that aloof? Or was it that he simply did not find her appealing? In a moment of confusion, Mu Shiroa pouted her alluring lips, exuding a sense of grievance. She is indeed beautiful, Jun Ruochén replied, taken aback. He understood that Mu Shiroa was overthinking. He merely intended for them to have more interactions. If their first meeting had been overly intimate, it would have lost its charm. Such a stunning sister deserved to be unraveled gradually. But then, Mu Shiroa expressed her confusion. If I'm so beautiful, why don't you want me? You must understand that all I can offer is money. This is our first meeting. Let us get to know each other better, Jun Ruochén stated plainly, implying that he could only provide financial support and nothing more. It was best for her to abandon any naive thoughts of a romantic relationship. Shiroa acknowledged, nodding along. She had prepared herself mentally for this when she decided to meet him. Subsequently, Jun Ruochén escorted Mu Shiroa back to the art academy. Gathering her courage, she timidly grasped his hand, which he allowed without resistance. Her little hand was cool and delicate, lacking any firmness. Beside her, Mu Shiroa felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and even her earlobes turned pink. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the academy. Brother Ruochén. Goodbye, Mu Shiroa reluctantly released his hand, waving her small hand in farewell. The sky had darkened, and she dashed toward the direction of the school dormitory. At the Yushui Garden, Villa number 9, the dining table was occupied by the elderly patriarch at the head, flanked by the couple Luo Mingxiang. Opposite them sat Luo Bingyan. Bingyan, I just saw you chatting with him. How did it go? During dinner, the patriarch inquired, gazing at Luo Bingyan. Earlier, when Luo Bingyan returned from work, Luo Qingjiang had been in the villa, albeit without making an appearance. They had exchanged a few words, though nothing much had been overheard. However, seeing his granddaughter's demeanor, It was evident she had been acting coy. This was a good sign, indicating progress. Grandfather, it was just about work, Luo Bingyin replied, extending her voice playfully, feigning innocence. No need to elaborate. Her grandfather had undoubtedly witnessed everything. How embarrassing. It wasn't a conversation in the least. It was purely a matter of business. Yes. The banquet was part of work too. He is merely a driver. How does that relate to work? Luo Mingxiang interjected, exposing Luo Bingyin's fib. Have him drive me to the banquet tomorrow. That too is part of work, Luo Bingyin pouted, glancing at the dishes she once adored, which suddenly lost their appeal. I see. I heard that this banquet is hosted by that Huang lad, who has been keen on pursuing you, likely with our family's business in mind. You're not getting any younger. It's time to consider your marriage, Luo Mingxiang remarked. He was aware of the invitation to the banquet he'd received days ago. However, he had long entrusted the affairs of Xinyuan Group to Luo Bingyin. Such a banquet was not something he needed to attend, but as the president of Xinyuan Group, she could not evade it, especially considering that Huang's Dongling Group was among the top 100 companies in Jiangxing, far surpassing Xinyuan Group. Father, I'm only 24. Luo Bingyin protested. What do you mean by not getting any younger? Many women aren't married by 30. I have years to wait. Especially since I haven't encountered anyone I fancy. Your mother was married when she was your age. You were already one, Luo Mingxiang replied, torn between wanting to protect his daughter and worrying about her future. By the way, Bingyin, what do you think of him? Luo Qingjiang asked, a smile gracing his face. Who? Luo Bingyin responded, feigning ignorance, though she knew very well that her grandfather referred to Jun Ruochén. Your driver. The one who saved me, Jun Luo Qingjiang stated, teasingly. You're just playing coy, I once call it out. But we need to address this, he continued. Grandfather, he is merely an employee of our company. Luo Bingyin insisted, secretly thinking that such a man might not even look her way. Chapter 140. One must use the power to change fate with caution, for it will deplete one's lifespan. After sending Mu Shihua back to school, Jun Ruochén wandered aimlessly, strolling back to the hotel. After a shower, wrapped in a towel, he lay on the bed. With a mere thought, a virtual screen appeared before him. This time, he intended to examine the Chaos Book, though it resided in his memory. It was also displayed on the virtual screen. Since acquiring the Chaos Book, he had not taken the time to explore it, and now, with some leisure time, it was the perfect opportunity. The Chaos Book possessed a myriad of extraordinary abilities, including summoning, fate control, healing, spirit serving, formation arranging, alchemy, and talisman crafting. Summoning involved calling forth battle companions for combat. Fate control pertained to prediction and planning, allowing one to foresee impending events. Spirit serving entailed employing spectral beings as servants. Formation arranging dealt with strategic formations. Alchemy involved concocting pills to aid oneself and others. Talisman crafting served as a method of combat. At present, he was at the 6th level of Celestial Gold, yet his combat prowess and techniques were solely reflective of that rank, lacking in certain minor skills. The Chaos Book perfectly compensated for his shortcomings. Now, with the formidable Celestial Gold strength and lifespan, paired with the Chaos Book, he felt invincible, capable of achieving anything. This Chaos Book is indeed remarkable, Jun Ruochén mused. No wonder he could perceive the gloom over Luo Bingyin's head at a glance. That was part of fate control. Without needing to deduce, he could see things beyond the perception of ordinary individuals. He could even glimpse future occurrences. If he could foresee an event at a specific moment, he could intervene and alter the course of events. Everything in the world lay within his grasp. Host. Exercise caution when utilizing the Chaos Book for fate alteration, as it requires the expenditure of a certain amount of points. It could even deplete one's lifespan. Everything in this world is relative. For every gain, there is a corresponding loss. If someone wishes to gain, you must pay a price. For instance, if you extend Luo Qingjiang's lifespan by 20 years, you will lose 20 years of your own. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Upon hearing this, Jun Ruochén was taken aback. Damn it. Why didn't you mention this sooner, you wretched system? I just squandered 20 years of my lifespan on an old man. How absurd. Of course, to him, 20 years was but a drop in the bucket compared to his 1.6 million years. Moreover, as long as he earned points, he could elevate his cultivation level, which in turn would extend his lifespan by tens of thousands of years at a time. You old coot. I'll have to reclaim the wasted years from your beautiful granddaughter. Jun Ruochén thought, feeling somewhat resentful. Even if it was a necessary expenditure, it felt a bit excessive. In pursuit of a beautiful sister, the system had previously consumed resources. Could you provide a hint? Jun Ruochén inquired of the system. Although he vowed never to engage in such foolishness again, one could never be certain. Thus, the wisest course of action was to receive a timely warning from the system. This would allow him to weigh the decision and determine its worthiness. To the host, a prompt will appear when points and lifespan need to be expended next time. The system responded to Jun Ruochén. Upon hearing this, he exhaled in relief. This was much more acceptable. Subsequently, he closed the virtual interface and picked up his phone to indulge in a game. He resolutely vowed not to lose that night. Otherwise, he would have to spend money. And if he did, it would not be a trivial matter. Should the game developers dare to deceive him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Such was the nature of the game. As he became engrossed, the door to his room was gently pushed open. Jun Ruochén paid no heed, for he was well aware of who had arrived, and the door had been intentionally left ajar for her. Even if someone intruded, their survival would solely depend on his mood. Zhang Xiaoman entered the room with delicate steps, cognizant that the door left for her indicated she should not disturb him. Indeed, upon entering, she found Jun Ruochén engrossed in his game, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome features. This man was exceptionally strong, youthful, affluent, and strikingly handsome, eclipsing even the school's top heartthrob. Yet, he was hers. Even during classes, she found herself thinking of him. This morning, he had transferred her 500,000 yuan. During her free time, she had ventured to the mall to purchase some exquisite attire. The clothes were undeniably beautiful and of impeccable quality, though their price was rather steep. Of course, the sales staff at the brand stores treated her with utmost courtesy, allowing her to truly experience the meaning of customer supremacy. This sensation was delightful. She had acquired not only beautiful garments, but also white and black stockings, attire that men generally found appealing. Thus, after class that afternoon, she had applied makeup and donned a JK uniform paired with white stockings, instantly enhancing her already stunning appearance. Countless passers-by turned to admire her. Ruochén, Zhang Xiaoman whispered softly as she approached the bed, noticing he was too engaged in his game to acknowledge her. She climbed onto the bed, her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue as she began to move. Jun Ruochén, taken aback by her sudden advance, nearly gasped in surprise. It seemed he had developed quite a skill. After finishing a game, he set down his phone, his eyes landing on Zhang Xiaoman in her JK outfit and white stockings, and he felt an immediate surge of excitement. Moreover, her cheeks were tinged with crimson, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. He reached out to caress her long, slender leg clad in white stockings, and began to toy with it. Indeed, the JK outfit was a catalyst for heightened enthusiasm. Soon he pinned her down, leading to a night of unrestrained passion, unlocking several new positions in the process. Eventually, Zhang Xiaoman succumbed to slumber, while Jun Ruochén reclined comfortably on the bed. When midnight arrived, it marked the time for the system's point settlement. He anticipated that his earnings for the day would be minimal. Chapter 141. What is that gaze? What are you staring at? System points are being settled. Settlement complete. Details as follows. You transferred 500,000 yuan to Zhang Xiaoman, earning 10 points. You complimented Luo Bingyan, earning 10 points. You interacted with Luo Bingyan, earning 20 points. You declined Luo Bingyan's assistance, earning 10 points. You tipped Mu Shiru, earning 50 points. You agreed to consider helping Luo Bingyan, earning 50 points. You worked for a day, earning 5 points. You engaged in 9 positions of deep interaction with Zhang Xiaoman, earning 222 points. Total, 367 points. Cumulative total, 1,446 points. As the settlement concluded, Jun Ruochén scrutinized the details. It appeared that earning points was feasible through various interactions with women, regardless of whether the point earnings were substantial or modest. Furthermore, a notable observation was that greater contributions yielded more points, particularly highlighted by the substantial rewards from his 9 positions of deep interaction with Zhang Xiaoman. It seemed that by gauging the points earned, he could discern the necessity of assisting Luo Bingyan. Within the grand realm of golden immortals, advancing a minor realm required merely 1,000 points. At this pace, he would soon elevate his cultivation again, augmenting his lifespan by 100,000 years. Jun Ruochén mused internally. Having expended 1,000 points previously, he now had a remaining balance of 446 points. With an additional 554 points, he could elevate his cultivation once more. Advancing a tier within the grand realm of golden immortals would grant him a lifespan increase of 100,000 years. What bliss! Nothing felt more gratifying than the present moment. A 6th tier golden immortal, invincible, with a lifespan of 1.6 million years. It could be said that he could indulge in whatever he desired. He turned off the virtual interface and held Zhang Xiaoman close as they drifted into sleep. The following day, Zhang Xiaoman awoke, mortified by her appearance. Last night had been yet another vibrant and colorful experience. I have matters to attend to tonight, Jun Ruochén stated as he arose, bathed, groomed, and dressed before emerging to speak with Zhang Xiaoman. She responded with a nod. Just as Jun Ruochén was about to depart, she seemed to recall something, hesitating to speak. What is the matter? He inquired. While he preferred to avoid complications, he felt a degree of affection for her, having invested so much of himself in her, so he did not mind a little inconvenience. After all, he was human, not a beast. Perhaps he was merely a touch sentimental. Moreover, his sentimentality was driven by the necessity for points. Could you possibly meet my parents? Since you've given me so much money, they are understandably concerned. I told them it was from my boyfriend. They just need to meet you briefly. I promise not to impose on you too much, alright? Zhang Xiaoman lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Initially, she felt guilty for asking for more after Jun Ruochén had already helped her. However, her parents were traditional, honest people, and with such a large sum of money, they might suspect their daughter of engaging in something unsavory. Therefore, she wished to alleviate any guilt they might feel. What about today at noon? Jun Ruochén asked, glancing at Zhang Xiaoman. I will have time after I finish work. All right, Zhang Xiaoman replied, her eyes widening in surprise at his acquiescence, followed by a delighted nod. After leaving the hotel, she purchased some breakfast, eating as she walked. In truth, the hotel offered a complimentary breakfast that was quite good, but he was unaccustomed to it. The outside food was more to his liking. Upon arriving at Yeshuiyuan, it was precisely 8:30. Good morning, President Luo, Jun Ruochén greeted as he spotted Luo Bingyin emerging, simultaneously opening the car door for her. Good morning. With a serene smile gracing her lips, Luo Bingyin, the embodiment of an aloof goddess, radiated an allure that few could resist. However, Jun Ruochén was acutely aware that her demeanor was merely a facade, one crafted because she sought something from him. He started the car, steering it swiftly towards the Xinyuan group, choosing not to engage in conversation with Luo Bingyin. Even if he was inclined to assist her, he would not be the one to initiate the dialogue. The essence of attitude was paramount. In this world, there were countless sycophants, and if one were to flatter, it should be others who approached him. Have you made your decision, Jun Ruochén? After a moment, Luo Bingyin could no longer contain herself and inquired. The urgency of the matter weighed heavily upon her. Despite her smile, her inner turmoil was palpable. What is there to contemplate? Jun Ruochén feigned ignorance, deliberately acting as if he had not understood her, continuing to drive. It's about pretending to be my boyfriend at the upcoming gala, Luo Bingyin nearly erupted in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. Once she felt the tension dissipate, she spoke calmly, her smile unwavering. For this alone, Jun Ruochén found himself admiring her. That is certainly not a problem. However, do not regret it later, he replied, adopting a look of sudden realization, responding without a moment's hesitation. Yet, his words served as a warning to Luo Bingyin. Should any complications arise, he would not hesitate to deal with them decisively. Really? Luo Bingyin was taken aback, surprised by his swift acquiescence. She even questioned whether she had misheard him, casting a glance at Jun Ruochén as if seeking confirmation. Yet, he paid her no further mind, focusing intently on the road. This disregard left her feeling inexplicably vexed. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing, she had always been the center of admiration from her early years through high school and university, captivating countless suitors who could circle the city in pursuit of her affection. Yet now, before this man, she felt utterly at a loss. Was he perhaps visually impaired? No, just yesterday he had complimented her beauty and figure. Or could he be a typical straight man? A sudden wave of nausea washed over her at the thought. Luo Zong, we have arrived. The car soon pulled into the garage of the Xinyuan group, and Jun Ruochén reminded her, stop dawdling. Hurry to work. Delaying my gaming and streaming is rather unseemly. At 3 this afternoon, join me as we go out. As Luo Bingyin stepped out of the car, her long legs gracefully carried her toward the elevator, her swaying hips an intentional display. As she pretended to turn and converse with Jun Ruochén, she seized the opportunity to assess whether he truly was a typical straight man. What kind of gaze is that? What are you staring at? She thought, her confidence restored. She was certain that he was not a typical straight man. For at that moment, he was undeniably captivated by her silhouette.